All right, let me check merch orders. Also, chat friendly reminder, they got a new flavor. It's supposed to taste like strawberry candy, like a Starburst or something. Wait, wait, did we get a bunch of orders? One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine. Cool. 9 gamer subs tubs? Dude, we're gonna get this cup. We have to be so close. No new mortuary. So I got out an hour and a half. Alright, if you played Borderlands 2, or even any of the Borderlands. Alright, so if you clicked on this video, you might. I agree with the Tiny Turtle Tim. Very loud, incorrect buzzer moment.
maybe. But sadly, Borderlands modding just isn't that good yet. So today we will be trying our best to cosplay as everyone's favorite giant space whale squid and ask ourselves, can you beat Borderlands 2 as Terramorphous? It should be common knowledge that all you need to cosplay as someone, or something in this case, is their hide, blood, teeth, and breath. If you don't know what these do, I'll show you real quick. The Breath of Terra is a neat fire grenade mod that makes tiny volcanoes under the feet of the bad guys. The Teeth of Terra is a shotgun that shoots bullets in a biting pattern and does a little bit of grenade splash at the end. The Hide of Terra is a Roid / Nova / Spike combo shield, usually regarded as the best Roid shield in the game, but I went to the absolute lowest Roid damage, so the challenge wasn't too easy. And then there's the Blood, which is kinda... yeah, it's kinda bad. Then in our class mod slot, we're gonna be using the Slayer of Terramorphous Com to keep it thematic. I will quickly go through the rules. We will be playing on Overpower 10 UVHM, which is just the hardest difficulty, and all the enemies are 10 levels higher than us. No bar allowed, and Terra gear only, of course. As a bonus rule, to make it a little more challenging, I have to full spec into every skill that the Terracom boosts. This might not sound bad, but I'll show you why this is a mistake in a moment. I would show you the build, but it probably changed a few dozen times during the run, but I pretty much switched between fire build and bonk build depending on the situation. With that out of the way, let's get to the run. So we hop in and near immediately get our first death out of the way. Which brings me to masochistic fact number 1. I'm playing UVHM without slag. Anyone who has played Ultimate Vault Hunter mode knows that slag is practically necessary for this difficulty. Like, you can play without slag, just like you can wipe your butt with a sock. It works, but you probably need a counselor if that's what you're doing. Anyway, all of Terra's gear is locked to fire element, and Krieg has no slagging skills, so yeah, this run is going to be painful. All the enemies in the beginning were flesh, which is good for all the fire damage stuff I got. I just needed to refine my playstyle and learn how to use this goofy shotgun. The Teeth of Terra works best when the biting animation completes and does a little bit of explosive damage, which is boosted by Strip the Flesh, which we have 9 out of 5 in, which is great. But please, can we get my boy Terra a dentist? Because mans has a 2-foot gap in between each tooth, making it so only 2 pellets hit per shot. This somehow still did more damage than point blank shots though, so that's cool I guess. Just kind of wish they'd all converge on one spot, might actually make this gun pretty good. Anyway, it took me a while to find that sweet spot where I would get the boosted damage. It was always way farther away than I thought, but I figured it out eventually. On the bright side, the Breath of Terra actually does decent damage on flesh-based baddies, and we're spec'd into Elemental Empathy, so a lot of fire damage goes to healing us. Like many Krieg builds, everything started dying as soon as I got the momentum going. The rest of Larisburg went great, except for when Hammerlock showed up. For some reason, I started getting violent urges to rip his other 2 limbs off. It's probably the Thresher hormones from Terramorphous's blood. I think that's how biology works, I don't know. I was going to take the relic off, but decided that wasn't allowed. I had to face my demons the right way, by severing the limbs of some guy that I won't feel morally bad about. It's time for masochistic fact number 2. Full specking the Terra skills. So some of these are good, like Strip the Flesh is great for explosive damage, and Thrill the Kill is good for healing, but in OP levels you only really need 2 points to fill your health bar. Burn Baby Burn increases fire dot damage, which isn't lethal because UVHM health regen, but I think it's good for healing maybe? Flame Flare pretty much just makes me stay on fire longer, which can be absolutely deadly if an enemy decides to put a fire dot on me. And then we have Blood Trance, which makes Buzzak's Rampage last longer, based on how many Bloodlust stacks you have, which might sound good at face value, but a lot of melee builds use Release the Beast to get health back frequently, and if you're in Buzzak's Rampage, you can't do it again until it ends. On top of that, you can't use grenades, or pull out a slag weapon, not that that matters, or pull out a moxie weapon, not that that matters, and I can't even light people on fire for stat boosts, unless I want to waste another 5 points for 50% chance to deal fire damage. Wait. What better way to combat a bad skill than with another bad skill? Woo! Hellfire Halitosis, or for the scientist watching, Fire Breath, is usually a skill that has very, very niche uses, but it's going to come in handy for this run. This way I can activate all my fire buffs and get a little healing while on Buzzak's Rampage. After making it to Boom Boom, we find our first instance of masochistic fact number 3, fire only on armor. Boom Boom was going to be a tough fight, and I didn't want to cheese it if I didn't have to. We bopped boom and decided to go for a cool gun kill on Big Bertha instead of the usual cheese strat. I wanted to proc Bloodbath from one of these psychos and spam shotgun damage to kill the turret, but this setup was super hard and took a while because I also had to fight against his health regen. We managed to knock Boom out of his turret and then we bonked him just like we bonked Boom. Shortly after our fire resistant boss, we face our fireproof boss. Oh boy. Okay, so Flint has fire resistance, but when he goes into fire phase, fire damage actually heals him. So it looks like we're gonna have to resort to... Oh, 1 second. Hello?
Hey bro, you can't melee kill Flint, dude.
What? Why not?
His launching AoE slam will just launch you away. It won't work, trust me.
Wait, what? Didn't they make Creek heavier than other characters so he wouldn't get launched in melee combat?
Yeah, but even so, your shield has fire spike and nova damage, so you'll just heal him anyway.
Okay, well, what do I do then?
You know what you have to do.
No, wait, are you... Please don't tell me.
Yep.
Alright, I'll tell him.
Good luck.
Alright guys, my boss called. I've got some bad news. We're going to have to cheese the Flint fight. I know, I've never did anything like this before. I usually body Flint face to face, but this time I'm gonna have to play a little unfair. So Borderlands 2 has this little quirk called Infinite Vertical Melee, which means anything directly above or below you can be meleeed no matter how far away they are. So we respec for bonk mode, lured Flint over to this pole, got some stacks, and started slicing from 3 stories away.
One eternity later.
Woo, we did it! Good news, we officially made it past the part of the run I didn't think was going to be possible. Bad news, I didn't plan to make it this far, so now I have no idea what I'm doing. After making it to 3 horns, I managed to steal the interface adapter without a single bandit noticing me. Got some wheels, belly bump door guy vehicular style, saved Reese, avenged Reese by killing exactly 20 bandits and no less, and made it to Sanctuary. Lilith, being the immature human she is, left a cryptic note in my locker like some kind of cringe high school rom-com stuff. So let's get her mission done with. I usually like speedrunning this place, and this time I had an extra reason to skip a lot of the pointless combat. Anyway, we find Lilith and start fighting all the psychos, right? And I discover a cool trick with this Breath of Terror grenade. So I'm pretty sure bandits are programmed to dodge grenades if you try to chuck them at them. But when you throw a Teeth of Terra, they just kinda... Yeah, so the strat of just making a firewall to create distance and land the strong hits of the Teeth of Terror is actually a useful one. Not as useful as the low-hanging doorway, though. If you want to know how long all this took, just know that Lilith was able to say howdy boys 4 freaking times before we were done dealing with all these cowards. Our next goal was to infiltrate the Bloodshot Dam and save Roland. Only problem is that our car wasn't good enough, apparently. So we needed to get an entirely new one from Ellie, even though I think a simple oil change would have been able to fix this one's issues. My favorite 56 seconds of every run is when I get to destroy the bandit technicals that aren't balanced properly for OP levels and feel like a super cool god among men. The Teeth of Terror was actually able to deal some damage even though it was a fire on armor situation, and we managed to get a new car pretty quick. Anyway, that one nomad before you enter the Bloodshot Dam was giving me a rough time. On top of that, I also had to fight Badmaw. Fire being good on flesh and Badmaw being a big target sounds like a benefit, but for some reason I felt like I was just throwing teeth at a giant metal door. This was also where the super long buzz duration really started to melt my brain. After about an hour of all that, I finally managed to take him down. So I run into the Bloodshot stronghold and everything was terrible. We had ironclad psychos up the wazoo, so I decided to respec for a bit more fire damage to keep my healing up. This time everything went great, right up to the dreaded toilet room, where things started to go absolutely fantastic. And that's not me being sarcastic, I actually managed to get some great momentum going. Plenty of fleshy vessels to use for healing, and the cowardice of the crazed marauders was actually backfiring on them. These guys usually run pretty far away if you get too close to them, and they ran just far enough for the Teeth of Terror to hit their sweet spot. I only died once here, but by the time that happened, the door was already open. Holy crap. We blew through the toilet room so quick. But like many small victories on this challenge, the next objective is going to utterly destroy my psyche. Roland was kidnapped by one of the scariest bosses in the game. You could call me an oikophobic all you want. This toaster has literally shaved years off of my lifespan. If you're good at the game or new to the channel, you might not know that Warden can actually take Roland to the Hyperion Friendship Gulag if you don't kill him fast enough. And since killing things fast isn't my forte, I pretty much accepted my fate as soon as I seen an angelic guard. Oh, it's an angelic guard. Nope, we're done. Yeah, we're doomed. The fight at the Gulag is way harder because on top of Warden just being Warden, he also gains the ability to moonshot even more robots into the battle. This is also where I learned that the Teeth of Terra cannot kill loaders. Like for real, it just can't. So for the second time this run, I had to do some cheesy strats that I wasn't very proud of. I felt really bad for doing this, but as punishment for using too much cheese, chat sentenced me to cheese shaming as I ate a block of extra sharp cheddar. After getting my public execution rescheduled to a later date, I made off to befriend Mordo and Tina. One of the objectives in this mission is to light 3 Varkids on fire, which you think would be super easy. I could probably just let a shield nova go off and it would be fine, but in reality it was 10 times easier than that even. So this Varkid tried to jump me, but somehow set off this whole fire melon, which lit both of us on fire. Now that I was on fire, Raving Retribution was starting to set off, and since it thought the fire melon was attacking me, it just started sending fireballs in that direction, and completed the objective. Absolutely nothing about my gear I was using played a part in doing this, and I just thought that was funny. Anyway, I got to taste grape flavored combat for a little bit since Mordecai was sniping the baddies for me. I mean, he still wasn't doing like any damage, but anything was better than Wilhelm. When I took on this challenge, I really didn't think it would be this hard. I knew I wouldn't have slag, and I knew fire and armor sucks, but I really thought that this gun would be able to do something, and that even the worst version of the best melee shield in the game would make this relatively doable. But no, every part of my kit was just absolute trash. This fight was looking impossible, but giving up wasn't an option. I couldn't let one boss, okay, maybe every boss after this plus a couple loaders, stop me from securing my victory. Step 1 was to respec, building for melee damage, Buzzax Bombardier, and Fuel the Blood. Step 2 was to fuel up, and step 3 was to mask up. In order to kill Wilhelm, we cannot rely on our gear. We need to rely on Krieg and his skills. The plan was to do what damage we could while waiting for surveyors to spawn, aka Fuel the Blood fodder. After we get a melee kill, Fuel the Blood boosts our explosive damage and makes the effectiveness of Buzzax Bombardier a lot stronger. The only thing about this strat is how risky it was. We had to get down to low health constantly in order for Release the Beast to activate and have our action skill ready. If we went down, it was likely a death sentence, unless we were already within sweet spot distance of a surveyor, so I had to focus. I had to make sure I killed him quick as well. Otherwise, the loaders he spawns from under the trains respawn, and that pretty much means I'm dead. After 2 hours and 43 more deaths added to the counter, we finally survived long enough to take Wilhelm down. I was pretty drained after that fight, so I decided to take it slow on this sanctuary visit and really enjoy my relaxation time. But then Lilith was all like, "No rest for the wicked," and totally ruined it. So back to work for us. Our next goal was to fight the Gluttonous Thresher, and since I'm Terramorphous, the strongest Thresher known to man, I obviously won the fight. And by I mean the loaders that spawned in while I found a corner to hide in. If you're mad that I didn't do most of the work, first off, that's fair. Second off, leave me alone. I'd like to see you do this. And third, you're going to hate how I handled Overlook. Yeah, so I tried using the Saw Blade technical since the damage is boosted by Krieg's melee skills, but that didn't work at all. So instead, I shot at the loaders even though I knew I wouldn't kill anything, and just hid by the beacon as it was destroyed less than a second after each repair. The Constructor showed up, and I'm pretty sure this is where my KD went negative for the run. I didn't even want to try to run towards the fast travel and quickly travel away, so I straight up just left and used a different one to go back home. Which I know doesn't make any canonical sense, but that was the least of my issues. On top of being truly defeated by the last 4 missions, now we had to go to the Preserve. And we all know how that usually goes. Anyway, wounding the loaders didn't take long cause Mordo was slagging them, but we had plenty of loaders to kill afterwards. Melee is the only way to deal with these guys, so I pulled out my Bladed Teeth of Terra for some bonus damage, and for the most part, I was able to kill them. I think the only kind of loader we would have issues with are Angelic Guards, but I don't think I've ever seen one of those spawn in the Preserve before. What the fuck is this? What is this, dude? Yeah, so after a good 30 minutes of trying to get the door open, I had to reset the map for a second time. The first time was just because I took too long and the enemies started respawning whatever. For anyone wondering why I didn't just kill them off, let me show you a sped up clip of me trying to kill a bull loader. This leads me to masochistic fact number 4. This is now just a glorified melee run. The second half of this game has very little amounts of combat with non-armored enemies, and since my shotgun heals them, I'm pretty much going to be in bonk mode for the rest of this run. It wasn't until our third attempt that we made it past the loader who skips leg day, and at this point we were probably in the preserve for a little over 2 hours. Up next, I hired the loot homies to take out the skags for me, while also hiring the skags to take out the loot homies for me so I could snag their loot, but they didn't drop anything because they're lame. Usually the significant mobbing is all done by now, and we could go straight to Bloodwing, but the game is cursed and decided to give me 3 rabid skags to deal with. I tried some bullfighting strats, but those didn't work well. Jump at me? I tried this for way too long before I just decided to commit to going for a melee kill. The funniest part is after I killed the first one, a bunch of pup skags spawned, and I just had to kill several of those to get the door open. Anyway, you know what time it is. Returning viewers will know all about Bloodwing hair baloney, you know, like the undodgeable attacks, elemental resistances, and this time around our attacks can't even hit her unless she's pretty much landed, so we were going to have to change up our strats. And by change up our strat, I mean do the same thing we did for Wilhelm. Skags periodically spawn during this fight, and Mordecai knows how UVHM works, so he was being a homie and slagging them to set up for melee kills. Again, with Fuel the Blood, my explosive damage was boosted. I don't know if I just don't hear people talking about this skill combo often, but it's stupid good, even without class mods that boost this skill. It's stupid good enough that using this strat, I took down Bloodwing first freaking try. Take that, Bloodwing. I'm back in the frickin' lead. Even Mordecai wants to party.
Vault Hunter, get down.
So glad Mordecai is changing his mind about the whole, oh, you guys seen it? Okay, maybe not. Anyway, our next homie to recruit was Brick. The initiation was fine because of fleshy enemies and Godliaths doing most of the work. We even killed Sarcastic Slab in the most metal way possible. The loader combat afterwards went pretty decent too, since Brick was helping. Even looked like Brick watched my last video and learned some new combat techniques, so you know I had to hype him up. Brick. I put the stinky on him. Speaking of other videos, if you're new here and made it this far into the video, odds are you're enjoying it, so you might as well sub and hit the bell to know when new vids get uploaded. Because masochistic fact number 5 is that I go through all this suffering and a majority of you guys still aren't subbed. Joining the GASMASK gang is one click away. Anyway, Brick and I destroyed the rest of the loaders and we were off to our next objective, dealing with this coward. This fight is so friggin' buggy. It's a 50-50 chance between him booking a flight to Europe or just standing still and still managing to give me a hard time. Like, bro, why he standing like that? I'm glad he didn't fight back, but like, geez, this happens all the time, bro. Who coded you? Tara's dentist? Okay, now that that's done, it's time for the bunker raid. And I'll be the first to say that I was dreading this. I decided to unspec out a Buzzax Bombardier because these guys resist grenade splash, so I was better off without it. Fighting this thing was weird because I had to purposefully eat some rockets for better axe throw damage until it died. The baby turrets ahead were no match for Krieg, which is nice because I hate these little buggers and their crazy health regen. And finally, the big constructor. Had to put a lot more forks in this toaster before it decided to blow up. Luckily, it's easy to cheese because I could just stand behind it this time. And our final obstacle, Face McShooty. Alright, here we go, guys. Uh-oh. Bet you weren't expecting that, huh? Yeah, so it looks like if you want to do Face McShooty with the Teeth of Terra, you have to be within biting distance. Anyway, on to the bunker. To be straight up with you guys, the rest of this run is pretty much what made me deem this the worst gas mask challenge run yet. First off, the big turrets are pretty annoying because, well, you know, the whole yellow health bar situation and whatnot. The ones within melee range were pretty okay just because of the blatant big red power button on the back, but the ones out of range took a while. And then he spawned. Bunker was absolutely will-shattering. He had so much freaking health, and in order to deal damage, I had to play risky and get to low health. And if your playstyle is lighting yourself on fire and praying that you have a crippled loader nearby if you go down, you're not going to have a consistent winning strategy. Like 20 times. 20 freaking times. Some hot loader would just sneak up on me, put an OP10 fire dot on me, and since I have 9 out of 5 in flame flare, it would just melt me. That's a skill issue, whatever. You know what really got my sanity dangling off the edge? So enemies in UVHM have this stupid health regen, and if you put any type of damage over time on them, they just kind of keep healing through it, right? Y'all remember that Blood of Terra relic that already seemed pretty useless? Well, I go and find out it doesn't even work if you're taking damage. Why? Why? This is all super rare gear that you get from killing a super hard boss. Why? Why isn't it good? Why does it make an edgy poem with all 4 pieces if it's not good? His teeth made them flee in shame. His breath was of fire. His hide turned the mightiest tame. His blood could inspire. It's all bullcrap. What even is this? Terramorphous? More like Terra Bull. Okay, with Bunker's super huge health bar, I would have to take too many risks in order to get a melee kill. And I tried and tried with no prevail. So you know what I had to do? I had to kill Bunker, the flying, armored, tanky boss, with the teeth of Terra. I had to be patient and only use my action skill in emergency situations, otherwise I'd just die. I was trying to kill this glorified frisbee for over 3 friggin' hours. The winning fight alone took an hour and 20, and I only used Buzz X Rampage to damage him twice. The rest of Bunker's health bar was drained all thanks to this guy. No, not you. This guy. I was so dead at this point. I couldn't even pop off anymore, so all I had to say was this witty remark. Oh boy.
With the bunker destroyed, you can...
Anyway, yeah guys, so that was terrible, but that wasn't the worst. Angel Core was the frickin' worst. I should have been fine. I knew I could melee kill loaders and even a couple angelic guards if I needed to. I even had Roland to help and Lilith to take out my anger on. But the absolute worst thing that could ever happen happened. An angelic guard spawned with a slag sniper. Oh, brother, dude, I hate watching this. I could not kill these 2 angelic guards for the life of me, because slag was tripling all the damage I took. I really tried everything here. Separating these 2 and taking them on 1v1, confusing the robots by standing under them, trapping them in a corner, circle strats, but loaders have 360 view, so nothing was working. Also, I am now convinced that getting slagged also triples the chance for silenced voices to proc because Krieg would not stop hitting himself. I am not joking when I say this. I didn't make progress here for 2 hours. Literally all because of this one loader, dude. Some of you are probably thinking, I reset Angel Core, and that's fair. But this time around, I played with the hand I was dealt, because I knew if I gave the game a chance, they would spawn this guy again with an even stronger, faster slag sniper. So after 60-something losses to this guy, I finally found a strategy. So usually you can't circle strat these guys like you can with bandits because they rotate 360 degrees. But we can sprint around them in circles, which is fast enough to dodge their attacks. Mix this with the fact that Krieg can melee while sprinting during his action skill, and we get some of the most obscure 1v1 mobbing strats I have ever come up with. After the first kill, I managed to get the slag sniper guard, who I just realized was maximum possible level, so that's neat. Glitched out how I originally planned. After we took this guy out, I had a pleasant little pop-off. Okay, we're good. This one loader brought me more pain than any other fight in any challenge I've done so far. Even you, Bloodwing. This was by far the worst fight I've had to deal with, but it's over now. Now I get to suffer elsewhere! Ironically enough, when I got to Sawtooth Cauldron, I was relieved, because the enemies here were all fleshy and I could get multiple kills before dying. Yeah, the fire damage is working. It's working. The gear's working as intended. Everything's great. I could use my grenades and just burn everything and melt everything. And it's so good and fun. Look at my health bar. It's staying pretty much full. You guys hear that optimism in my voice? Yeah? Okay, well watch this.
Take out those buzzards.
I don't need these buzzards, man. These freaking buzzards. It'd be one thing if they didn't have health regen. But every time I land a couple of shots, they just come back good as new. It wasn't until 4 hours of attempts that I managed to destroy one buzzard. And here's how I did it. First off, we need to rig some fights. Each attempt would consist of me spawning in, running to the buzzard nest, and checking the buzzard's level. If it was higher than level 89, I wouldn't even bother. After we found our level 89 buzzard, we would farm up stacks with our fire grenade and find a psycho or weaker mob. This wasn't always guaranteed. Sometimes I'd get nothing but scavengers, grave diggers, and juggernauts. Anyway, after we found a good setup with an 89 buzzard and easy mobs, we would do the good old punch and chuck strat using Fuel the Blood and Buzzax Bombardier. Once we had the setup, we had roughly 7 seconds to land 2 or 3 Buzzax throws on a buzzard. Which is tough since the first 3 seconds are wasted looking for the dang thing, but when the stars align, you could pull off a beautiful kill.
Let's go! Oh, that's 2.
4 hours into Sawtooth, the first one got stuck. At 4.5 hours, we got our second. At 5 hours, we got our third. And at 6 hours, this happened.
Come on. Let's go. Let's 4. Let's go. Oh, subcast. What was that you were saying, subcast? What was that you were f***ing saying?
This was by far the worst fight I've had to deal with, but it's over now. And for anyone wondering, yes, I did just copy and paste that last voice clip from the Angelic Guard fight like 30 seconds ago. After that conniption, I felt invincible for all of 2 minutes, mostly because I was just speedrunning through the Boneyard and Badlands. I did not kill Saturn this time around for obvious reasons, and if it's not obvious, the first 25 minutes of the video explains this in great detail, so go ahead and just rewatch that and come back. Or you could just download the save file in the description and test it out yourself. Up to you. Anyway, I was like 2 seconds away from getting the info first try, and it took 7 tries after that before he made it to the final stretch. The claptrap door was our last hard bit of mobbing, and everything was going relatively good. I even managed to kill the super surveyor that spawns. Whoops, I mean 2 super surveyors. 3, okay, that's a bit odd. 4, there's definitely something. Okay, what the 5? How is that even? Okay, there's absolutely no way a 6th one just spawned. 7. 7 of them. 7 of them spawn. Sorry about that. I kind of blacked out for a bit. Anyway, at this point, I was so shattered internally that taking a break wouldn't help, because it would be all that I thought about. So I kept going. Brick and Morto definitely carried me through Heroes Pass, but altogether the claptrap door and this place almost took 2 hours, and this challenge's playtime was really starting to wear on my mental. Jack and his stupid health regen was my last worry of the run. I made my few legit attempts before I decided that the good old block him at the terminal strat was going to be needed. Melee was definitely the way to go, but I wanted to show you guys my insane DPS I was getting with the shotgun. Mind you, this is point blank, doing nothing but crit damage. Glad I had 4 of these, because if I had to reload, I would just lose all my progress from the last mag anyway. So we took Jack out and started the warrior fight. And surprise, surprise, using a fire weapon on a giant fire-breathing fire demon from hell where fire comes from doesn't work great. And now that I think about it, whoever said fight fire with fire was an absolute bozo if I'm being frank. And I was being frank because the warrior is practically throwing me on his barbecue like a pack of ballparks. So we had to do something no one would have guessed. And go for a melee kill. Luckily, these crystal dudes are super susceptible to melee damage, except for when they're not susceptible to anything, of course. Anyway, the good old punch thing for explosive damage strat was working great. except for when it backfired on me, or the Chrysalisks would do more damage to me than I wanted it to, or Krieg would do more damage to me than I wanted him to. My favorite one is when I was throwing axes and this rack swoops in and takes it point blank, do it for the vine style, which downs me because that's just my luck. But I promised I wouldn't take the mask off until it was done. And there was one thing driving me. You know I haven't had a fucking monster all stream? I can't fucking drink a monster with this thing on, guys. You're driving me nuts. After 30 hours and 58 minutes, after 506 deaths, the warrior accepted his fate. I decided to finish warrior off using the Teeth of Terra because I really wanted to savor this moment that I beat the hardest gas mask challenge so far. I proudly say, you can beat Borderlands 2 as Terramorphous. This run was 100 times worse than I thought it was going to be, but what matters is that we beat it, and the fact that you made it this far into the video makes it all worth it for me. If you want to see more runs like these, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. It helps with YouTube's algorithms and helps the channel a lot. I also read all my comments and love hearing your guys' ideas for future runs. If you want to support me more directly, consider becoming a channel member. 99 cents gets you videos a day early and also supports me so I can get videos out faster for everyone. I'll have my Discord, Twitter, and Twitch channel where I stream these runs, all linked in the description, along with the socials of Mango Soda, who created this absolutely awesome thumbnail art. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. So a while back I made a video where I tried to beat Borderlands 2 with only the fastball, and that was actually pretty fun. And since my last challenge video's ad revenue barely paid for the resulting therapy sessions, I thought it might be a good idea to have a nice, fun, and wholesome run. So today we're going to try and answer, can you beat Borderlands the pre-sequel with only the snowball? Now before you guys ask, yes, I just said I was playing the pre-sequel for fun. I know I dunk on this game a lot, but if I'm being honest, it's my second favorite game of the series, right next to Borderlands 2. The third being Tiny Tina's One-Shot Adventure. You know the standalone game that's just the BL2 Tina DLC? Yeah, that one. Anyway, jokes aside, let me tell you the rules. We'll be trying to beat Ultimate Vault Hunter mode at level 70 with no bar and no guns allowed. We are going to be playing as Jack the Doppelganger, and his action skill is kinda allowed, but I'll go over that more in a bit. And most importantly, the snowball is the only grenade we're allowed to use. As for the other gear, we have a pretty normal shield, a level 1 Oz kit so that we can abuse slams, and the best main class mod for grenade damage, and 5 extra points in just compensation, which makes grenade damage higher for every grenade ammo I'm missing. Here's a quick peek at the build. I feel like I had a lot of extra skill points, so if anything seems out of whack here, it's probably because it is. I'll explain the important skills as we go, so let's get into the run. We arrive at Helios and immediately start doing what you would expect. Beaming these doll guys with nice, wholesome, totally not packed with ice and gunpowder, snowballs. Also, as one would expect, we ran out of ammo pretty fast. Compared to Axton and the fastball, we seem to be at a major disadvantage. We only get half the ammo, and we can't throw snowballs while in Fight for Your Life. But I'm here to say, both those problems are only half wrong. Thanks to the skill Jack's Cash, we get a free grenade for every 4 kills we get. And since we're spec'd into leadership as well, every time a Digijack dies, it counts as a kill. So if we activate our action skill and immediately cancel it, we can farm ourselves up a free grenade. Mind you, I cannot get actual ammo like this, I just get a free throw when I have 4 stacks built up. Another thing we can do after using our action skill is activate On My Mark, which makes the Digijacks throw a copy of my grenade mod at the bad guys. And let me tell you, these guys were surprisingly good at hitting their throws. Like sometimes they would just whiff, but other times they were super coordinated and would just destroy extra enemies I didn't even target. Anyway, lacking ammo isn't an issue anymore. But now what if I go into Fight for Your Life? Well, thanks to Potential, I'm allowed to spawn my Digijacks while in Fight for Your Life. And I can also mark a target for them to throw a snowball at and get up that way, or hope that one of my Jacks dies. Because leadership can also get me second wins. And the most important skill of the build, Inspire, which makes Jack occasionally inspire us with words of greatness.
Everybody, you're looking super handsome.
Let's go. Honorable mention to promote the ranks, which would have made super Digijacks that might have boosted grenade damage, but they're kinda bugged out and don't throw grenades properly. Yeah, Gearbox kinda dropped the ball in this one. Since the Digijacks kind of have a mind of their own, they will occasionally shoot the bad guys with their wrist lasers. This didn't really have any effect on the gameplay because they're usually only out for a few seconds. So if anyone's salty because I used the Digijacks during this run, first off, stop being anti-fun. And second, the run would be impossible without them since I kinda need the ammo. Anyway, after dealing with these guys, we had to fight one of the several pyromaniacs in the Borderlands series, this one being named Flame Knuckle. Now if this was Pokemon, we would be pretty screwed right now. If this was Borderlands 3, he would be pretty screwed right now. But this is TPS, so the fight was pretty fair. Jack was super helpful with distracting him, so I was even able to fend off any extra troops that were flying in. Also during the fight, I used a little bit of RNG manipulation to get more ammo drops from the containers. So if you're below, I believe, 1/3 of your maximum ammo with any type, you are more likely to get that ammo type from ammo crates. So if we had 3 or less ammo, we could open up the crates and get more ammo than usual. Constantly having a low supply grenades is kinda good since we're spec'd into that just compensation skill, so we're getting the best value for our chucks. After we busted Flame Knuckles' power suit, Jack helped me finish him off. Right after that, we got moonshot down to the moon and met Janie Springs. We needed to help her take out Deadlift. Deadlift tried to take her out, on a date that is, and when she said she wasn't into guys, he got all mad and stole her Moonzumi key, which we need to get to Concordia. If the Borderlands 2 players are confused, Concordia is just Sanctuary, but on the moon. Anyway, with a little bit of inspiration from Zarpedon, I guess, we set off on our journey to beat Deadlift in a snowball fight. But first, we had to take care of a bunch of his lackeys. My favorite part about using this grenade mod is that every time you kill a scav... Uh-oh, looks like the Borderlands 2 players are confused again. Okay, scavs are just bandits, but on the moon. Anyway, every time you kill a scav with a snowball, they get launched and literally break orbit. For real, they don't come back down. The scavs were getting so messed up by my snowballs that they eventually decided to chill out. We can finally fight Deadlift, and there's a lot more on the line than you think. This run was still on its first life, and when I'm on my first life, my focus and skill are tenfold, because I make diamonds under pressure. Just, don't quote me on that if you watch the last run, okay? Deadlift is like the Captain Flint of the pre-sequel. He's got enough annoying and unfair mechanics to absolutely torture you during your first playthrough. Talking electrifying the floor, homing blue balls, stop laughing that's not funny, evasive maneuvers, and a lot of minions to keep you on edge. Lucky for us, I know this guy's patterns pretty well and went straight for the safety stairs. Right here you have access to cover, you have an escape route, and the stairs don't get electrified. Patience was key to winning this fight. Well, that and a little Matrix-style dodging in order to get all the ammo crates in the arena. After some close calls, we finally broke his shield, and the rest was history. Still a one life, baby, whoa! Anyway, we got the Moonzumi station working and carefully jumped the scap. There are 3 jumps in this game that are very wonky and will punish you with death if you mess them up. The next one being on the way to Concordia. My first death being a cliff would be super cringe, so I made sure to hit this carefully. Right as we get into town, the cop claptrap was trying to give us a ticket, and I didn't appreciate that too much. Anyway, we got shafted by the Marif, that's an elevator joke, and Roland was busy dealing with the secondhand embarrassment of Lilith doing the hokey pokey on the dance floor, so there was only one thing left that could solve our loneliness.
Looking for me, sugar?
What? No, not Moxie. I'm talking about a monster inhale style and some inspiring words from Crazy Earl himself. After we hijacked some cellular towers and found the location of the jamming signal, we were off to Crisis Scar to shut it down so we could get Jack off of Helios. I was going to pick a cool icy looking skin for our car, but noticed that this one was literally my outro catchphrase, so I couldn't pass it up. Scavtrap said I had to show my worthiness of joining Red Belly's gang in order to get in, but I had a different idea. Second option, let me in. So the Darksiders were our next target. One of the main bosses here ended up dropping a Jacko cannon. Not sure if it was because we were playing as Jack or the fact that it was October at the time, but I'm willing to bet it was both. Anyway, after killing all the edgy guys, we finally were allowed into Crisis Scar. We were blowing right through Red Belly's defenses. That was until this super bad mugger showed up. To my knowledge, the scaling in Ultimate Vault Hunter mode is a lot different in this game than in Borderlands 2. I'm pretty sure every enemy gets their health boosted, but big guys get a bigger boost. So this info's from the wiki, so definitely take it with a grain of salt. But according to them, normal enemies get a 1.5 times health and shield boost from True Vault Hunter mode to Ultimate Vault Hunter mode, and big guys get a 2.5 times boost to their health and a 3.5 times boost to their shields. So these guys are pretty tanky. I had to make sure I played smart and farmed my grenades safely. After killing Mugger number 1, I had to also kill Mugger number 2. Luckily, my mans fell right into my trap and I was able to get an early chunk of his health out of the way before I let the boys put the ice on him. We also ended up bullying the local grade schoolers, and that was pretty fun. And after that, we were off to fight Red Belly. The game made this pretty easy for me. Why farm up nades with Digijacks when I could just walk over to this vendor and trade all the loot I found for some more? We had a couple close calls early on, but Red and Belly split up, which allowed me to gang up on them one-on-one. Belly was a scary powerhouse who dropped us a striker, and Red was just kind of AFK for the most part. After we dealt with them, we shut down the jamming signal, got skimmed out of our moonstones by this chest, and found out the Marif was working for the bad guys. We started interrogating him, and he said Dahl was making him do it. So I was like, don't worry man, just be cool. Anyway, we were gonna let the Marif live, but he tried to kill Jack and started Jack's lifelong murderous trust issues. Now that Jack was rescued, we needed to start building an army to take Helios back. I tried using the snowball to put the door code in and was a little spooked when it didn't work, but I was able to just use the interact button to punch in the door code, so the run doesn't end here. Janie Springs helped us get a new vehicle. This one can fly, kinda, so I wasn't about to trust it with my life. A cool trick you could do with the Stingray is to boost up a little bit, press the slam key, and then boost again as you bounce to get more height for your jump. I was a bit rusty, so I took a couple of minutes to make sure I got this, because holy crap, how am I still alive? I don't know if the snowball is just that good, or the pre-sequel is just too easy, or if Jack is too OP, or what. Actually, you know what? I think it's just definitely Jack being too OP. Anyway, after meeting Pickle, we set off to get a military AI from the bosun. I had to do a bunch of annoying things to get to his ship, but for the most part, I was ballin'. And by ballin', I mean bawling my friggin' eyes out, because I finally died.
Back. Beam him. No! No!
Soldier, be tall or be dead. Now pick again.
For some reason, the guy that killed me shrunk after I respawned and was easier to kill, so that's pretty neat. After a few close calls and dying again because I went down right as I hit a jump pad, we managed to get the methane flowing again so that we could get across this lava lake. Waiting for us on the other side were a bunch of cheaters, and I didn't like that too much, but I wasn't exactly playing fair either. The first thing we needed to do was destroy the bosun's engine, which was a bit tricky. The snowballs would go right through the thing we needed to hit, so I had to bounce the snowballs off other surfaces and have them explode close enough to the power stabilizers to deal damage. I just thought that was pretty weird. Oh, also, turns out the one mugger I thought shrunk didn't shrink at all, cause I found him here. Homie was screaming at me a lot, something about how could I do that to his son or something, not really sure what that was all about, but he seemed pretty mad. He got his revenge, and he was even fighting honorably using a snowball himself, and I barely had enough energy left to fight Poop Deck after. Stink.
What's wrong with you, my love?
Anyway, the bosun fight was up next and I had a game plan. First off, we had to take out his shield regen turrets because there was no way I was going to be able to farm grenades fast enough to outdamage them. And step 2 was to just let him have it. Me and the lads made an absolute hailstorm for him. Shields resist cryo damage, so that slowed us down a bit. But once he lost his shield, I found a plethora of grenades and the lads and I finished him off. Now that we had a military grade AI, we just needed an army to go with it. As we were fighting our way through the torque-infested robot factory, we came across Gladstone, aka the inventor of the toaster, aka the inventor of the blue toaster, aka the man that sent me to the gulag too many times! Okay, sorry about that pent-up rage. Anyway, he's going to help us create the constructor bot, which is good for us right now, but absolutely tragic for my Borderlands 2 runs. Once inside, I found a very obnoxious mugger who kept lighting me on fire. Guess it was super effective after all because Mans killed me 4 times before I beat him. Pretty sure these guys are to blame for most of my deaths this run, and this guy alone was responsible for half of them. Because of his fire weapon, not being in a vacuum sucked. Well, being in a vacuum would suck, but in a more literal sense, I guess. Anyway, after I realized getting lit on fire hurts and kills me, I played it safer and finally killed him. After we performed the first ever cryogenic castration, we were finally able to get the power on and start making our constructor bot. Step 1 was to create the eye of the constructor. By combining a bunch of other eyeballs from these guys who can't see where they're going, that might be counterintuitive. Step 2 was to secure the main body. Step 3 was to calibrate the turrets. To do so, they need to kill 12 bad guys themselves, and their damage is kinda bad. So this part took way too friggin' long. It seems no matter what game I play, turrets always seem to slow me down. Why did they spawn bad? Step 4 was to get the legs. Felicity was going to pilot the robot we were going to steal them from. Her health bar was dropping, and I was kinda curious to see what happens if she lost all her health, but she kinda killed everything too fast for me to find out. And just like that, the constructor was made. And this time, it was on our side. Oh, come on, I gotta fight a constructor in this game too? Okay, so this fight can get bad quickly if we don't manage our resources properly. Felicity often spawns 2 surveyors to aid her in battle. One that repairs her, and one that makes her invulnerable to damage. The protective bubble can be annoying, but the repair surveyor is where the issue starts to come up. If we can't gain our ammo back fast enough to keep up with the spawning of drones and repairs, we won't be able to take her down. A little bit of multitasking was needed to win this fight. I wanted to make sure my ammo was as low as possible, so that just compensation would make my throws as strong as they could be. And also, so that ammo containers would give me more ammo altogether. I was doing this while also farming up ammo with my Digijacks and having them throw their snowballs. Did I just describe the strategy I've been using for the whole run, but more dramatic? Yeah, pretty much. For real though, I needed to first try the boss, otherwise I would have to reset the map to fill all my ammo containers again. Luckily, I don't think Felicity has the 95% grenade damage reduction like constructors do in Borderlands 2, so that's good at least. I was running out of ammo crates, but luckily I managed to get her into her final phase right as that happened, so I didn't have to worry about any more surveyors. So my objective was to just survive. I just needed to farm up snowballs and make sure that these guys didn't pick up any guns. After a long fight, we finally got Felicity to short circuit and rejoin our side. As a reward, Jack gave me another Jacko cannon. I guess that's a moment of all time. Now that we had our army, it was time to retake Helios. The first place we wanted to retake is Jack's office, and we needed the help of Claptrap to get in. I was in my element here, quite literally, since Claptrap somehow made a snowstorm on a space station. Hey doll guys, freeze! Fighting the trained military soldiers felt a lot easier than fighting the dumb scavs for some reason, so getting to Jack's office was a breeze. Our next goal was to save Gladstone again along with his other buddies. Nothing too interesting here, just waiting for the scientists to open doors, oh my god! Anyway, after I saved them all, I took a quick pee break and everyone played Among Us without me. Pretty sure all the scientists got ejected, and so did I, because next thing I knew I was flying through the veins of Helios making sure I didn't fall into the endless depths of space. Zarpedon almost got me with her mischievous tomfoolery. After blowing some stuff up though, we managed to get out of that nightmare fuel area. The last spot before our fight with Zarpedon was the lunar launching station. Here we needed to disable a force field in order to pass. I defused all the power cells without blowing them up because I'm very good at this game and I would never make a mistake like that. After that, all I had to do was survive a few waves of some extremely casual bad guys. Lucky for me, I was able to activate some gun loaders to distract them. At this point, I was ready to fight a tough boss, and I didn't have the patience to wait for the shock field to go down or the patience to wait for Jack to hop on the elevator. Zarpedon was going down. If she was going to set traps for me, I was going to set traps for her. I had 2 things going for me during this fight. Number 1 was Jack distracting Zarpedon, and 2 was that ammo crates would continuously spawn during the fight. I also had 2 things going against me during this fight. First off, cryo damage on Zarpedon's big shield was doing very little damage, and 2, she can get her shield back pretty much instantly. On the bright side, this is the pre-sequel run where I finally figured out how her shield recharge move works. If you pay attention here, you can see that Zarpedon is draining the power cores from the floor, and when she is done, it breaks and she can't use that same power core again, which means she will eventually run out of recharges. During this fight, she used all 6 of her charges before committing to trying to kill Jack. To be specific, the real Jack, not the fake one or the fake ones. Without her shield, it was only a matter of time before I found enough grenades to take her down. It was now time for phase 2 of the fight. 0.8 seconds into this part of the fight, I get distracted by an orange loot beam and snag the ZX one drop from her power suit. I know all 12 pre-sequel players are mad right now that I got the designated drop from the one-time kill. After that, I started trying to fight Zarpedon, but geez man, she knows how to dodge. I feel like my accuracy went from good to bad so freaking quick. I feel like she was standing still trying to fight Jack and I was still missing. This phase also introduces a bunch of ascended doll soldiers, and at this point it was too chaotic to keep track of anything at all. All I could do was run around like a chicken with my head cut off and hope to find some grenades so that I could miss SUBATHON some more. I think Jack was the MVP for this fight, honestly. Still talking about the real one. Pretty sure he did more damage than me, but on the bright side, I can make all the pre-sequel players even angrier with this prismatic bulwark, another designated drop off a one-time kill. By the way, the save file with all the cool gear I found throughout the run will be in the description down below if you want it. Now that the bad guy was beaten and we had the Eye of Helios / Destroyer and its inspiration bestowed upon us, we could finally go to the vault. Feel like I'm missing something important? Probably not. Anyway, Virago Solitude was very short. The game played this cutscene for the Guardians, but also gave me the option to just run right past them. I don't know why they gave him a cutscene if it's not a required fight. Also not a required fight was this guy who surrendered. Snowball fighting etiquette is to spare anyone who surrenders, so I let him go. Unless... RK5 aka Romkampfjet Mark V aka Bootleg Bunker was our next boss to take down, and our most challenging one yet. Not only was ammo scarce, but hitting RK5 was really tough since it's usually way out of our range. My Digijax also had a lot of trouble landing shots on it, so I tried to use them to kill off the waves of churros? Also had to deal with a few more cheaters during this fight. Much like Felicity, if I were to die during this fight, I would have to save quit to reset all the ammo crates, or I'd just be making the fight a lot harder than it needed to be. My best bet with this fight was to fight Flyer with Flyer. There are 2 jump pads on this map that gave me a great deal of mobility. On top of getting me out of sticky situations, they also helped me farm up grenades, because Digijax die if they're too far away from you. Our game plan was to conserve our ammo best we could, and only throw snowballs if we were sure we could land the shots. There's one attack where RK5 gets really low to the ground, and I was able to land most of my shots when he did this maneuver. This boss fight ended up killing me 4 times before I managed to get a winning fight, and that winning fight required me to dodge bad guys and bomb strikes for 30 minutes. As a reward, the game gave me a Boomacorn. Was a little scared I was going to get another Jacko Cannon, but that would never happen. Now that RK5 was out of the way, I was allowed to do the pre-sequels version of the whole % speedrun. After that, we finally made it to the vault and we were ready to reap our reward. Oh, come on, dude! Anyway, after some inspiration from Tina, yeah, I'm not sure how that one worked either, and fighting off whatever the heck this thing is, it was finally time to fight the Sentinel. Just kidding, I went to Moxie's bar and got one of those drinks for 30 minutes of damage reduction because I knew this fight was going to take a while. The Sentinel is a 7-phase fight, but it has always been fair. This time around, I was really able to take advantage of his bullet deflecting move by simply not using bullets. However, the 3rd phase was an ice phase, so my damage really dropped off and it took a while. But the game plan was pretty much the same. The big Sentinel was a bit more tricky to deal with. Instead of just running around in circles, I had to play an elaborate game of the floor is lava. I also had to make sure I was nailing this guy in the head, because my grenades weren't doing damage otherwise. We had a lot of close calls during this fight, and towards the end we were running low on damage reduction. This is also where the Sentinel started doing some really cursed strats. I don't know exactly what was happening. All I knew is that I was taking knockback constantly. I think he knew the end was near, so he was trying to get me as far away from him as possible. It wasn't gonna work though. In the end, he set himself up for the perfect trick shot, which means you can beat Borderlands the pre-sequel with only the snowball. Before we go, I just wanted to say thank you so much for watching up to this point. I know this wasn't the hardest run in the world, but I had a lot of fun this time around. If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, subscribe, hit the bell, and all that good stuff. I do read all my comments and love hearing your guys' kind words and ideas for future runs. If you want to support me more directly, consider becoming a channel member. 99 cents gets you videos a day early, and the support also helps me get videos out faster for everyone. I'll have links to my Discord, Twitter, and Twitch channel where I stream these runs in the description. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. Pandora's always been a lawless place, but what if we wanted to bring some order to this wasteland of a planet? Today we ask, can you beat Borderlands 2 as a sheriff's posse? To start, let me tell you what exactly this challenge is. First off, the basic rules. We will attempt to beat the game at Overpower 10 Ultimate Vault Hunter mode. To the new Borderlands recruits, that pretty much just means the hardest difficulty and everything is 10 levels higher than us. Also, bar will not be allowed during this run. On to the fun stuff. I will play as the sheriff and the others will be my deputies. The challenge is mostly centered around these badges, therefore I will be running Jacob's pistols while the deputies run Jacob's shotguns. The badges also provide us with a little extra fight for your lifetime based on how many deputy badges are equipped on the team. So I get an extra 60% while everyone else got an extra 30. And for the real kicker, if at any point the sheriff dies, that's me, I must save quit and reset the map. This means my survival is of the utmost importance. Last thing before we get started, I'll show you all the rest of the gear and builds. We all have a basic shield and low-level grenade mod just for slagging purposes, and in the comm slot, I will be running the legendary Titan for tankiness, and the deputies will be running the legendary Gunzerker comms for some DPS and longer Gunzerk duration. Here are the builds so that all the Sal mains can go make me cry in the comment section. For the deputies, I pretty much gave them an AI-generated Deputy Sal build. They all have 2 shotguns out instead of the usual Grog and Lady Fist in the main hand, so I had to change some stuff to compensate for that. As for the Sheriff build, I decided to suffer a bit and not give myself too much DPS, but on the other hand, I have the most deadly seal combo in the game. That's right baby, we're bringing the Stinky back. I put the Stinky on him. Okay, now with all that out of the way, let's introduce the posse. With my trained deputies, wait, you guys are trained, right? Raise your hand if you played Deputy Sal before. Okay, raise your hand if you've ever played Sal before. Oh god, what did I get myself into? Anyway, we started clearing out Tutorial Town and found that 6 shotguns all going off at once not only drops me to what I'm guessing was 30 frames per second, but it's also pretty funny to listen to. Oh my god, hearing all the Jacob shotguns go off, dude. Not too many issues came up here, and honestly, we kind of rolled the place. Anyway, we saved Hamulok and set off to take on Boom Boom. Along the way, we discovered that the accuracy and range of the shotguns was going to be the deputy's biggest challenge. Well, besides making sure my clumsy butt doesn't fall off a cliff or something, of course. I had a feeling that this would be an issue, so I made sure to give everyone 5 in insight and busts that can't slow down, so that we could get into the enemy's faces quickly and also rush to each other's aid in case we went down. Mix that with the fact that our bleed out timer is super long because of our badges, and the fact that you can fire your left gun while reviving, you get a strat that just might get us through this game. The plan for Boom Boom was to let me take the Cheese Bowl fight with my lower DPS while my deputies handled the other boom. They did a great job, but on my end, I was having some trouble. Luckily, Deputy Lucas came in and helped kick Boom Boom out of his turret. I didn't have much ammo to help with this fight, so I decided to promote myself to Medic Sheriff GASMASK and just help that way. I started to run back so I could top off my pistols, and the lads accidentally let all of the outlaws out by blowing up the gate, so I made the call to go in and risk it for my homies like they would for me. This time around, I knew I couldn't revive everyone in time, so I made sure to slag everything I could so that they had a chance to get themselves up, earning me another promotion to Support Medic Sheriff GASMASK. Anyway, we dealt with the very thrusty bad guys, and we all made it out of this fandango alive. And then Queen Knight did the bleed out any % speedrun on accident while trying to save me, so that was hella depressing. Oh, this is a perfect time to point out that the death counter will only count my deaths. If you need an explanation on why, just go check out our other co-op challenge. I'm sure that will clear everything up for you. Anyway, after many armpit moistening battles and stinky plays, we made it to Flint. Initial results showed that this fight was going to be super tough. After a lot of really scary close calls, we retreated and went to make a game plan. We decided that we should just go in and milk the fight for your life timer and just spam shotguns at ankle biting range, while I would try and stay back and deal damage from a distance. I really didn't want to cheese Flint by punching him off his arena again. Flint, however, never forgot that day, and he came for his revenge.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh my
No!
gosh.
No!
That was pretty scary, honestly. Anyway, you probably want to see Flint die, so here's the clip of that.
Lock of me. When I get gas locked.
Oh my god, who's resing me?
Yeah. Oh, he was getting real close though.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh my
Whoa,
god,
we
you
did
guys
it!
did it. Okay.
Pretty wacky, right? Nah, for real though. As soon as I fell off, the deputies all grouped up and did some kind of triangle attack and milked their fight for your life timers like we had planned. This fight provided me with another promotion to useless support medic gas mask. Whoa, wait, what? Wait, that doesn't sound... Anyway, we hopped on a boat and found ourselves in Three Horns, where I got my real promotion of support medic Sheriff Gas Mask, the Bullymong Whisperer.
Oh, sorry. Darn it. Amanda
You make a
Scooter
run for it?
controls
I know.
these casualties.
Ow.
He may be short a few chromosomes, but he's a savant
Hey.
when it comes to vehicles. He's locked the
Don't say
station
that
to
about
prevent the bandits from
Lucas confiscated the keys to a car, and I decided to doll it up with some Jacobs logos. In order to get into Sanctuary, we had to help Corporal Reese and get a new power core for the shield generator. I have like almost no knowledge on the ranking system, so I don't know if him being a corporal means he was higher or lower rank than a sheriff, but all I knew was that the rules only cared if I died. Superior or not, I still made sure to tell the deputies to kill the 20 bandits to avenge him like we always do. Anyway, after not being able to afford the best gun in the game and forgetting everything that happened at Sanctuary, we went to Frostburn Canyon. I usually speedrun to the end of this place, but this time I got to do it with the homies. I decided not to play it safe and go for the spike jump skip since my deputies have been really good at not letting me die so far. Let's see if they can save me from a cliff, am I right? Anyway, fun fact, still never missed this jump, and I'm going to keep attempting it until I do. So we found Lilith and started fighting off the psychos with her. I couldn't kill a single bandit here. But then Tom recommended that I try killing 2 instead and everything started to work out. So since we're in... Oh my god, Lilith, shut the... Wait, actually, Lilith, this is the perfect time to use that one-liner. Holy crap. Okay, Lilith, we'll let you slide on that one. Back to what I was saying. Since we're in co-op, enemies have a lot more health, and in some instances, spawns are a lot different. If some of you guys remember the friendship run, you might remember we had to take on 12 big psychos as opposed to the usual 3 that spawned due to 4-player co-op scaling. If that doesn't ring a bell, you're probably new and should subscribe and check out the rest of my channel for some good laughs. Anyway, why slowly whittle down a bunch of health bars when you could just put the stinky on them? Big guys were a bit tougher, but they're definitely killable. I think I was getting a little cocky and a little loopy though, because I started acting up. The sticky on them. 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 Yeah, not sure why I said that or even what it means, but I think it's safe to blame some sort of insanity. Yeah, so I ended up dying and restarting this whole fight twice because I got counter stinkied. And yes, I did do the spike skip again both times. Honestly, I didn't mind though because I got this crazy stinky clip.
Howdy, boys.
Yeet.
Oh, Lilith! No! Lilith was saved and now it was time to rescue Roland. We needed to get a new car to fool the Bloodshots, but then I realized that cowboys don't use cars, they use horses, and since we didn't have any of those, we had to fight the bandit technicals on foot. These darned horseless carriages ended up destroying Deputy Lucas early on, but after we got rid of the big one, we destroyed all the cars we needed, and then another car came up and ran me over. Joke's on them though, they just saved me a trip of running through the dust. Up next was the Badma fight, and we came prepared with a plan.
Go? Here we go?
Yes! The only problem with this strat is that Badma kinda took the key we need with him, so we had to re-enter the map to get the key to show up somewhere reachable. It was now time to fight through the Bloodshot Dam, or as I like to call it, Cowardsville. Using our finely tuned coordination skills, we were able to combat the cowardice of these guys by simply punching them closer to homies that needed revives. Feel like there are a lot more enemies in here than usual, probably because of the 4-player co-op scaling and whatnot, but we were keeping each other alive. Mad Mike and his toilet room were the last things I was worried about here, but there was nothing a little teamwork couldn't handle.
He's standing by the fence. Can you do
Combo?
something here? No.
Somehow we turned one of the worst mobbing sections in the game into a really fun fight by putting the Stinky on so many bandits.
It's stinky.
Lucas even styled on Mad Mike in the end.
Looking at me. Oh, nice.
Oh my. Oh, I got him.
Oh, you got him. Let's go.
After that, we just had to run to Roland and then get stressed out about this toaster we had to fight. I'm willing to bet that some of you guys don't know that the Warden can actually take Roland to the Hyperion Friendship Gulag if you take too long to rescue him. If you didn't know, don't feel bad, that just means you're good at the game. Anyway, I wasn't sure if dying and the resulting save quit would cause us to automatically go to the Gulag, so I had even more to stress about than usual. So running through the dam was pretty scary. We all went down a few times and there were very few spots where we were actually safe. Deputies Tom and Queen Knight made it there before Lucas and I, and then I noticed that the Warden was already spawned and the clock was already ticking. I ordered them to rush in and await our backup. Moments later, I made it to the fight and single-handedly saved everyone from the big bad scary toaster with no help from Tom whatsoever. No gulag for us, baby. Anyway, after clearing out all the loaders and saving Roland, our next job was to meet Tina and Mordo and help them with a good old-fashioned train robbery. That might sound like we're breaking the law, but I'm the sheriff and I make the rules and I say it's legal. Anyway, after roasting up some critters, we confiscated some TNT from the local bandits and we blew up the train in a safe and controlled manner. It was the end of the line, and Wilhelm wasn't going down without a fight. A long, cursed fight. The plan was simple. Loaders were going to be our priority 1 enemies until Wilhelm ran out of troops. Priority 2 for the deputies was going after Wilhelm himself, since they had all of our DPS. While priority 2 for me was dealing with the surveyors, since I had the accuracy to deal with them better. We were able to put the Stinky on some of the loaders, but a couple of Stinky-proof big loaders really drained all our ammo and grenades. And then, something extremely cursed happened. Something I could only imagine would come from my worst nightmares. Something so unheard of and absurd that I still don't believe it happened, even though I see it with my own 2 eyes. This was the incident.
Well, you though.
What? There's a badass constructor.
Constructor?
Why is it so small?
There's 2 of them.
What is going on?
Hi.
Yeah, bro, every time I think back to this fight, I genuinely feel like it's a fabricated memory. Like, even watching the footage right now, while editing, I feel like Ashton Kutcher's just gonna walk around the corner and tell me I got punked or something. Like, I still don't believe this happened. The fight was hard, and I had to really focus so that I didn't die. But, like, it only took 8 minutes to kill Wilhelm. I've had runs where I'm getting bodied by him for hours, and I have never seen these cursed baby turret toaster crossbred abominations in my life. The game really seen this and was like, oh, okay, let me help you out with that. I don't know if this is another co-op spawn thing going on or whatever, but what really has me baffled is that even with no ammo, and my mental state so shattered by what my eyes were perceiving, we actually survived the whole fight. What the fuck is even going on right now? Who am I? How am I?
Baby constructors aren't real, they can't hurt you.
After I save quit to make sure I didn't have any mods running, we made it back to Sanctuary, and never mind, it's flying now. That's a problem. So we had to go through the fridge and try not to get ambushed by all the lowlifes dwelling there. Big emphasis on try here because I ended up dying. Deputy Tom was at the end of the map ready to travel, but we all went down, and hitting rats in general is just not easy. So here was where I had my first bleed out death. And honestly, I'm pretty proud of my deputies for lasting this long. Well, except for Lucas, because this rat picked my pockets twice and Lucas tried to snatch up all the money when he died, and I didn't appreciate that. On the way to the beacon, Alyssa challenged the bridge to a duel, and she was all like, draw! And then the bridge drew, but not in the fun cowboy way, so we all had to take the elevator thing. Well, this one goes sideways, so maybe we call it a horizontal? Editor, don't take that joke out of the script. Also, don't record yourself reading this. This isn't part of the script. Oh, come on, not again. Anyway, there were some close calls fighting the loaders before the gluttonous Thresher fight, and that fight didn't go too well either. The deputies barely killed it before I bled out, so resetting the map did not mean we had to do the fight over, so that was nice at least. Also, I'm a bozo and missed this death, so add 1 to whatever you see from here on out. Jumping over to Overlook, we set up the beacon and stood ready for the waves of loaders coming our way. And by ready, I mean I was buying ammo right as they were dropping in. I was kinda hoping the game would realize we seen 2 more toasters than we should have so far and that they wouldn't send in more, but surprise surprise, hope is useless when it comes to gas mask challenge runs. This was a tough fight. Other than Lucas redeeming himself after the whole fridge fiasco, we were getting real close to losing. We tried our best to keep the beacon alive, but it got destroyed 8 times and just became invincible, which is good for our progress, but harsh on our pride. Also harsh on our pride was the escape we had to pull off. Usually you can teleport away as soon as you choose a location, but in co-op there's this 5-second timer, and if one of you guys go down, it's just like, no, and makes you stay there in pain. After the 6th attempt at escaping, we made it to the dust. Yep, I was like literally anywhere but here, please. Up next was the dreaded preserve. This is a big map, which means a death would make us lose a lot of progress and make us do a lot of the mobbing over again. I also made it a rule that we had to take out the loot homies in a 4v4 in order to progress, just to make it a little bit more challenging. Our first obstacle of wounding loaders was pretty easy since we could all focus on different baddies. We all probably went down like a dozen times at this little dock area, but we managed to set each other up with revives really well actually. Pomone and Toomba showed up after that to torture us, and attempts to kill them proved to be useless, so we decided that those guys were not our problem. Instead, we bullied this loot homie we found on the way to the other loot homies. The primary mobbing section here was chaotic. Fighting the stalkers here felt like fighting a Minecraft Enderman with a bow. Shooting won't help you, you're gonna have to whack them with it. Anyway, after dealing with those guys, the ultimate loader was surprisingly easy to take down, and now it was time for the 4v4 with the... Hey, yo, Queen, wait, we're not ready yet, oh my god. Oh, brother, dude. Okay, so I was afraid that this would happen, so I made sure to grab the feather so that we could respawn near the creature slaughter dome instead of at the very beginning of the map, so that lessened the blow. So after that, we did all the mobbing again, re-killed the loot dudes, got a stalker, participated in a stinky conga line, killed all the mobs again, killed the loot dudes again, got a storm again. Wait, no, that was the first time that happened, right? Anyway. Died again. Yeah, so this map really friggin' sucks, dude. Even with all these deaths, I'm pretty sure we're still on record pace for a preserve run. 4th time was the charm, and we finally had a run that got to Bloodwing, and we needed to make it count. So I fueled up to maximize our chances for survival. The last time the 4 of us tackled Bloodwing together, she brought a homie of her own in the form of a jet loader loot homie. This time though, she had nobody to back her. Okay, now, hold up, wait a minute, let's talk about this. Besides that scary factor, Bloodwing was in for a fight. She thought the sky would be safe, but from my point of view, all the pellets in the air made it look like someone snuck in a conference call to the fight. And it didn't take long before Bloodwing made the mistake of landing, and we took her down. The Tubby dropped a legendary Gunzerker if anyone was wondering. Also, I have the save files with all the cool gear I found along the run in the description if anyone wants to try this for themselves. Everybody say cheese! After our 2.5 hours in the preserve, it was time to recruit Brick to the squad. I wanted to hire a temp deputy to help us out, but homie's helmet did not want to come off for the longest time. It eventually worked and we gave him the orders of punch the purple guys, and that plan was working for the most part. I mean, he was punching us and we weren't purple, but he was punching the purple guys too, so technically following orders. The big guy didn't take being fired too well, but he's the one who was forced into a temp job, so his fault. Anyway, after our initiation, we worked together to take the sarcastic slab over to a cliff to do exactly what you would expect us to do with the bad guy in a cliff.
Everybody on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Still going. Damn.
Oh my god, that...
Yeah, homie got launched. I'm pretty sure multiple of us hit him, so the knockback was just amplified, and I thought that was pretty cool. I won't go over to the combat here, I'll just show you guys the good parts.
Oh, Brick. Line me up, Brick.
What beacon's already gone? Oh, nice one.
Nice.
Thank you.
Up next was taking down the Jack Double. Into this part of the run, we straight up turned to assassins. The double didn't last 10 seconds against us. We took his lunch money and then we split up to all the kiosks and made it out of opportunity in only 3 minutes and 52 seconds. It was now time for the bunker raid. Right off the bat, I learned that Lucas and Queen Knight were both not Hyperion robots, but buzzards are for some reason because that makes sense. Anyway, Tom used the strat he learned from a very cool and handsome YouTuber to get the constructor to look at the wall, which makes us safe from his rockets. This made it super easy to abuse his crit spot as a squad. The dreaded baby turrets were up next. Luckily, bouncing Betty grenades shoot bullets, which do hit these guys. For anyone new to the game or the channel, these guys are glitched and straight up don't take any splash damage at all. On top of that, they don't have a crit spot and they also have an ungodly amount of health regen, so these guys can be pretty annoying. This time around, however, we kinda lucked out. The third obstacle in our way was the big toaster. The useful strat of just standing behind the thing wasn't working as good as it usually did. The deputies were dying and having trouble making it back up the mountain. I also had to scale the mountain again due to personal reasons.
He's looking at the stick.
He almost
he did die
folded.
though.
I gotta finish the job. Sorry, guys.
Wow.
Okay, I'm coming back up. After about 10 minutes of struggling, we managed to all meet up and finally took it down. The final obstacle before the bunker was Face McShooty, who volunteered for death via firing squad. While we sit here and spam at him, I guess I'll give you a cool history lesson. Did you know that in old-timey firing squads, only one person in the firing squad would have an actual bullet? They did this so that the men in the firing squad could find some solace in the fact that the rifle they fired likely had a blank in it and not an actual bullet inside. We, however, did not do any of that goofy stuff because we weren't even sure we could land a hit on him from this far. Oh, look, we got him. That was so fast. The bunker fight was upon us, and I definitely didn't die to something embarrassing again like a cliff. Anyway, we took out the turrets, the actual bunker fight started, and the first thing it did was try to assert its dominance with a friggin' T-pose. But it kinda backfired, because it just made it way easier to hit for all the deputies. So yeah, homie just started T-posing and kinda kept T-posing every time he flew up to us. We were all capable of hitting the broad side of a bunker, so this fight was actually pretty simple. Jack was hiding something in this mountain, and we were gonna get to the bottom of this. Up next was the Angel Core, and I was dreading this place. Even if you destroy one or two of the injectors, save quitting will reset the whole fight, so you have to do everything over again. So I was pretty stressed out about this part. I already don't pay these guys to do these runs with me, so I didn't want to make them suffer more than what they already have. You're not— Wait, Tom, no, don't leave! Anyway, after giving away my foreskins to persuade Tom to come back, we started the Angel Core fight. We devised an order of operations for which targets we were to prioritize. Ion loaders were at the top of our hit list, mainly because of their cheap bubble. When they bubble, every loader in the area starts running to it like the cowards they are. Lucky for us, Fistful of Hurt is a great counter to this because we can interrupt the process entirely. Up next are Angelic Guards. With no way to dismember these guys, it was important to take the tanky ones out first. And last on the list were gun loaders. One could argue that killing these guys off before the Angelic Guards would be better since you could get incoming damage off the table faster, but in reality, these guys were just our revive fodder for emergencies. War and super loaders are arguably less dangerous than the rest of these guys because of their big charge up duration and lack of mobility, and the turrets were usually the first thing taken out while the rest of the wave was still digistructing in. Our coordination was kinda at its peak in here. We were saving each other, setting up slag, and— Oh my god, Lilith. You had one chance and you overdid it. I'm never letting you slide again. You know what? Fuck you. Frickin' howdy, boys. Good. Anyway, we made it through Angel Core and tried to kill Jack in the cutscene to save Roland. Don't think it helped at all though, and we're pretty sure all we did was slag Roland, so whoops. The next day I came down with a cold, so my voice was pretty bad. Even though I took proper precaution by taking my cold medicine and drinking my tea, I wasn't going to be able to give out orders to my deputies. Which really didn't matter because they all know how to play the game and know what they're doing. Our next stop was Sawtooth Cauldron. There was a scary part where we had to fight off a few big nomads, but luckily they came with instructions, so we knew exactly what to do. The rest of the instructions weren't that clear, like Boombringer? I hardly know her. For real though, this part was really scary. The first time we got up here, we had to bail, and the second time I was deep behind enemy lines when Deputies Queen Knight and Lucas kicked the bucket. I thought it was done for, but Deputy Tom finally managed to land the grenade jump with his across the planet 600 ping. Oh, did I forget to mention that Tom is practically playing in the past and the future simultaneously? Rubber banding, never knowing what is real? Because that's what he has been putting up with for the whole run. Tom, when you watch this, thank you. Anyway, my hero arrived and we made it back to the elevator. Up top, we were the most coordinated that we ever were.
Got Alyssa. Yep.
Sure about that?
I thought I was reviving Alyssa. I'm so sorry.
Whoa, wait a minute. That was the wrong clip. Hold on.
I got you. Jump on, Lucas.
Thank you.
Hold on, is there a bandit to put the stink? Hold on, I want to put the stinky on him with Lucas on my head.
Yes. Can I punch him?
Yes!
Buzzards were actually pretty easy to take down because our nades stuck to them, so let's talk about the boneyard. I wanted to split up and hit all the pumping stations quick, but this one station has nothing but sergeant and ion loaders, so I wasn't about to go in alone. Glad I wasn't stubborn here because I definitely would have died instantly without my deputies. After barely escaping that with our lives, the rest of the boneyard went smoothly. We made it to the Badlands and decided that we weren't even gonna bother with Saturn. Deputies Lucas and Queen Knight went with me to grenade jump into the info stockade, while Tom hit the elevator checkpoint near Saturn for us. With our coordination, we were quickly in and out and finally on our way to the vault. After some quick mobbing at the claptrap door, I decided that I was just going to speedrun Heroes Pass. Well, minus the speed and the running part. Finally at the vault, we said screw the elevator, we want to fight Jack now. We dropped his shield pretty quickly, but that was but a small fraction of this fight. Not only was his health tanky because of 4-player difficulty, but this time around he kept teleporting away and spawning a bunch of these shield surveyors. Now this doesn't sound like that big of an issue, but Jack's health regen is kinda busted, so if he is suddenly invincible and on the other side of the map, it gives him plenty of time to get his health back. Even though we were doing significant damage, the fight still took about 15 minutes just because the absurd amount of coward strats Jack was pulling off. For reference, here's a clip of us dealing about half of his health in roughly 10 seconds, just to show how bad his health regen is, along with the coward strats. Anyway, we eventually took him down, and the warrior fight was up next. Let me tell you our detailed plan to make sure we got through this fight. Step 1, shoot the warrior. Step 2, until it dies. The warrior can be a pretty tough fight with its massive flame attack range and massive tail slams. Luckily, with all the defense stats I've built up though, I was handling the attacks pretty well. During the fight, we also managed to screw up so badly that one of the Crystalisks became invincible. Crystalisk? More like crystal-less, am I right? Anyway, it wasn't too long before the warrior couldn't fight any longer. And with it defeated, we now know. You can beat Borderlands 2 as a sheriff's posse. Hey, hold up, don't go yet. It's bonus content time, guys. Jack and the warrior might be dead, but there's still one threat to our lawful land that needs to be handled. I'm talking about the imposter who calls herself the Sheriff of Lynchwood. That's right, this town isn't big enough for the 5 of us, so she had to go. We can make room for Deputy Winger though, he's cool. In order to get her attention, we were going to need to rob a bank and blow up a train. We managed to blow the train up pretty quickly, probably because we already had practice blowing one up earlier, and I still say blowing them up is legal. This was our first time robbing a bank though, so we were dropping the ball on this mission. Tom put the Stinky on Mad Dog, which was pretty cool, not gonna lie, but the problem with that is that Mad Dog had the explosives we needed to blow open the bank door. So after reloading and killing him the boring way, we robbed the bank and set off to go hide the cash. Nisha's posse was playing totally unfair and hogging all the horses, so we were getting absolutely devastated during this part. These guys added 3 deaths to the counter with their horse strats, but the Nisha fight was up next, and she was no match for our homie strats. Before we go, I just wanted to say thank you so much for making it this far into the video. If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. It really helps with YouTube's algorithm, which helps the channel grow. I also read all my comments and love hearing your guys' challenge ideas and kind words, so definitely let me know what you thought about this video or what your favorite part was. If you want to support the channel more directly, consider becoming a channel member. 99 cents gets you videos a day early and also supports me so I can get videos out faster for everyone. I'll have my Discord and Twitch where I stream these runs live, linked in the description, along with the socials of our homie Mango Soda, who created this video's dope thumbnail. He also does commissions, so if you like his style, definitely go check him out. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. With millions of guns, Borderlands 2 gives you so many options for your loadout. But today, we look at the nuclear option and ask, can you beat Borderlands 2 with only the nukem? I will briefly go over the rules. First off, we will be playing on UVHM OP10. If you're new to the game, that just means we're playing on the hardest difficulty and everything is 10 levels higher than us. Bar will not be allowed for the run, and the nukem is the only gun I'm allowed to use, which means using a Logan's gun and a sham to absorb ammo is strictly off the table. In that case, you might be thinking I'm going to be using the big boom blaster to get ammo, but wrong. If I want ammo, I'm going to have to find some or buy some. The only other unique pieces of gear I'm allowed to use are the legendary point in class mod for survivability and the Vault Hunter relic, which doesn't help me combat wise at all and is mostly there as a placeholder. For our other 2 gear slots, we have a basic T-Yor shield and a low-level grenade mod for slagging enemies. Anything non-unique is fair game, but I only use these for the challenge. This run will introduce 2 emergency crutch items. If I deem that the run requires them, I will use a stockpile relic and or a non-unique absorb shield. As for the build, I'll show it here. Since this challenge is all about nukes, I decided that Axton's nuke skill was allowed. I also skipped all the offensive turret skills because I pick up the turrets immediately after they release their nuclear explosions. If you want to call this challenge Borderlands with only nukes instead of only the nukem, that's fine by me. I just figured that this would be more interesting than throwing on a big boom blaster and having a field day. Now the turrets might be able to get some shots off before they get recalled, but these things don't really deal that much damage, so as long as they don't steal any major boss kills, I'll let a few shots slide. Now that we got the rules and build covered, let's hop into the run. Right off the bat, the good old gas mask curse kicks in, and we start out with 2 bully rots. Dealing with them wasn't necessarily hard, but these guys are so tanky that we ran out of ammo before we even made it to Tutorial Town. With all of Crazy Earl's ammo upgrades, the maximum amount of rockets you can hold is 33. Divide that by 2 and round up, we're left with 17 shots since the nukem takes 2 ammo to fire. So with no ammo and no money to buy any more yet, we had to get creative. Cue the turret nukes. If we compare the nukem nukes and the nuke skilled nukes, we get a sentence with the word nuke in it too many times and also see that the nukes are very different. For example, the turrets deal a lot less damage, but they also light the enemies on fire. The nukem's projectiles just deal damage, while the turret's explosion has some very strong knockback properties. Returning viewers know I love those. And the turret nukes are also pretty much infinite, but they lose their value past generic mobs, since the cooldown of our action skill is too slow to outdamage the health regen of most bad guys in UVHM. But here in Tutorial Town, everyone is soft. Soft enough to kill with a little grape juice and 2 turret chucks. After Hemlock got the power back on, we were able to buy a little bit of ammo and set off to clear the way to Boom Boom. That ammo was specifically used for the Ironclad lads, because the turret nukes were too weak for them. A little bit of patience and careful planning and we were able to finish the mobs off. So as we were steps away from fighting Boom Boom, we were once again broke and lacking the proper ammo to take on this fight. So I did what anyone would do when they're strapped for cash. Go to the beach and look for treasure chests. Here I would farm up until I hit the money cap and also fill my inventory with items so I had extra items to sell for when I ran out. Anyway, loaded up and ready to go, we start the Boom Boom fight. After I lured Boom to the back alley and mugged him at portable nuclear warhead launcher point, we made our first attempt at killing Boom. Testing the likely highly irradiated waters of this fight, we find that it was going to be a very close fight, even with full ammo. After a practically perfect attempt with lining up kill skill combos, slag, and making sure I fire all my nukes quickly, I was still coming up short. So this fight was undoable. Which means no. You can't beat... But wait, did you guys see that? Reroll the footage, hold on. You see it now? The run is saved, all thanks to this do cut. In Borderlands 2, when you pick up a gun or grenade mod, it gives you some ammo of the weapon type you just picked up. So when I opened up this porta potty and seen this long brown log looking thing, I was filled with joy. So on our next attempt, we made sure to set up everything perfectly, grabbed the launcher for the ammo, and managed to just barely kick him out of his turret. The moment of truth was when I ran back to fill my ammo, not knowing if he would just hop back into his booster seat. But lucky for us, he doesn't get back in unless you die, so we managed to finish him off for good. After clearing out all the mandatory bad guys on the way up to our boat, we start our fight with Flint. My plan was to just fight him from down here, but I forgot that my turrets had knockback for a second, and I ended up launching him out of his arena, which bugged out his AI. Again. But it looked like this was going to be necessary to cheese him like this anyway. While lobbing these nukes, I was slowly realizing that I wasn't going to have enough money to keep buying the ammo I would need to take him down, so after round 2 of farming the money, we knocked Flint off again and spent like 10 minutes trying to get him into a good spot closer to the ammo vendor.
Slide to the left.
By now you've probably seen that the nukes we're firing don't go very far. That's because this thing is nothing but Torgue parts, so firing at anything while below eye level likely means I'm getting a dose of the radiation too. Anyway, after lobbing 61 nukes down at Captain Lead here, he finally died. Arriving at Three Horns, I used my Bullymong whispering skills to convince the Bullymongs into fighting the local bandits while I decked out my new ride. I didn't know the blue steel skin was a Torgue skin, so I was pretty hyped to show up to Sanctuary with style. Dorguy thought it was cringe though, so I decided to give him the good old 1-2, or as I like to call it, the Deuce Nukem. Anyway, Corporal Reese needed our help. Excuse me. Should I leave that in the video? Screw it. Long story short, I learned a little something about collateral damage. To make up for my friendly fire shenanigans, I made sure to kill the 20 bandits in his honor. I shot a nuke into their camp, and realistically, there's no surviving that, so I'm pretty sure I killed more than 20. After making it to Sanctuary to realize that all the important people that we were supposed to meet there weren't even there, we set off to Frostburn Canyon to meet the least important person there is. Blowing up the psychos here was pretty easy with my noob tube launcher, right up until they class swapped into Black Ops 1 flak jacket builds. Joke's on them though, because they can't have flak jacket and lightweight pro, so using gravity against these guys made it child's play. We also dropped the nuclear stinky on the big psychos because I didn't feel like taking another loan out to pay for the ammo costs. Here we took our first death after running out of grape-flavored grenades, but I didn't let that stop my gamer momentum and I was still bodying these bandits. Oh! This momentum carried on to our next task of upgrading our car to get into the Bloodshot Dam. Vehicles in this game aren't balanced properly for OP10, so they actually get easier to kill as you increase your OP level. So for a brief period in time, I got to feel like Duke Nukem himself by sending body parts and car chunks across the horizon. This was honestly therapeutic, and in my masochistic profession, you learn to milk the good times. So I destroyed a few more cars, bodied this tubby spider ant, and even took on the caravan just for the heck of it. I was going to ride the caravan back to Ellie's before this spider ant ruined everything, and I discovered some goofy stuff with the nuke turrets. I managed to hitch a ride on the back and experience the first ever Borderlands 2 cliche car chase mission, and honestly felt pretty cool doing so. After pulling a prank on myself, I decided that I wanted to destroy the caravan, so I set up a roadblock and blew the thing straight off the cliff, finding one more reason why nuke turret wasn't as bad as I thought it was. Anyway, Badma was our next target, and I wanted to get rid of him as quickly as possible.
Wanna meet my girlfriend?
Watch out, they got a badass.
Yeah, haters are gonna be like, that wasn't a nuke, Brendan Valley, or whatever 8-year-olds like to say nowadays, but let's be honest, I was going to put the stinky on Badma anyway. After reloading the map to grab the key, we decided that we were going to need some more money in order to get through the Bloodshot Dam. After we filled up, we started clearing out the Bloodshots. I'll take this time to talk about some of the strats I've developed so far. First off, smart ammo purchases. Each set of rockets bought gives you 12 rockets, so if you were to buy 3, that would get you 36. But since our max ammo is 33, That third purchase is kind of a ripoff, so to conserve our well-earned funds, I would only buy 2 at a time, or make sure I was actually getting my 12 rockets per purchase. It might mean more trips to the vendor, but it also means less trips to Wham Bam Island, and there was already a lot of those in this run. As for actual combat, I found that swapping weapons is way faster than reloading, so in many situations I would use my 8 shots, retreat to reload, and run back in to deal some more damage again. Anyway, let's talk about Mad Mike and his toilet room. You guys know the drill here. Enemies with the high ground, cowardice marauders, all that jazz. The high ground proved to be especially tough during this fight since my nukes turn into boomerangs if I look too high up. Despite the hardships, I just made sure to play patiently and utilize the knockback of the nuke turrets to their fullest. What the Angry Michael doing? Oh! The next fight, however, will be the hardest one yet. The Warden posed an actual threat here. With no ammo vendor nearby, I wasn't sure if we were going to have enough firepower to destroy the Warden before he flew off and took Roland to the Friendship Gulag. So I had to make sure not to use any of our ammo on the mobs along the way, which resulted in a few of our untimely demises. We made our one and only attempt at Warden, with high hopes, and on God, bro, is that 3 angelic guards? Okay man, whatever. Everything was going well, right up until the point it ran out of ammo. Grit, also known as the only thing keeping us alive, had an absolute field day with my health bar here to try and save the day, but I just couldn't find any more rockets lying around. And add insult to injury, these angelic guards were spawn camping the hell out of me, so all I could do was wait there and suffer until the Warden took off with Roland. Before we went to that dreaded place, we had to go farm up some more money to make this fight work. Here at the Gulag, the fight is usually a bit harder because now the Warden gets the ability to moonshot even more reinforcements in, as if 3 angelic guards wasn't enough. In order to nuke this toaster, we were going to have to use the good old vendor milking strat to get this fight done. It was hard to tell exactly how many nukes it took to kill Warden because I had to get like 4 second wins during the fight, but I counted at least 37 shots to destroy the Warden. After dealing with the rest of the loaders with Roland, it was time to meet up with Marto and Tina and blow up a train. I used the nuke turret's fire dot to light the Varkids on fire and felt way smarter than I should have for it. And then I had to help Tina get some bombs, even though there's literally an ammo vendor in her workshop, and also I'm literally holding a nukem. I feel like I could have just shot the train, but oh well. So we start our fight with Wilhelm, and we ran into a very small issue. So I get his health down to here by the time my rocket ammo got down to here, and the ammo vendor was at the beginning of the map, which also required a grenade jump to get to. This long run to the vendor also gave Wilhelm plenty of time to recharge his shields. Luckily, the shields are pretty weak, and the shield surveyors also just kinda explode from the nukem's blast radius. Join the club, I guess. Anyway, it took 2 trips to the vendor and a total of 38 nukes to take Wilhelm down. Side note, since this vendor strat is going to be used very often during this run, I've decided to save myself the time and just call this strat Spud Running, because the nukem is kinda just a souped up potato gun if you think about it. Back at Sanctuary, I kinda accidentally the whole shield system and we had to evacuate the city. Like literally, the whole city had to leave. And I seen my opportunity to pull an assassination attempt on Lilith, which backfired. Not my proudest moment. Anyway, it was time to run through Ohio, or wait, I mean the fridge, sorry. This would have probably went terribly if it wasn't for Grit, but then again, you could probably say that for the entire challenge. Our next obstacle was the big old beacon-eating spaghetti squid. This guy gave me quite a bit of issues. Here's a list. 1. He has random shield regen, which means more rockets eaten up. 2. The loaders moonshot in to deal with the Thresher, just try and murder me instead. 3. Every time the Thresher tunnels underground, it removes the slag effect from him. 4. The ammo vendor was like a mile away, not to mention the way back. And number 5, the Thresher would wait for me right at this door and snipe me with its instant health gate needle attack. Woohoo. Anyway, it took like an hour to finally get this guy to die since I needed to go farm more money. When I went to grab the beacon, this happened.
Thanks.
Oh, game, don't fucking crack. Yeah, so another farming trip and another hour and a half later, we got him again, and we could finally go defend Overlook by dropping multiple nuclear bombs there. I didn't have high expectations for this fight, but to my own surprise, I was surviving and killing off all the loaders pretty well. I mean, the beacon got bodied like every 10 seconds, and it eventually went invincible, but I was on track to surviving all the way up until the fast travel showed up, which I did technically do. Anyway, compared to the rough rest of this run, that was a major dub in my book. The Preserve and the Big Bird were up next, and after a little preparation, we jumped in and started making our way through the bad guys. Wounding the loaders went fine, since wounding one loader at a time is super hard. Nukes aren't really the assassin's weapon of choice. Remember, I learned that the hard way. Anyway, after taking half an hour to kill Pomone and Toomba for literally no reason, and needing to refarm ammo again because of it, we pushed through and very slowly used spud running strats to handle all the mandatory mobbing before our 1v4 with the loot. I forgot doctor's orders. Jeez man, I'm really dropping the ball, aren't I? Long story short, I decided to keep trucking towards Bloodwing, and then right before the fight, our homie Tom, you might recognize him from the co-op challenges we do, used his Twitch channel points to redeem Turn On PhysX, which is a Borderlands graphics setting that makes cool puddles of elements and stuff, but also makes your game crash from slag particles, especially during the Bloodwing cutscene. But we didn't realize in order for PhysX to be enabled, we would have to completely restart the game. Tom agreed that I could just turn it on after the fight, but he was also all like, I suppose, and I already felt bad for missing doctor's orders, and I had to do it. So we restart the Preserve, this time with doctor's orders and with PhysX on, with the agreement that it would stay on until the game crashed at least once. After refarming and remobbing, we killed the loot dudes and got one of the grenade mods of all time. After that, we made our way to our first attempt on Bloodwing. The strat for this fight was a bit different since there are no vendors we can run to, so we had to make sure to wait for her to land so we could get slag and utilize our 2 free nukes from the turret. The fight was going good, right up until the very end. Maybe. The slags kick it. Oh my god! I was so close to taking this dub, but the game-winning rocket was a complete whiff of a shot. What could have been a spectacular ending set off a chain of events that really messed me up. Turrets, don't take my kill, that'd be cringe. Turrets, don't take my kill, that'd be cringe.
I'm loading the train dart.
Was she really that close?
Won't hurt, I promise.
That's cringe. Preserve round 3, here we go! Okay, real talk. Attempt 3 is when this run started to get really cursed. For example, this clip. Right off the bat, let's go. Oh! Oh, what the f***? No way! This attempt ended better, but it was a nuke from the turret that got her, and that was so freaking unsatisfying. But oh well, we had to continue. To round 4 of the Preserve!
No, don't fucking steal my kill. Don't steal my kill turret.
Loading the train dart.
Round 5 of the Preserve really started to break me. Fun fact, if you save quit during the Bloodwing fight and retry it later, Mordecai just stops helping you, so I had to slag the skags if I wanted to survive, but also resource manage my grenades so I had enough for Big Bird over here. I was in the Preserve for 5.5 hours in total, before I finally got over my skill issues and nuked this friggin' bird. The rivalry score between us prior to this run was 5-3, and I'm not really sure who to give this point to. On one hand, I technically killed her first try, and on the other hand, I was here for almost 6 hours, so, let's just give the point to the turret this time. The next homie we had to recruit was Brick. In order to recruit Brick, we had to get recruited by Brick. I knew that dropping into this fight that I was going to run out of ammo eventually, so I decided to recruit some of his recruits. Jeez man, what kind of pyramid scheme is this? Yeah, I took this opportunity to take a break. I got back and I don't think the Goliaths killed like anything, so I just started nuking everyone. I was also making sure to get as many bandits in the blast radius as possible to conserve ammo. Fun fact, 1v1ing a scavenger is pretty tough when you have no ammo. I searched the whole place looking for more rockets and found some in a trash can, but I still had like 3 waves to go after that scavenger. I was able to use nuke turrets for the little guys, but the buff boys proved to be a little bit tougher, so I ended up dying and just buying ammo on my way back in. After a solid 10 minutes of ammo conservation and whatever the heck this is, we managed to barely kill the last Goliath with a couple of nuke turrets. I wanted to launch the Sarcastic Slab off a cliff, but homie just straight up ignored the nuke turret's knockback, so I went to get ammo so I could just trick shot him or something, but straight up forgot he existed apparently, and just started going after loaders with Brick. It was kinda nice to just play the support role for once, especially since Brick is a master at the craft. Get him, Brick! Yeah! We also had to fight 3 ultimate loaders, which was a big bite out of my wallet, so it was back to Wham Bam to prep for the next few fights. Up next was the Jack Double assassination job. Like most of my assassinations so far, I thought everything was going to work before something bad happened. This little rat straight up booked it as soon as I went down. If you guys are like, silly gas mask, that's not a rat, that's a human, well I got news for you. God. Hold up. Wait, what? Who just heard a rat? This game is so cursed, bro. If I wasn't killing this double, I would be pointing him towards the nearest exorcist because he's got some demons inside him. As per usual, I died to the double, and when I came back, he just stood still for me. No idea why this happens, but it's not my fault the game is like this, so I took it and ran. Now that we had all the pieces required for the bunker raid, we started our climb up the mountain. Obstacle 1 was this constructor right here. We've dealt with these toasters before, but this one kind of mixed things up for us, which is a very Blender-like thing for a toaster to do if you ask me. But the issue was spud running wasn't going to be an option, since he despawns if you get too far away. Step 1 to winning this fight was reloading the map until I got lucky enough to fight one that's level 89. This would save ourselves some time and ammo. And step 2 was to hide while slowly whittling down its health with nuke turrets. I could only land one at a time because if I got too close I was toast. So after hiding under these stairs for 20 minutes, we finally took the first obstacle down. Obstacle 2 were these demonic heathens. If you didn't know this already, these guys are bugged and just completely immune to splash damages, so no grenades, no rockets, and most notably, no nukes. So at this point in the run, you could argue 2 things. 1, the nukem can't do it, the run is busted, or 2, this is a glitch, so therefore it should not count. If you ask my opinion, I'm on the ladder. Not literally on a ladder, I'm actually just cowering behind a few boxes here in this clip, but you know what I mean. I think glitches like these shouldn't invalidate the run, but if you think otherwise, that's just your opinion and I respect how wrong it is. Anyway, we had to progress, so let's just kill them with our own turrets. They actually take nuke turret damage? Why do they take nuke turret damage? Okay, so for once, this cursed, confusing game is on our side. Let's go. Okay, I know these turrets aren't nukem shots. I realize saying that out loud, it sounds like common sense, but I already know if I didn't, someone in the comment section would tell me as if I'm some bozo who didn't realize. Like I said before, if you want to call this challenge BL2 with only nukes instead of with only the nukem, that works for me. Especially because our next obstacle introduces another type of nuke that will help us get to the bunker. So the super toaster has nukes of its own, and I didn't learn until recently that the toaster can hurt itself with these nukes, meaning I could T-pose here all day and just wait for the thing to die on its own if I really wanted to. Quick shout out to SpuddyCube for showing me this strat. He does challenge runs over on his channel too, so I'll have him linked in the description. I would definitely go check him out. Thanks to him, this also means one of my old challenges is no longer a failure. I won't spoil which one if you're new here. Speaking of new here, if you made it this far into the video, you're probably enjoying the content, and in that case, you might as well subscribe and check out my other runs while you're at it. I would appreciate it greatly, and would love to have you in the GASMASK gang. Anyway, we used the same strat as the last toaster, but this time it only took 15 minutes, probably because I was able to use both turrets to damage it and also the whole nuking itself thing. The final obstacle before the bunker fight. Base McShooty. Oh, I forgot it arcs. In that case, maybe we gotta do one of these. 45-degree angle up. Maybe we need a little bit more arc.
Tactical nuke incoming!
Yeah, so our nukums didn't have enough rocket speed, so I tried with a full Mollywan parted nukem to see if hitting him from this distance was even possible. And well, it kinda exceeded expectations. Sadly, we cannot shoot Face McShooty in the face, but we can make all of his skin fall off if we have the right parts on our launcher. It was finally time for the big bunker fight. I could describe fighting the big turrets as straightforward, uncomplicated, self-explanatory, etc. But when it comes to the bunker fight, the only words that come to mind are nothing but net. Yeah, the bunker's hurt boxes are friggin' weird, man. To help you guys better understand his hurt boxes, I ripped this diagram out of the game files to show you exactly what's going on. Here you can see that in order to hit the bunker, we kinda have to aim for its butt. I mean, I think that's its butt. I don't know. Ever since I heard Oboe Shoes call this guy a Crunchwrap Supreme, I just get hungry every time I see him, so I might not be the best person to ask about robotic anatomy. Anyway, so began the 2-hour fight with the bunker. After our first heartbreaking death, I developed a strategy. Step 1 was to chill until he did his flexing pose, I like to call it. He doesn't move at all in this position, which helps when trying to hit his invisible hurt boxes. Step 2 was getting the proper setup in the form of slag and kill skills. The slagging part was simple, I just threw a grenade at him, and the kill skills were gotten using a cool Axton tech. If you throw your second turret and recall the first one before it lands, the game gets confused and triggers your kill skills, which in our case gave us some more fire rate and gun damage. And step 3 was to repeat and just make sure I was being smart about my ammo purchases. At first the only thing I had to worry about was some loaders sneaking down and putting the stinky on me or something, but after half the bunker's health is gone, he starts using his giant slag laser, which made it harder to actually get to him. Instead of having 2 safe spots where I could deal damage during his flex pose, I only had 1 now because I needed this weird set of party glasses to protect me. While we waited, chat started bringing up cursed Borderlands enemy crossbreed ideas like angelic jet loaders, so I at least had something to talk about while we waited 2 hours in order to progress. We eventually got through the whole fight and destroyed the bunker for good. All it took was 2 hours and 109 nukes. While sorting all the loot to sell for more rocket ammo, I noticed something a bit odd.
Oh, okay. Dude, I seen the Lil Molly one tip. I was like, if I get a motherfucking 94 sham in the run where I'm not allowed to use it, but it would be the best fucking thing ever, I was gonna fucking...
The game was really tempting me. And I mean like, really tempting me, because it knew what we were going to have to do next. That being Angel Core. Let's do some math real quick. Multiple waves of loaders, including angelic guards, plus there's no vendor to buy ammo, plus if you leave or save quit, you reset the whole Angel Core fight, equals quite the predicament. I tried the fight and ran out of ammo pretty quick, and I waited around for like an hour hoping Angel Core would drop some rocket ammo, and at first I wasn't sure if it was possible to get more ammo. So with most of our hope lost, we started looking for answers. On a separate save, we tried testing absorbing super loader rockets for ammo. Yes, this would require the absorb shield crutch item, but I wasn't sure what to do otherwise. It didn't work anyway, but the crutch items would get us through Angel Core faster. Also while testing, we found that one enemy crossbreed chat was talking about. Actually, let's test your volley. Oh, you... Somebody clip that. I know that angelic guard didn't just fucking fly. I know that angelic guard didn't just fucking fly. Can somebody clip that? Was that not just a jet loader? Who was fucking joking about the flying angelic guard earlier? Who was it? Which one of you motherfuckers was it? It's not funny because now it exists. Anyway, it was confirmed by Dark Smoke 11 that you can, in fact, get rocket ammo in Angel Core. So I had 2 options. I could suffer through it without the crutch items, or I could use them and get through the core faster. And oh boy, did I have a decision to make. After the testing, I ended the stream and took a few days off. I went to my hometown, visited friends. I even drank a Monster, normally for once. It was nice living life so calmly. I learned that not everything has to be balls to the wall all the time. It's okay to take the easy route and enjoy the ride sometimes. But this was not one of those times. Do you know what this is? It's an original Monster Assault. They don't make these anymore, and it's my favorite flavor of anything ever to exist. I've only got 21 left before I'm out for good. For life. To make sure I spread these out and don't burn through them, I said I get one for every challenge run I beat. Now, do you think I want to sit there after the run, sipping my assault, thinking to myself, did I really earn this? Hell no. Do you think that monster would taste its absolute best with that question swimming around in my head? Hell no. Do you think I'm going to take the easy way out? Say it with me this time. Hell no. I returned from my trip, and I rode the elevator down to Angel Core. Not with dread. Not with anguish. but with pure determination to get through this Angel Core without any unneeded aid. During the fight, I made sure to group up all the enemies to get the most out of each shot. Ion loaders were especially useful for once because they call all the loaders into one spot. But even with maximizing our damage per rocket, we ran out a few rounds in, and the waiting game began. I was able to slowly kill some enemies with slag and nuke turrets, but with the long cooldown, 95% of the damage I dealt was healed by the time I could throw more. On average, I was getting rocket ammo every 15 minutes, and each drop gives you 4 shots, which would allow me to kill about 1 angelic guards, assuming I didn't waste the ammo on failed kills. At some points in this, I was super helpless because I had 3 loaders and 3 laser turrets focused on me while I was trying to rush the ammo drops, so the death counter got a huge increase here. There was some hope along the way in the form of Roland and his turret. He was actually killing some of the loaders, but this help was short-lived when Lilith showed up. Don't get me wrong, with how dumb this situation is, I would take all the help I could get. But Lilith was literally doing no damage, woohoo. I got so excited every time I found a rocket ammo. It meant I was one step closer to getting away from Lilith and her aggressive cowboyism.
Howdy boys, howdy boys, howdy boys, howdy boys, howdy boys, howdy boys.
I was down in this place for 3 straight hours, not to mention the hour of testing I did days prior. And would you guys believe me if I told you this wasn't even the worst part of the run yet? Up next was Sawtooth Cauldron. The ambush commanders here ate up a lot of ammo per kill, so I decided to launch them into the lava. Every time I have tried this strat in the past, they end up just slowly floating up and out of bounds because this game is cursed. But flying didn't save them this time. Flying away definitely helped the next set of bad guys we had to deal with though. The lack of range with the rockets really came into play here. On top of them being hard to hit, it would take at least 2 shots with slag, and that's if I can hit them consecutively. Otherwise, they just fly away and get all their health back. With one exception of the level 89 buzzard, who would only require 1 nuke while slagged. So now it was time to farm weak enemy RNG again. This was actually pretty simple since all you had to do to reset their level was jump back down the elevator shaft and just ride it back up. Even with this strat, it took upwards of an hour and a half to kill them all. I partially blame this uncontrollable Goliath who put the stinky on everything it saw, including me. I mean, it's respectable as hell, but not something I want to be on the receiving end of. Anyway, you might want to remember this math for later. Why will we need it for later? Well, I decided that I'm going to tackle both the Torg DLCs for the bonus content in this run, so stick around for that. Fun. Anyway, we stole all the explosives, which again, I have literal nukes, not sure why we needed these, and then hitched a ride on one of the buzzards all the way to the boneyard. Which, hold on, why didn't they just fly us over the bridge? Dude, these friggin' plot holes, man. After another money farming run, we hit all the pumping stations. Some went smoothly, others didn't. But in the end, we were able to hit the pipe with our car and managed to even fit the entire Bandit Technical inside. Now, I'm not really sure why, but I decided to kill Saturn on this run. Long story short, Saturn is a cheater. During multiple attempts, he would just disappear when he was almost dead. I found out that if the junk loaders respawned, that is what triggers him disappearing. It's like Hyperion was just like, this thing's almost broken, let's just scrap it, turn it to a bunch of junk loaders. Yeah, so I had to modify our spud running strats in order to kill Saturn fast enough. I threw the whole smart ammo purchases thing out the window and just full bot. We were spending too much time running back and forth and not enough time shooting potatoes, so this strat actually helped. Altogether, the winning kill took 164 nukes. Makes me wonder what would happen if we sent that many to the actual planet. To the scientists watching, feel free to teach me in the comment section. Anyway, we got the info we needed and set off to our last few fights. The claptrap door wasn't prepared for our spud running strats. Well, actually, it kinda was because running too far away makes the turrets respawn and now they're hostile again, so yeah, that sucked. But overall, the door wasn't too bad. Hero's Pass has no mandatory combat, so a couple of skips got us through here, and now we could finally fight Jack and the Warrior. I was honestly worried about both of these fights, but let's talk about Jack first. Destroying his shield was the first challenge. His health bar has like crazy regen, but his shield doesn't regen unless you just stop damaging him for like 10 minutes. Knowing this, I decided to use the nuke turrets on his shield to save the rockets for his health bar. My first attempt at fighting him without blocking him at the terminal turned out to be very bad, slag being very hard to apply to Jack, and the shield surveyor he spawns making him immune to my nukes makes this fight super tough. Even with the blocking him at the terminal strat, nuking someone that you're practically hugging isn't the smartest thing to do, so this strat wasn't very foolproof. During a failed attempt at blocking him, I found out that he is very easy to slag while he has this bubble up for some reason, and I just kind of took the chance. Okay, everyone's slagged. Oh, let's fucking go! Yeah, so after an hour 40 of trying to kill him, I got the right setup of slag, kill skills, and the damage boost from last ditch effort to kick in to finally take him down. The final fight of the main game was here, and the warrior was going to be rough. I made a legit attempt at fighting him and realized that 17 shots barely dented his health, so I accepted that I was going to have to cheese this guy. I had two options to do so. First off, the super safe but probably very long process of waiting for ammo drops here where he can't hit me, or the quicker and riskier strat of jumping up to this spot and spud running the warrior to death. The latter being the one that gets this video out faster. Again, not actually on a ladder, I'm more role-playing a volleyball for the warrior in this clip, but you know what I mean. So after practicing this jump and refarming for the fight, we start the slow process of killing the warrior. Attempt number 1 ended in tragedy when I got distracted and jumped into the arena. I tried to grenade jump back out, which is possible, but I didn't figure it out in time, so there went an hour of progress. Altogether, I was fighting him for 3.5 hours. 2 hours of that was just the final attempt, and altogether it took 195 nukes to take him down. With the last rocket in our possession, we finished this challenge. Which means, you can beat Borderlands 2 with only the Nukem. As promised before, the run is not yet complete. We're going to do a couple of DLCs, starting with the Waddle Gobbler DLC. We got here and Torg immediately turned some dude into a puddle. After that, he then proceeded to tell us we need to poison the Waddle Gobbler in order to kill it. And so we started blowing up the kitchen. We even styled on this Gordon Ramsay guy by putting the stinky on him with a meat grinder. After that, we went to the meat locker and blew up some pirates. Before you ask, yes, we're still in the same DLC. The last thing we needed was some poison, but in order to get to the jabbers, we had to fight this clown-shoed floaty dude that just reminds me of Sora from Smash Bros, and that just made me angry. The jabbers up ahead were a bit challenging, mainly because they needed to be slagged in order for them to drop a gland, and the hallucinogenic poison didn't help my grenade aim either. After a bit, I realized I have blast radius. I don't need to hit these guys directly, so I just martyr-styled the last one and started cooking. These kitchen crusaders did not want to let me cook, but my Nukem had something to say about that. Anyway, after stuffing myself full of money, I started my first attempt, and my ammo got me about this far. And since we don't have any access to vendors here, we were going to have to use some turret nukes to take the Waddle Gobbler down. I was kind of worried that all these tribute dudes would target me, but the baby gobblers took their full attention while the big one targeted nothing but me. Attempt number 2 ended in turret gun kill cringe, but attempt number 3 ended with a bang. So yes, you can beat the horrible hunger of the ravenous Waddle Gobbler with only the Nukem. After relaxing with Grandma Torg a bit, we headed towards the Campaign of Carnage. Well, actually, I wanted to see if the Nukem could farm a Nukem really quick, and lucky me, she spawned first try, and she also dropped it on run number 1, so that was cool. Anyway, the Campaign of Carnage. Right after this money, this DLC jumps right into the action, as we have a small mobbing section before the game introduces the Coward. Yeah, screw this guy. At this point, he was our sponsor, I guess, and set us up with our first fight in the arena. At first, I thought this fight was going to have a timer on it, but we lucked out and there wasn't, so as long as we didn't die, which we did, we would be fine. Our second try, I decided to get as many nuke turret kills as I could so I could save ammo for the arena Goliath. Spud running wasn't an option here, so I was hoping to maybe find some launcher drops on the ground, but that's not exactly what happened. Oh no, there's another wave! Yeah, that was my first ever Cobra drop. It feels kinda wild that I found one during a goofy challenge run like this. I wanted to do a Cobra run eventually and call it an excuse to farm a Cobra at the end of it, but now it's not really an excuse anymore, so now I gotta get another Cobra eventually. Anyway, I literally failed my only job when I forgot to wear my gas mask like an idiot when the Coward filled the arena with Armstrong gas, so big oops on my part. With our sponsor now being our enemy, we had to get a new one, and Torg knew exactly where to find one. During this challenge fight, we only had to kill off the buff dudes, which we had enough ammo to do so this part was actually pretty simple. Then we jump into the Pyro Pete fight, which shouldn't be anything too hard. Sure, we will probably run out of ammo, but we can just use our nuke turret. Oh, what is that? Okay, real talk, guys. This fight is super dumb because of this health regen. If we break his shield before using any of our rockets, full ammo will maybe take 40% of his health away. And if we want more ammo, we have to use these 2 respawnable crates and get lucky. But even with extreme luck and getting 1 drop each, that only gives us 16 rockets, which would get him down to 40% health maybe. And since these crates have a timer on them, we still wouldn't have enough ammo. Even if we got a double drop and then immediately reopened them and got another double drop of ammo, it still wouldn't be enough. And to make matters worse, the game started tempting me again by giving me another Logan's gun and sham during a money farm for this fight. A homie by the name of Stormin said they would give me $200 if I managed to kill Pete that day, but I didn't want the allure of money to stop me from testing every possible strategy before I used a crutch item. So I had to get creative. If we grenade jump out of this arena, we could trigger the Moxie cutscene before we even kill Pete. This, however, doesn't help us since the Pyro Pete objective remains. Moxie wasn't the reason we came up here though. We came up here for these 2 red chests. If we get a rocket launcher in one of these, and or this porta potty I found out here, we might have enough ammo to kill Pete. But for the life of me, I could not find a launcher chest with launcher ammo in it. I did the math, and even with 4 ammo drops from the respawnable crates and 3 launchers, assuming we got one out of each red chest and the porta potty, we would have enough ammo to kill him. But we need to grenade jump up there, run to the back room, etc., which gives him plenty enough time to out-heal our DPS. I was straight up out of ideas, so I had to use the stockpile relic. With 64 rockets, we were sitting at practically double our old ammo capacity. A couple attempts with this strat, and we managed to kill Pyro Pete with our last rocket. The worst part about this is that Stormin was a frickin' liar. They didn't give me $200. They gave me $300. Okay, jokes aside, the real worst part about this is when I found this after the fight. So, with this knowledge, I think this fight is possible without the stockpile relic. You just need to make an attempt and then open these chests when you're empty on ammo. Then pray for rocket launchers, I guess. If you're lucky enough and fast enough, I think this is possible. I made a few attempts like this, but with my hard drive running out of room for footage and some other fights coming up, I made the call to just put a bounty on this fight. The first person to show me that they can do this will get $20 on Steam. I'll have specific rules and the save file in the description for you, but I just want to see if someone with this build, this gear, and no stockpile relic can do this fight. If anyone beats it, I'll have a pinned comment letting everybody know, so make sure to check that first. Anyway, let's move on. We met Tina and blew up some heathenistic cookies as a training segment, and after that we did Death Race to get the attention of Motor Mama. Motor Mama didn't have health regen because, well, I'm not really sure actually. It's kind of weird who they do and don't throw the health regen at, honestly. Anyway, we blew up her ride and started phase 2 of the fight where we had to simultaneously dodge rockets and make sure her shield didn't recharge. Ammo wasn't too much of an issue since we were practically hugging a vendor the entire time, and after a while she eventually kicked the bucket. We now had the number 3 ranking and needed to go after Flyboy for the 2nd place spot. So we headed towards the Forge. We all think dunking on Sawtooth Cauldron is fun and funny, whatever. But after this run, I don't think I'm going to be able to come back to this map and not relive trauma. Let's talk about these buzzards I gotta kill first. Now, I usually wouldn't have to kill the cargo ones, but the Nukem can't break these wooden boxes for some reason, so the only way to get them is to just destroy the whole buzzard. And these guys are also way tankier than the normal buzzards, so that's neat. I've blown up buzzards before, so this should be doable, right? No. Yeah, remember that math I was talking about earlier? Yeah, you guys can see why this isn't gonna work. So after many tries, we had to mix things up. So I figured it was time to switch up the Nukem. I wasn't going to use the full Molly-1 Nukem from Face McShooty because all I needed was to switch from damage prefix to rocket speed prefix, and I was able to do this fight. And after only 3 hours, we were able to progress. And there goes Stormin again. Okay, well in that case, just like Pete, I'll have a bounty on this fight if you could do it without the rocket speed Nukems. $20 on Steam to the first person that can show me they did it. Save file and rules in the description. Anyway, let's get this part over with. The coward and his stupid blimp are truly something I do not wish upon anybody. Okay, well, maybe Lilith, but that's besides the point. Literally everything that could go wrong in this fight did, and with great intensity. I can just barely hit him with the limp shot nukem if he flies over the arena, and I'm on the highest part of it. And on top of that, the damage I deal is quite negligible. Like it would take multiple nukes to see his shield or health bar even move. At first I thought I could just play smart and, hide until he flies over and just slowly kill him. And by slowly, I mean very slowly, since the ammo vendor was a mile and a tower climb away. If I played well and didn't nuke myself by whiffing a completely vertical shot, I could destroy his shield in 2 hours. But that's where the real kicker comes in. He summons 4 buzzards to help him, which fighting 4 buzzards with the limp shot nukem and not dying proved to be extremely hard. Now I could have used these turrets up here, but that didn't feel very right, and I could also land a few nuke turrets if he flew past certain spots on the map, but the damage was so minimal it might as well have been nothing. I had multiple 3-hour attempts just fail because of death. I had to wait so long just for him to even be close enough to hit. I fucking loathed this fight. After some testing, I thought the buzzards didn't respawn after they died, making this possible, and that gave me some hope. I'm gonna be honest, guys, I kinda have newfound hope now. I am once again hopeful, knowing this.
2 seconds later.
The new plan was to take out the buzzards and not care about dying, since the buzzards wouldn't come back. And well, I was kinda rolling these guys and felt good doing it. That excitement was quickly destroyed when I came to find out they did in fact respawn after 20 minutes, so I went back to not knowing what to do. Oh yeah, did I mention the fact that his health bar has a 80% damage reduction to explosives? Because his health bar has an 80% damage reduction to explosives. Honestly, I'm too mad about this fight to make a Led Zeppelin joke, so you're gonna have to fill that one in yourself. Guys, I fought this thing for 20 hours. Nearly a full day. 3 days of testing and attempts with no progress whatsoever. I really wanted to find a way to kill this thing with the derp nukem, but it just wasn't happening. From here, I had 2 options. Camp here and wait 5 minutes in between laps just to kill him with nuke turrets after another 20 hours. Or use the rocket speed nukem and kill it from the safety of this cave spot right here, completely avoiding the buzzards. The latter, well this time I'm actually on one, was the way to go. Day 4 of Zeppelin was upon us, and I came ready. I brought a monster to get me through this fight. And then a Twitch viewer named Stinky on him redeemed mask up, making me wear the mask until my current objective is done, so no monster for me. I grabbed all the high-priced legendary items we found throughout our 31 farms so far, and started what I hoped was my final attempt. 4.5 hours. 4.5 hours of stress upon my shoulders, of shooting the coward blimp and dodging its rockets before I decided that this was now personal. I sold almost all the legendaries I had left, so failure would mean further attempts likely would require more legendaries to be sold. Legendaries that I would have to farm. But I didn't let that stop me from finishing the blimp off the right way, with the derp nukem. I filled my pockets with rockets and started climbing up the tower. Or, I guess, the stairway to heaven. There's that joke. I went down twice on the way up, likely making my next bleed out very short. I made it to the top and rushed to the highest building and took cover, waiting for Piston to fly by. I can still hear the buzzards flying around me, circling, waiting for their chance to destroy what sanity I have left. They haunt me to this very day. I wasn't even gonna bother with slag or turret kill skills, just in the off chance that they stole my satisfaction of a nukem kill from me. My heart was racing, and you guys can't blame the monster, because remember, I didn't even get to drink one. The pressure was at its max, and I had to finish this fight.
Vault Hunter, you are now the #2 ranked badass in all of Get nay.
I put the stinky on him.
I'm still alive, coward. You couldn't stop me.
Well, let's fucking go, Starman.
You did great,
Let's fucking go.
Now get back here and we'll see about finishing Piston.
Can someone please tell me, in what world does it take 378 nuclear bombs to pop a fucking balloon? I can easily say this fight was the worst fight in Gas Mask Challenge Run history. Honestly, this was the true final boss of the run, and I'm going to be a bit bold here with one last bounty. $100 on Steam to whoever can do this with the Derp Nukem. Rules, save file, etc. all in the description like I said before. Before you get overzealous and try this, realize that this fight took 4.5 hours. So the buzzards would respawn probably 15 times, which equates to 60 buzzards. And that's assuming you can hit the blimp as consistently as with the rocket speed nukem. So it's probably a lot more. Good fucking luck. The coward was the final thing I needed to take care of this run. His dumb dinosaur should have been fine with spud running strats, but I would randomly just blow myself up because my nukes hit some invisible wall, I guess. To combat this, I just made sure to poke out of my hole a little bit more, and it took about an hour to kill him. And it was time for the final fight in this hard drive filling godforsaken run. On the last run of our last money farm, we got our first pearl from the chest, which was pretty neat, and it would even come in handy. A few things stood out in this fight. First off, I don't recall his shock attacks looking this goofy. Probably a PhysX thing. Oh my god. How has the game not crashed yet? Imagine if it crashed during the You know what? It's too soon. I can't think about that. I will die. Anyway, the other thing I noticed was Piston's shield starts rapidly recharging if you don't hurt him for like 6 seconds, which is not good considering it takes full ammo to break his shield. In order to combat this rapid recharge, I devised a strategy. When I would need to retreat to buy ammo, I would try to have him close to the barrier so that the nuke turret I threw put the fire dot on him, and then I would throw the other on the way back. This, however, was a tight window, and he often got most, if not all, of his shield back. A few heartbreaking attempts later, I was on the edge of victory, and the edge of bankruptcy. I had to make a sacrifice. The storm we got earlier would save the run and secure our win against Piston. Fuck you, Piston. Fuck you, Piston. Afterwards, we sold all the loot to buy the storm back, but sold too many items, and it wasn't in the buyback anymore. But after taking a victory lap, we got a different souvenir from this run. And I'm glad to say, you can beat Mr. Torg's Campaign of Carnage with only the Nukem. Before you go, I just want to say thank you so much for watching up to this point. If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Helps with YouTube's algorithm a lot, which helps the channel grow. If you want to support me more directly, consider becoming a channel member. 99 cents gets emotes and videos a day early, and the support helps me get videos out earlier for everybody. I'll link my Discord and my Twitch channel where I stream these runs live in the description. And last but not least, quick shout out to our homie Mango Soda, who made this video's thumbnail art. He does commissions and he will also be linked down below. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. Today's video is sponsored by Instant Gaming. More on how you can save money on the games you love later in the video. The date was March 15th, 2021. I had just posted my first video on this channel titled, Can You Beat Borderlands 2 with Only the Bane? Fast forward 2 years to today, and the channel has grown way more than I could have ever guessed or hoped for. And so for the 50k special, I've decided to make this challenge a throwback. Today we ask, can you beat Tiny Tina's Assault on Dragon Keep with only the Bane? I'm going to lay down the rules for you real quick. Bane only, Bane always. I can't equip guns that aren't the Bane, and I always have to have at least one Bane equipped. This way there is no way to escape its movement penalty. I will also not be using bar during this run, Any 9 unique shields are fair game, and stock grenades are allowed so I can hit some sick grenade jumps. And for the relic, I'll just throw this thing in there as a placeholder because it does literally nothing in single player. Now, I usually do these runs on UVHM OP10, but to make this run truly cursed, I've made some decisions. First off, we aren't actually playing Borderlands 2 this time around. We're playing the standalone release of this DLC. This game only has normal mode and TVHM, so I'll be trying to beat TVHM. This might sound easier than what I usually do, but worry not. The bank can only legitimately be obtained at level 7, 8, 9, 10, and 25. So for a majority of this run, we will be using severely underleveled gear. For example, we will start at level 17, matching the level on the first mission, and our Banes are already 7 levels under us. Cursed decision number 2 was picking Salvador this time around instead of Maya. That's right, baby. Double the Bane, double the pain. To make sure we can stay gunzerking more often and really minimize our speed, I'll be using the legendary Berserker for the cooldown rate. As for the skills, I'll go over them as we go, but Insight and Bust That Can't Slow Down are both banned for this run since they make me move faster and I'm not trying to get any motion sickness. And for the third and final curse decision, I'm going to play this whole run with all the volume settings set to 0. Some of you guys might be thinking I'm just trying to dodge the annoying screaming that the Bane makes, but you couldn't be farther from the truth. Returning viewers know my video format. I put muted gameplay in the background while I talk about challenges throughout the run and make jokes, kinda like I'm doing right now. But the only difference here is that this clip in the background isn't muted at all. For real though, it's not muted. This is just the gameplay when everything is set to 0. Well, that is until. The entirety of this challenge was an audible roller coaster, going from pure silence to raw, ear-shattering pain in an instant. We start our journey at the unassuming docks, and honestly, the lack of audio felt pretty weird. I mean, Lilith was talking, so I was kind of popping off at the fact that I couldn't hear her, but still. Anyway, if you want a reference for how slow we're actually going, the time it took me to get from here to here was about 3.5 minutes. I did the math, and if my calculations are right, we're moving at a solid speed of turtle. With this speed, it was super hard to dodge the arrows from the skeletons up ahead. On top of that, I'm pretty sure the arrows they shoot slow you down even more. Yeah, I didn't think I was ever gonna get stun locked in a Borderlands game, but here we are. Anyway, Mr. Bony Pants guy showed up and our first boss fight started. I would say this fight went decently, I guess? I mean, my Banes are dealing decent damage even though they were 9 levels under. But this being a cursed run and all, Mr. BPG just started going after his own homies. Guess he just had a bone to pick with them, I don't know. Okay, that's a little uncalled for, the joke wasn't that bad. Alright game, we've been through this before. You throw some major wins my way early on to build up my hope, and then later on you just make new rules to smack me down with some other cursed shenanigans. But joke's on you game. I already planned on torturing myself extra for this run. On the way to Flame Rock Refuge, I kept one of the skeletons alive, or unalive I should say. Anyway, I kept him around and had him just smack me forward to save some time. I'm going to be calling this strat baddie boosting. Wait, scratch that. Boner boosting. Anyway, we made it to Flame Rock and started doing all the town tasks, but I messed up big time when I was trying to block the bar patron so he didn't run away. I felt really smart right up until the point I realized I was blocking the wrong one. I'm not really in any shape to chase someone and honestly thought I soft blocked the run. Lucky for us though, he just does laps around town and we just had to wait for him to come back around. The next area we had to traverse was the forest. Combat here was still reasonable. The tree ants and stumpies were relatively easy to fight. I thought it was kind of funny that the subtitles from the Bane were blocking my gunzerk duration meter. It was such a minor inconvenience compared to everything else going on, and I just thought that was funny. I also managed to catch a fairy, and she even gave me the speed boost effect. After getting a speeding ticket and fighting through some spiders, we made it to our first orc camp. This is where things really started to go bad. Like, what if you wanted some blood fruit, but God said... Yeah, I don't think I have to show you the equation for a super tanky boss that's 6 levels above us and 13 levels above our gear to show that this wasn't gonna work. It was time for a new plan. That plan being stealth. All I really needed to do was get the blood fruit and head out, so if I could just get there without being seen, I would have a chance at progressing. A few tries in, we just barely got out of his reach, and he ended up getting stuck on something, so I took this chance to get some free XP. Also, you guys can't get mad at me for cheesing him like this because he's technically hitting me, so it's really just a skill issue on his end. Yeah, this is gonna take a while. In that case, now is the perfect time to talk about today's sponsor, Instant Gaming. If you're sick of waiting for games to go on sale, Instant Gaming is the site for you. They've got all your bases covered. I'm talking Nintendo, Xbox, PlayStation, and PC. It's also super quick and easy to get access to that game that's been on your wish list for way too long. Don't make the same mistake I did when I bought this game for full price when I could have had it half off and saved $5. In GASMASK currency, that's like 2 whole monsters. Maybe you're looking for a deal on a co-op game to play with your friends. Or maybe you just got a new PC and want to fill up your game library without dropping a fortune. Instant Gaming has you covered. How about this? Think of a game that you've been wanting to play right now. Then check out the link in the description and see what kind of deal Instant Gaming is offering on it. And if you like the deal and decide to make a purchase, just know that on top of saving yourself some money, you're also supporting the channel. Anyway, let's see how much progress we've made. Okay, yeah, I think I'm just gonna jump cut this one. We got our fruit and made it to the Immortal Woods. We didn't make it too far into the woods before I realized that, oh yeah, we need to farm XP for this run, so we went back to Flame Rock to grab a few side quests. We got some easy XP by watching Reginald, die. And then we got Ellie some armor. These 2 missions combined got us a total of 1 level, which doesn't sound like much, but it made the scary skulls next to the bad guys' names go away, so I felt a little bit more comfortable in the woods. Here we did 2 more side quests. We suffered through the Dark Souls quest that took like an hour and a half because I kept dying. Very reminiscent of when I tried to play Dark Souls for the first time. And we also completed the critical fail mission to unlock a very useful experience farm. Instead of trying to find more missions, I decided to farm Arguk the Butcher and all the tree ants along the way. We were kind of getting rolled most of the time, but it was all worth it when we got the style on Arguk at the end of each run. I put the stinky on him. We farmed up to level 21 here before we went back to the woods and met up with our homie Roland. Wait, Roland, no, I just got here, dude, wait. Anyway, another 10 minutes later, I caught up to Roland and started the scariest fight yet. The Ghost Kings are usually tough even if you're not doing a challenge run, so I was prepared to suffer here. There is no running away from these guys. Well, actually, there's no running away from anything, actually. Even the Stumpies could chase me down, but you get the point. Something kind of unexpected happened, though. They would bully me to the edge of the arena, but then their attacks would just start whiffing because I was way lower than them. This kinda felt like a cheese, but it also kinda wasn't. Okay, let's say I didn't want to kill them from this safety spot. That would require me to just run directly into oncoming attacks, which doesn't feel like I'm avoiding a cheese, it just feels like I'm throwing for content at that point. I mean, they're the ones that kept smacking me down here, so again, I have to say, it's a skill issue on their part. To be fair though, their laser eye attacks were still super deadly and they did end up killing me multiple times. I mean, come on top of my gear being level 10, these guys are also unslaggable and resistant to all elements. So getting a kill was just a matter of did he use the eye laser during the attempt or not. Even with this pseudo safe spot, it still took about an hour to fight through all the Ghost Kings. I was genuinely surprised how well that fight went and went to the mines with plenty of confidence. Yeah, then my confidence was absolutely destroyed, stepped on, kicked, lit on fire, etc. I'm going to throw up the map here and just show you guys my travel history as I talk about this dump. We start off by trying to fight the bad guys that were now 12 levels over our Banes. In order to get second wins, I had to ditch some of our Gunzerk duration skills for down not out, which allows us to Gunzerk and fight for your life. If it seems like I have a lot of skill points, that's because I do. But that's just because this game gives you 2 skill points for every level up. Anyway, this fix didn't help much, especially since the next bad guy we had to face was another Duke of Orc. Maxing out at level 27, I figured that the likelihood of me shooting this guy to death was practically non-existent. So I caved, and let my inner instincts kick in.
And the nade, please.
I put the stinky on him. After that, we slowly made our way to Ragnar and then proceeded to uppercut him and make many of my cloned brethren hate me. After that, we found Claptrap and started making our way to the runes to unlock the exit before realizing I didn't hit the objective for looking at the door and having to turn around. A tiny mistake I usually wouldn't bring up, but since it took up a percentage of my lifespan that could probably fit on a small calculator, I thought I would bring it up. We got our first rune by bullying Claptrap into submission and started fighting some big rocks. Here I realized I was living in a reality where rocks were more animate than me. A lot more deadly too. After fighting and dying to a bunch of the angry clones, we made it to the jumping puzzle. Now I think this jumping puzzle is possible to do with the right grenade jumps. However, the jumps would need to be extremely precise. Like, you would have to use your jump momentum from the platform launching you upward and have a grenade explode in the right spot at the exact perfect time. I failed enough times to make the bridge just pop up and felt super depressed because of my lack of skill, but where I lack in physical ability, I make up in mental ability, because I was able to complete this next puzzle with ease. After that, we jump into the fight with Greedtooth to secure our final rune piece. This is where our underleveled gear went from being an issue that slowed us down, no pun intended, to a literal impassable wall. Much like the Ghost Kings, I was bullied into a corner and was just left there to take hit after hit. Even with a damage shrine, this was about as far as I could get. Yeah, so our only hope at this point was to get to level 25 and use the next legitimately obtainable Bane. So we ran back to Claptrap to do some side missions. On the way, I found a melee shrine. Some of you guys may not know this, but on top of giving you melee damage, these shrines turn every melee hit into a strong knockback punch, meaning literally anyone could put the stinky on these doors if they wanted to. But when you combine the power of a melee shrine and the power of the best skill in the game, you unlock a move I like to call the stanky. Wait, here we go. Can you survive a punch from me? Oh my god, that does launch him. Anyway, we made it to Claptrap and took his first mission where we need to crush some dwarves in a crusher. After that, we need to run through pretty much the entire map again, just to beat this beard with a sledgehammer, I guess. And then we had to run all the way back to Claptrap. I would like to mention that the enemies have already respawned 2 or 3 times by now, so every corner of this map was still combat dense. Almost as dense as the rocks forcibly being shoved into my eye sockets. The next mission was to kill some magic enemies to charge up Clappy's wand. First off, we had to blow up a magic golem with some explosive damage. The plan was to get him low and then bounce a stock grenade at him. However, I messed up and soft-locked the mission somehow, so I had to run through the whole map again and re-stinky the Duke of Orc. That is a word now, so make sure to add it to your dictionary. Anyway, we blew up the golem, backtracked to kill a magic orc with a crit, and kill a magic spider with a shock bane. And after all that, it was time for one of my favorite missions in Borderlands 2. Or, sorry, I should say one of my favorite missions in Tiny Tina's Assault on Dragon Keep a Wonderland's one-shot adventure. During this mission, Clappy spawns several waves of rooms that you have to fight. I would highly recommend you play this mission on Krieg with the Bloodsplosion build, because you can create a never-ending chain and get a decent chunk of XP. Anyway, we weren't Krieg, so we had to use the build and just hope we survived enough rounds.
Fetch me their soul!
We had some very close calls. I mean, at one point, a broom almost put the stinky on me. Yes, a broom almost humiliated me more than I have ever been. Not gonna lie, I probably would have deleted my channel if that happened to me, so thankfully it didn't. We got about 4 bars of XP for sending all those things to the storage closet in the sky, and we are really close to getting level 25. Another cool thing we got from this mission was our first kite shield. Now, if you haven't played this goofy standalone game, you probably don't know what this is. For some reason, they added a new shield type in this game. If we read the description, it says knocks back melee attackers with a burst of wind. And honestly, they had me sold at knocks back. Also, a burst of wind? Yeah, I don't know about that. I think they were just taking the stinky too literally. The stinky was now streamlined, and I was one step closer to godhood, and I couldn't be happier. Anyway, I started fighting my way towards Greedtooth again in hopes that I would reach level 25 before I got there, and to my luck, the last set of dwarves got me to where I needed to be. They even left some bad guys left over so I could test the new power I held. Finally, at Greedtooth, we jump in for the fight. Not only were we now 1 level over-leveled for this fight, we also had the damage shrine to really secure our win. We grabbed the final rune and thanked Gearbox for putting these teleporters here, because I've already been in this cave for 6 whole hours. Anyway, here's the map with the full route that I took. And now let's add all the extra walking from dying and getting sent backwards. Yikes! Anyway, as if we weren't already barely able to walk, we now had to climb up Hatred's Shadow. On the way up, I talked to Sir Gallo and started another side mission for a little bit of XP. This made it so we had plenty of targets to take on the way up. You know, we had Sir Boyle, Sir Mash, the Darkness, and Sir Stew. We were doing pretty well, and we even got to see our kite shield put in some major work. And we made it to the top with little to no issue. And, well, the one issue we kinda needed didn't show up. And by that, I mean the handsome sorcerer's dragon just didn't show up. I tried to re-enter the area in case I missed the trigger somehow, and I was greeted with this. Yeah, I don't know what kind of cursed shenanigans were going on, but I had a theory. Bro. I know Sir Gallo doesn't count as a player now. So yeah, we went back to finish the mission and also save quit to make sure it wasn't any other glitch and just reclimbed the whole map. And yeah, that didn't work at all. I had one theory in the back of my head from the very start that I thought was so unlikely that I didn't even try it. I thought to myself, there is no way the game is that spaghetti coated, that messed up, that cursed. You would think after all my past encounters with cursed occurrences, I would have learned my lesson and never doubted how scuffed this game is. Welp, here's how I fixed it. The Bane made me too slow to activate the cutscene. Bro! This game is so cursed. I cannot make this stuff up. Why does this always happen? Yeah, I was literally too slow to trigger the fight. And if I had just tested my theory, I would have saved a whole trip back up here. Anyway, the dragon fight was pretty simple. Pretty sure the dragon was focused on Roland most of the time, and the game even gave me baby dragons if I ever needed a second wind, so this was pretty easy. After the dragon was killed off, we made our way to the Lair of Infinite Agony. I know this map is right down there next to Sawtooth Cauldron on the map tier list, but if you account for the name of this place and the challenge I'm doing, you would find that I fit in pretty well. After straight up outplaying this trap by having to pretend like it got me good, we met Simon, who immediately put a curse on us. Like, can you believe the audacity this man has? What does he take me for, a curse dumpster? Aw, fuck. He had us do a bunch of his dirty work, which was fine because that was more combat experience and mission experience at the end of this map. But that's just the thing. I had to get to the end of the map. And well, things just went from, oh my god, this is terrible, to, oh my god, this is terrible. But there's also a giant crusher trap preventing us from continuing on our quest. At first, I was pretty confident that I could just grenade jump through this. But I think the upward movement of the platforms ate the grenade and just made it so it didn't hit me at all. Like a lot of problems in Borderlands, I assumed it was a frame rate issue, so I capped it at 30, and this seemed to help, but I was still not getting the distance I needed. Throughout the run, many people predicted with absolute certainty that this was gonna end the run, and honestly, I didn't appreciate those doubters. Like, bro, did you see what I went through in the last video?
Leave me alone!
If any of you viewers didn't see the last video, there's a good chance you're new here, and in that case, consider subscribing and checking out my other runs if you like the content. It helps out the channel a lot, and I would love to have you in the GASMASK gang. Anyway, yeah, screw these doubters, man. I still had plan B. So we head back to Flamerock Refuge and respec our skill points, this time going for double your fun so that we could throw 2 grenades while gunzerking. After that, we fought back to the Crusher Trap and did some testing, which looked very promising. Even with my confidence now at 100%, our homie Happy Turtle was still doubting me. He was so confident that he even wagered a week-long ban if I succeeded. And let's just say, we didn't hear from him for a while. Grenade jump now. Grenade jump. Grenade scoot, I should say. Grenade scoot. Grenade scoot. Happy Turtle, say goodbye to everybody. Your seconds are numbered. Any last words, Happy Turtle? Bye-bye, friendos. Doubters and shambles, baby, let's go! After we got through that scary part of the map, we fought our way back to Simon and was presented with a choice. Kill Simon or kill Simon's brother. And since we still needed Simon to remove the curse he put on us or else we'd die in a week, I think the choice was obvious. After killing Simon, we only had one more obstacle in the Lair of Infinite Agony. There goes the masochism talking again, my bad. Anyway, Giant Spider Lady of Anger and Scariness was our next boss we had to tackle. This fight wouldn't be bad if it weren't for one move. No, it's not the floor spiders that I can't dodge. No, it's not the invincibility shield. It's the frickin' life drain move that really biffs up this whole run. Usually, you just have to run away from her, and she can't steal any health from you. And I swear to God, if I have to explain why that isn't an option... Oh, for the love of... What is it, Mick?
Why can't you run away from the...
Because I have the movement options of Flappy Bird! Anyway, our first attempt ended in big tragedy because we were actually really close to getting the kill. Worry not though, I had an absolutely masterful plan. I think Past Me explains it pretty well, so I'll just let him do the talking. Alright, I'm gonna make a tactical decision, guys. I'm supposed to be wrapping up stream right about now and starting dinner. I'm gonna go make some dinner. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna start it. Hey guys, how's it going? I'm back. Actually, my desk is kind of messy. I'm gonna clean it up real quick. Alright, I'm back. You know, actually, I have to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. And we are going to fight the sorcerer's daughter now. You know what? Hold on. Actually, I'm pretty thirsty. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get a monster. Alright. We got a monster. Let's kill this thing. We fucking did it. Let's go. That was fucking easy. The final thing in our way was the fight with the handsome sorcerer. Climbing up the tower proved to be pretty difficult. The sheer amount of wizards and dynamite skeletons and oh my gosh, don't even get me started with these things either. Skeleton seer? No I fucking don't, seer. Finally at the top of the tower, we start phase 1 of the fight. We quickly use a slag and shock combo to destroy the sorcerer's shield, and then a slag and fire combo to finish off the first phase. Phase 2 got a little bit tougher. On top of trying to keep the skeletons at bay, I had to make sure to shoot the skull spells out of the air in order to not get downed, which with the Bane's starting accuracy was relatively hard to do. Even if one of your Banes is at max accuracy, the recoil from a freshly reloaded one just throws everything off. This was all manageable, but phase 3 is where things started to really drag on. Get it? Because he summons drag. The sorcerer was now resistant to fire, and on top of that, this phase also has the biggest health bar out of them all. Our next best option was going back to the slag and shot combo. By this time I was running out of ammo, so I tried to inch my way to the ammo shrines when I could. We were so close, and this challenge was almost over. But you know how these things go. Oh, he limping. And just like that, now we know. You can beat Tiny Tina's Assault on Dragon Keep with only the Bane. Bonus content time, woo! In my other Bane video, I did the Bane side quest as a way of saying goodbye to the run, and I'll do the same here. In this game, you can find the Bane quest in the Mines of Avarice, and oh my god, it turns out you could get a legit level 22 Bane. Anyway, we talked out to the dripped out version of Marcus, found Horus out by the docks, marked McNally in the forest, did a sick grenade jump to get Gar's map in Flame Rock Refuge. I promised this was first try and did not take a full hour to get right, and finally met my demons face to face. And with this, our true final victory has come. Before you go, I just want to say thank you so much for making it this far into the video. If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Doing all that helps with the algorithm a lot. If you want to support the channel more directly, consider becoming a channel member. 99 cents gets you emotes and videos a day early. It also helps me get videos out faster for everyone. I will link my Discord and Twitch channel where I stream these runs live in the description. And for everyone who is already subbed, I want to thank you again for helping me hit this 50k milestone. I promised to do a Wanderlust only run at 100k subs because I truly despise that weapon. And after that, who knows? I could use the Bane in the other Borderlands game that has it for the 200k special. Anyway, shout out to Instant Gaming for being this channel's first sponsor. Make sure to check the description below and save some money. And also shout out to Mango Soda for this video's thumbnail art. He does commissions and he will also be linked in the description. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. We landed one last power move and finished him off with one final blow to the heart. Which means you can beat Borderlands 2 with only the law and order. Bonus content time, woo! So Jack might be dead, but there's still a lot of crime on this planet, so our work isn't done yet. We're going to investigate the 2 sanctuary crimes and also go take down the outlaw Nisha. First off, let's talk about the gutter quadruplets. If you're impatient like me, you probably figured out who did the crime by accusing someone, and if you were wrong, just saying, oh well, guess I'll try again in the next playthrough. But today, I actually wanted to crack this case. Talking to Marshall Friedman, Moxie, and Zed, we found out the murder was from a single bullet. He has a shield and took some damage, but then Zed patched him up good as new. So the one who has a sniper, shield, and full health is the only person who could have done this crime. Case closed. Let's move over to the other case in Sanctuary, where we gotta find out who stole the cash from their homies. Marshall Friedman told us that only one of these guys will tell the truth and the other 3 are liars, and using that info, we can easily find out who took the money. Jim pretty much said it wasn't me, Lindy says Sam took the cash, Sam said it was O'Cantler, and O'Cantler just says Sam's full of crap. That last one was actually verbatim too. So if we factor in our 3 liars and 1, truther rule, we can quickly find our answer. Sam and O'Cantler's responses both contradict each other, so we can deduce that one of them have to be telling the truth. And in either case, that would make Jim a liar, meaning his response of, I didn't do it, is proof of his thievery. So yeah, you could solve the case in this convoluted way, or you could just look at Jim's back and see that the money is literally right there. Anyway, let's move on to Lynchwood and Nisha. The first mission here was pretty easy. We pressed a few buttons and then a train blew up, so that was pretty cool. And after that, we put the Stinky on Mad Dog while also managing to keep the dynamite from falling off this time. And then we robbed Nisha's bank and set off to hide all the money. Oh boy, I sure hope Nisha doesn't sick her posse on me. Oh my god! After all that, Nisha was mad, and now she wanted to challenge us to a pistol showdown to see who came out on top. But honestly, screw all that noise. Before you go, I just wanted to say thank you so much for making it this far into the video. If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Doing all that helps with the YouTube algorithm and helps the channel grow. If you want to support the channel more directly, consider becoming a channel member. 99 cents gets you emotes and videos a day early, and also helps me get videos out earlier for everybody. You could also check out my link in the description to Instant Gaming. I am partnered with them, and they have some great video game deals over there, so definitely go check them out and save some money. I'll leave my Discord and Twitch channel where I stream these runs live in the description as well. And last but not least, I wanted to give a shout out to our thumbnail artist, Mango Soda. They do commissions and will also be linked below. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. Today's video is sponsored by Instant Gaming. More on how you could save money on video games later in the video. So on my channel, I usually explore the viability of cursed, low tier, and just downright bad gear in endgame Borderlands. But today, we're going to explore the viability of one of my favorite skills of all time. Today we ask, can you beat Borderlands 2 with only light the fuse? I'll go over the rules real quick. First off, we will be playing on Ultimate Vault Hunter mode and starting out on OP10, and then lowering the OP level as we go if necessary. The goal is to beat the game at the highest OP level possible. Bar will not be allowed for this run, and last but not least, all damage dealt to enemies must be a result of light the fuse. So damage from things like Bloodsplosion or barrels is allowed as long as it's initiated by light the fuse and not some other source like melee damage. And before the run and valid 8-year-olds get to the comment section, Jump damage will be allowed because it's so insignificant in UVHM that it wouldn't kill anything anyway. We are also allowing the use of pull a pin to drop a stock grenade when we end up dying. These also deal barely any damage, but I decided to allow it because it's kind of on theme with the run and the funny knockback property is just too hard to pass up. Damage done to myself can come from any source. So things like hitting myself, throwing BuzzX bombs, throwing stock grenades, and punching barrels are all fine as long as I don't hurt the enemy in the process. As for the gear, we're only going to be using an explosive relic and a flesh crunch class mod. Both these things together gives me an extra 166% explosive damage. I should mention that if I do end up dropping my OP level, I will also drop my gears level accordingly, which doesn't matter much. The difference in damage boost is like 8% from OP0 to OP10, but I decided to keep the playing field level anyway. Here's a quick peek at the build. If you're wondering why I picked some of these skills, it's probably because I ran out of useful skill points, so I threw them in random spots so I didn't have to see the blinking in the corner of my screen. Alright, with that out of the way, let's hop into the run. Right off the bat, we get a nice taste of gas mask luck. We got good starter spawns. Okay. Yeah, so surprising nobody, Light the Fuse was not working in OP levels. The first set of Bullymongs already had us drop down to OP7 before we could chain together a kill. Using this knowledge, we could play a fun game. You should comment down below what OP level you'll think we'll be at by the end of the run, and see if you're right. Anyway, the bandits in Tutorial Town are usually the really squishy kind, but even so, we still needed to drop down to OP6 to get through this part. So yeah, OP6 is possible, but I definitely couldn't have done it without. So if you're using Light the Fuse and you want to make sure you throw as many dynamite sticks as you can before you inevitably blow your arm off, make sure you're not spamming the click button. Instead, time your clicks for right when Krieg is touching the bundle of dynamite, and you will throw them a lot faster. This allows you to throw 22 sticks of dynamite instead of the usual 14 per Light the Fuse duration. After repairing Claptrap, we started fighting our way to Boom Boom. After ignoring some major wannabes, we hop in and start our first boss fight.
Light the fuses, bitches!
He said the thing!
I'm ready to blow!
Our first attempt ended near instantly since my bleed out timer was still scuffed from the last fight. Our first real attempt made it painfully obvious that OP6 wasn't gonna happen. OP5 was better, OP4 was close, and OP3 was just barely doable. We were able to kill Boom, which triggered Psychos to start spawning, and these guys were vital to our victory. The plan was to stay close to the Psychos as I was chucking my evil candy canes at Boom's turret. This way, when my timer ran out, I would get a revive off of them and potentially deal some extra damage via Bloodsplosion. This strat worked well for knocking him out of his turret, but not as well when it came to actually killing Boom. Boom's AI makes him run pretty far away from you when you go down, and it's kinda hard to hit him when he just jumps out of range. But lucky for us, we know about... If you're sick of the bad guys running away as you're trying to feed them the scary looking candles, totem trolling is just what you're looking for. When in Light the Fuse, you won't bounce off enemy heads. This allows you to effortlessly keep close to them and deal your damage. The bad guys are also so dumb that they literally don't even know you're up there. Anyway, after we killed Boom and Boom, we blasted Claptrap and made our way towards Flint. Along the way, we saw some bad guys bullying Claptrap, so I decided to join in. And then we made it to Flint. And, yeah, this didn't go good. I spent 2 hours trying to set up a Bloodsplosion chain using all the mobs provided, but it just wasn't happening. It also didn't help that he would just light himself on fire and get some goofy damage reduction. Oh, not to mention that every time I failed an attempt, I had to save quit to get all the bandits to respawn, which meant running all the way back over to Flint. Well, since we still have a minute before we get back up there, I guess now's a good time to talk about our partner, Instant Gaming. Instant Gaming is my go-to place for getting deals on games I want to play. Just recently, I decided to try to get Fallout 4 and replay it because it's been a while. And I managed to snag the Game of the Year edition with all the DLC for under $9. The best thing about it is there's no waiting for deals here. Sure, you could just wait for Steam to have a sale, but who wants to wait? And even if you did wait, the odds of their deal beating Instant Gaming's deal is pretty slim. I just checked the price on Steam, and even with it being 75% off, it's still cheaper on Instant Gaming. And now I may be on PC, but Instant Gaming also covers all of our console homies. So do us both a favor and think of a game you've been wanting to play. and use my link in the description to see if you like the deals they've got. And if you end up making a purchase, just know on top of saving yourself money, you're also supporting the channel. Anyway, let's see how far we made it. Oh, we are resetting again already. I guess I should have expected that. Anyway, blood explosion chains are really hard to get without slag tripling your damage on every explosion, so I decided that OP2 was going to be necessary. This was still hard even on OP2, but after a while, we got a god chain. Let's go, dude! After that, we made it to 3 Horns and stole ourselves a car, visited Door Guy, hit a sick quad feed, stole some guy's batteries, and let the blood explosion chain handle killing the 20 bandits for Reese, before finally making it to Sanctuary. Ah yes, home sweet home. We can kick back and relax. Okay, we're off to Frostburn Canyon then. You know the drill. We usually speedrun through this map because all the mandatory fighting is at the end. Running through this time was especially fast because of a largely forgotten part of Light Diffuse is the speed boost awarded to the player after detonating the bundle early. If you get a kill like this, you get a speed boost for the remainder of time that you had left in Light Diffuse. And the best part about it is that speed boost can stack. That's what we call some high risk, high reward gameplay. Anyway, after making it through the bandits and spike pits, we found Lilith and happily revived her. Psych! Real talk though, it didn't take Lilith long to utter her cringe one-liner. It was literally her second phase blast, and I just wasn't having it. At this point, some of you guys might be thinking, I thought Light Diffuse was bad. How the heck is this man AFK eating chips and French onion dip and still winning? And yeah, fair enough. I've heard a lot of people say that this skill is terrible, and while I could agree that this skill is definitely not optimal, terrible is kind of a harsh take. Ironically enough, I think that Light Diffuse excels in the 3rd playthrough. Did you know that this skill receives a 600% damage boost in UVHM? Because it does. If we take the health multipliers from each playthrough, we can see that Light Diffuse has the best potential in UVHM. I also find it kind of funny that TVHM is the worst time to use this skill. Anyway, yeah, Light Diffuse isn't bad. It's just not as strong as swapping to a Norfleet.
What the f, amigo? Vos estás re loco.
For example, I still can't kill these big psychos, so that sucks. I had 2 options for these guys. I could wait for Lilith to take care of them since they don't have health regen, but relying on Lilith plus waiting on Lilith isn't something I want to do. So I just lured them over here and let Pull the Pin handle it. You can't see it in the clip, but they definitely got launched off the cliff here. After all that noise, we set off to Ellie's to get a car upgrade. I couldn't afford a new car, so I got a local job working on a food truck. They put me on hot dog duty, we destroyed the competition, and I managed to make enough money for a new car, and then we set off to the Bloodshot Stronghold. Bad Ma was waiting for us, and I had a plan for this fight. Come closer. Come closer, big man.
It was at this moment that he knew. He f***ed up.
There we go. Easy. It was now time to fight our way through the ramparts. They thought they were going to be able to stop me with their numbers and manpower, but they didn't know about my main goal.
My main goal is to blow up.
The close quarters combat here made it easy to set up blood explosion chains and corner enemies. After we made it to the toilet room, I managed to survive 7 back-to-back instant bleedouts. We even ended it on this cool stylish one. Hold that, wait. Hold on. Come down here. Truck it. Oh my god. Angry Michael showed up and he made the mistake of standing too close to the edge. And then we had a little family gathering. Oh, he's got a, that's a suit, that's one of me behind me. It's my own brethren behind me. We caught up to Roland and watched him get kidnapped by our next big problem, the Warden. Fun fact. Constructors have a 90% damage reduction to Grenade Splash. Also, fun fact, Light Diffuse and Blood Explosion are both considered Grenade Splash. Another fun fact, the Warden can take Roland to the Hyperion Friendship Gulag if you don't kill it fast enough. Fun fact, we're going to the Gulag. Yeah, I tried my best here, but we just did not have enough damage to take him out. Especially because our potential revives were all super loaders or angelic guards, so bye, Roland. Anyway, usually the Gulag version of this fight can be harder because the Warden also has the ability to moonshot loaders in over there. But like, what's the worst that can happen? They down me? Yeah, the extra bad guys actually came in handy to set up for bigger blood explosion chains here. Only thing we had to be careful of is our bleed out timer not getting too low. So how bleed out timers work in this game is that every time you go down, your bleed out timer will be reduced if you went down within 26 seconds of your last second wind. In order to reset this, you would not only need to wait longer than 26 seconds before your next down, you would also need to get a second wind with that already bad bleed out timer. If your next down is going to make you instantly bleed out, no amount of waiting alone can reset your timer. So you need to really set up for your next second wind to reset it back to normal. So after a few kills, I started counting out loud, making sure I hit that 26-second mark, and we patiently waited for Warden to keep spawning our revives. On the 14th activation of Light the Fuse, we finally managed to take this toaster down. After Roland and I finished off the rest of the loaders, we made it back to Sanctuary. Our next mission was to go steal the vault key, train robbery style. Right as we got to Tundra Express, we lost a fight with a snowman and took a shameful shower with the VAR kids because of it. After that, Mordo and Tina helped us blow up a train, and it was now time for the Wilhelm fight. This fight was honestly kind of a joke. Homie straight up just spawns 2 surveyors every 20 seconds, and that makes it way too easy to just
blow up.
Altogether, it took 7 full detonations and 1 beef stick to take Wilhelm down. After that, we got back to Sanctuary. Lieutenant Davis wanted to try our build out, so I tried to show him the ropes, but I don't think he understood that well. Oh no, I got all of Sanctuary doing it now. What have I done? What the f***, Lilith? On the way to the fridge, we found a tubby skag and blew his cute little head right off of his body. He dropped an Unforgiven, so that's pretty cool. Which reminds me, I've got all these save files on my Discord channel. If you want to try any of the runs you've seen me do on YouTube, there's a link in the description. Anyway, after almost surviving the fridge, we fumbled again and forgot to hit the fast travel objective. After we got that fixed, we started our fight with the hungry moon squid. Yeah, this one didn't go good at all. I had no hope of killing this thing, especially since it can just hide underground as I try to detonate, or just say, I have a shield now, and ruin everything. So I decided to hire some friends to help me out. Except, they weren't my friends at all, actually. It was really hard to get them to stay mad at the Thresher because as soon as it went underground, their lack of object permanence kicked in and they just started blasting me. After like an hour of trying to figure it out, I got to a spot where they would just leave me alone and fight it out themselves, and I just took my hands off the keyboard. About 2 minutes later, the Thresher kicked the bucket and I made off with the contents of its stomach. Overlook was up next, and with the hordes of loaders, you would think this wouldn't be too bad. Only problem is, they really just didn't want to target me.
Shoot me! Shoot me! Shoot me! What the fuck?
Yeah, they were just dead set on destroying that beacon, so it eventually became invincible and these guys were still shooting at it. I had to adapt, and this is probably the first time in human history that adapting was running up and trying to eat the bad guys' guns. But we gotta do what we gotta do. After what felt like the longest Overlook fight of my life, the fast travel landed and we made our shameful escape. We weren't at Sanctuary long before we were given another job to do while everybody else sat around. What is our job anyway? Oh, come on! Anyway, after wounding all the loaders by simply not getting a second wind, we ran through the preserve and started taking out all the required bad guys. I had to be a bit careful here because I knew an UBA was coming up. That's an acronym for this, by the way. And in order to take this thing out, I was going to need to really utilize the 2 loaders it spawns with. I was really scared that I was going to have to farm map RNG for this barrel to be slag for the kill, but I was lucky enough to kill him without needing to do that. And I was even lucky enough to do it a second time because I forgot to grab Doctor's orders. We started fighting the loot dudes, and this time around I figured bunching them all up would increase my odds of surviving. I died anyway, but on the bright side, the corrosive skag killed all the jet loaders for us, so that was cool. We ended up getting a legendary Psycho class mod and an Infinity, so that's pretty neat. And after playing fetch with the local puppies, we made it to the Bloodwing fight. At face value, you might think this fight is just not possible. She has 3 phases to fight and resets if I end up dying, and that math just doesn't add up to me winning. But lucky for us, right about the same time she lands and gets into our range, she also spawns a bunch of skags. Those skags are also getting slagged by Mordecai. I think you guys know where this is going.
There you go, guys. Good job. GG. Let's go. First try, baby.
The new rivalry score is now 7-4. I think we need to give Bloodwing a chance, so maybe comment the challenge that Bloodwing can score a point on. Anyway, we got the Claptrap upgrade and finally had a chance to high-five our homie. Our next goal was to recruit Brick and his buzzard support. He has a whole army of crazed bandits, so I thought I would fit in pretty well, but nope, I needed to do some dumb initiation. This guy is literally begging to get shot in the face, and he's still part of the gang. I'm running around with lit TNT and blowing my arm off every 4 seconds, and I can't join? What the heck is that logic? So I started the initiation and immediately went AFK to just go eat more snacks because I could. Anyway, after I killed all those guys, Brick agreed to help us out. We also got to tell Sarcastic Slab about our main goal.
Blow up.
After getting a loader to take out Face McShooty for us, we fought off all the loaders with Brick. I was having trouble doing our usual strats, but luckily Brick knows what he's doing. Brick! He did it! We seen it! The last thing we needed for the bunker raid was Jack's voice. We tried our totem trolling strat on the Jack double, but one light diffuse duration wasn't going to be enough. After that attempt, he started running away, as he does, but I bet he didn't know about. When you're in Fight for Your Life, enemies change up a little bit and try to move a bit further away from you than they usually would. Normally you can't use this to your advantage, but with Light Diffuse, we can run, jump, and herd all the bad guys right to where we want them. After using the fear of the engineers to our advantage, we were able to kill the Jack double and steal his voice, and now we were finally ready for the climb up to the bunker. Obstacle number 1 was another toaster. Believe it or not, this guy was way more of a hassle than Warden. You see, all the Warden does is just keep spawning bad guys. He can't shoot missiles or nukes or anything like that. On the other hand, these guys have a limit to how many loaders they can spawn. So if I didn't get enough damage done with the provided bad guys, I would have to reset the map. Which I did over, and over, and over, and over again. Yeah, some of the most random problems just decided to show up. To list a few, bad guys would die way earlier than I thought they would, and that would waste their blood explosion damage. A loot homie showed up and that ruined everything. Enemies wouldn't get close enough to the constructor. Surveyors would fly out of my range at the last moment. The toaster would nuke my revive last second. Random pieces of geometry would eat my detonation. What? Or, you know, I would just casually be held hostage by a jet loader. Yeah, just a bunch of generally annoying crap that you would totally expect when you're trying to kill a grenade splash resistant toaster with grenade splash. 1 hour, 6 resets, and 11 deaths later, we finally managed to take the thing down. Man, I sure hope the next fight isn't as bad as... Well, I guess this is the end of the run. Until next time, breathe easy, homies. Psych! Yeah, I'm not counting these guys, because what you're seeing here is 100% a glitch. These guys are super weird and just don't take a lot of splash damage for some reason, so since they're cheating, we're gonna do a little cheating too, while keeping to the run's theme. If we allow ourselves 2 very specific grenade mods, a long fuse sticky homing slag bouncing Betty, and a short fuse sticky homing corrosive transfusion grenade, good god that was hard to say and record, that took like 18 tries, we could kill these guys with pull the pin. First off, we die right about here with our slag grenade equipped. We want to die as far away as possible, but still have the grenade be close enough to home into the turret. The sticky property is important here because the grenades would just bounce off otherwise. The slag Betty will now get stuck in the turret and slag it with bullets while we respawn. After we come back, we need to quickly go equip the corrosive transfusion we dropped on the ground, take enough damage to get health gated, and then open and close our inventory to get rid of the invincibility window from health gate. And then we would instantly bleed out and hope that we were fast enough. And also hope the grenade went for the right turret. This was a pretty tight window. It probably took about 15 tries before we nailed this kill. For the further turret, we had to get a little creative. Instead of bleeding out normally, we would have to jump into the death barrier in a level spot where our grenade would drop, bounce directly upward, notice the turret, and start homing in before we equipped our corrosive transfusion and tried to bleed out with that one. Surprisingly enough, we somehow got this one first try. Well, glad that fight is out of the way. Can't possibly get any worse than... Yeah, I'll be honest guys, this was probably the worst Super Toaster fight I've ever had. I literally couldn't do anything to this thing, so I just had to wait for it to slowly nuke itself. This was unbearably slow, so I tried to manipulate it by baiting out slams every time it chose to shoot missiles instead of nukes. And honestly, I thought it was working, but I was actually just slowing him down. The optimal strat here was literally to wait pretty much AFK and just eat some hot fries. 2 fucking hours I waited there before I couldn't see his health bar anymore. He was practically dead, so I decided to finish him off the proper way. This is probably stupid, but oh well. Just do it.
Would like to remind you that there is only one thing worse than respawning, and that is not respawning.
After another hour and a half, we got it low again and actually took it out proper. Okay, now there really shouldn't be any other annoying thing we have to deal with on the way up to the what the f even is this? All right, we're finally at the bunker now. Step 1, blow up some turrets. Step 2, blow up some more turrets. So in order to destroy the bunker, we were going to have to be patient and wait for him to stand still on the edge of the arena and blow up his turrets to get second wins. Now this is some tricky stuff to land consistently, but we had a trick up our sleeve. Alright guys, it's time to teach you about my favorite light the fuse tech, short fusing. How many of you guys have tried to jump last second in order to reach a surveyor or rack, but in the end just landing before the dynamite has a chance to blow up anyway? I'm willing to bet a good portion of you that have tried this skill. But with short fusing, this problem will be no more. As long as you're not throwing a stick of dynamite as this animation starts, you can click at any moment to detonate the bundle early. My mind was blown when I found this strat, and honestly, it was the tipping point to starting this run. Anyway, by short fusing, we can jump at the bunker and detonate early enough to destroy the turrets and deal a little bit of damage to the bunker in the process. We lost our first attempt while we were still warming up, but on our second try, we got the bunker all the way down to his deathbed spot. It got a little trickier here because he was way higher up than I felt safe going for, so after I got second wins from the turrets, I lured a backup plan closer and started chucking. 3 loader sacrifices in, we secured our win. Our next objective was to survive the Angel Core fight. I was so hyped to see all the dumb loaders run towards their silly little ion loader homies, not knowing they grouped themselves up and gave me a free way to down myself and blow them all up at once. But then like maybe 2 ion loaders showed up, so that was kind of lame. But honestly, that was fine compared to the rest of the stuff I had to deal with down here. 10, 11, 12, shut the f up, Lilith! 14, 15. Alright, I've been getting a lot of comments lately asking why I despise Lilith so much, and honestly, it's more than her just dropping that cringe one-liner. She just constantly blinds me and is of no use in combat. You would expect her to deal some type of fire or even slag damage in combat, but no, she just doesn't deal damage in Angel Core. All the other Vault Hunters are cool. Roland can actually kill stuff and his turret gives you health and ammo. Mordecai understands UVHM and slags everything for you. Brick puts the stinky on loaders? And, what does Lilith do again? Fuck you, Lilith. Get stepped on. No, Lilith, what the fuck are you doing? She takes me to the fucking back rooms? This game is cursed. Why does this always happen to me? I can't make this up. Anyway, so the last few loaders are all the super ones, and in order to kill those, we were going to need some fodder enemies. If we somehow messed this up and we're stuck in a 1v1 versus one of these things, we were going to have to restart Angel Core entirely. I was down to the loader and 1 turret, and needed that loader to be as close to the turret as possible. And of course, Lilith kept distracting it. Oh my god, bro. We eventually managed to take it out and did not need to redo the entirety of Angel Core, thank goodness. Anyway, Roland died. That is literally what I wrote in the script, so I'm just going to go with it. And Jack kidnapped Lilith. Great, now I won't have to listen to her. She's in my brain now, come on! We made it to Sawtooth Cauldron and started taking out the ambush commanders. This place was pretty crowded with bandits, so herding them to the big guys was actually pretty simple. I may have had a few minor blunders, but they all died in the end, and that's what matters. After those guys, we bombed Boombringer and accidentally looked at the explosion, but it somehow still counted as me not seeing it, so I'm basically a cheater now. We found Mortar and decided to let him live. We totally didn't try to kill him and failed miserably. No, that would never happen. I needed him to damage me for this next fight. So, buzzards. Not exactly something I could just chase down, so for this fight, we're going to need to do some shenanigans. Man, do I just make the same funny edit as I did in the last video? Screw it, why not?
Time's up. Explosions of life!
Anyway, yeah, we had to pretty much just get the buzzard as they spawned in order to get all these guys taken down. It took a while, but we got all 5 and stole a bunch of explosives. Wait, why are we even here? I've got tons of dynamite. Anyway, after the usual run through the boneyard, we made it to the Badlands and found Saturn. I humored the idea that killing Saturn was possible, so I made one attempt. Guess how much damage I did? Anyway, yeah, we got the data and it was time for the final stride towards the vault. The mobbing at the claptrap door? Easy. Skipping Heroes Pass? Even easier. Fighting Jack? Pretty much impossible. I could go on for hours describing how everything in this fight adds up to us losing, but instead, I'm going to try to cover all the basic stuff really fast. Here we go. At first, the Jack fight seems easy because he spawns all these clones that die to one dynamite stick, but after his shield breaks, those clones don't show up anymore and your options for revives are loaders or turrets. This wouldn't be an issue if it wasn't for Jack's crazy health regen, the fact he has grenade splash resistance just like constructors, and an invincibility drone. So in order to kill Jack, you just need to get his shield really low and then pray you get a good enough chain using all the clones. But most of the time, you get the god chain when his shield is still full and just ruin the attempt. This is also very hard because the clone AI is incredibly unpredictable. Sometimes they chase you down, sometimes they try and gun you down, sometimes they just don't move. Which isn't helpful considering that we have to lure them all over to the spot for the blood explosion chain because when Jack's shield breaks, he instantly teleports to the console, meaning the chain has to end here. But getting an actual chain is super hard because if you have too many runners, they clump up and it doesn't actually chain and it doesn't stack any damage. And if you have too many gunners, they're not close enough to get hit by the explosions. So you have to deal with their already buggy AI and spread them far enough to make the fight work. Also, apparently if multiple enemies die at the same time, only one of them will blood explode, and 99% of the time is the one that wasn't near any of the other bad guys. Yippee. I was honestly lucky to even enter Light the Fuse because these guys barely deal any damage. I could slag myself using Lilith's laser, but she can't slag Jack or any of the doubles because she's a She could slag the rack though, so maybe we can add those to the chain. Nope. You have to hit them with a stick of dynamite to get them mad, but that usually just kills them. And even if you do get them mad, they usually only do one swoop before forgetting about you again. We also need a bunch of bloodlust stacks for the chain to work, so we have to make sure to activate BuzzX Rampage after our initial detonation so that Taste of Blood gives us 45 stacks per kill instead of just 1. And then we have to try to keep these stacks by jumping on the bad guys' heads. That didn't go good. Jump on him, I swear to God, thank you. Jump, 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 you fuckers, I hate you. Just give me my 100 stacks, please. Oh my God, this is fucking Sisyphus! Sisyphus! Other than the actual fight, there were some other things that slowed me down. Like when the mailman sent me this picture saying my 24-pack of monsters was delivered, that's not my front door. So I ran around my apartment complex and discovered that's nobody's front door. This was actually just a picture of a package that wasn't even my monsters delivered to the back door of the main office. Why? Back to Borderlands, I also had Shift telling me I couldn't connect to my account even though I was in offline mode, which wouldn't be an issue, but they decided to tell me every time I paused to save quit and again in the home menu. It was messing up my fast save quits and I was getting really tilted. Insert dramatic sigh and pretend that I did all that in one take. Wait, hold on. Anyway, after 6 hours, I decided that OP2 Jack just straight up wasn't possible. So this fight is going to have two endings. The normal ending and the stinky ending. If we allow ourselves to use pull the pin with a singularity grenade, we can win the fight like this. Let's go. Let's go. That looked really easy, didn't it? Well, it actually took 3 hours to figure out. Stock grenades don't launch Jack, otherwise I would have just used one of those, so the singularity was needed here. On top of that, the singularity needed to be in a high place. This would give him more airtime and he'd get pulled further. It was also super annoying to make sure he stayed aggroed to you, and even harder to get him close enough to this corner to pull it off. I had to be at a specific distance where I'm out of his melee range, but still close enough to where he would try to run up and melee me instead of disappearing. I would then have to kite him to this corner because just standing here wouldn't get him close enough. After that, I just needed to spam jump and have him down me. If I didn't spam jump here, he would just run away and this wouldn't work. Also, the actual walkable area of this rock I had to climb was super slim. Too far to the right and I would be the one getting stinkied. Usually I would just be kinda mad that this fight was so convoluted and obscure, but like, we fucking put the stinky on Jack. This is fucking awesome. Anyway, for the normal ending, we were going to have to drop the OP level all the way down to 0.
Hey guys, Future GASMASK here. So yeah, we managed to kill Jack at OP 0 after about 2 hours of attempts. But I was really mad that we had to drop out of OP levels after making it this far on OP 2. So we popped it back to OP 1 and did some testing. And within the first 10 minutes, we had some promising attempts. And I instantly knew that this was possible. So I put my nose to the grindstone, letting my stubbornness completely overtake any urge to settle for the win at OP 0. I knew it was only a matter of time. But what I didn't know was that matter of time was 10 hours. Anyway, I just wanted to explain everything that happened. I'm pretty sure 50% of this challenge was this fight alone, so that's something. Also, this bit is 100% an excuse to show off the new merch. Queen Knight designed all of it, and I think she did an awesome job. If you want to cop some of this for yourself, find the link in the description or just go straight to GASMASK'Gang.com. Anyway, here's me killing Jack after I fought him for almost 20 hours.
That it? Huh?
We're staying OP levels! We're gonna fucking do it! And that just leaves the warrior. The plan here was to lure the crystalisks over to where the warrior stands and use them for revives while damaging the warrior with our thrown sticks. This fight was honestly so much easier compared to the Jack fight, but we still ran into some issues. 19, 20, 21, 22. Mori! With all respect, shut the fuck up. You're gonna jinx it. I love you, but don't say that, okay? What's the rule? We know the rule. We don't celebrate till it's over. Okay? Okay?
2 seconds later.
Quicker than I'd hoped. What the fuck? Whoa. Hold on. Alright, I'm not gonna get mad. But Mori. This is a direct example. Anyway, our other issue was that the crystalisks just straight up disappear when he enters his deathbed spot, leaving our only options for revives being rack or blowing off his chest pieces. So after a few failed attempts, we devised a strategy. When the warrior was close to entering his deathbed, we would make sure not to put him under that health threshold while he was already sitting in that spot. That way, when his health did get low enough, instead of standing there with no chest pieces for revives, he would dive under the lava one last time and regain his chest armor so we could guarantee at least one revive in deathbed phase. Using those chest pieces and this rack that luckily glitched out, we were able to take down the warrior and finish this run. Which means, yeah, you can beat Borderlands 2 with only Light the Fuse, even at OP1. Bonus content time, woo! We faced many hardships in this run, and we prevailed over every fight we were faced with. All except for one. And I think revenge is a dish best served cold. So we started blowing up snowmen. All these bandits and frosty dudes were no match for me. I was in a constant state of instant bleedouts, but they just couldn't escape me. Oh, the delightful sounds they made when their existence came to an end. Those satisfying crunches drove me to keep going right up to the very end when we faced off against the abominable Mr. Tinder Snowflake. He threw every last one of his soldiers at me, but with my ballpark Franks in hand, he suffered a cold, cold defeat. So in case anyone ever wondered this, you can beat how Marcus saved Mercenary Day with only light the fuse. Before you go, I just wanted to say thank you guys so much for making it this far into the video. If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Doing all that helps the channel a lot. I also read all my comments and love hearing your guys' ideas and kind words. If you want to support the channel more directly, consider becoming a channel member. 99 cents gets you emotes and videos a day early. You could also save yourself some money over at Instant Gaming using my link, or you could check out the new merch store. I will leave my Discord and Twitch channel where I stream these runs live in the description. And last but not least, shout out to Mango Soda who drew this video's thumbnail art. They do commissions and will also be linked down below. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. This video is sponsored by Instant Gaming. More on how you could save money on games later in the video. Borderlands 2 is full of Easter eggs and references, but the most memorable one for me has to be the Minecraft Easter egg in Caustic Caverns. So today, we're going to ask ourselves, can you beat Borderlands 2 with only the longbow? Here are the rules for this run. First off, this will be an Ultimate Vault Hunter mode Overpower 10 playthrough. For the Minecraft players that have never played this game, this just means enemies have 4 times health, health regen, and are all 10 levels higher than us. Fire will not be allowed for this run, and the longbow is the only gun I can use. The longbow being a sniper type weapon means that Zero is the character to pick for this run. To complement his skills, we will be using the legendary sniper class mod for a bunch of sniper buffs. This class mod also has us trade off 2/3 of our shield for some pretty intense crit damage bonuses, so we will be super squishy for the whole run. Melee attacks in Zero's kunai will be allowed for applying Deathmark and Slag to the bad guys, but I can't kill enemies with the melee damage. If any of the run invalid babies want to complain about this, I literally put it in the rules, so don't make a fool of yourself. As for the other gear, we have a basic shield and the Vault Hunter relic as a placeholder. Here's a quick peek at the build. Pretty basic sniper build stuff, so let's hop into the run. We start our journey in Tutorial Town, a village recently overrun by pillagers and their fearsome ravagers. And just like any Minecraft raid, I used my bow to start taking these guys out from afar. Lucky for us, every single longbow you find in this game comes with a flame enchantment, making combat with these fleshy bandits and creatures relatively easy. I used my time here to learn the arc of the arrow shot so I could hit crits more efficiently. The longbow being one of 3 snipers in the game with no scope and also shooting Minecraft arrows at an upward angle made it a little goofy to aim. The 10 out of 5 in velocity, tripling our bullet speed, also made this pretty chaotic to learn. I found we were really accurate when we used the top of our crosshair to aim instead of the middle. Anyway, we met with the town's only surviving villager. He helped us fix up our iron golem friend, and we made our way towards the first boss fight, Boom Boom. Here we learned a pretty valuable lesson for this run. No crits, no damage. This sniper is definitely a skill cannon, especially when it comes to armored fire resistant enemies like Boom Boom. Even on basic enemies, body shots won't get you very far, but if you set it up and land the headshots, you get the results you need.
Oh god, that hurts, that hurts, that hurts, that hurts.
After we dealt with those guys, we fought our way up to Flint. And I actually took my time here because I somehow survived this long while being super squishy this whole time. In most of my runs, I'm around 20 deaths at this point, so I was super focused. We made it to Flint and totally expected that this run could end here. Flint being a fire-resistant boss that has a phase where fire damage heals him was one thing, but also giving him a mask that blocks most of your crits made this fight pretty dumb. Before this run, I was under the assumption that you just couldn't kill Flint with fire weapons. Like, look at this clip of me spamming him with a fire Norfleet. That's not a great sign, eh? I knew this fight could be a roadblock before I even started the run. So I came up with a strat so cheesy, so goofy, and so impractical that I really didn't want to use it if I didn't have to. I'll be calling this strat Plan B. Plan A was to knock Flint out of his arena and bug out his AI, and then we would just feed him crits and hope that we could fight against his health regeneration. And at first, it looked like my arrows weren't doing anything, but Zero had a trick up his sleeve. I'm talking about Critical Ascension. This skill gives Zero more crit and sniper damage for every crit he hits. These stacks of Critical Ascension will start decaying if you stop getting crits after a short period of time or swap to a non-sniper weapon. So now the question was, could I stack enough Critical Ascension to actually move his health bar?
Slag, please. Please slag. Oh? Oh, what the f? Oh, that was a grenade. We're good. No way. We have enough ammo, dude? We don't need slag. We don't even need slag. Oh my god.
Well, I could be wrong, but I think I might be the first person ever to kill Flint with a fire weapon at OP10. I was honestly really glad that that worked out.
Looks like we're gonna have to save Plan B for another run. Anyway, we got Claptrap's boat back, made it to 3 horns, used my Bullymong whispering skills, stole a car, made it villager color, hit door guy, changed my mind about the vehicle color, met Corporal Reese, sniped the crap out of a guy that stole his battery, made a snow golem to avenge the 20 bandits for Reese, and finally made it to Sanctuary. Alright, so we're going to be waiting for Private Jessup to open this door for a while, so now is a great time to tell you about how instant gaming can save you money on your next video game purchase. Picture this. All your homies get a new game and you see them over there having a blast, so you decide to get the game for yourself, but uh-oh, it's going to set you back $70? Yikes! Yeah, video games are getting expensive nowadays, but that's where instant gaming comes in. They have deals on tons of games, and I'm willing to bet they've got deals on some of the games that have been rotting away in your wish lists. And the best part for me personally is that there's no waiting for deals here. That's why they call it instant gaming. And to the console homies watching, instant gaming has you guys covered too. So if you're on PlayStation, Xbox, or even Switch, they've got deals with your name on them. So how about this? You think of a game you've been wanting to play and use my link in the description to at least see what kind of deal they're offering on it. And just know if you do end up making a purchase, not only are you saving yourself money, but you're also supporting the channel. Anyway, let's get back to the run. What are we still doing here? Anyway, the Firehawk left us a pretty frightening message, so we set off to Frostburn Canyon. I usually run right through this place because all the mandatory combat is at the very end, but my haste got the best of me. I got greedy and died to a couple of fire-resistant nomads halfway through and took this run's first death. My first life in a run is usually the best, so this number is just going to start increasing fast now. Anyway, we made it to Lilith and died a couple more times, and honestly, I'm blaming Lilith for this one. For the Minecraft players, imagine Lilith as an annoying Enderman that is supposed to help you fight, but in reality just blinds you most of the time when it teleports, and you also have to constantly feed its drug habits. Oh yeah, and it also has a really dumb catchphrase. Anyway, some big boy Vindicators showed up, and I proved that they are killable with the longbow before dealing with the others in my signature style. Rebozo. Whoa.
I put the stinky on him. After all that was dealt with, our next goal was to go save our boy Roland. He was captured and being held in the Bloodshot Woodland Mansion, and we were going to need a new car to sneak in. Now usually this is the part of the run where I get a break from the harsh, cruel combat and get to fight some cars that aren't balanced properly for endgame and feel like a god for 2 minutes. But like I said before, no crits, no damage. Even with Boar, fighting the cars was actually pretty scary stuff. This just goes to show how important hitting crits was during this run. After stealing enough parts to make ourselves a new minecart, we made it back to the Bloodshot Mansion and took on Badma. This fight was a bit rough. Homie had a shield and it was making it really hard to hit the crits we needed. It was sloppy, but we took him out and made our way inside. So we start fighting through all the mobs and things were going great, right up until the dreaded toilet room. Yeah, these bone crushers, they were turning me into bone meal. Anytime a bullet hit me, it would just break my shield and just take a chunk of my health in the process. Like, imagine getting shot, but all you have to block the bullet is a piece of cardboard. It's not gonna do much, but you're getting shot, so you're gonna take what you can get. The bad guys also had the high ground here. I wish I had some ender pearls to gain some height advantage, but all I had were these invisibility potions that only last 5 seconds. After a few deaths, I changed up my strategy a bit. I decided to leave some of the psychos alive and just keep them close by. This way, when I ended up getting shot twice, I had a totem of undying ready to get me back into the action. We eventually took out enough bad guys for the door to open and Mad Mike showed up. I don't know why, but he just decided to jump into the end portal without placing a bed first. Guess I wish him luck on fighting the ender. Oh, okay, that's unfortunate. Oh well. We found Roland and he was in big trouble. Homie set off a skulk sensor and the warden came and nabbed him up. We had to be quick here because if we didn't kill the warden in time, he would take Roland to the friendship gulag where the fight is a lot harder. On the run up to him, we fought our first loaders and honestly, that didn't go too well. These yellow health bar armored enemies are fire resistant and we end up doing about a quarter of the damage that we should be doing. So if fighting these basic armored enemies is rough, how is a giant armored enemy that spawns more armored enemies going to go? Well, extremely well considering that he has a giant crit spot and doesn't move at all. Yeah, I was able to get a good amount of critical ascension stacks using this Rainbow Six Siege type angle, and I managed to take out the warden before it could even spawn any bad guys. Anyway, we fought off the rest of the loaders with Roland and made it back to Sanctuary. Our next mission was to blow up a train and steal the vault key. For the first time in a while, we were able to light the 3 Varkids on fire without needing a fire melon. And after that, Mordo and Tina helped us make some TNT to blow up that train, but not before it could take another victim. Okay, maybe a couple victims. Anyway, we started our fight with Wilhelm, and this fight was pretty rough. Between him spawning loaders and surveyors with no crit spots, he himself also hits pretty hard, so I had to initiate the gamer posture for this fight. Step 1 was to get the loaders dealt with. This would give me less to worry about and also help me build up some critical ascension stacks for Wilhelm himself. And after that, I would just target Wilhelm and try to fight against his shield being recharged. I tried to leave the surveyors alive in case I needed a second wind, but that wasn't a guarantee. No crits, no damage, so if I was going to kill one of these, I was going to have to hope they would line themselves up for a boar shot. For the Minecraft players, think of boar as the piercing enchantment, but the bullet doubles its damage every time it hits something. This skill can one-shot some enemies if their hurt boxes are overlapping because the damage just keeps stacking, so that was something we prayed for during the fight. This was actually a pretty close fight. I was running out of ammo towards the end of it. Gosh darn it, dude, I knew mending wasn't worth it. But we had plenty of critical ascension stacks, so we had just enough ammo to finish this fight. Anyway, we stole another battery for the city's shield system, but turns out it had a virus planted in it, and now Herobrine is hidden somewhere in Borderlands 2. I guess please leave a comment if you end up seeing him in the video. I'm kind of scared right now. Yeah, so Sanctuary turned into a giant end island and then disappeared. I forgot to place a bed up there, so now we need a new way to get home. I found a route through the fridge where all my other skeleton brethren live. Us bone boys need to stick together, so they didn't do me any harm as I passed through. We made it to the Outwash and found the beacon we needed to get back to Sanctuary. Only issue was an angry glow squid ate it, so we were gonna have to kill that thing. Our first attempt went pretty bad, and I thought this fight was gonna be tough. But then I came back, beamed it in the eyeballs, and killed it in like 5 seconds. Now that we had our beacon, all we needed to do was set it up and defend it. I didn't have 164 iron blocks to get any stat boosts, so when Jack moonshot 50 loaders at me, I was pretty much beat right there. After struggling my way through another 15 deaths, we were finally able to make it back home. Our next mission was to prep for the big bunker raid, and step 1 of that was getting Claptrap's upgrade from the preserve. We started trying to wound the loaders to get the front door open. Emphasis on trying. Like, we could wound the loaders, but by the time we wounded the next one, they would just heal and not be classified as wounded anymore. Lucky for us, this game is spaghetti coded, and if you end up dying while one of the loaders is still wounded, the game doesn't realize that they heal back to full health, and they still count towards the 3 wounded loader requirement. So after a few tactical respawns, we made it deeper into the preserve and started fighting Pomone and Toomba. I didn't really need to fight these guys, but I just kind of felt like it. That was until I actually started trying to hit Pomone's crit spot and instantly regretted it. Those guys died eventually and I continued on. The first mandatory mobbing section here was, well, it was fine until the stalkers started throwing the loaders around, making it really hard to hit crits. Oh my god, dude, this goofy off fight, dude! We started prioritizing the stalkers to avoid this issue, and the Uba eventually showed up. This thing is big and slow, so hitting crits on it was pretty easy. right up until both of his arms fell off and no longer had any crit spots. Honestly, not sure why his eyeball is in a crit spot, just like literally every other loader, ever. But at least these guys are one of the few enemies that don't have health regen. So we just had to be patient. But this still took a long time. Long enough that the loaders we previously killed hit their 25-minute respawn timer right as we were running out of ammo, so that was a bit scary. We managed to clutch up though and made our way to the loot dudes. Much like the baby zombies in Minecraft, you want to fight these guys one at a time because having 4 of them on you would be pretty bad. I think our gear had looting on it because this time around we got 3 legendaries. A Logan's gun, a Shred-a-Fire, and a Maggie. Pretty good haul. Which reminds me, if you want any of this cool loot or to try this challenge for yourself, I have the save file on my Discord server. Link in the description if you want to join. After that, it was pretty much a straight shot to Bloodwing. Uh-oh. Wolves, my sworn enemy. Anyway, after losing a few ribs, we made it to Bloodwing. So this fight had the potential to be pretty tough, because it's a 3-phase fight where she goes through fire, shock, and corrosive phases. During my last run where I was tied to a gun lock to one element, this fight took a long time because that last corrosive phase had so much damage reduction. Lucky for us in this fight, we take on the fire phase first, so all the pressure isn't built up to the last phase. We could die during this fight and it wouldn't be a big deal since the first phase is the only one to worry about. But honestly, we're getting ahead of ourselves and worrying too much. This gun killed Flint, and I fought the Ender Dragon before. So you think some spicy bird can stop us? Thank you. No, stop. Please kill it. Thank you. Cool. Let's go. Let's fucking go, dude. Alright guys, Bloodwing is starting to get bodied. I've got a feeling she won't back down easily though. Anyway, after stacking a bunch of critical ascension off of Bloodwing, we grabbed the claptrap upgrade and made it back home. The next thing we needed for the bunker raid was Brick's air support, so we made our way to 1000 Cuts. And yeah, at this point the game just started falling apart. I think I tried to do that when I died. No. Anyway, we made it to Brick's initiation and decided to make all the Goliaths mad. We eventually got one to go full Godliath and we had to take him on. But for some reason, I just couldn't hit any crits on this guy. Sure, his head flails around a lot and that makes it harder to hit, but with the amount of rounds I shot in that general vicinity, I should have at least hit a few. I ended up dying and just summed it up as an anomaly, because as soon as I got back, I just bodied him, so I guess that's kind of funny. After that, we put the Stinky on Sarcastic Slab, put the Stinky on a loader, Brick put the Stinky on a loader, and then Brick and I used the power of friendship to put the Stinky on a loader together. Oh, set me up! Set me up! We now had Brick's air support backing us up, so all that was left was to go assassinate the Jack Double and steal his voice. We caught the faker by surprise and filled his face with arrows before he had a chance to run away. We stole his watch and pressed a few buttons and made our way out of there. With all the tools we needed, we made our way up to the bunker. Claptrap snuck us in, and our first door was guarded by this toaster right here. Usually we just use our constructor displacement strat to get him to look at this wall so all of his missiles just hit the door, but this time we tricked it into looking the other way. That way we could hit its crit spot from over here and take it out efficiently. Our next target wouldn't be this easy though. Long-time viewers know about the issues with these baby turrets. These guys are fire resistant, don't have crit spots, and are fueled by Regeneration 2 potions. And am I forgetting something? Oh yeah, they're just straight up immune to splash damage because of a glitch. The longbow doesn't deal splash damage, so that's not the problem. The issue comes from our kunai not being able to slag these turrets so that they would take triple damage. The kunai still apply Death Mark, but that wears off quickly and is only an 80% damage boost. So in order to kill these things, we needed to use some type of slag grenade to make these guys purple. Or do we? Right before I went to go find a slag grenade, I had an idea that might make this fight doable. Right before you get to these turrets, a couple of loaders spawn. My plan was to disarm one, and slowly fire shots at them to stack critical ascension, giving us some more sniper damage to use on the turrets. And this process was pretty tedious. I had to make sure I waited in between each shot to let him regen as much health as possible, but also not wait too long so that I started losing my stacks. Two Fang, aka our multi-shot enchantment, would proc as well. This is not good for stacking because it deals extra damage to the loader but doesn't give us an extra stack of critical ascension. I also couldn't unspec into it because I needed Two Fang for that extra DPS on the turrets. Ammo was also an issue. In order to have enough ammo to continue stacking, I would have to jump off this cliff to get the free ammo from respawning. I would lose about 10 stacks in this process, and the whole thing was just a constant tug of war. Eventually I got 35 stacks and went after the first turret and just barely got away with the kill. And for the second one, I accidentally killed off my stacking loader, so that sucked. I didn't want to have to reset the map and fight both turrets again, but I noticed that this turret was level 89, which is the lowest possible level it could spawn at, so I tried to brute force it. For this to work, we were going to need Two Fang to proc more times than not. We were also going to have to utilize all 4 of our longbows. We could not waste any time reloading, so instead we decided to swap to our other 3 fully charged crossbows to have a chance at killing this cursed turret. And after like 10 attempts, we managed to pull it off. Oh my fucking god, dude. This game's stupid. Well, that only took 120 shots to handle. Let's see how many this giant toaster takes. Oh, like 15 maybe? That's cool and makes sense. And the last thing we need to do before the bunker fight was face McShooty. Oh! So we made it to the bunker, and our objective was to blow up 11 giant turrets. And if the tiny ones went bad, you can only imagine that the big ones would be worse, right? Nope, they have a crit spot conveniently placed on the back of them. After that, it was time to fight the bunker, aka the greatest defense spot ever built. If some tiny turret ate up all of our ammo, I can only imagine that this fight was going to be impossible. Oh yeah. Alright, for the Minecraft players wondering what the heck just happened, this boss has multiple hurt boxes that overlap on each other. So if you know where to shoot this guy, Boar just lets the bullet get stuck, bouncing back and forth and practically one-shotting this boss. It leaves it at 1 health since it has to die in this spot, so I decided to finish him off with style. Let's go. It was now time to jump down into Angel Core and deal with multiple waves of loaders. This should be fine though, right guys? Sure, the laser turrets have aimbot and no crit spot, but there will be plenty of loaders to stack critical ascension on. Everything's gonna be fine. Howdy, boys. Ah, fuck, the Enderman is back, hold on. Anyway, a fight that should take 5 minutes maybe took about half an hour. And then the last injector we had to destroy glitched out and just became invincible. Still not sure what caused this, but it has to be something to do with the other injectors respawning after 25 minutes or just taking too long in general. We got lucky and our kunai managed to take it out for some reason. I don't know, spaghetti code or something. I'm just glad we didn't have to redo this whole fight. Anyway, Roland died, the Enderman got kidnapped, and now we had to go to Sawtooth Cauldron. Here we had to take out 4 more shielded nomad dudes, and honestly, I was just kind of getting farmed by these guys. I was just constantly surrounded, and if you mix that with how squishy I was, you get an experience similar to falling into a mob grinder. We eventually got enough sneaky headshots and destroyed Boombringer so that Mortar would come down and fight us. The last thing we needed to do was fight a few ghasts, but this blaster Goliath was causing chaos up here. I decided to knock his helmet off so he would enter rage mode, but then my guy just started trying to punch the buzzards and just fell off the tower. That didn't matter though, because homie just set his game mode to creative and flew his way back up here.
Round 2.
Honestly, I don't even want to talk about killing the buzzards anymore. Just know that I did. I was way too invested in this guy's journey. He was launching other bad guys around and I wanted to see what happened. But tragically, he ran off too far before I had a chance to put a name tag on him, so he despawned. We'll miss you, Blaster Goliath. Anyway, we used the bombs we stole to get to the boneyard and spun a bunch of valves before crashing our car into a pipe and Tony Hawking the thing. We made it to the Badlands after that with the goal of sneaking in, getting the data we needed, and getting out. And if you thought I was gonna fight Saturn, the giant, tanky, fire-resistant, no crit spot having scary robot of death, pfft, yeah right. This guy's optional. Maybe when skags fly. What the? Oh, come on, dude. So the plan to kill Saturn was to use his little turret attachments to rack up bore damage. These turrets have separate health bars and have health regen, while Saturn doesn't. So after hitting one of these turrets, I would let them regen a little bit before continuing to use them against Saturn. After one heartbreaking fail, we managed to get the kill, sneak in, steal the data, and make it out. Were you expecting me to stay alive? Well, that's your own fault. We were finally ready for the final stride towards the vault. Combat at the claptrap door was going to be pretty scary because super surveyors spawn. Normal surveyors are an issue because they don't have crit spots, and now imagine one that's 5 times tankier. The plan for these guys was to lure them into a trap by wounding other loaders and hoping we could slag them with kunai and just brute force it. Or, you know, it could just fly too close to another surveyor and just get bored. We managed to stack a good amount of critical ascension during this big fight, and that helped us finish it relatively well. After that, we did the parkour map known as Heroes Pass and made it to our fight with Jack. The first phase of this fight isn't anything too special, but when Jack's shield breaks, 2 things happen that could cause some issues. First off, he's got some crazy health regen. And second, he spawns another one of those darn surveyors that gives him an invincibility shield. After 5 attempts, I managed to accidentally bore kill the drone, and then Jack just glitched out, letting me finish him off pretty much for free. And just like that, it was now time for our final fight with the warrior. So this fight would be pretty tough if we did it the intended way. The warrior has multiple slam attacks that are pretty much undodgeable, and our only realistic revives were phantoms, and healing was out of the question because the slams were just way too frequent. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. I'm literally getting comboed in the air. I'm getting juggled. Now we could use one of the 64 different safe spots next to a respawning ammo crate on this map and just take him out the boring way. Or we could do something funnier and trick the warrior into stepping on a Lego and taking him out the boring way. As the warrior sat there with 1 HP left to spare, we set ourselves up and ended this run. And just like that, now we know. You can beat Borderlands 2 with only the longbow. Bonus content time, woo! Alright, so we might have beat the game, but we didn't find a single diamond the whole run. So we headed towards Caustic Caverns to go mine some. We made it to diamond level and were ambushed by a horde of creepers, but we weren't going to let them stop us from finding what we came for. A trophy to commemorate this run, and some diamonds. Why are they purple? Before you go, I just wanted to say thank you so much for making it this far into the video. If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Doing all that helps with YouTube's algorithm a lot. I also read all my comments and love hearing your guys' kind words and ideas for new runs. If you want to support the channel more directly, consider becoming a channel member to get videos a day early, using my link and saving yourself money on instant gaming, or checking out the merch store. I will link my Discord and Twitch channel where I stream these runs live in the description. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. The Alien Blaster is arguably one of the best weapons in Fallout New Vegas, but when you factor in its limited ammo, you realize it won't last forever. Which makes you wonder, can you beat Fallout New Vegas with only the Alien Blaster? The rules for this run are simple. The Alien Blaster is the only weapon we are allowed to use. Any type of environmental damage from other NPCs or traps is fair game, with the exception of companions. It would be too easy to let them do all the work, so we're just banning them outright. And to add some challenge, we are going to be playing on hardcore, very hard difficulty. For the Fallout newbies that are usually here for my Borderlands challenges, hardcore mode adds hunger, thirst, and sleep meters and makes healing broken limbs a bit harder, and the very hard setting makes it so I take double damage and only deal out half damage. Since a big part of this challenge is trying to conserve the finite ammo we get with the alien blaster, I figured letting the game aim my shots for me using bats would be kinda weird, so I disallowed that too. Alright, with the rules out of the way, let's get into the run. Our journey starts as a handsome man leaves us for dead in a desolate wasteland, which felt oddly familiar. But to our luck, Doc Mitchell managed to save us. As we wake up, we can't help but feel anger and hatred towards the human race. I came in peace, and they brought violence, so they needed to be punished. The Doc will have my mercy, since he went out of his way to save my life, and made me the most handsome alien in the universe on top of it. A new me means a new name, so I chose the most appropriate one for the alien who will destroy the human race. I set up my stats like this. I don't need strength for anything. I made up a rule that I couldn't use speech to cheese my way through this challenge, and the alien blaster has a 100% critical hit chance, so luck wasn't that useful. For my tag skills, I chose medicine for the damage I'll be taking on very hard, energy weapons for obvious reasons, and science because I'm an alien. And for my starter traits, I chose trigger discipline to help with landing shots and conserving ammo, and wild wasteland because the alien blaster does not spawn without it. On our way out, we grabbed everything of use from the dock and sold everything not of use to Chet. We also stopped by the schoolhouse to grab some extra food and a stealth boy before plugging in the coordinates to the nearest alien ship, which was pretty much on the opposite side of the map. So while we try to sneak past these death claws, I'll tell you guys about our partner, Instant Gaming. Instant Gaming has been my go-to place for video game deals. Thanks to them, I got Fallout New Vegas for under $3. That's $7 I saved to buy myself a monster and get me through this challenge. And Instant Gaming has deals on all sorts of games, and their deals are hard to beat. No more full price games, no more waiting for deals, and no more games dying in your wish list. Are you a console player? Not a problem, because they've got you covered no matter if you're on PC, Xbox, PlayStation, or even Nintendo Switch. My favorite part about Instant Gaming is the whole instant part. Once your account is verified, getting a new game can literally take less than a minute. You get your code, plug it in, and I bet downloading it will be the longest part of the whole process. So stop waiting, make your gaming instant. How about this? Think of a game you've been wanting to play and use my link to just see what kind of deal they're offering on it. And if you end up liking that deal and making a purchase, just know that on top of saving yourself money, you're also supporting the channel. Anyway, let's get back to the run. Uh-oh, looks like we cut too soon. Skip ahead? Skip ahead! After a few scary creatures and a few close calls, we finally made it to the alien ship. It turns out that the ship belonged to a rival alien faction and they were immediately hostile towards me. I needed the captain dead in order to steal his blaster, and I was determined to not use any of the humans' disgusting combat contraptions, so I had to lure the captain into a trap. Some of the locals nearby were of the extremely violent variety, so they shot at anything they saw, including me. Oh, that's a fucking grenade launcher. I just had to make sure they fought each other as I dodged their lasers and grenade launcher rounds. Usually NPC versus NPC combat is pretty quick on other difficulties, but on very hard, the alien captain was an absolute tank that could easily annihilate all the Vipers in its vicinity. I even tried to lure the captain into a landmine that was laying on the ground, and he pretty much ignored it. If I wanted a proper blaster, I was going to have to separate the captain from his henchmen and have him focus his fire on me while the bandits focused their fire on him. I was getting annihilated by lasers, so I attempted to eat some of the human food I found at Doc Mitchell's. These so-called stim packs tasted horrible and were extremely painful to eat, but my survival was more important than my comfort, so I choked it down. But don't even get me started on the super stim packs. Ugh. I eventually got the captain surrounded and was able to watch as the humans turned his gray matter into red matter. We stood nearby hoping he had a lot of ammo to get us through this run. He could drop anywhere from 140 to 250 shots for the blaster, and as long as we get around average, we should be
Okay, 165, that's actually terrible.
Oh, curse this planet. Well, as long as we don't miss, we should be Anyway, now that we had our blaster, we could finally start hunting down the checkered man who tried to kill us. Before we were shot and left for dead, we were masquerading as a postman, and the human that attacked us was after something we were delivering, so we set off to the Mojave Express in Prim for clues. Discovering the location leveled us up, and I dropped all 15 points into energy weapons and chose the intense training perk to increase my luck, which increases all my other skills slightly. Some heathens took the place over, and their deputy was also taken captive. Usually I wouldn't get into human affairs, but this Deputy Beagle had some answers. Leave it to the humans to leave a dog in charge. I entered the building where the deputy was being held and started looking for his kennel. I also killed some guards and stole their hats to blend in with the other humans a bit better. I look almost undistinguishable. After lurking in the shadows and dealing with all the savages, I found the deputy, who was in fact not a floppy-eared dog. Humans are murderers and now they're liars too? Despicable. Either way, he would not give me answers unless I let him free, so I did so begrudgingly. He told us that the checkered man was heading to Novak through Nipton, so we made our way in the same direction.
It's like looking in the mirror. Wah, wah, wah. It's like looking in the mirror. Wah, wah, wah.
We made it to Nipton, and we only found one person by the name of Oliver. What sort of lottery did you win?
What lottery? The lottery. That's what lottery. Are you stupid?
There we go. Lottery ticket. It's mine now. I won the lottery. After that useless encounter, I started to head towards Novak. Along the way, I learned what a Deathclaw felt like, put my 9 agility to the test, and experienced what I believe the humans call fear. Oh god. Oh. Oh! The trader at Novak offered to sell me a bunch of rocket ships for a really low price. I would have been excited to get off this planet, but the ships he was selling were much too small to fit my size. This human was absolutely delusional. Much like the one called Manny Vargas. He tried getting me to go to some far-off place and kill a bunch of irradiated humans in exchange for his info on my target. I told him I would not be doing that and decided to just steal the information from him. Don't get me wrong, I would usually just destroy anyone that got in my way, but under these circumstances, I needed to conserve ammo. If my pickpocket attempt failed and I was caught, I would have made him eat my blaster like a stim pack, but lucky for him, his senses are not up to par. We made our way to the next clue and found a couple factions at a standoff. A military group called the NCR had the Khans pinned down, but the Khans also had some NCR prisoners. As much as I would have loved to see both groups just take each other out, I needed info. So I talked to the Khans and paid the NCR to leave them alone. The Khans helped with my assassination attempt, so I badly wanted to end them all here. But I had to think about the long-term goal. So I put their death off for now and got enough experience from this little mission to level up twice. I dropped all 30 points into energy weapons and chose the perk Educated to get more skill points for future level ups. We now knew exactly where this Benny human was, and there was nothing else in our way.
Submit to a credit check or present your passport before proceeding to the gate. Trespassers will be shot.
Apparently a robot army guards New Vegas, and I was quite jealous. Imagine the work I could do with my own robot army. I'm getting sidetracked. Anyway, we were going to need to find a passport. My instincts told me that I was going to need to find a leader around here, so I went to see the king. He offered me work and I took it in hopes of getting into Vegas. I was ordered to hire a bodyguard and pretend to need his help. It was such a degrading task to act so weak. Even more degrading when I found out that the bodyguard in question was an actor himself, who hired other actors to pretend to be dead to raise his own business up. We were all pretending at that point, and it just made it all the more embarrassing. But the king appreciated my work. After that, I had to investigate some conflict between the locals at Freeside and the NCR. Long story short, the humans didn't communicate well, so they resorted to just murdering each other. Typical. Either way, the king rewarded me for my efforts with a level up and a passport. I used my skill points to max out energy weapons and then threw the rest into science. I also took another rank of the intense training perk to up my luck to 4. We stocked up on supplies before we entered the strip. So far, hunger and thirst haven't been an issue for hardcore, but I'm assuming stim packs are just very nutritious. Speaking of human food, I quite enjoyed this Nuka-Cola stuff. I mean, the shell tastes kinda bad, but this caffeine stuff on the inside made me feel great. Anyway, we finally made it to Benny, and upon entering his base, his henchmen demanded my weapons. You know, I went through a lot to get this gun, and they think I'm just gonna hand it over when I see my target right in front of me? That makes me angry. I could murder everyone in this building right now. I could level this place. Ah, fuck, I think the caffeine is kicking in. Cola for the fun, I guess. Oh god. Good. Cool. Oh. Okay. Stop. Good. Oh. Good. Dude, what the f***? Did I knock them down? Holy shit. Oh my god. They actually do. Holy shit, why are they fighting me? Womp. Who's next? Womp. Anyone else? Okay. Note to self. Human food causes anger, mania, and blackouts. Anyway, after all that, I was pretty dehydrated, so I drank a bunch of water from one of the humans' dispensers. I also leveled up 2 more times and threw all the points into science. It will come in handy later, I promise. I also threw another intense training point into luck, bringing me up to 5. After that, I found a robot that wasn't a cringy cowboy or threatening to kill me. And honestly, I like this guy. He pretty much gave me the plans, blueprints, and ideas to take over the strip and build my own robot army. We had to find Mr. House, the head honcho of the New Vegas strip, and overthrow him. I was expecting another lie, much like the Deputy Beagle situation, but to my surprise, this Mr. House guy was kinda the entire building. But for being such a powerful leader, this guy was extremely dumb. He pretty much invites me over to his house, or I guess himself, shows me how to upgrade the robot army, lets me sell him a couple of useless snow globes for 4,000 caps, and left the password to the terminal that leads directly to his safe room so out in the open, I didn't even realize I picked it up. Sure, he's got a bunch of Securitrons guarding the door, but the stealth boy I got from the schoolhouse let me walk right in. The great Mr. House, bested by literal school supplies. Well, I'd say it's about time for a boss fight, eh? Man, what the fuck is this? I got catfished. Man, well, in that case, let's just end this guy with a headshot. Boom. Okay, what about this kind of headshot? Balls. Anyway, after House was dealt with, I maxed out my science skill and plugged Yes Man into House's old system. Yes Man wanted us to go meet all the other factions and decide what we wanted to do with them all. I told him I wanted them all dead, but he really wanted me to go meet them all, so I humored him. Maybe not all humans are so bad. First on the list was the Brotherhood of Steel. I get there and they not only demanded my weapons, but my clothes too?
I want you stripped down to your underwear.
I didn't like that, so I started blasting. And so did they. Yeah, taking these guys on all at once was near impossible, so I decided to hide over behind some crates for cover and let the guy walk over to me to start the conversation. I killed him there and then killed off the 2 other door guards before getting out of there. So yeah, screw those guys. I got out of there and headed to finish off the other 2 aliens I totally forgot about until now. But I guess they realized their captain was weak and I was superior, so they joined my forces instead, meaning I had to ship to get off this planet when all was done. After that, I got lost at a Deathclaw construction site while trying to find Red Rock Canyon. I eventually found my way there and found their leader surprisingly easily. I asked them about their ways and they seemed like a clan just trying to defend themselves. But then I remembered these are the guys that left me in that ditch, so I murdered them all. Their leader was a coward anyway. The next faction to meet was the Boomers, and with my experience with human language, that could either mean they really like bombs or they're a bunch of old people. And when some guy bet me a bunch of caps that I couldn't make it to their base while dodging mortar strikes, I think I figured out which one it was. I took his bet, but I never got those caps back. Not because I didn't make it, but because I totally forgot to come back for my winnings afterwards. Anyway, I made it to the Boomers' front gate and gave them the good old "take me to your leader" line. They love that one. I guess they're old and like explosives. Okay then. Either way, they made the number in the top left corner of the screen go up multiple times, so I killed them too. After dealing with them, we leveled up again, dropping all of our points into medicine and grabbing the quick draw perk because it sounded cool. After that, we had a few factions in New Vegas to deal with, starting with the Omertas.
No one but Omertas are allowed to carry guns into Gomorrah. Check your weapons with me.
Stop moving. Good. Okay. Man, I am so sick of these humans demanding my weapons. Let's hope that the white gloves are a little more understanding.
Beg your pardon, but could I trouble you to turn over your weapon?
Jeez, man, I don't know why people just keep demanding things from me. Is that just how humans work? In that case, subscribe to the channel or I'm gonna confiscate your weapons. Anyway, at this point, I realized that I killed all the factions leaders that I've met so far except for the Brotherhood, so I went back down to their bunker and burned through a lot of ammo dealing with these armored troops. I managed to hack into their turret systems and turn them against them so I could sneak by. I had quite a few deaths and resets at this part trying to assassinate Elder McNamara, but with a little bit of stubbornness, we eventually figured it out. Man, I told Yes Man this was going to be a waste of time. We were down to 33 shots, which sounds like just enough for the final fight at the Hoover Dam. But just to make sure, I decided to take Yes Man's optional mission to upgrade more Securitrons over at House's hidden bunker, which at first sounds like a quick button pushing mission, but it turned out to be quite the opposite. I didn't realize Caesar's Legion was built right on top of this bunker. I played this game a few times before, but I got so into the side missions that I never really did this part. Is anyone else like that with side missions? Comment below if you do the same. Anyway, I snuck into their camp and rode the boat to the bunker, and I was immediately given the default human greeting. For anyone not looking at the screen right now, that means they shot me. With me not knowing how far I would have to go, I decided to conserve ammo and just power through it. That was a bad idea because the next hour of my life was now devoted to dying, respawning, and eating super stim packs. By the time I suffered into the actual bunker, the entire Legion was behind me with power fists and combat shotguns. A 94 sham would have been great for this part of the run, but I'm at the wrong kind of bunker for that. The defense system down here also hated me, but lucky for us, our 100 in science allowed us to hack a few terminals and shut the systems down. After that, it was just a matter of threading the needle and closing all the doors behind us. What you're watching now is every single death I had in the fort. This isn't even including the manual reloads when I knew survival wasn't an option. Starting now, the death counter is no longer accurate, so think of this number as a conservative estimate from here on out. We eventually found the right buttons to push and upgraded the remaining Securitrons. Now for the hard part, making it out alive. At this point, I had already eaten most of my food. Stim packs and super stim packs don't taste so bad when you use them to wash down gunfire. The medics in my system was working overdrive, and I used my last doctor's bag to make sure that if all else failed, my legs could still carry us out of here. I was tempted to take out their leader while I was here, water bottle at a concert style, but decided to let his brain tumor handle it for me. I was going to need all the ammo I could get for the final fight. Through sheer willpower, stubbornness, luck, and multiple chems, I made it back to the boat and swam to safety. At this point, I was starving, dehydrated, addicted to multiple chems, crippled everywhere from the waist up, and had absolutely no medical supplies to my name. So I went to the only human I could trust and had him patch me up. And after that, I went to all the vendors I could find and bought all the supplies I could for the final fight. The battle between the NCR and the Legion at the Hoover Dam will determine who takes control over New Vegas. And my plan was to swoop in with my upgraded robot army to take it all for myself. We let the humans do all the fighting amongst each other and made our way to the real target, Legate Lanius. With 33 shots and the alien blaster left, fighting some human with a sword should be a piece of cake. Yeah, emphasis on should? Yeah, I did not expect this guy to be so tanky. He's only the final boss of the game after all. We probably could have killed him here, but we wouldn't have enough ammo to deal with his henchmen. So we had to load back and make some more preparations. This whole next chapter of the run sucked. Basically, I wanted to get a perk called Better Criticals that would make all my critical hits do 50% more damage. And since all my shots are critical hits, that would be a flat 50% damage boost for me. Even a human could do that math. I thought all I needed to do to get this perk was to level up one more time now that I had finally gotten my luck up to 6 with the intense training perks and met the requirement. But there were two issues with this I didn't think about. First off, you only get a perk every other level, so I'd need to level up twice. And the second issue that I just now noticed while editing, I would need to level up 4 times to hit the minimum level requirement. So my whole goal of leveling up one time was a complete waste of time, but I'll go over my struggles anyway. First off, we went back to Prim and made Prim slim the sheriff to secure some mission XP. We then picked all the safe locks in the storage room for a little bit more. After that, we decided to do the tutorial mission, but didn't want to waste ammo shooting a bottle and felt like punching them would have been against the rules, so skipped all that. So I just picked their locks and hacked their computers instead. I went to Novak and finally decided to sleep for the first time. While I was there, I also did this mission for Boone to get some extra XP. He was not a companion at any point during this mission, so this was still fair. My next set of jobs would be the most degrading yet. I tried to do the bodyguard job with the Van Graffs. They demanded my weapons at the door, and I begrudgingly let them handle it. But only because I needed this job, and at least these humans know how to use energy weapons. Simon was a little grumpy that I brought my own weapon to work, but oh well, he did all the violence for me. I just got to sit here for 7 minutes as humans awkwardly walked up to me in the slowest manner possible. I thought this was a pretty easy job, but it wasn't over yet. For part 2 of this mission, Gloria sent me on a delivery. This was a bit of a hassle because that horde of legionnaires from the bunker finally caught up to me and kept scaring the client away, and even after that I didn't get my experience. The mission still wasn't over. They wanted me to bring some human named Cass to them so they could murder her. They didn't even give me any coordinates or anything, but luckily I've played this game before so I knew exactly where she was. But still, there are two issues with this. First off, I wasn't persuasive enough to get her to follow me, and second, even if I was, she's a companion, and that just didn't feel right, even though she wouldn't be doing any combat. So this whole thing with the Van Graffs was just a total waste of time. If I had the ammo, I'd go back and slaughter them all. While I was here, I decided to talk to Ranger Ghost and do her mission where I check on Nipton. I thought I was going to have to go talk to some people there, but alas, Caesar's Legion still hates me. I thought this lottery ticket I stole from the annoying guy here earlier meant they would let me live. I guess that's what I get for trusting humans. Anyway, yet another waste of time. I was running out of ideas and decided to see if the king had any work. His dog was looking halfway upgraded and I offered to finish the job. Long story short, this was another issue where I would have a companion follow me. Yet again, another waste of time. These 3 failures led me to change up my plan. I couldn't trust completing missions, so I decided to hack my way to leveling up. And no, I don't mean cheating, I mean hacking all the computers I could find. RepCon HQ had 8 computers we could hack, and Camp Searchlight had a few too. The radiation levels here were quite high, and the lizards, ghouls, and scorpions all coming for my life didn't help either. The very last terminal here pushed me past the threshold, and we finally leveled up. Make this next part easier. No, I need another level up for a perk. Fuck. Yeah, like I said before, I totally forgot that you only get a perk every other level. So I decided screw it, we don't need better criticals. We'll just eat some Psycho and hope it works. So we had Doc Mercy Gosh, dude, the amount of times I've said Doc Mercy instead of Doc Mitchell is not surprising, but still a lot. Anyway, we had Doc Mitchell patch us up one last time and we set off to the final battle. Dodging bullets was a lot harder this time around since my armor was broken. Luckily, I took that checkered suit from Benny's corpse. Still not sure how that works because he was cremated in it. I don't think it actually helped me that much, but I took what I could get. We made it to the Legate's camp and started taking the bad guys out. I was really abusing the quick saves here because every shot counted. Dude, you can't make this shit up, dog. Somebody clip that, man. When we got to the Legate, I pooped all my chems. I'm pretty sure I meant to write popped all my chems, but that's what the script says, so we're going with it. Hit a sneak attack headshot, and quick saved after every successful headshot because, well, just watch. Oh, dude, everything in this game moves so goofy, and I hate how goofy everybody moves. After a bunch of that, I found a rock that bugged him and his henchmen out and used that to my advantage. Halfway through the fight, he goes full coward and leaves to get more backup. When he returned, he decided to throw a bunch of grenades at me. He doesn't really care how close you are to him or his men, so I tried to have him blow himself up a little bit. That plan worked out as well as one would expect. That means it didn't. After I finally managed to survive his bombardment, we went back to our spot to finish the Legate off. At this point, I was worried that I wasn't going to finish this fight. I had 12 shots left, and it takes 2 to kill one of these guys. And I counted more than 6 bad guys, so things were looking grim. But lucky for us, it turns out we only needed to take care of a few of these guys before we could move on and deal with the NCR leader, General Oliver. The final faction leader on my hit list was right in front of me. And with my final few rounds, I secured the dam for me and my robot army. So yeah, it looks like you can beat Fallout New Vegas with only the Alien Blaster. Well, that's gonna wrap up this video. I know this is the first non-Borderlands video on the channel, so your support is very much appreciated. And honestly, this was a lot of fun. So if you want more Fallout videos sprinkled in, make sure to let me know by liking the video and dropping a comment. Also, don't forget to subscribe. It helps the channel out a lot. If you want to support the channel more directly, consider becoming a channel member to get videos a day early, checking out Instant Gaming's deals with my link, or check out GASMASK'Gang.com to get some merch. I'll have my Discord and Twitch channel where I stream these runs live linked down below. And last but not least, shout out to Mango Soda for making this video's thumbnail art. They do commissions and will also be linked down below. But until next time, breathe easy, homies.
It's like looking in a mirror. Wah, wah, wah. It's like looking in a mirror. Wah, wah, wah.
This video is sponsored by Instant Gaming. More on how you could save money on video games later in the video. Whether you like Borderlands 2 slag mechanics or not, I think we can all agree that when you are the one being slagged, it's not that fun. Well, maybe for you guys, but I'm a masochist, so today I ask, can you beat Borderlands 2 while perma-slag? As per my usual, this is going to be an Ultimate Vault Hunter mode Overpower 10 playthrough. For anyone new to the game, that just means enemies have 4 times health, health regen, and are all 10 levels higher than us. Bar will not be allowed for this run, and I must be slagged at all times. Now usually to become perma-slagged, you need to get to the Arid Nexus Boneyard and get slagged while driving a car. Exiting the vehicle before the slag has time to wear off will leave you in a state of permanent slag until you save quit out of the game. The issue with this setup is that you don't get access to this map until the second to last mission of the game. But worry not, because there's a way to be slagged 24/7 without the need of a glitch. And all you need to do is use this. That's right, everybody. This video is also going to be, can you beat Borderlands 2 with only the... Wait, how the heck do you even say this word?
Cuckoo lane. Cuckoo lane.
Yeah, I'm gonna be in the cuckoo lane after this one. For real though, I'm 99% sure it's pronounced Cullen, but I'm 100% sure some people who call it the Chulane are going to convulse if I say it like that, so I've decided it's called the Chalupa now. That way, everybody's mad. Anyway, the other gear for this run is going to be a basic shield, Vault Hunter Relic to maybe get some funny drops, and the legendary Nurse class mod. Now, the legendary cat would have been the optimal decision with its crazy SMG damage buff, but I thought the nurse fighting against me getting one shot all the time would be funnier, more thematic, and more challenging. Here's a quick peek at the build. I'll answer any questions about it in the comment section, but I pretty much went for every type of indirect damage source that I could. Anyway, let's hop into the run. So, since I am perma-slagged, all damage that I take is going to be tripled. Therefore, my main game plan is to not get hit. However, that game plan came to a full stop when a bullymong forcefully threw me into Liarsburg where all the bandits were waiting to kill me. Just about any attack that hits me deals well over enough damage to just one-shot me, but BL2 has a mechanic known as Health Gate, which prevents you from getting insta-killed as long as you have over 50% of your health. This effect gives you 2 seconds to get your health back up to 50%. A good indicator of knowing if you hit that 50 is the animation of your health bar. If it's shaky, take a breaky, and if it's not, you're ready to get shot. Anyway, yeah, for a lot of this run, we're going to be playing like a cover shooter. Oh yeah, you remember that shield I showed you? Fucking worthless. Any amount of damage would just health gate me anyway, so this was pretty much just a security blanket for me. Now that we've covered damage taken, let's go over damage given, which, there's almost nothing to talk about. Enemies that are slagged would be taking triple damage, but since I'm never swapping elements, I'm not getting the full bonus. Slag damage on a slagged enemy gives you a 50% damage boost in UVHM, which is cool, but not very helpful. To offset the bad gimmick of constantly slagging the user, the Chalupa also is a dual element weapon, dealing both slag and shock damage. But even with that shock damage, this gun is just straight up bad. Lucky for us, Maya has 2 skills to help with this. First off, we all seen it coming, Cloud Kill. This skill adds corrosive damage to the mix. If any buzzkills want to complain about Cloud Kill making the run too easy, here's my argument. Yeah, so it was Cloud Kill or the legendary cat class mod, and I chose the harder of the two. Anyway, the other helpful skill I was talking about was Immolate, which adds fire damage to our shots while we are in fight for your life. So when we're trying to get a second wind, we actually have all the elements at our disposal. Why do I feel so handsome saying that? Anyway, Tutorial Town was a bit rough because of a bully rat we had to deal with, but using Thought Lock, we had the bandits and bullymongs deal with each other. This was actually super helpful because the power wasn't even on to buy more ammo yet. I had like 1,500 rounds before that bully rat ate them all. I know I kind of forced this bullymong to be my friend, but he was actually pretty cool. Yo, you put the stinky on him! I almost feel bad killing you now. After we met Hammerlock and got Claptrap all fixed up, we made our way towards Boom Boom. Some of the local rack decided to help fight the bandits guarding the place, which was weird because I didn't Thought Lock them. But I did Thought Lock the Lunatic Bombers and got them to blow each other up. The same plan also kind of worked for Boom Boom. I almost died 0.2 seconds after the cutscene ended by nearly running in front of Boom's cannon. This thing ignores Health Gate, so I would have been dead for sure here. This time around, I decided to go for Boom first and kick him off of his cannon. After that, I tried to get the brothers to fight each other. This was pretty awkward because they would just jump around like crazy when they would start fighting each other. I would try to use Cloud Kill on one of them, but they would just jump out of it.
Oh my god, dude, what the f is going on? Why does he jump around so much? Oh my god. What the hell is he doing? What is he doing? Stop! Oh god, I'm so dead. I'm so dead here.
After Boom died, I eventually distracted Boom with some psychos and put enough rounds into the back of his head to make me lose some frames. Oh yeah, he died too. I should tell you guys that. After that, we convinced most of the bandits we worked here before saving Claptrap and taking on Captain Flint. This fight was pretty tough. My initial plan was to just thought lock Flint to take his aggro off of me and unload into him the best I could. But I quickly ran into an issue, because I guess you can't activate Cloud Kill on enemies that you have thought locked? And we kinda need Cloud Kill for this kill, so we had to change up our strats. We would use Thought Lock on the other bad guys and hope he focused on them as we laid into him. I wasn't the only one adapting though. Flint's AoE slam seemed a lot bigger than before, and on top of being stronger, Flint also got a lot smarter. I think he's finally sick of getting cheesed.
He's had enough! He's had enough! Oh my fucking god, dude! Fucking oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I shouldn't have ran that way. This is staying on until Flint's dead. Huh? Huh?
Well, that was obnoxious, but we managed to kill Flint with a f***ing grape shooter, so that's cool. Anyway, we made it to Three Horns and needed a car. I used my Bullymong whispering powers to have them deal with the bandits while I snuck in and stole the adapter. I got in my car and realized that I wasn't slagged while driving, so I made the rule of no cars right then and there. Instead of ramping over the gap, I just had one of my Bullymong homies throw me across and started our run to Sanctuary. We made it there and killed Door Guy in a solid 4 frames per second. I should probably explain why this is happening. Anyway, we had to go save Corporal Reese. He would have been fine, but I accidentally slagged him, so he ended up dying. I grabbed the power core and almost forgot to kill the 20 bandits to avenge Reese, so I went back and thought locked the Nomad to get the 20 kills for me. After that, we made it to Sanctuary, and Private Dressup got stuck in a slag puddle. So while he tries to get out of that mess, I'm going to tell you guys about our partner, Instant Gaming. How fast do you think you could get a game on Instant Gaming? Take a guess right now. Once your account is verified, getting a new game can take less than a minute, and to prove that to you, I will now speedrun buying Fallout 3 Game of the Year Edition on Instant Gaming. Time starts as soon as I open Instant Gaming's website, and the time stops when I get the confirmation from Steam. Ready? Go! Instant Gaming's website, here we go, Fallout 3, bam, enter, Game of the Year Edition, buy now, there we go, go to payment, blur out all that personal stuff. Now this is the longest part of the speedrun right here, guys. The loading screen. Once we find tech to skip this part, the speedruns for this are going to be crazy, dude. Any second now. And code. There we go. Reveal. Copy it. Go to Steam. I accidentally clicked on my OBS. That was a major time loss. But anyway, time. Sub 30. And bam. In less than 30 seconds, I got Fallout 3 Game of the Year Edition for $3. That's $7 going towards more Monster for me, baby. So stop waiting. Make your gaming instant. How about this? Think about a game you've been wanting to play and use my link in the description to just see what kind of deal they're offering on it. And if you like what you see and end up making a purchase, just know that on top of saving yourself money, you're supporting the channel. Anyway, let's see how Jessup's doing. Oh no, Jessup, be careful! Anyway, after getting all the hub world tutorial stuff out of the way, we headed towards Frostburn Canyon. Along the way, we found a tubby spider ant and killed it for its loot, so that was pretty cool. After that, we found a tubby spider ant and killed it for its loot, so that was pretty cool. Besides those guys, nothing crazy really happened.
The siren went that way!
Idiot. The spike jump this time around was way scarier than usual because I was slagged, but we still made it, so it was all okay. Never mind. I managed to photobomb the cutscene here, and geez, bro, do I really look like that? Lilith felt left out, so I gave her a Grape Flintstone vitamin so she could be purple too. To clarify, this is not me being nice to her, this was just mandatory to progress. This was the first time in the run where I was able to play the support role. I would use my Chalupa and Maya's Scorn skill to make sure all the enemies were slagged, and Lilith would take them out with her phase walk ability. That was until she dropped the one-liner, and then I just started doing all the work myself again. I'm just asking for one run where she doesn't try to be a cowboy. Like, come on, please. Anyway, after some mobbing and watching some World Star type stuff, we got out of there. Our next goal was to save Roland, and in order to get into the Bloodshot Dam, we were going to need a car upgrade. So we went to Ellie's and started taking bandit cars out for parts. Not being able to drive there really sucked because the buzzards would just smell us from a mile away and hunt us down. Usually this part of the run is pretty easy because the cars aren't balanced properly for UVHM, so they only take a couple shots to kill. Don't get me wrong, they were still pretty easy to kill, but it just felt wrong having to shoot these things this many times. I thought Cloud Kill would have insta-killed these things, but unless they're perfectly still, they just drive out of the cloud before it has a chance to destroy it. We got all the parts we needed and walked back to the dam and punched our new car towards the front gate and quickly got in to honk the horn. I know I'm not allowed to be in the car, but I chose the Iridium metal skin, so just pretend we're slagged for a second, okay? Badma showed up and started giving us a hard time. I wanted to use Converge on one of the basic mobs around here in hopes that it would yank Badma off the cliff for us, but they just weren't cooperating. So I stuck to the usual strat of hiding, distracting, and spamming rounds at my target. I eventually took him out and made it inside the Bloodshot Dam. For being this far into the run, 6 deaths isn't so bad. I sure hope that number doesn't quadruple from one mission alone. Anyway, you guys have probably noticed something I haven't talked about yet, so I'll take time to address this purple haze effect that's been showing up on my screen. Does it bother me? No, not really. My brain is really good at drowning that type of stuff out. Like during the Bane only run, for example. I stopped hearing the screams by the time I hit Overlook, and life just felt normal. Anyway, something you shouldn't have noticed because the gameplay is muted was the slag whispers. Yeah, that's what I was hearing for the whole run. They would tell me the silliest things, you know, like, become one with the purple, drink the Grimace Shake, subscribe to LilGasmask, yeah, and a bunch of other nonsense. Anyway, we pushed our way through the Bloodshots and made our way into the toilet room. The bad guys in here were just absolutely wrecking me. There's not really any good way to push forward in here without getting shot, and Thoughtlock wasn't too useful because everyone was so spread out. I tried desperately to wash the slag off of my body with no luck, and after a few annoying deaths, I decided to step up my game a bit and get back to my roots. Yes! That's right, baby. I started getting some momentum and making some progress. It wouldn't be too long before... Aw, f***. Alright, I got some explaining to do. So my game crashed because I have my physics settings set to high. That's also why you've been seeing slag puddles and low frame rate kills when I'm point blank on enemies. Slag particles is usually what makes the game crash with these settings, and Twitch chat redeemed their channel points to make me turn it on until the game crashed. Immediately after this crash, Lucas spent a bunch of points to re-redeem it, so yeah, don't use this setting unless you want to crash. After refighting our way through the dam, Mad Mike showed up. He almost put the Stinky on a Psycho, and that would have been pretty cool, but he failed pretty horribly, so I had to show him how it was done. Yes! Yes! Alright, bye. We found Roland and decided to keep our distance from him. We didn't want any of our slag rubbing off on him because he might get hurt if that happened. That plan backfired when the warden came and nabbed him up. As I was sneaking past all the bandits and loaders, I found a legendary siren class mod. Doesn't help me at all, but if you want any of the cool gear I found in this video or to try the challenge out yourself, I'll have the save file in our Discord server. Link in the description. Anyway, we made it to the warden and started our fight. To the new viewers that know how to have fun without needing to impose restrictions and challenges to your run, you might not know that the warden can actually take Roland to the Hyperion Friendship Gulag if you don't kill it fast enough. And with our damage output, that means we would only get 1 or 2 chances to take the warden out. The warden really gave me a run for my money during this fight. I think it spawned like 4 angelic guards, which are pretty tough even with Cloud Kill. Thought locking them proved to be helpful for distracting the bad guys and aggro relief, but I still had to make sure to keep one around at low health just in case I needed a revive. At one point, I thought locked an exploder and it just took a chunk of the warden's health, which felt pretty cool. Near the end, I was getting pinched from both sides of my cover bus. I had to put all of my trust into my ears and the minimap so I could lay into the warden as much as possible. After a good long fight, I managed to take the warden down right as Lilith was telling me that the drop barge showed up. That was definitely a first try or gulag situation. We fought the rest of the loaders off with Roland and made it back to Sanctuary, where he gave us our next mission to go steal the vault key. Nothing crazy happened at Tundra Express, just the usual. Burn the Varkids, meet Mordecai, meet Tina, grab some bombs, use your Dami Mami mind control powers to get some guy to shoot his friend with a rocket launcher. Basic stuff. We made it to the end of the line and managed to die before I even had a chance to see any of the bad guys. Did a fucking fire pit seriously just kill me? Oh, what the? After that, we found Wilhelm. This fight was honestly not bad at all. I was able to thought lock his surveyors, which got him all confused, and he would just spam his Beyblade move, which meant he would just kind of sit in my cloud kill and let me lay into him. I also tricked Wilhelm to put the stinky on one of his loader henchmen, and that was pretty cool. The rest of the fight went pretty smoothly, and we snatched up the power core for Sanctuary. As I carried it into town, some of my slag wore off on it, and Jack took the opportunity to take out Sanctuary. Sorry, guys. I made my way to the fridge and managed to burn myself to death again. Absolutely ironic and embarrassing. At least dying to the rats is understandable. Those guys suck. Anyway, we made it to the outwash and started our fight with everyone's favorite spaghetti squid. A one-on-one fight with this thing probably would have been a real nightmare, but lucky for us, loaders get moonshot down to deal with it as well. Unlucky for us, loaders get moonshot down to deal with us as well. After I got all the loaders to focus on the real threat, we all worked together to fight against the shield regen and took the squid down. I made it to Overlook expecting that dealing with all the loaders would be pretty easy due to cloud kill. Yeah, I couldn't be more wrong. The loaders here are just dead set on destroying the beacon, and I just can't cloud kill them because of it. One of the best skills in all of Borderlands 2 is countered by the fucking Cha-Cha slide of all things. Anyway, the beacon became invincible, I died a few more times, and managed to kill off the last loader before making it back home. The next stop on our journey was the Wildlife Exploitation Preserve, and for once, I felt like I fit in somewhere. The animals here were being experimented on with slag, and I too was also being subjected to the long-term effects of grape Kool-Aid. Wounding the loaders was tougher than I expected. Ironically enough, it was because Cloudkill was doing too much damage and just killing them too fast. Pomone and Toomba showed up after that. The Pomone fight, as always, felt like I was in a boxing match with SCP-372. That reference might be a stretch, but if you get it, you get it. Toomba, on the other hand, decided to get as close to a cliff as possible and cause some neuron activation in my head. He's asking for it, dude! The ultimate loader up ahead was pretty easy because you can trick it into just standing in your cloud kill, but the loot dudes ended up being pretty annoying. I tried to fight them 2 at a time so I could get them to fight each other, but I kept getting jet loaders that would just glitch out of bounds, so that was lame. Anyway, we made it to Bloodwing and somehow the game didn't crash from PhysX and all the slag particles in this cutscene. Looks like hydro-cooling your PC with slag is a working solution for that. Anyway, the Bloodwing fight itself actually sucked. Each phase was just harder than the last. Fire phase was alright, shock phase she became resistant to most of my bullet damage, and then corrosive phase she was straight up ignoring cloud kill. Mordecai wasn't really helping as well as he usually does, because my existence just kinda means things are going to be purple already. His ammo and health vials were very helpful though, because surviving Bloodwing's elemental dot damage just wasn't possible. Come to think of it, surviving any dot damage wasn't possible. I was also burning through a lot of ammo trying to stay alive and dealing with these skags. Bloodwing would also power them up with elements, and that made second wind super sketchy. The third attempt at this fight was an absolute roller coaster. With so many close bleedouts, Bloodwing really made me work for this win. At one point, I had a fast bleedout and survived only because I got a lucky critical hit. And after 15 minutes of straight up dodging and getting second wins, the attempt ended like this. Get back, 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 back. No, you fucker, Bloodwing. Don't fucking do this, Bloodwing. I swear to God, Bloodwing. This one was a tough call, but I think Bloodwing gets the point on this one. I feel like with those last 2 second wins, I got a little lucky. She also reminded me of my mortality by nearly killing me with her dying breath. That almost fucking killed me! From one perma-slagged individual to another, GG, Bloodwing. Anyway, with Claptrap upgraded, we set off to 1000 Cuts to recruit Brick and his air support. Things got off to a rough start as I blew myself up with a barrel because Converge just destroys any barrels in its range. Barrels are also considered environmental damage, so they just bypass health gate, so yeah, I was super dead. We eventually made it to the initiation and went back to playing the support role, helping my Godliath homie the best I could. Our homie started beating up some kids though, and that wasn't part of the deal, so I ended up murking him and finishing the initiation alone. I decided to let Sarcastic Slab live this time around, not before nearly killing him and leaving him slagged so he knew how I felt. Yeah, you're not clapping now, are ya? After that, I played support for Brick. I don't know where he came from, but a little Goliath ended up putting the Stinky on a loader. I thought that was pretty cool, so I ate his soul Dragonborn style to absorb his powers. Brick disappeared after that, and I found him murdering Sarcastic Slab. This game is so incredibly cursed. What are you Brick! Brick, what are you doing, Brick? Brick! Brick! Anyway, after our usual loader launching shenanigans, we made it back home and set off to our next objective. We needed to steal Jack's voice from one of his body doubles. This guy is programmed to run away from you, so Cloud Kill wasn't too helpful. He is also considered a large enemy, so phase locking him just does damage without taking their mind over, so that didn't work either. Sometimes after a few attempts, he just bugs out, and this time around I noticed something extra cursed. If you watch closely, you could see that the Jack double is using a Hyperion SMG. But if you keep watching for just a second, it turns into this thing. The fuck is that? Anyway, yeah, he stood still and just let me kill him. We now had all the tools necessary for the bunker raid, so we went to 1000 Cuts and started our climb. Obstacle 1 was this basic toaster. We were really close to first trying a max level one, but on our second attempt we got a lowest level one, and that went a lot easier. But that's where the easy ended, because up next were the baby turrets. Yeah, so this is obviously bad. For the new players watching, these turrets are glitched and are completely immune to grenade splash damage. And they also have insanely strong health regeneration. But GASMASK, you're not using grenades. While that is true, a lot of guns in this game deal grenade damage on top of their bullet damage, the Chalupa being one of them. The gun's bullets deal shock damage, and then the slag grenade splash is added to them, so when we shoot these turrets, we are only seeing the blue damage numbers. I should also point out that Cloud Kill is proccing, but I do not see the cloud and I do not see the green damage numbers, so we are going to have to pull through with only our shock damage. First thing we did was save quit out of the game. These turrets can range from level 89 to 91, so we wanted to make sure they were both at the minimum level. Lucky for us, we got this on our third try. Now for the hard part. We had to sit in this spot, use Scorn to slag the turret, and just try our absolute hardest to fight against the health regen. The Chalupa is also pretty inaccurate compared to its non-unique counterpart, and with the slag particles, it was hard to tell if I was even hitting it. I kid you not, the first turret took about 900 bullets to take out, which is like over half of my ammo pool. I had an idea for the second one that made it a little bit easier. There was an angelic guard nearby, so I lured it over and thought locked it. It helped shoot the turret with me and also gave me some extra fire rate from Maya's Wreck skill, so this one only took about 700 bullets. Yay! Up next was the Super Toaster. This guy is super easy to cheese by just standing behind it, but even then I ended up dying multiple times. By this time in the run, I just seen all enemies completely differently. An RPG loader was just as dangerous as a gun loader because any amount of damage would just bring me to a sliver. A rabbit skag bites you, you're dead. You get hit by a stray bullet, you're dead. High five claptrap too hard, you're dead. The list goes on. Anyway, I got sick of dying so many times, so I locked in and found this cool spot right here that makes it so the constructor just starts bouncing, and that made the fight way easier. After that, all we had left was sniping Face McShooty, and honestly, this was probably the worst Face McShooty snipe on this channel, except for that one time I died 3 times trying. But that one doesn't count, we're just gonna pretend it never happened. Like I said before, the accuracy on this thing is terrible, and I ended up trying to do this for almost an hour. I gave up trying to tap fire to conserve accuracy because there was no accuracy to conserve in the first place, but after 30 non-headshots and 7,000 misses, we finally got him in the face. Thank God, dude, oh my goodness. Finally at the bunker, we started taking out the turrets. These guys aren't glitched like their tinier counterparts, so Cloudkill actually put some work in on these. After that, the bunker showed up and we started our fight. The game plan was to phase lock a loader, lane to the bunker, and have chain reaction help us out for this fight. Chain reaction, combined with bunker's overlapping hitboxes, lets our bullet hit multiple times, which gave us some extra DPS for this fight. We almost had this first try, but this loader decided to die like 1 frame after I bled out, so that sucked. After another 20 minutes, we managed to take the bunker down and bask in its blood. Angel Core was up next, and let me tell you, that place was just paradise. Everything was purple, there was giant slag feeding tubes, I befriended some ion loaders to protect me. Everything was great. Never mind, get me the fuck out of here. Anyway, Angel Core went decent, Roland showed up and I got to play support again while him and his turret distracted the loaders from my wet toilet paper squishy body. Alright Roland, let's get this vault key. Uh-oh, Roland, it looks like some of my slag wore off on you. Just make sure not to get shot until it wears off and you should be— No! Anyway, Jack kidnapped the wrong siren. You would assume the one full of iridium runoff would be the one you want to charge the iridium-fueled key, but oh well, at least Lilith is gone now. Now the only voices in my head are my own and the slag whispers. No! Sawtooth Cauldron was our next destination, and my worst fear ended up happening. Some of you guys might remember the Death Cubby. You spawn here, and you're trapped. You try to leave, and the ambush commanders are there to ambush you. Who would have thought? My only hope was to make a break for it as all the bad guys were getting thrown around from Converge and make it to a safer spot, which was standing on the cliff of a volcano, so that was cool. Or warm, I don't know. I'm not allowed to make jokes about other elements right now. I was having trouble killing these guys until a heavy nomad showed up and I tricked him into shooting them with a rocket launcher. After that, we found another slag homie, blew up Boombringer, let Mortar get his revenge, and rode the elevator up to deal with the buzzards. Man, these guys had the audacity to not stand still in my cloud kill clouds, and I ended up dying multiple times because of it. Luckily enough, when you're as bad at this game as I am, you learn to send the elevator down so you don't have to wait for it when you inevitably die. I tried to yank some of the bad guys up here off the tower so I had some breathing room, but that didn't go too great. So close. A loot dude showed up as well, and he decided that he was unslaggable, so that was fun. We eventually managed to take out enough bandits to give us the chance to take out the buzzards and watch the sunset with one of our homies we met up there. We made it to the boneyard and we were finally able to do the permaslag glitch after pushing a car over to a slag puddle. Fun fact about this glitch is that you can stack it as many times as you want. One stack will be 3 times damage, 2 would be 5 times damage, 3 would be 7 times damage, etc. I thought that since any amount of damage would just health gate me anyway, what's the harm of just getting like 10 stacks? That way, Recompense would deal some crazy damage when the enemies attacked me. Yeah, that didn't work at all. Anyway, we cranked some valves, listened to the whispers, got another stack of permaslag, turned some more valves, listened to the whispers again, got another stack of permaslag, watched our car almost explode from bumping into a skag with all of our stacks of permaslag, got another stack of permaslag, watched my car explode from hitting a skag with all my stacks of permaslag, and made it to the Arid Nexus Badlands. 10 seconds after I got here, I forgot that whole list I just read to you guys and tried to grenade jump over this gate and just died because of it. No grenade jumps means no Saturn skip, so we started trying to take this overgrown loader down. Honestly, Cloudkill did most of the work here. I did not have enough ammo to just lay into him, so I played it patiently until I felt safe not playing patiently anymore. The big toaster after that made it pretty hard to get into the info stockade, but my patented try again and hope they miss this time strat prevailed as it always eventually does. It was now time for the final stride towards the vault. The mobbing at the claptrap door went relatively well. Loader combat was easier than bandit combat for this run, and I also kind of just got to play support for the turrets, so nothing much to note here. After that, I save quit the game so that I could do the hero's pass skip without dying and made it to our fight with Jack. I'll be real with you guys, this fight sucked. This fight always sucks, but some even goofier stuff happened this time around. You know that invincibility shield drone that Jack gets when his shield breaks that lets Jack just teleport and heal all his health back in like 2 seconds? Yeah, that thing can't get cloud killed. Like, it just doesn't activate when you shoot it. I mean, I can kill these things, it's just kinda hard. But even after that, it only takes Jack like 20 seconds to teleport away and spawn another one. Which, considering Jack's health regen, that's pretty frickin' quick if you ask me. I decided to try some Converge shenanigans and use a rack to yank him into a death hole, but that just wasn't working. So we had 2 options. Keep trying an impossible fight until Jack glitches out and stands still, or just use the good old block him at the terminal strat and skip all the pointless stuff. They both have the same result, but the latter gets the video out sooner. So here's my PowerPoint presentation on how to kill Jack. Yeah, so if there's any part of you that thinks we can win this fight without some cheese strats, you are incredibly wrong. Even doing this strat, I almost lost because Jack is super hard to slag, and if he's not slagged, his health regen matches my DPS pretty much exactly. With less than 200 bullets left to my name, the slag kicked back in and we were able to kill Jack just barely. Now all that's left is the warrior. My first attempt here ended real quick because the warrior just used fire breath 4 seconds after the cutscene ended, but the attempt after that, we managed to get to some safer spots and just ran between ammo stations. It took a while, but the rest of this fight played out pretty normally. The warrior usually health gates you in one hit at OP 10, so this fight was pretty basic. Heck, most things at OP 10 will just one-shot you. Wait, did being slagged even affect the challenge at all? Is OP 10 really that unbalanced? Have I become so used to its abuse that I didn't even realize I've been subjecting myself to this the whole time? Oh no, I gotta end the video before you guys see how low the death counter— You can beat Borderlands 2 while permaslag. Bonus content time, woo! So usually during these runs, I like to see if the gear I'm using can obtain itself. Yeah, that was a bad idea for this run. You get the chalupa from Mick Zafford at the end of the Clan Wars quest line, which was probably 80 times harder than you think? 81 maybe? We start off by blowing up the Hodunk's big tire because we hate them, and then we blew up the Zafford's distillery because they have an alcohol problem and we want them to get better. After that, Mick hired me to go blow up some of the Hodunk's race cars. The race car fighting was actually pretty easy. Dealing with the slag hallucinations was a bit weirder. After that, we went back to the Zaffords and had to kill their bagman. We're supposed to side with the Zaffords, so I tried befriending the bagman and chilling near the waterfall, but that didn't work, so I launched him off of it. Only problem with that is I can't reach the key if he falls down there. No biggie, I'll just kill him with a gun. Oh darn, where did I put that footage of me killing him with a gun? Okay guys, I triple checked and I don't think I could kill this guy with a gun. He just moves and teleports around so much that he doesn't even stay in the cloud kill long enough for me to even think about doing this. I'm pretty sure he's corrosive resistant too, but I wouldn't know since I can't hit him with cloud kill. So it looks like we can't continue. It'd be pretty cool if I spent like 3 hours of my life trying to do some extremely convoluted setup where I put the stinky on the bagman and tried to grab the key as he died. Wait, where did all this footage come from? What is this?
Oh! Get some food in your system.
This is my last one.
Drink a water. You've been saying that.
I know I have. On gas mask, this is my last one for the day. Come on. Just grab the fucking key. Just grab the fucking key.
Yes! 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 Fucking A! High five!
That's odd. I don't remember any of that. Guess I must have blacked out or something. Anyway, that has to be the hardest part of this quest line, right? Oh, what the f— So yeah, we tried using Immolate's fire damage and that didn't work, so it looks like we can't continue. It would be pretty cool if I spent like 2 hours of my life trying to do some extremely convoluted setup where I farm the enemies at this house until I find a bandit with a fire weapon, and then go to the boneyard to permaslag myself so I'm allowed to drive cars and slowly ram that bandit to the Hodunk camp and have him shoot at me while I use the fire tanks as cover. Wait, what the fuck is this footage? Did I black out again? Bro, I need to lay off the slag. This stuff messes you up like lean. Wait a minute. Anyway, that made the Hodunks mad, so they told me to crash the Zafford's wake. So I got drunk at Moxie's to get in. Yay, more visual clutter. I got them Ice King wizard eyes, man. Anyway, we went to the wake, paid our respects, and left. This is not a lie for a comedic bit. The objective will check off even if you don't murder everyone inside. After that, it was finally time for the final fight. I started blasting the Hodunks and throwing my slag orb out, and played support one last time for my Zafford homies. Before you go, I just wanted to say thank you so much for making it this far into the video. If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Doing all that helps with the algorithm a lot, and I love reading all your guys' comments. If you want to support the channel more directly, consider becoming a channel member to get videos a day early, saving money over at Instant Gaming using my link, or go to GASMASK'Gang.com to snag some merch. I will leave my Discord and Twitch channel where I stream these runs live in the description. And last but not least, shout out to Mango Soda, who made this video's thumbnail art. They do commissions and will also be linked below. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. Today's video is sponsored by Instant Gaming. More on how you can save money on the games you love later in the video. Borderlands and The Binding of Isaac are my two favorite games of all time. So when I found out there was an assault rifle that was a reference to The Binding of Isaac in the pre-sequel, I was pretty excited. Well, that wasn't until I found out that it kinda sucks. But to heck with that. Isaac Online is coming out soon, so what better way to celebrate than with a good old co-op challenge. So today we ask, can you beat Borderlands the pre-sequel as a bunch of crybabies? As for the rules, this is going to be a level 70 Ultimate Vault Hunter mode playthrough. Bar will not be allowed, and we will only be allowed to use the Crybaby Assault Rifle. If you don't know what this gun does, well, it kinda depends. Most unique weapons come with a special barrel that gives its unique properties, but the Crybaby can spawn with 2 different unique barrels, 2 unique elemental damage types, and 2 unique accessories, for a total of 8 unique combinations, and that's not even including all the variants when you get a normal element or accessory. Each variant shoots a different type of projectile, mimicking different types of tier effects you can get in The Binding of Isaac. To keep it simple, we will only be using the variants with the cool unique parts, minus the default shot barrel because wobbly bullets are more fun. Which leaves us 4 part combos, and each of us will use a different version. Speaking of each of us, let's meet our band of crybabies. Wait, who the heck are those guys? Our journey begins on Helios Space Station, which is currently under attack by some insane doll military forces. Things were a bit rough at the beginning. We had to get used to the low-to-the-ground POV, our unpredictable action skill getting us killed, and some very unclear mission objectives.
Follow the claptrap unit. Which one?
Oh no. Upon starting our first few fights, the chaotic nature of this run became apparent. Tears flying everywhere on top of the randomness of Claptrap's action skill make it so you can't really plan for anything. Since I'm pretty sure 80% of all Claptrap players are the people you see playing with me right now, I'll tell you guys about Claptrap's action skill, VaultHunter.exe. This ability causes your character to analyze the battlefield and chooses one of 15 unique action packages based on your surroundings, which is just a fancy way of saying it's fucking random. A good chunk of his action skills also affect all the other players. Some combos can be extremely strong, while others can be quite unfortunate, and I'll be tier listing them as we go. Also, there's your first Isaac joke. First among B tier is Blightbot, which causes Claptrap to throw out a siren-style minion that flies around and burns and corrodes enemies, which sounds and looks pretty cool, but the damage isn't that great. This still could be a blessing compared to some of the other ones we'll get to later. Anyway, after saving Jack, Tom almost cut the challenge short by killing Zarpedon during her intro cutscene using the pirate ship action skill. More on that one later. After that, we pushed through the moon base until we met our first boss, Flame Knuckle. We all activated our action skills and the true chaos began. I rolled Gun Wizard, which doubles the fire rate, reload speed, and mag size of everybody's guns. It also completely refills our ammo reserves, so we never really ran out of ammo because of it. Alone, this skill is an A tier, but when combined with others, it's probably the strongest skill out of the bunch, so it rightfully lands itself an S tier. Anyway, as you can see, this is a joke because you can't actually see anything. Our guns aren't necessarily melting the bad guys, so we had to work together and make sure we were reviving our homies through the fight. 10 minutes later, we busted his power suit and bullied Flame Knuckle into a corner, where we used our tears to put his flame out. Moments away from escaping Helios Station and our quotation mark escape pod quotation mark, Lucas ruined the One Life challenge by getting crushed by its door, so that's cool. After all that, we made it to the moon and met Janie, who was gonna help us get to Concordia. She told us the key to getting there was in Deadlift's hands, and the path to his hideout was filled with giant tanky Kragans. But that's nothing pirate ship mode couldn't handle. This action skill would be joining Gun Wizard up in S tier based on its awesomeness alone. The cannons deal great damage, and the way the shots sync up to the beat of the 1812 overture playing is truly awesome. Well, usually. I had to turn the music off for copyright reasons or whatever, because people hate fun, I guess, but oh well. After fighting through some goons, we made it to Deadlift and started our second boss fight. This boss fight was definitely harder than the last. Deadlift was a lot more tanky than Flame Knuckle. On top of that, he would bounce around on his beloved jump pads and electrocute the floors. We had to make sure we were reviving each other here, because second wins were tough even with our extended 5-year lifetimer from Best Buds for Life. But reviving each other also wasn't much of a hindrance, as you would think. The kick him while he's down skill made it so that the bad guys would just focus on shooting the down player instead of the one that's trying to revive them. Best Buds for Life gave us health regen and damage reduction for reviving our homies, and reviving was the perfect time to activate high fives, guys, which lets you high five your friends to gain some increased gun damage, fire rate, and health regen for a short time. Not to mention oxygen revives are a thing in this game. At the cost of oxygen, you can revive your teammates twice as fast, and Claptrap doesn't breathe, so it was just free. Not sure why oxygen helps get another Claptrap up, but we can literally turn into pirate ships, so I don't know if logic matters that much. Anyway, we eventually murked Deadlift and all started dancing on his corpse.
Bye, Nene. Oh. Get Nene.
During our escape from Deadlift's base, I rolled Rubber Ducky, which causes all players to bounce around and reflect bullets. This skill makes it hard to aim or revive your homies, so it should realistically go in D tier. But the fact that it allows you to abuse slam knockbacks better and makes putting the stinky on bad guys easier bumps it up to C tier for me. We managed to get the Moonzoomy station working with Deadlift's key and had a little too much fun with our new cars.
The car, not the tow.
Hey, hey!
Why you parked there?
That jump's hard, Tom, by the way. Don't f it up.
Oh, no!
Okay,
Rigged to give me my money.
What? How are you? Wait.
Oh no! Oh no!
Anyway, we made it to Concordia, got arrested by a cop baby, gave him the crystal ball to bail ourselves out, met Nurse Nina, met Moxie, found another Isaac reference, had a few drinks with the boys, watched Lucas ruin the One Life again, flew around the town, and found out that Crisis Scar was our next destination. Red Belly was controlling the jamming signal blocking us from Helios, so we had to take him out. Scavtrap met us at the gate and told us we had to join Red Belly's gang if we wanted to get past, and our initiation consisted of just wiping out the entirety of their rival gang, the Darksiders. So we high-fived for the big fight, and I immediately rolled Clap in the box, our first F-tier skill. There are so many things wrong with this skill. You can't shoot while it's active, you can't revive your homies while it's active, the explosion can hurt your homies, the damage isn't worth it, and that's comparing it to the Crybaby of all things. You can sometimes melee during it, but it doesn't always work, and finally, if you don't hit an enemy, you get downed. This skill is more hassle than help. Anyway, after that first fumble, we actually got some good combos for some maximum chaos, and Scavtrap was pleased with our work, so we got the password to get into Red Belly's base. Okay, wait guys, let's prank these guys.
Prank them.
Wait. Let's all throw a stock grenade at them. You ready? Hit at these people right here, okay? Funny prank. All right. Ready?
Okay.
Set. Go. Oh.
Dang, why that
Oh my god! This is where the difficulty of the challenge kicked up a notch by introducing these big guys. These guys are extremely tanky and required all four of us to focus on them in order to take them down. Tom and I both had triple shot crybabies, meaning we would have to get pretty close for all our shots to hit, and I was struggling pretty hard. But we had each other's backs, and that's what got us through this. After bringing a pirate ship to a playground fight and fighting another 3 of those ultimate mugger guys, we made it to the Red Belly boss fight. This fight pretty much went as expected. And by that, I mean I couldn't see a thing. If this game didn't have health bars overlaid when you're looking at bad guys, they could have just snuck out of the brawl like some kind of old-timey cartoon gag, and we wouldn't have known a thing. The amount of action skills we were able to pop out was insane. Our class mods gave us each 49% action skill cooldown rate, and Claptrap's Through Thick and Thin skill gave us another 25 that could be transferred to your teammates when your action skill is active. This pretty much allowed us to have some kind of crazy going on at all times. Red Belly eventually split up and we focused on Belly first. After he died, the smaller flying guy got all angry and started glowing red. I feel like they stole that from somewhere. And we eventually threw enough tears down range to finish this fight. And the dude dropped a perfect fucking shred of fire. Which reminds me, if you want this save file with all the cool loot we found, or to try this challenge for yourself with some buddies, I'll have it on my Discord server, link in the description. After we took out the jamming signal, Jack was able to escape Helios, and now we just needed a plan to take it back. Jack decided to meet with the Mayor of Concordia to make a plan to do exactly that, so while the grown-ups are talking, I'll tell you about today's sponsor, Instant Gaming. Anytime I want to look for a new game to play with friends, I always check Instant Gaming first, because odds are they have a deal on what I'm looking for, and the deals that they offer are just hard to beat. One of my favorite things about Instant Gaming is how fast you can get your games. Once your account is verified, getting your activation code takes less than a minute. Even the console homies can save time and money on Instant Gaming because they've got deals for PlayStation, Xbox, and Switch games. I'm pretty sure the only time you're ever going to have to wait on Instant Gaming is if you pre-order a game. But even then, if the price ends up dropping even lower than when you made your order, they will refund the difference to you, making getting the best deal even more effortless. So stop waiting for deals. How about this? Think of a game you've been wanting to play for a while now, and just check to see what kind of deal they're offering on it. And if you like what you see and end up making a purchase, just know that on top of saving yourself money, you are also supporting the channel. Anyway, let's see if the grown-ups are all done talking. Whoa, 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 what just happened? Anyway, Jack wanted to take back Helio Station and needed a robot army to do so, because just like in real life, we weren't enough. The first step was getting a combat AI, and Janie knew a guy that could help us out. She also gave us a password to get some new vehicles to help us get to them. The jump to get over this lava lake is like really dumb. It killed me once and killed Lucas twice. Man, it'd be cool to have individual death counters. Anyway, we met Pickle and made our way to the bosun's ship. There were a lot of big bad guys along the way, and we were reviving each other left and right to keep the fight going. But then, Funzerker threw a rock into that plan. Joining A tier, Funzerker causes the player who activated it to dual-wield the gun they're holding and makes you fire your guns whether you want to or not. It also glues down the trigger of all your friends' guns too. I mean, I will say it's nice to rest our trigger fingers here and there, but when the action skill is up, we can't sprint or revive each other, making it extremely dangerous. We had some very close calls, but the big guys weren't the most deadly thing we had to deal with.
After the clap, you run, okay?
Okay.
Oh, use your boost, use your boost!
No, I can't make that. What the heck?
Why not?
Wait,
no!
It's like maybe my freshman year.
What?
You gotta make your mode
You know that hole in the middle?
Lucas, did you fall into the hole? I was gonna tell you to run over it, but you jumped in it on your own? No, Lucas died again?
I couldn't see.
Oh, no.
Anyway, we finally made it to the bosun's ship, and a few steps, or rotations, I guess, through the front door, physics strikes again. Just turn that off, and there we go. I wonder if that will help with the visual pollution. Back in the bosun's, we started taking out the bad guys and dealing with a lot more of these big guys. Lucky for us, we were getting some good action skill combos, and it was right about here we found the God combo, which is Gun Wizard and Mecro Magician. Joining S tier, Mecro Magician does a few things. First off, you throw out Mini Trap, and he seeks out enemies and damages them. All of the familiars you could throw out as Claptrap are kinda much like another game I like to play. But the real magic, no pun intended, comes from the stat boosts you get. While active, you lose a third of your mag size and accuracy, but you do gain a 263% damage increase to your guns. So you can see why this would pair well with Gun Wizard. The cons aren't really that bad either. Our mag size was already big to begin with, and the accuracy never really existed in the first place. Anyway, yeah, when you get that combo going, it's actually possible to see the big guy's health bar move with the naked eye.
Why Alyssa contemplating her sin right now? He's like, what does it mean to take a life? And stop, guys!
The bosun was throwing a lot of goons at us, but lucky for us, the skipper, aka the bosun's AI girlfriend, had enough of that nerd and started helping us out instead. Pushing through to the engine room, I found out that you can revive your homies during Funzerk if you spam your weapon swap key, and I also got medbot a few times, which kinda helped. We were all pretty tanky with our health bars from Claptrap's All the Things Are Awesome skill, giving us a 55% bonus, and another 30 from his Pain Simulator's Painful skill, which added an extra 20% damage reduction cherry on top. So if you're wondering why my shield is so small, it's not. Our health bars are just huge. And now that you mention it, I feel like I've seen this blue health bar over the red health bar mechanic before. Anyway, yeah, the healing doesn't seem like a lot, but I guess it's better than nothing. Also, there's a cool glitch where you could drop the laser and re-pick it up to use it infinitely, so I started hoarding them in my inventory because it's funny. Anyway, I'm dropping this in D tier. Even with all of our healing and teamwork, we couldn't keep up, and here we took our first death that wasn't Lucas falling into some kind of pit. This time, he bled out.
I don't have Lucas, I don't have Lucas! No!
I died!
It wasn't just that either. It was so much more sorrow.
Oh my goodness, what am
Oh, I had one bullet to barrel troll fucking Lucas and I fucked it up. No! No! I stinkied myself! No, sir! You know what? No. We're not gonna let this stop us. We're not gonna let this bring us down. We will become numb to the sight of Lucas plummeting to his death. We will beat this game. And if you think we're gonna curl up into a ball and cry about it, you're goddarn right we are. Lucas, Tom, and I may have died, but our rock, Queen Knight, is still rocking her first life. So let's take the bosun down.
I always clicked the wrong one.
Oh, what the heck was going on? Oh,
no, this is not how we're supposed to start the fight.
Alyssa died. Alyssa died.
Alyssa died?
Underneath the elevator, yeah.
Oh boy, Torque Fiesta. Yet another liability roll. This one causes everybody to throw one grenade and gives us all free grenades for the duration of its effect. The person who rolled it will also start lobbing out contact grenades at random angles in front of them that can also damage teammates. Mix that with a rickety old cramped elevator and you get what you just watched. Anyway, once we actually made it into the fight, everything got chaotic. Big surprise, I know. Tom and I used our triple shot guns on the bosun himself, while Alyssa and Lucas used their more accurate version on the little shield turrets. Halfway through, I started getting really up close and personal to the bosun, and I ended up using the same strat that Master Chief used on Regret and Halo 2 to deal a bunch of damage. Right at the end of the fight, the stars aligned and we got the God combo while I had the high 5 boost and finished this fight strong. I will say though, I am very disappointed that I burned the whole Ice King Wizard Eyes joke on the last video because good god, look at all this visual clutter. After that, we stole his girlfriend, which was the military AI we came for in the first place, and made our way to the nearest robot factory. Speaking of combat robots, we finally rolled Minion Trap while waiting for the train to show up, which causes Mini Trap to turn into a rocket turret, which sounds pretty cool, but this one's going into B tier because it's kinda eh. The damage isn't that good and you just kinda throw it wherever you're looking, and since you had no idea that you were throwing this thing out, it usually ends up somewhere useless. It's not dangerous like some of the other action scale rolls, but it's just kind of a boring dud, just like the character it's based off of. Anyway, we found a friendly scientist trapped behind all the scavs and torques, and by sheer coincidence, he was working on a military robot that could create near infinite amounts of other combat robots, which was exactly what we needed, which warranted a little bit of celebration. Are you hitting the gritty? What the f? We made it into the factory, and I knew this part was going to be a doozy from past playthroughs. So we decided to spend some of the moonstones we found throughout our journey to get some moxtails for the fight. I got the one that boosted fire rate and reload speed for 30 minutes, which gave me just enough time to kill one of these big mugger guys. Too bad there were 3 of them. Yeah, this trio messed us up bad. One of them had a cryo rocket launcher, and that was making it really hard to revive each other. Cryo? More like made me cry, yo.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
We were all downed and crawling towards a hopeless kill, and one by one, we all fell. First me, then Lucas, then Queen Knight, and then Lucas again. This defeat hurt more than all of them so far, but we couldn't stop here. We had to tough it out and keep going. After we finally managed to take that guy out, we started taking steps toward building our constructor. You know, steal some robot eyes, put them in a toaster, find the main body of the constructor, feed Queen Knight to it.
Michael, don't leave me here.
Watch as we lose half of our Moxtail duration waiting for the turrets to calibrate themselves. Feel embarrassed that they're still doing more damage than us. Have Felicity steal the legs from another robot. Wipe Felicity's memories against her will. Have her get angry about it and try and kill us. And then start crying about it until she dies. Dang, between this and the Marath, I kind of feel like we're working for the bad guys here. No, just me? Okay. Anyway, this fight was a little scarier than the rest because Felicity can spawn this repair drone that turns the whole thing into a tug of war. Usually repair drones aren't that scary, but our damage output was relatively poo-poo. Like, you know it's bad when Lucas says,
"Oh, that's good damage, that's good damage."
But her health bar only moved down 1 tick. She also has a shield drone that gives her bullet deflection, causing us to straight up shoot each other at times. The drones themselves are also pretty tanky, so we had to prioritize these things in order to win. You can kinda see why I wanted to do this as a co-op challenge. Imagine trying to get second wins with this gun. In between dealing with the drone waves, Alyssa and I would try to focus on any bots that Felicity spawned so that we could activate the rage element in our gun and deal a little bit more damage. Not really sure how well the rage element was working, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't high on placebo. But just like real life, all your problems can be solved with a little teamwork, high fives, caffeine, and a whole lot of crying. We eventually took her down and did a little bit more celebrating.
Everybody start hitting the gritty around her. Oh, 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 oh.
We now had the robot army we needed to take the moon base back, and there wasn't anything that could stop us. So we all topped off our moxtails and fast traveled up to the moon base to start our assault.
Oh, Lucas! Lucas, why'd you die, dude? You killed me too! I would have been fine if you didn't do that.
So we got up to Helios, but the weird thing is that I didn't see any of the robots we spent 3 missions trying to make, so that was weird. Oh well, maybe we are enough. Just kidding, no, we can't even open a fucking door. We had to find another baby to do it for us. This one was blue, locked in a box, and had a neglectful mother nearby. Come on, guys, this one has to be an Isaac reference. Anyway, the scanner that would let us into Jack's office was a bit busted, and I'm not sure if this blue baby was fixing it or making it worse.
Access denied. Scans reveal subject is a cat wearing a birthday cap.
Oh!
Yo! Lucas is a cat!
Scanned or scammed?
Scans reveal subject
Whoa!
We made it to Jack's office and secured our base of operation. The next job was to go to the R&D section to rescue all the scientists there. Nothing out of the usual here, you know, turning into pirate ships, questioning if my shots are actually hitting even though I'm at point blank range dual-wielding assault rifles, watching Lucas lose to gravity and getting rejected by Queenite. Just your basic Borderlands meta. Anyway, we saved all the scientists and they disabled the force field blocking us from Helios's giant eye laser. And then Jack airlocked all of them because they were acting a little sus. Oh, come on, dude. Is that my boss again? Hello?
Come on, dude. Are you really squeezing in another Among Us joke into this part just like last time?
Yeah, what's wrong with that? It's funny and it's relevant to...
What? No, what? Relevant? Among Us is a dead fucking game, and it definitely doesn't help that you're playing the pre-sequel. What do you think you are, some kind of comedic necromancer?
Yikes, dude. That's harsh. You know what? Just chill out, okay? I'll change the joke. No need to get hostile.
Good. Now get back to work.
Jeez, I hate that guy. But he's the boss, so, I guess those guys didn't meet the profit quota. Anyway, we finally made it to the Veins of Helios, aka the jump pad parkour section. I really like this part of the game, but I know a lot of people hate it. And, I think I know what side Lucas is gonna be on.
Midair high five, Lucas. Behind you.
Wait, I'm already high five.
Oh.
Oh!
No way. Again, Lucas? What are you doing? Lucas, you see those pipes over there?
Yeah.
Go stand on them.
Let's jump it over here, Lucas. Oh,
Are you trying to kill Lucas?
What?
No, not again.
We had to fight some of these fighter jet guys, and while it looks super cool to see 200 bullets all flying at the ship at once, they were pretty hard to kill. Hopefully there isn't like a boss version of one of these things later in the game. That would suck. Anyway, we made it to the lunar launching station and started disabling the final force field in our way. I somehow found a Rheogenator in a locker, so that was pretty weird. But anyway, yeah, a little bit of survive until the timer runs out gameplay later. We made it to the Eye of Helios and started our super intense boss fight with Colonel Zarpedon. Honestly, this fight was cursed in so many ways, good and bad. First off, our first roll of action skills gave me pirate ship mode with a double gun wizard boost, which let us melt her shield super quick, and that would have been awesome if she didn't just get the whole thing back right away. All of our rolls after that just kept synergizing poorly. Like one time somebody rolled nonsensical sacrifice, which downs the user but revives everybody else. But none of us were down, so that was just straight up useless. I'm still gonna put it in A tier because it did come in clutch a few times during the run. Also, just watch this clip for me.
Not needed. Anyone?
Yeah, I got you, Tom. I'm gonna get you. Who the f just threw a pumpkin at Tom? What'd I just watch?
So, did you guys see that too? Yeah, when I said pumpkin, I didn't actually think it was legitimately a pumpkin. At first, I thought Queenite or Lucas just accidentally shot a jackal cannon they found, but from where they were standing and the angle of the pumpkin, that just wasn't possible. But slowing down the footage, we were able to see the real culprit. You see that orange? That is 100% the barrel of a Jacko-cannon that is in the hands of that basic enemy. I had no idea that these guys could spawn with the unique blue rarity drops in this game, but there he is, causing more chaos, as if this run needed more. I didn't even notice this until I started editing this video. Numerous pumpkins flew across my face and into the faces of my homies, and we didn't even know. Anyway, we eventually took down her power suit, and that's where the curse shenanigans started being good. Before this whole second phase, we all hid on this ledge to lure Zarpedon over, and I went out to get her attention to bring her closer. I went down, but Lucas's dying actually kind of came in handy.
I'm gonna get a revive by my action skill. Oh, no way!
I died anyway, but when I got back, Zarpedon was in the prime position.
Yes, come on. Come on.
Here.
Put the stinky
Oh!
So if you're ever having trouble with this fight, just know that all you need is a few stock grenades. We finally had the Eye of Helios under control and found out it was actually powered by the Eye of the Destroyer. Or another Isaac reference, I'm not sure. Anyway, Moxie said we could disable it if we overjuiced the thing to activate the failsafes, but that was a big lie, and she turned it into a giant black hole in an attempt to kill Jack because, plot twist, he's the bad guy. But we still survived somehow, and Jack was so happy that he started throwing it back on us, so that was pretty cool. All that was left to beat the game was to find the vault and secure the alien technology inside. This place was guarded by a bunch of these creepy looking alien dudes, but those guys weren't anything compared to the Eternal Doll Soldier guys. If you don't kill these guys fast enough, they just evolve and get all of their health back, and through conventional methods, there is just no way we would be able to kill these guys fast enough. But lucky for us, this is Borderlands we're talking about. There's always something we can exploit, and in this case, it's the slam attack from our level 1 Oz kit. Using our slam would stagger the Eternal guys and prevent their evolution, and as long as we could stun lock them like this, we could take these guys out relatively easily. One of the doll guys we found ended up surrendering, and we gave Lucas the choice in killing him or letting him go.
Now kill him.
Alright guys, let's see what's in this vault. Whoa, wait, did you guys see that? What the heck is that? Is it a bird? Is it a plane? Oh no. It's a giant boss version of the jet fighters. No. Alright, real talk guys, this fight was the hardest one yet. I'll give you a breakdown. First off, 90% of the time this jet was pretty far away from us, making it so we would have to lead our shots far in front of where we thought it would be, which is 10 times harder when your shots have a mind of their own, and they're literally children's tears. It would sometimes get low to the ground with some missile strikes, but that was so rare it might as well have just not happened. Our action skills were also just not that great. Anything except for Gun Wizard, Mecro Magician, or Funzerker were just straight up useless because we couldn't utilize them even if we tried. This wouldn't have been too much of an issue if we actually got those good ones, but all we would get is triple clap in the box rolls or Queen Knight's personal favorite.
No!
Dude, how many Torque Fiestas was that?
3.
No.
Oh my god. Oh my god, not the Torque Fiesta.
Rubber Ducky Fiesta. Fiesta.
Oh my god.
Fiesta.
Yes.
Fiesta. What the? Okay, Fiesta. Fiesta. Fiesta.
Like a fiesta.
I just keep getting to like bomb myself, punch myself in the face. Fiesta. Fiesta. Fucking Fiesta.
I can finish up the tier list here. First off, shh, trap is in C tier. This was the first time I got it during the whole run, and all it does is make you invisible to enemies. Not super useful when the giant airship decides to just nuke the whole arena, but I guess it's pretty nice if you ever want to revive some of your homies. And finally, for the absolute worst action package yet, Meat Unicycle, which causes you to switch out your gun for a Buzz Axe and start dealing Fire Nova damage. You can imagine trying to punch a jet fighter if you want. I'd be a liar if I said I didn't try. But even if I could, the damage from these melee attacks is just so abysmal. You know it's bad when the most optimal strat for Meat Unicycle is to not even try and just go high-five your homies so they can deal some more damage. Easy F tier. A couple of honorable mentions. We could not get One Shot Wonder or Disco Inferno because we weren't using the right skills for them, just in case any of the Claptrap mains say we forgot them. I don't want to make all 4 of you guys mad. Halfway through this fight, our Moxtail power-ups wore off, and Lucas had to go AFK for a bit to get his dinner, so we had to worry about protecting him now too. RK5 added 4 deaths to the counter by the time he reached his Fate Acceptance phase, where we could just lay into him. And together, we finally took it down. Necro Magician, that's it! Let's go! Yikes! Other bosses so far have taken upwards of 10-15 minutes to finish, but this one took over an hour. Anyway, we jumped into the giant scary alien hole and fought through some more of those tanky guys. We definitely took a wrong turn somewhere because we got super lost, and we were stuck here for a while too. There were a ton of bad guys we had to kill here just to get out, and they were all just absolute tanks. After a good hour of totally optional fighting we didn't have to do, we finally made it to the vault and we were ready for anything. It can't get much worse than these creepy guys.
Oh no. What happened?
Everybody close your eyes unless you want to witness childbirth.
Ew. Ew.
Oh my god, it got way worse. Jeez, these things just keep getting tankier and tankier. What if we just like... Yeah, there we go, much better. Anyway, we eventually entered the vault and started our last boss fight of the run. Let's do this. Oh god, no, not the bullet deflection on Gunzerker. Okay, rest him. Well, that was a rough start. I really rolled Funzerker right as it entered bullet reflection mode, so that was cool. And everything after that went downhill. For the Sentinel, we started getting so many good action skill combos. We even rolled 3 pirate ships at the same time, which was just absolutely awesome. We started waiting for each other's action skills to be ready and just kept popping them all at the same time. Doing so let us take down the first 4 phases and spawned the true final boss. Imagine that, a multi-staged boss fight to finish the game. Who would even? This is where us triple shot homies really started to shine. For the first time in the run, we could have all 3 projectiles of our shot hit a bad guy's critical spot at the same time. We got the God combo and managed to finish off the first mask. After that, Tom popped a nonsensical sacrifice so we could secure phase 2, and thus began the final and hardest phase. Claptrap being made of metal means that he takes increased corrosive damage, so when he started vomiting acid and causing big eruptions of it from the floor, we had to play a bit differently. You ever play the floor's acid? It's a lot like the floor's lava, but it's for robots. Reviving teammates in the acid was pretty much impossible, so we either tried to set up a second wind enemy for them, or just catch them mid-air and fly them to safety. I got you, Tom. I think. We had a really close call when we all went down at the same time. If we all had to respawn and left the arena empty, we would have to restart the whole fight. At the very last second, one of those Sarah Guardian things spawned, letting Tom get up and prevent the full reset. And as soon as we went back in, we went guns blazing with a Funzerker Wizard combo, and another Mecro Wizard combo after that. Lucas came in clutch with another sacrifice, securing a triple revive from it right at the very end. And we finished the fight with pirate ship mode, leaving just enough rounds for some victory shots, signifying that yes, you can beat Borderlands the pre-sequel as a bunch of crybabies. Bonus content time, woo! So this run was a great balance of fun and challenge, but I felt it could have felt a little more roguelike to keep on the Isaac theme. You know, where death is a lot more than just a number going up, so I decided that we're going to tackle everyone's favorite DLC. 6 rounds of wave-by-wave combat where death means you have to sit on the sidelines, capturing that roguelike vibe I'm looking for. That's right, put on your blue light glasses because we're going to the Hollow Dome. Right off the bat, we met a ghost baby. Kinda feel like this one is required at this point. Anyway. Not much to say about round 1. This is pretty much just a warm-up. Flame Knuckle made a return, but we threw him into the big hole, so that was cool. Round 2 was pretty much the same. We had some more of these creepy OFA things show up, but again, the giant hole made them pretty easy. Lucas got Queen Knight killed. You can clearly see that I'm looking at her, trying to revive her, but Lucas somehow snuck in between us, causing her to fall into a million pieces. On the bright side, we were able to test the individual death counter Tom coded. Thanks, Tom. Other than that, though, the Eternal guys started showing up again, and you guessed it, we used the hole. This round introduced the giant spinning blades of scary death and stuff, but if you know anything about patterns, you would know that we use this to our advantage. This is where things really started to devolve. Most enemies were extremely tanky, and it would just be more optimal to put the Stinky on literally any enemy that wasn't a basic mob. Also, Lucas could not follow the bonus objective and fucking died on wave 1 of 6.
Ooh!
Lucas! What'd you do, Lucas?
It sucked me in.
Oh. Good God. We put the Stinky on everything. And on our first try, we got way too comfortable, and we all went down against an enemy way too tanky for even all of us to kill, and all died on wave 4. On our next attempt, things got really dicey. Queen Knight and Lucas both took a dive about halfway in, so Tom and I had to lock in and stick to each other like glue. It kind of worked out because Queen Knight and Lucas had the more accurate long-range crybaby rifles, so they could just kind of distract the enemies from afar and use their action skills to juice us up. We fought hard, and it came down to one last enemy. This alien that glitched out. So if anyone's wondering, yes, you can beat the Holodome Onslaught as a bunch of crybabies. Before you go, I just wanted to say thank you so much for making it this far into the video. If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Doing all that helps with the YouTube algorithm, and I love reading all your guys' nice words and ideas for new runs. If you want to support the channel more directly, consider becoming a channel member to get videos a day early, saving some money with instant gaming using my link, or going to GASMASK'S.com to get some merch. I'll leave my Discord and Twitch channel where I stream these runs in the description below. And last but not least, shout out to Mango Soda, who made this video's thumbnail art. They do commissions and will also be linked below. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. When it comes to FPS games, your HUD can provide a ton of important information, like telling you how much health you have or finding your next objective. But how valuable is that information? Do you really need anything else? Can you beat Borderlands 2 with only the minimap? The rules for this run are simple. I can only see the minimap. And to make that happen, I cut a minimap-shaped hole in the box of my latest monster shipment and taped it to my screen. My webcam will also be aimed at the screen as proof that I cannot see anything but my minimap and Twitch chat. Also, you should go follow me over there and hang out with us while we do challenge runs. Anyway, you guys will be able to see everything, don't worry. The video won't look like this. Suffering through that is my job. This run will be a bit different from my other runs because we're actually going to be doing this in normal mode as opposed to OP10. I figured the XP farming and side missions I would need to do to level up might add a little bit more pizzazz to this type of run. As for the character we picked, Gage was an obvious choice with her bouncing bullets and death trap and whatnot, so we started our run by following our seeing eye robot home and watching him get his eye ripped. Oh, great. Now we're both blind! Before we took on Knuckle Dragger, I had to get some experience and catch my bearings. So after finding the fast travel station, I held up on the menu to travel to the Giraffe DLC. If you don't know why we call it that, Mordecai can kill some of the level 30 doll guys here, and that gives us a ton of experience. You could keep repeating this process as long as you save quit before the cutscene starts, so I decided to rack up some early XP here. So while we wait for Mordecai to level us up, I'm gonna tell you about today's sponsor, Instant Gaming. Instant Gaming has been my go-to place when I'm looking for game deals. Game prices nowadays can be pretty crazy, and we all want to save money when we can. Even you might be waiting for a game to go on sale right now. And if that's the case, odds are that game is rotting away in your wish list, and by the time it goes on sale, you could have already moved on or forgotten about it. And that's where Instant Gaming comes in. They have deals on a ton of games, and odds are there's a deal that you will like over there. My favorite part about Instant Gaming is that it's super fast and easy to get your activation codes after your account is verified. I've tested it myself, and it could take less than a minute to get your hands on a new game, as opposed to the indefinite amount of time you could be sitting, waiting, hoping, and praying a game goes on sale. Console homies can save money too, because they have deals for PC, PlayStation, Xbox, and even Nintendo Switch. So stop waiting. Make your gaming instant. How about this? Think of a game you've been wanting to play and use my link in the description to just see what kind of deal they have on it. If you like what you see and end up making a purchase, just know that on top of saving yourself money, you are also supporting the channel. Anyway, let's see how the XP farm is going. What? No, who let the cutscene play? Anyway, that farm is busted, so plan B. I found the fast travel again and held down this time all the way to the bottom to go to Digistruct Peak and open a door, which went surprisingly well. Since I have to edit this video and rewatch all the footage, I can see that we made it to level 4, but I had no idea what level I was at the time. We made it back to Claptrap and started following the silly sounds of his voice until the scary red dots showed up. After getting angry at a small cliff, my overleveled melee power took out the first batch of Bullymongs. Knuckle Dragger showed up after that, and I absolutely trick-shotted his little brother out of the sky. We killed Knuckle Dragger after that and started looking for Claptrap's eye. Luckily, the minimap gives an objective marker for most things that we need to pick up, so we had an idea of where to look. Items also make a distinct noise when their item card pops up, indicating you're looking at it. Here's an example of that noise. So we calmed our surroundings and listened for that sound until we found Velma's glasses and got a reward. I've played this game enough times to know that this chest always gives us a Jacob's shotgun. So I snagged that because more pellets equals more chances to hit. I did not realize what I was getting myself into, so I shotgun a monster to get me through this run. And honestly, I think that was kind of OP because I was clearing out Liarsburg way too easy. I was hitting more shots than I anticipated and developed a few strategies along the way. For example, I found the best way to line up melee attacks is lining up the inner angle of my yellow marker with the bottom corner of the bad guy's red dot. The minimap can tell me what cardinal direction I'm looking in, but it cannot tell me if I'm looking too far up or too far down. So to combat this issue, I would look all the way down and then estimate where the enemy would be, and I felt pretty cool doing this, but rewatching the footage makes me feel a lot less cool because it was not working as good as I thought. I took the Bullymon clearing mission for a little bit more XP and ended up taking the first death of the run. The second, third, and fourth ones too. We also took the Echo collecting mission here, but that didn't go too well. I'll point out the transparency of the minimap now, since I'll probably get comments about it. Parts of the map where there is no terrain are a bit transparent, and I can sometimes get hints to my surroundings. But with a 120 FOV, even if you see the thing you're trying to interact with, it's not exactly free. I see the bullet holes, okay. Oh, I think I got it. I didn't. Where the f is this thing? I don't know. I'm about to skip this mission. I don't know if it's worth it. Yeah, so the moral of the story is that even though I can see through parts of the map, it never really came in handy because learning lineups with the actual map proved far more consistent. Anyway, 5 minutes after I leveled up, I finally unlocked my action skill. So let's bring out Death Trap. Oh no, I didn't pick Gage. I picked Salvador. Anyway, we made our way towards Boom Boom. I wanted to wipe out the bandits here with a skyrocket, but I only managed to kill one psycho with it, so that was pretty cringe. When I got to Boom Boom, someone put a bounty on killing them in under 3 tries. My guess is they didn't have faith in me because I was trying to fight the clouds the whole time, so I don't really blame them. I jumped in and immediately tried to find my way to the back of the arena to lure Boom to a dark alley and take his loot. I was surprised when I got the kill here because I didn't hear any of the noises that usually play when you land a melee hit in BuzzX Rampage. But like, Boom is dead, so I'll take it. Boom and Boom both drop a bunch of grenade ammo when killed, so I knew I had plenty of skyrockets I could throw at Boom. Too bad I whiffed like all of them. On my second try, I ran back to Boom's body in hopes that there were more nades lying around. I heard the ammo pickup sound as I ran by, so I knew I had at least one and managed to knock Boom out of his cannon. A few blind swings later, I made 15 bucks and leveled up. You might think that picking skills would be hard if I can't see the skill tree. But honestly, it was super easy because I have Krieg's entire skill tree memorized. Do other character mains memorize the entire skill tree? Or are Krieg mains just built different? I don't know. Anyway, if you open your menu and press 4, it will always take you to your skill tree tab. And you'll always start hovering over your action skill. So all I needed to do was press down once and then enter to spec in to pull the pin, which makes it so we drop a copy of our grenade mod when we die. And if it gets a kill, we get double the amount of XP. Using our new skill, we decided to farm Boom Boom until level 10 by running into the arena, dealing a little bit of damage, and then finishing them off martyr style. Oh look, a bonus package! I wish I seen that. The other 4 points I put into Empty the Rage because a majority of our damage is going to be melee, and the empty mag bonus actually came into play here quite often. We started our climb up to Flint's ship, and things started getting a bit dicey. The mini-map is locked to a 2-dimensional plane and will only show you the highest point of the map, so we were practically blind when we had to go under the ship. Yeah, I got really lost down here and started taking cryo damage? How the f did I end up in the pre-sequel? What the? We had to keep pushing forward with nothing but muscle memory from playing this game so much. And making it through this part was tough. But now we had to climb up the ship, and that was a nightmare. Staircases, tight ropes, walls, bathrooms, holes, skyrockets, enemies that could be below or above me, I don't freaking know. All these things made it just absolutely abysmal to traverse. I again had to go entirely based on memory. Dying would also send me so far back that it was just headache inducing. I got to the point that kept messing me up and decided to just go for a leap of faith over what I thought was a hole. It was actually just a wall. After that, I slowly tiptoed up to the lever to hoist Claptrap up, hit a new U station, and took a sigh of relief. Up next was the Flint fight. Now usually to get him to jump down from his throne, you have to hit him at least once. Insert joke on why that is hard to do. So we died a few times before we had a chance to get close to him. And when we did manage to get close to him, I found out that Flint was easier than the climb up. Never thought that would happen. After that, we made it to Three Horns and ran into a new issue. We needed an interface adapter to get a new car, but the objective marker was a big area circle. I had a general idea of where to go, but this one took a while to find.
Wait a moment while I hack the catch-a-ride.
After that, we got behind the wheel and somehow things got easier. I hit the jump on the first try and even nailed Door Guy pretty good. Finding Reese's Echo was pretty rough too because of the whole big circle objective thing, but the 2,500 hours in BL2 saved me there. A little bit of Snake gameplay later, we saved Reese and headed towards the Power Core Psycho.
Oh my god. Wombo combo.
We managed to nab the power core and absolutely slaughtered the 20 bandits to avenge Reese before making it to Sanctuary. At this point, my guns were very underleveled, and finding new gear would be tough considering I can't see any of it, and my numerous deaths would make buying whatever's in the shop a bit hard. But lucky for us, this mission turn-in always gives us a choice between an assault rifle or a shotgun, so I dropped my SMG and went for the shotgun. Glad I remembered it was the second option because I got a decent bandit shotgun from it. I was hoping for another Jacobs shotgun, but I wasn't disappointed once I heard the bandit gunshot sounds. I had to grab a bunch of stuff here in Sanctuary. I'll try not to go over everything I pick up unless it was tougher than usual, but one thing to note here was I spent my iridium on what I hoped was grenade SDUs. Fun fact, all the upgrades here are alphabetized except for the bank and backpack upgrades, so this was a rare case where extremely obscure Borderlands knowledge actually came in handy. Anyway, Frostburn Canyon was our next destination, and I made my way there after fast traveling back to the Draft DLC in Claptrap's place by accident. Frostburn was honestly kind of rough. First off, I'm not used to the map not being already filled out because this is a fresh character, and the terrain was far from flat here. I didn't mind dying often because that just meant pull the pin XP, but the fire damage on fire nomads was proving to be ineffective. Once I crawled out of that mess, I had the spike pit skip. Now, I have never failed this jump, but this time around, I wouldn't be able to see my usual lineup. I had a lot in the line, so I just had to go with my gut.
Yeah, I can't see shit over here.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna John for a bit, okay? I still think my success rate is 100%. Screw you guys if you think otherwise. My player icon is way too friggin' big to see anything. Not to mention this objective marker screwed up my lineup. I'm not Craig, you're Craig. Anyway, we got the skip eventually, and honestly, I don't think it could get much worse than oh, I forgot about Lilith, never mind. The bright side to this challenge is that I don't have to see Lilith, but the downside is that I can still hear the one-liner.
Oh, Lilith, why?
Even though Lilith loves to torment me, she did manage to give us our first class mod. It happened to be the best one we could have gotten for this run, which was a blister com with a +6 grenade count. I didn't know this until editing though, so it probably didn't matter that much. Up next, we had to save Roland, and in order to do that, we are going to need a car upgrade. And honestly, destroying the cars proved harder than I anticipated. Half the time, I was just trying to figure out if the red dot was a buzzard or a car. I bet you guys can't tell the difference. My first plan was trying to tail the technicals while aiming up and down and hoping that enough bullets would hit. That didn't work. I then tried to hold all the way down because I knew the cars couldn't look too far down. That didn't work. And we also tried the good old pull the pin kill. And that didn't work. What was the game-winning strategy, you might ask? Well, I got one word for you.
Explosions!
With the rocket launcher runner and the looking as far down as possible strat, we were able to more consistently take out bandit technicals, and we eventually got enough parts to sneak into the Bloodshot Dam. Bad Ma was up next, and let me tell you, I died so many times trying to fight this guy. Death after death just kept piling on, and there wasn't anything I could do about it. I mean, I guess I could have tried to survive the fight, but then how would I get the double XP from pull the pin? You guys think I'm gonna farm up to level 16 and not take the twice as fast option? Come on now. Alright, real talk. We farmed Bad Ma up to level 16 so we could get the most important skill of the run. Light the fuse. Now if we end up falling into fight for your life, we will have an extremely useful tool for revives. No more lack of movement and no more estimating how high I'm aiming because the splash damage means I could just get close and throw them at the ground. And if I'm feeling extra confident, I could just hold E to go full Minesweeper mode and murder everything around me. Doing this made the Bloodshot Stronghold relatively easy, right up until the toilet room, where my arch enemy, Verticality, found us yet again. It was back to being an absolute guessing game. And boy, am I glad that I took the time to get Light the Fuse here, because even with it, closing the distance between me and these crazed marauders was harder than normal. Anyway, Mad Mike eventually showed up, and I decided to use my out of sight, out of mind card here and just ignore him. I hit the next new U station and planned to run away after I came back, but my skyrocket murked him without me knowing, so I'll be taking that card back, thank you. After finding Roland, I got stuck in this hole and just could not find my way out of it. I ended up having to die to get out, which felt pretty cringe and embarrassing. And after that, we made it outside and I put the stinky on myself. Actually guys, this was 100% on purpose. You could tell because I got a pull the pin kill. Yep, After I paid the toll, I started fighting my way through the bad guys. Nothing too crazy, but I did put the stinky on this loader, so I'm glad we got at least one this run. After fighting through all those loaders, we made it to our next fight. If you're new here, you probably don't know that the Warden can take Roland to the Hyperion Friendship Gulag if you don't kill it fast enough. Yeah, and with our current setup, I estimated that chance was pretty high. I went in for my first attempt and got a few second wins before dying about halfway through his health bar. It honestly felt like a tough fight, and I had no idea how close or not close I was to killing the Warden, so I scrambled to get one more good attempt in before it was Gulag time.
Can't tell if I used my BuzzX Rampage or not, and I burned it or not, but... Okay.
Yeah, the Warden is weird. I feel like its shield gets weaker when the surveyors decide to start juicing it up or something, because that was pretty baffling. After saving Roland, I replaced my first shotgun with a sniper before realizing that didn't make any sense, and then swapping to a TDR SMG I found and heading back home. At this point in the game, my memory of enemy levels is a bit skewed, so I decided to do the Marcus dummy missions for a little XP boost and to secure a slag pistol for future fights. It's not the best option, but it's the only guaranteed slag weapon I could get realistically. Anyway, I also missed Michael Mamaril right here. I never see this guy, and this challenge run made sure to keep it that way, but oh well, off to Tundra Express. Burning the Varkids here was kind of annoying because I messed up and lost my free tinderbox, and my skyrocket was just way too strong. I could have used this fire shotgun I found, but alas, I didn't know it was fire. I eventually got stuck on the fire melon and managed to wake up Mordecai, meet Tina, dodge a train, and grab the badonkadonks. The first one was pretty easy to grab, but for the second one, I needed to do a little bit of parkour to bypass the confusing staircase system. On the way to blow up the train, I gained the title of only person ever to unintentionally die to these giant cartoony proximity mines, so that was pretty cringe. I also had my first fight with a ladder and my second fight with a train. We made it to Wilhelm, and this was probably the toughest fight yet. Every challenge about this run piled on right here. I had no idea what level he was, so I had no idea how much damage I was dealing, or if I was even beating out his shield regeneration. I couldn't see incoming attacks, so I had to use audio cues to kinda guess where to dodge. And to top it off, Wilhelm is pretty hard to melee because he kinda has this spike shield effect when you get too close. I gave it a few attempts before almost calling it quits for the day. But on my last attempt before that, I heard Wilhelm start doing callouts, indicating his health was low. So I gave it one more shot, this time with a newfound strategy I will be calling menu leveling. I found that opening and closing your menu put your crosshair at a consistent eye level, and using that we found our combat loop. We would run around, dodge, and throw pos shots until we heard him or seen him start spawning surveyors. At that point, I would pull out my slag pistol and level my crosshair to hopefully get some slag. I would then run at him with BuzzX Rampage if it was charged, or just my plain self and intentionally get downed. After that, I would instantly detonate my bundle. This would damage Wilhelm, stop his surveyors from giving him too much shield, and give me a second win, all at the same time. Once I started hearing his low health callouts again, I threw any skyrockets that I had and finished Wilhelm off. When we got back to Sanctuary, I got rid of my Valtunta relic because I knew Lieutenant Davis was going to give me a new relic, and the one we got was probably the most useless thing I could have gotten. Honestly, I didn't know what it was, but I liked it anyway. It was way better than Lilith's gift of literally taking my home and my minimap. Like, bro, what am I supposed to do now? I ended up running towards the cliff to spawn next to the door, which was unnecessary because an objective marker did show up. But if you watched my vids before, you know that I'm all about the high road. And if you haven't watched before, consider subscribing. It helps the channel a lot, and if you've made it this far into the vid, there's a good chance you'll want to watch more. Anyway, we made it to the fridge and had a surprisingly easy time finding the levers to open the doors. Getting across the Hyperion Bridge went well too. I was a little worried about using the gondola to get across because I wouldn't be able to see it, but the thing is super loud, so I knew exactly when it stopped right in front of me. We made it to Mr. Noodle, and I was pretty scared of what this fight could entail. But then, like, the kill almost looked like it was ripped straight out of a casual playthrough. Like, if you haven't spammed skyrockets at this guy before, have you even really played Borderlands? Anyway, so that was like 3 wins in a row. Overlook, though. That was an L. Things started strong, but quickly took a turn when the toaster showed up. Yeah, I didn't think I was going to be able to kill this thing, at least not fast enough to make it worth my time. My favorite part about this whole section is when I got to watch myself try to repair the beacon while I was in Light the Fuse because I had no idea I was even down. Yeah, that was just really funny to me for some reason. Anyway, the beacon actually didn't go invincible this time around. I thought it did, but I guess it didn't. I still had to shamefully fast travel away from the evil toaster that was shoving nuclear bombs into my soft spot, so that sucked, but progress is progress. We made it back home and went for our next vital piece of gear, the Law. Getting it was easy. I just had to empty a weapon slot, correctly identify a killer, accidentally desecrate a corpse, and bam, double melee damage for the rest of the run. The Preserve was our next destination, and finding the place was way harder than it should have been. I got stuck in a cave somewhere, and for the first time in the run, I had to save quit because I just couldn't find a way out. Second try took a while, but I made it to the dreaded Preserve. Wounding the loaders here went, just kinda got lucky with Light the Fuse and the door opened. But I did start feeling a bit underleveled here, so I made sure to kill every tiny dot I seen. Anyway, I pushed through all the mobbing and realized that I still get red dots for stalkers even though they're invisible. Didn't make them any less hard though because they just love running away from me. Also a very weird thing to do if you're literally called a stalker. Anyway, the ultimate loader showed up and worried me a little bit. The game plan was to slag it and just hope that a Buzzax rampage duration was enough. I forgot to mention this during the Wilhelm fight, but enemies do have callouts for when they get an element applied to them. In the case for slag, they say something like unknown substance or unit slagged. So I was able to tell when they turned purple and knew exactly when to strike. So I was gonna do a bit here where I said I murdered all the loot dudes super easy while swinging at nothing because I didn't take doctor's orders, but I got lucky and one of them showed up anyway. I checked for a drop and ended up with quite the surprise. And we got like something, I guess. Don't tell me it was a grenade. Dude, is that a nasty surprise, dude? 3, 2, 3, 4. That's my shield, that's my grenade mod. Skyrocket's back, okay. After a little bit more mobbing, we made it to Bloodwing. This was going to be our first real fight with a flying enemy, so I wasn't sure how it was going to go. But I've been practicing for this fight the whole run. So let's do this. Okay, yeah, no, that's fine. Okay. Tab menu. Okay. Let's go. Let's go, dude! Alright, Bloodwing, you had me in the first half, but you gotta step up your game again. I'm about to hit double digits. After the fight, I made the mistake of trying to upgrade my gear and ended up losing my +6 grenade count class mod for something pretty much useless. But on the bright side, at least we got to high-five our homie Claptrap. Up next was recruiting Brick and his air support. The initiation was pretty much just handled by the Skyrocket, if I'm being honest. Apparently, I wasn't supposed to use this thing indoors, but like how the heck was I supposed to read that? I can only see the minimap. Sarcastic Slab could have survived this time around because he didn't show up as a red dot, but his loud clapping let me find him using echolocation. Get it? Because the minimap comes from the echo. Oh, come on, please laugh. Fighting the loaders with Brick was pretty simple. I was mostly slagging bad guys while he fisted them. I'm pretty sure every single mortar strike killed me here, so that was rough, but hey, Brick is on the squad now and I can finally get rid of my level 1 shield. What the fuck is Michael doing here again? Whatever. Anyway, Roland will always give you a rocket launcher or a roid shield for turning in this quest, so not only do we have a usable shield now, we also get a melee boost when it's broken. Hopefully I don't have to explain why that's useful. Up next was Opportunity, and oh boy, I had to have jammed my shin on every crate, statue, bush, and railing in this map. It took me 10 minutes to find the Jack double as per the usual 10 seconds. Killing him felt about the same, but good golly, finding the info kiosks was horrid. I could get close, but actually finding the little buttons was harder than most objectives. I also had to find it while loaders and toasters were bombarding me with everything they had. It took a bit, but I managed to get them all, but that wasn't the biggest issue. I still had to upload the voice data, and to do that, you had to find this little cave, find the right door to get into, and place the watch. I think you guys know where this is going. The minimap only shows the top layer of the map, so this was just complete guesswork on top of tripping over every step along the way. I was going at this for a while and I was getting very frustrated, but then my salvation arrived. I've never been so excited to hear about a hot loader in my area because I knew that this loader always spawns in the room I needed to get to, so I found my way in and took a big sigh of relief. That breather would come in handy because up next was the climb up to bunker. Things started out really rough here. I absolutely butchered the ravine jump, I got pranked by Claptrap, and then I just got absolutely decimated by the loaders. I was positive that I was super underleveled at this point and forcing through this would have been way too hard. So I had to do what I was regretting and decided to farm some XP. I was hoping that farming the mutated VAR kids would be some quick XP, but that proved very inconsistent and I had to find this door valve every time. So regrettably, we had to do the entire Clan Wars quest line. Instead of just walking you guys through the missions, let's just count how many times we needed to interact with a small object. Nice. Clarifying. Uh. 42 painful interactions, not including fast travels and car spawns. And what do I get as my reward? I get to do this for the next hour. I was hoping Mick was at least level 22, but he was only level 20, and the experience falloff was rough. So this last jump from 24 to 25 was a majority of that hour. How many Maggies did I miss? I have no idea. I couldn't see. And rewatching an hour of footage to give you guys one number seems like a silly thing to do. Hey, whoa, editor, don't show him that. Get that out of here. Anyway, after accidentally going to the Hammerlock DLC, we made it back to 1000 Cuts and tried climbing the mountain again. Things felt a lot better this time around. The toaster only took a few tries, the baby turrets were a pushover, and the big toaster got cheesed the good old-fashioned way. And all that was left was Face McShooty. This is gonna be so cringe if I'm way off. So, the bunker. Screw the turrets, those guys were whatever. The bunker was genuinely scary. It flies out of melee range, and unless I'm throwing buzz axes, I have no indication if my shots are actually hitting it. It is also classified as an armored enemy, so the fire resistance made me think skyrockets were not going to help that much. My game plan was to wait for the bunker to do what I call the flex pose, which is the one where he's just stationary floating in the air. When I noticed the bunker stopped moving, I would try to slag it before entering buzz axe rampage and throwing axes until I hear the axe hit marker and just holding that angle. There were a few spots where I could melee hit it from the bottom, but I didn't know how great that was. This is Can You Beat Borderlands 2 with only the mini-map, not Can You Beat Borderlands 2 with only health bars. I found a spot down here where I heard the melee hit marker sound, but I guess I was just hitting a dead turret hurt box or something. It's super complicated. This game's made of spaghetti. I shouldn't have known this, but someone in chat gave me a hint, which they weren't supposed to do, so I had 3 options. Use the hint and stop doing this strat because it wasn't actually dealing any damage, which felt cringe. Keep using the strat, consciously throwing to replicate what I would have done without the hint, which felt cringe. Or spec into silence the voices and just tell myself that throwing axes was safer because I didn't want to hit myself, which felt less cringe. No hints! I'm about to start strangling people who give me hints. You guys are getting cooked the f up in the video. It's a joke. I know this was not intentional, and I'm just probably being like an asshole over arbitrary challenge, arbitrary rules. Here's the lore, okay? I spec'd into silence the voices, so I did not feel comfortable meleeing the bunker in the way that I was. That way, I can lie to myself, instead of having to lie to myself through throwing. There's the lore. Exodeagle! What are we literally talking about? My fucking god. Oh my god. No hints! No hints! No hints! Someone sacrificed Exodeagle! Oh my fucking god. We love you, Exodeagle. Don't forget that. If anything else, Exodeagle, that's going in the video, and you get to hear me scream your name in the video. Anyway, this fight was tough, but I knew it was possible because the bunker started bringing out its big slag cannon, which meant it was at 50% health, which meant I was doing damage. But this also meant that standing still trying to throw axes wasn't gonna work anymore. So preying on the good old skyrocket was the way to go. Instead of going into buzz axe rampage, I would try to slag the bunker and throw any skyrockets I had. If I was out, I would patrol the outer ring for Brick's air support drops, and then just hide up here until the bunker was in a good spot. It also probably would have helped if I didn't accidentally sell my class mod and lose my burn damage, but oh well, who needs a class mod anyway? My stubbornness was really put to the test here. 1 hour in, I had this heartbreaking death. Another hour later, history repeated itself, and after 3 hours and one extremely close clutch moment, the bunker entered its deathbed spot. Jump, jump. Land right on him. Oh! Oh! Okay, here we go. Let's play this right. Oh, thank God, dude. After finding the bitch that the bunker dropped, I descended down to Angel Core, where the only challenge was pressing this button every time I died and trying not to cringe at Lilith. I couldn't really tell where the injectors were, but some trial and error with my skyrockets was all I needed to fix that issue. Some other stuff happened that I couldn't really see. I think Roland's fine, but I know one thing's for sure. Lilith stole my friggin' mini-map again. Anyway, after making it out of Marcus's closet, we got the Order Shield to combo with our Law Pistol and made it to the Iridium Blight. We took a few side missions here because I thought they would be easy. Yeah, I was totally wrong. I tried to visit Jack's grandma, and it took me 10 minutes just to find the door to get in. The other mission was actually pretty easy. Jack just gave me a bunch of Iridium to jump off a cliff, but I've been doing that the whole run, so that was pretty easy. After those 2 side missions, we made it to Sawtooth Cauldron. Yeah, do I really have to tell you guys why this place sucked? Oh, I do? Okay, well, cave. I've been over it before, so this time I'm just gonna show you what I went through. Nope, this is being generous. You're gonna get exactly what I went through. This whole cave system was full of stairs, railings, boxes, bad guys, and lava pits, and it was completely untraversable because the map was displaying the top of the buzzard nest instead of the cave where I needed to be. My only hope was to go around to the west entrance of the cave where I knew the surroundings a bit better and try to take out the ambush commanders there. For once in my life, I was actually glad to constantly respawn at the Death Cubby. After I got there, I pretty much roleplayed like I was playing one of those games where the objective is just to completely dismember yourself to make the score go up. You would have thought I had a Mountain Dew addiction with the amount of double XP I was getting down there. Alright, so guys, how was that? Was that fun? Did you guys have a good time watching that? That was like 30 seconds of only being able to see the minimap. Okay, now try doing 22 hours. Okay, hopefully that gave you guys a little taste of what this was like. Borderlands players hate Sawtooth Cauldron anyway, so I bet this was therapeutic for some of you. After I killed the ambush commanders, I got lazy and save quit to go to Boombringer to blow it up. The game said I looked at the explosion, which was a fucking lie. I'm looking at cardboard, so that got me a little angry. So I took out my anger on Mortar and took the elevator up to the buzzard's nest. It was very important that I sent the elevator down before leaving it, because finding that other button without an objective marker would have been horrendous. I died many times up here trying to kill the buzzards. Throwing skyrockets and getting lucky with light the fuse was pretty much my only hope with these guys because I had no way to tell how elevated they were. I lost track of how many times I had to take the elevator up trying to kill these things, and the last one survived my stormtrooper aim for quite a while before I managed to take it down. Oh, I forgot to mention that we grabbed $9 off of Kai's body while we were here. It will come in handy later, I promise. We made it to the boneyard and leveled up. I didn't realize we leveled up, so get used to the skill point blinking now. I'm still surprised how much easier driving was compared to walking. Like, this shot through this narrow gap made my jaw drop while I was watching through the footage. I'm also surprised that I didn't perma-slag myself a single time here. I have trouble doing that when I can see. The tunnel pumping station, aka the Sergeant Loader Gang hideout, was another one of those places where the minimap just told me nothing. I was stuck in this little corner I didn't even know existed for such a long time, but we eventually hit all the levers, rammed the pipe, and somehow climbed the ladder sideways to make it to the Badlands. This part was concerning. Killing Saturn was just off the table, but I still had my out of sight, out of mind card that I stole back from Mad Mike. Running past Saturn was still pretty tough. Like, I had to scramble to get on this elevator fast enough, and then I had to deal with loaders, giant evil toasters, frickin' stairs. A few resets in, my muscle memory guided me all the way to the top floor before the exploders got to me again. I wasn't mad at all though. I knew how to get to where I needed to be, and it was just a matter of staying alive.
Focus. Okay. Come on. Come on, no. Oh, that fucking constructor stole my kill. Oh, no shot. Hold on. Okay. Run, 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 run. Okay, I'm not in. I don't think I'm in. And then I go to the right. Holy sh**. Okay, guys. I genuinely think that was going to be the last hard part.
It was time for the final stride, and to prepare, we upgraded that useless sniper relic we got earlier with a damage resistance relic that Tannis gave us, and we gave that $9 back to Marcus to get the evil smasher. I know what you're thinking, just trust me on this one, okay? The claptrap door combat went fine. It actually went pretty fast, but Heroes Pass, on the other hand, took a bit longer than usual. I didn't think I was going to be able to do the skip, and taking my skyrocket off to do grenade jumps sounded risky, so this time around I fought with Brick and Morty until the path was clear.
If I do this skip, I'm just saying, if I hit this skip, I am pogging so hard right now.
The final battle was upon us, and Jack was gonna put up a fight. Never mind, he just got swept. Like, absolutely rolled and smoked. The real final boss was a bit harder. The lava got me a few times because I just couldn't see it when it was rising. But GASMASK, just listen to Lilith's warn. Oh, shut the fuck up. No, shut the fuck up. We hate Lilith around here. The Chrysalisks were decent revive fodder here, but I had to trust my ears because their red dots would just disappear often. But as long as I could find one, I could usually get a second win. The warrior took my life 6 times before I found a working strategy, and this is how I did it. I positioned myself where the rising lava, Crystalisk projectiles, and warrior's fire breath couldn't get to me, and I pulled out the evil smasher. Guys, stop laughing at me. I'm being serious, guys. Just listen. Anyway, for the people who haven't used this since 2013, back before the nerf, this gun has a 7% chance to proc a bunch of stat boosts every time you reload. So while I was waiting for the warrior to show up in my line of sight, or route of sight, I don't know, someone tell me a better map joke, please. Anyway, while I was waiting, I would just keep spamming the reload until I heard the activation sound. If it did activate, I would dump my mag into him when he got there, and if it didn't, I would try for slag and throw buzz axes instead. The Evil Smasher is widely regarded as a terrible weapon nowadays, but I think it's actually pretty good. 7% of the time. I still had no idea how much damage I was doing or if I was even shooting the warrior sometimes, but I had faith in my strategy. And eventually, we noticed something.
He's not moving. He might be in deathbed. I'm gonna give it a second just to make sure. Oh, you know what? Super obscure Borderlands knowledge coming in handy. That Crystalisk is gone. That Crystalisk is gone because Warrior is in fact in deathbed phase. Come on, let me smash some evil. Let me smash some evil. Let me smash some evil. I want to end this run. Let me smash that evil. I'm gonna drink that fun. Let me smash that evil. The evil needs to be smashed. We smash that evil. Evil needs to be smashed. Everybody with me now. Let me smash that evil. That evil needs to be smashed. Let me smash that evil. That evil needs to be smashed. Don't let that 7% get you down, cause you know when it procs it will flip your frown. Come on. Evil Smasher. I hardly know her. I ain't the sharpest smasher in the shed, but 7% of the time, that evil do be dead. Okay.
Get nay.
Let me smash that evil. That evil needs to be smashed. Let me smash. Ah, fuck.
Bozo.
No! I was the evil all along. Oh, first try. You wanna know why it was first try? Because it knows that we're about to be smashing some evil.
And just like that, now we know. You can beat Borderlands 2 with only the minimap. Bonus content time, woo! So we managed to conquer every challenge that this run threw at us, all except for one, so I decided that it was time to go back and snipe Face McShooty.
This is how we're gonna do it, okay? Everyone think of a number right now. You pick 1 or 2. Everyone think of the number in their head. Don't say it in chat. Everyone pick 1 or 2. If you picked 1, you're gonna give me hints. If you picked 2, you're gonna lie to me and pretend you're giving me hints. Bit more left? I don't know about the left, guys. I think you guys might be fooling me. Yeah, left down. You're too far up. Right there. The moment when everyone picked 2. Get out of here. Up. Okay, everyone saying up is a fucking liar. I've caught you. More left cheeseburger, more. How about that? How's that? Okay. No Mask Jr. First time chatter. No, okay. I can trust No Mask Jr. They weren't here for the rules. Oh, No Mask Jr. Let's fucking go, dude. Yes! Holy shit! Oh my god!
Before you go, I just wanted to say thank you so much for making it this far into the video. If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. It really helps with the YouTube algorithm, and I love hearing your guys' kind words and ideas for new runs. If you want to support the channel more directly, consider becoming a channel member to get videos a day early, saving yourself some money over at Instant Gaming using my link, or going to GASMASK'S.com to get some... Editor, what is that? No, fix it. There we go. Or going to GASMASK'S.com to get some merch. I'll leave my Discord and Twitch channel where I stream these runs live in the description. And last but not least, shout out to Mango Soda, who made this video's thumbnail art. They do commissions and will also be linked below. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. Today's video is sponsored by Instant Gaming. More on how you can save money on the games you love later in the video. The date was April 2nd, 2013, and Gearbox just released the patch that would drive the evil Smasher into an early grave, never to be taken seriously again. 10 years have passed since then, and archaeologists have rediscovered the remains of this once powerful weapon, and instead of letting it rot away in some museum, they gave it to me, because the world needs to know. Can you beat Borderlands 2 with only the evil Smasher? I'll go over the rules for this run really quick. This is going to be an Overpower 10 Ultimate Vault Hunter mode playthrough. For the new players, or the players that never touched this game since the nerf, that pretty much just means enemies have 4 times health, health regen, and they're all 10 levels higher than us. Bar will not be allowed for this run, and the Evil Smasher is the only gun we are allowed to use. Also, just for clarity, the Evil Smasher glitch will not be allowed. This might be common sense because it was patched out, but the way we use it kind of makes it seem like I'm using a glitch, but I'll explain that more later. And finally, we are going to be playing as Krieg, but melee will not be allowed for this run. I know, not letting Krieg do his favorite thing is a war crime, but the run would devolve into a pure melee run really fast. As for the gear, I'll be using a basic shield, Vault Hunter relic for funny drops, and a low-level slag grenade because Krieg has no slagging skills. But if you're one of those people and want to see the slagless version of this run, I'll have a link to that down in the description. As for the class mod, we'll be using the Legendary Reaper, mainly for Bloodbath and the extra kill skill duration. And here's a quick peek at the build. Feel free to ask questions about it in the comment section, and I'll answer them when I can. With all of that out of the way, let's hop into the run. Right off the bat, we can't really fight anything, because the Evil Smasher is garbage. Instead, we have to start farming to activate its effect. Every time you attempt to reload this gun, you have a 7% chance to get a bunch of stat boosts that last for the duration of the mag. For simplicity, I'll refer to these powered up mags as Smasher mags. So yeah, you kinda see what I mean when I say this looks like I'm doing a glitch. All I'm doing is canceling a reload animation by swapping weapons and then trying again. Anyway, after we see this explosion in front of us or hearing the activation sound, we have 26 rounds to fight with, which lets us kill about 2 bad guys, assuming they're slagged, before we have to run off and try to get the 7% again. This is where Krieg's skills come into play. If we can keep our Bloodlust stacks high as we get our next activation, blood-filled guns can increase the mag size of our next Smasher mag. And if we get more stacks, the next mag can be even bigger. These are the basics of our momentum-based combat loop that we're going to be using throughout the run. We managed to clear out Tutorial Town with no deaths because of some good Evil Smasher luck and good planning. In between fights, you might expect me to farm Smasher mags on all 4 of my guns, so I had 4 guns to use right off the bat, which would be a good idea if Smasher mags weren't so fragile. You swap weapons, it's gone. You enter BuzzX Rampage, it's gone. You buy ammo, it's gone. You turn in a mission, it's gone. You open your menu, it's gone. Back before the nerf, you could stack this effect infinitely and then just apply it to other weapons, which allowed you to just one-shot anything. It was so busted that speedrunners downpatched their game for the AllQuest speedruns to kill Terramorphous 20 levels under-leveled. It made sense to nerf the ability, but leaving the Evil Smasher in the state that it is was just criminal. Pushing towards Boom Boom, we took our first death after messing up and losing a Smasher mag to reload spamming too fast. Fight for Your Life was extremely hard to survive without a Smasher mag. You would think that I could maybe kill someone without the boost, but the damage, accuracy, fire rate, and literally every other stat listed on the item card makes it just not worth it to go for a kill like that. Even with the 150% assault rifle damage boost from Bloody Revival and the 30% explosive boost from Strip the Flesh, you couldn't hurt the enemy even if you managed to land a shot. We made it to Boom Boom and started shooting at Boom's cannon, which looks like it was just straight up pointless, but damage wasn't our goal here. We wanted bloodless stacks. After I got max stacks, we started looking for our smasher mag, and I got one pretty quick. We had 80 big boy evil smashing rounds, so I decided to slag Boom and take him out. After that, psychos started spawning in, and that was good for us, because now we had some bloodbath fodder. Getting a kill with a grenade would activate bloodbath, which gives us gun damage based on how many bloodlust stacks we have. With 10 out of 5 in this skill and 100 stacks, you get a solid 500% damage boost to all gun damage. Mix that with our extended kill skill duration, and the momentum-based combat loop really starts to take off. The only issue with this is getting a kill with a grenade. Lucky for us, we don't have to get a kill with an actual grenade because a lot of guns in Borderlands 2 deal bonus grenade splash damage, the Evil Smasher being one of them. In addition to the damage on the card, the Evil Smasher gets an extra 90% damage as grenade splash, giving us about a 47% chance to activate Bloodbath with each kill. Alternatively, I found that shooting the ground near the bad guys made it so only the grenade damage would hit and give it more consistency. Anyway, nerdy Borderlands mouth out of the way, we used the Psychos to activate Bloodbath and dumped a huge Smasher Mag into Boom's cannon. All of that worked just for mediocre damage output. Yay! We managed to take out Boom Boom with no deaths, and then we were immediately bodied by the basic mobs afterward. We pushed our way through the mobbing to save Claptrap and made it to the Flint fight. The plan for Flint was pretty much the same as Boom Boom, but this time with a lot more dying. I was specced into a few skills in the Hellborn tree, including Flame Flare, which made me stay on fire for longer. This is good if I can light myself on fire using delusional damage, but not good if Flint puts his OP10 fire dot on me. I burned through a lot of mobs here trying to get second wins, no pun intended, so I had to reset the map and reclimb the ship so that I had some weak guys to get Bloodbath off of. That took a while, and so did getting another Smasher Mag to restart the fight. Jeez man, if the Evil Smasher has a 7% chance to proc, but Silenced Voices has a 12% chance, why do they feel so far apart? Alright, watch this. We're gonna see how long it takes to get a Smasher Mag. And while we wait for that Smasher Mag, I'm gonna put this up in the corner and tell you about our partner, Instant Gaming. I've been using Instant Gaming for a while now because it's a great place to find deals on games I want to play. Thanks to them, I managed to snag Fallout 3, Fallout 4, and Fallout New Vegas, all with great deals on them. I also love using Instant Gaming if I'm looking to get games for friends or games to play with friends. My favorite part about Instant Gaming is that once your account is verified, it's super quick and easy to get your games. They give you the code to plug into whatever platform you're on, you plug it in, and most of the time, downloading the game is the longest part of the process. Even if you're on console, they have deals for everybody. I'm talking PC, PlayStation, Xbox, and even Nintendo Switch. So stop waiting for deals. Make your gaming instant. How about this? Think of a game you've been wanting to play and use my link in the description to just see what kind of deal they have on it. And if you do end up making a purchase, just know that on top of saving yourself money, you're also supporting the channel. Anyway, guess who still hasn't gotten a Smasher Mag? One eternity later, I found some creative cover and managed to build up enough damage to finally take Flint down. We made it to 3 Horns and started our Sanctuary initiation. You know the usual, ramming door guy, saving Reese, and retrieving the power core. We're playing Hitman now. Put the stinky on him. It's patience, guys. You gotta be patient. You gotta know when to strike. All right. So based off that math, about 1 stock grenade is 2 kills. So if I have 4 grenades left out of 10, subtract the 6 over the 18. 18 divided by 6 equals 3. These grenades should kill the 20 bandit. One more for just in case. Okay, those should get the 20 bandits for Reese. After we made it to Sanctuary and did all of our non-evil smashing chores, we made our way to Frostburn Canyon. We decided to just run through the place like we always do, skipping all the non-mandatory combat. I almost died to this big psycho, but clutched up, and the spike jump skip after that was easy as always. I never miss this jump. Totally unrelated, but please do not go watch my last video after you're done watching this one. Thank you. Anyway, we made it to the Safari Zone and started taking out the psychos. I managed to build up my momentum pretty quick, and mobbing honestly felt pretty good. Bloodbath was proccing and things were dying. I thought grenade ammo was going to be a problem for this run, but then I remembered Bloodbath gives enemies a higher chance to drop grenade ammo. And by higher, I really just mean guaranteed. Speaking of grenades, I gave our grenade mod a super long fuse time to add a little bit more challenge to the run, but then I remembered that the longer fuse time could be used as a good get off me tool for when I'm trying to find my next smasher mag. Anyway, my evil smasher started giving me a lot of smasher mags shortly after Lilith said her one-liner. It's almost like the evil smasher sensed the evil. Up next, we needed to go save Roland, so we met Ellie and started destroying bandit technicals to get a car upgrade. The cars here aren't properly balanced for endgame, so I kind of expected to be able to kill them without smasher mags, but even these guys were too much for this gun. I managed to stop the caravan and was going to use it as a ride back home, but the last technical I needed to kill force-fed me its bumper, so I ended up having to walk all the way back. That means I just save quit. With our new car, we managed to sneak into the Bloodshot stronghold and start our fight with Badmaw. Honestly, this guy was kind of wrecking me. Circle strats on this guy have always been really tough, and getting smacked with his door makes a second helping of car bumper sound appealing. I was even failing at cheesing this guy because 2 loose shots would just leave me dead. All of my healing came from Thrill of the Kill, which makes 140% of my overkill damage come back to heal me. And since all of my guns are basically level 90, using that overkill damage to heal my level 80 health bars like Zenyatta popping all on a baby.
Does it feel good?
Let's hope that they don't rework that game again, so this joke makes sense for at least a month. Anyway, my point is, I had no way of healing if this was going to be a one-on-one fight. So after dying like 8 times, I save quit and used all his goons to build up momentum. As long as I could get kills fast enough, I could keep healing, and I managed to finally take Badmaw down. Inside the dam, we started experiencing a little bit of a smasher mag drought. It was bad enough that I resorted to trying to kill a few of these guys without smasher mags, and to my surprise, it was kinda working. Oh, never mind, that was just Bloodbath. Yeah, this skill's really good, guys. I also had some help along the way. Little dude, go get him!
Oh, little dude, grow up.
We made it to the dreaded toilet room and started having some real trouble. Ooh, call me constipated because I be stuck in the toilet room. Note to self, delete that last recording. Okay, there we go. Anyway, we managed to take out most of the baddies here, but the last few crazed marauders had some pretty crazy aim, and I just could not get close enough to these guys to kill them. I had nearly 20 deaths in just this room before Mad Mike showed up and added 10 more. It took some work, but we managed to deal with Mad Mike the way we always do.
Mad Mike, get over here. Jump over here, dude. Do it. Let's go!
Bye, Mike. Anyway, we managed to find Roland and started chasing after the toaster that kidnapped him. That wasn't the only robot giving me trouble, though. Oh my god, really? Every surveyor in the fucking world came to fucking power this dude up. Alright, I'll be real with you guys. I was 100% ready to go to the gulag. Constructors have a huge 90% damage resistance to grenade splash, which was pretty much half of our damage we dealt. Not to mention that this thing can't be slagged. Nonetheless, I decided to give it my all. I used a loader nearby to pre-stack and start the fight strong. And I played like I could win. Because I could win. We had so much momentum going. We actually had a chance. And we were so close. I had an entire bleed out timer to get one more smasher mag. But the fragility of this build finally came into play. This sliver of health bar led us all the way to the Hyperion Friendship Gulag, where we had to fight the Warden for another hour. And the fight gets harder here, because there are just bad guys everywhere, and now the Warden can just call in moonshot reinforcements that I can't do anything about. My only real hope for this fight was to kill off any of the moonshot loaders and then start taking the arms off the gun loaders that the Warden specifically spawned. From my experience, toasters have a limit to how many bots they can have on the field at once, so having all 3 of them unable to attack me gave me a chance to fight the Warden semi-one-on-one. I really shouldn't have been here for an hour, but the Warden just would not stop spawning angelic guards, big loaders, and oh my goodness, so many exploders. That's fun. Okay. Okay, they're all exploders. Alright. Fuck the exploders, whatever. Anyway, we eventually took the Warden down and saved Roland. After that, we headed towards Tundra Express to burn some bugs, meet Mordo, meet Tina, and blow up a train. There isn't any mandatory combat here, so not much to mention. I did find out that ladders can destroy smasher mags, which really just says something about society. Wilhelm was up next, and I just killed him. Like, first try even. All I had to do was keep my distance and kill off the loaders quickly so they didn't kill me. You can dodge all of Wilhelm's attacks pretty easily, so I just shot the bad guy until he was dead. Easiest Wilhelm I've ever had. Not sure why the Destroyer of New Haven was easier than Warden, but I won't complain. First try Wilhelm? What the f? Why is a toaster stronger than Wilhelm? Like, try to imagine if like Wilhelm was like easy on purpose, right? And the power core we got was actually like a trap causing sanctuary shields to go down. And then like Lilith does something like crazy, like phase locks the town so everybody doesn't die of mortars. But she also like kicks us out for some random reason. That would just be wild. Oh. We made it to the fridge and ran through that joint. I died a few more times than usual because rats have the most sporadic and goofy movement I've ever seen in a carbon-based life form. I hate rats! What the? Oh! I mean, even Mr. Noodle moves like a normal person, and he's a giant space whale squid. Anyway, even with Slag and Bloodbath, this guy was pretty tanky. I had the loaders helping me out a little bit, but I just had to keep running around this building to avoid being wall-upped until I could get the beacon. We made it to Overlook and started protecting the beacon. Mobbing was where the evil smasher in our build thrived, and this part of the game really let that shine. This was the first part of the run where the Hellborn skills we spec'd into really started to come into play. Using Fuel the Fire and Delusional Damage, my Slag grenades had a chance to light me on fire, giving me some more stat boosts. Being on fire would give me 50% damage reduction from Numb Nerves and an extra 50% gun damage from Pain is Power. No idea if the damage reduction did anything for me, but I took it anyway. Being on fire would also trigger Raving Retribution, which would send homing fireballs at any enemies that would try and damage me, potentially lighting them on fire. And that fire damage over time would then chain into Elemental Elation. With every stack of this, it gives me more mag size and fire rate, and you know we love that mag size. Slagging the huge groups of loaders being moonshot in really helped build up the secondary set of momentum, and everything was going great. I was getting second wins, I could kill the loaders pretty quickly. The only issue was that they could kill me pretty quickly too, making instant bleedouts my true enemy here. But I mean, it's just a few loaders, so there's not really anything really to worry. Oh, come on! Yeah, Jack really threw a toaster into my bloodbath, if you know what I'm saying. And you know what? I'm just really sick of getting bodied by household objects. For example, this clip of me dying because of a fucking stair. Oh, I can't climb up the stairs, dude! Oh! Yeah, after that, I just let the beacon become invincible, and I just started messing around, honestly. Anyway, yeah, the fast travel landed, but the constructor was camping it, so I just save quit and used a different one. We have now entered the bunker prep chapter of this run. First up was getting an upgrade for Claptrap over at the Preserve. Wounding the loaders here was pretty simple, and the mobbing after that was pretty similar to what I just faced at Overlook, so I was already warmed up. I got through most of the mobbing section and only started dying when the big loader came out to play. This guy wasn't really an issue though. The loot dudes were a lot more annoying to deal with. Apparently if they don't want to be slagged anymore, they can just jump and they are no longer perked up, so I couldn't really keep my distance and I ended up dying a few times. They didn't even drop anything cool, so this was just kind of a waste of time. Which is kind of awkward, because this is usually the part where I tell you guys that I have this save file on my Discord server with all the cool loot I found. But that didn't happen. And you guys definitely don't need 4 evil smashers, but I have them anyway for the masochists watching. Anyway, we gunned down a few pup skags without remorse. My gun said they were evil, so we shouldn't feel bad for this. And then we made it to Bloodwing.
That fucking bird that I hate.
I actually learned a very valuable piece of information during this fight, and that is, Bloodwing is just straight up evil. Which is a good thing for us because of the whole evil smasher thing. Yeah, you know what's going on. So yeah, this fight went extremely well. Mordecai was slagging the skags for me, which meant free revives and bloodbath, assuming I had a smasher mag. Bloodwing's AI this time around was also just kind of goofy. This game is so cursed. I don't even know what to say anymore. Anyway, Bloodwing took less than 5 minutes, and the whole preserve took less than an hour. You know, when I went into this challenge, I really thought this area was going to be tough. Oh well, I guess Bloodwing is just weak to explosive damage. Ooh, that's 10 to 5, double digits. Let's go, baby. Up next on our to-do list was recruiting Brick and his air support. The evil here felt a lot more scarce. In a desperate attempt to distract the bandits, I tried to knock a Goliath's helmet off with a non-smasher mag and couldn't even do that properly. We started our initiation and got some of the Goliaths angry so they could deal with all of the non-evil bad guys in there. It also helped take some of the aggro off, which helped our survivability. I still went down quite a few times, but it was right about here I started tap firing or burst firing to conserve accuracy for long distance kills. Even with the accuracy bonus on Smasher Mags, this thing can still get out of hand. I only wanted to get one Goliath angry, but if you've ever tried to kill a Goliath with a Torg weapon, you know you don't really have that choice anymore. Anyway, we passed the initiation and it was Sarcastic Slab's turn to be tested. Evil Smasher, Evil Smasher. Is Sarcastic Slab evil? He's not evil. Otherwise we would have procced and it would have smashed the evil. Sarcastic Slab's it's good to go. Good job, Slab. Anyway, we started taking out the loaders with Brick and things got a little goofy. How's a gun loader all the way over here, bro? Is he gonna run backwards on the bridge now? And then we're gonna run across the bridge again? Why do I know this game so well? After all of that, we joined Brick's gang, Brick joined our gang, and the last thing we needed was for you to join the GASMASK gang. If you made it this far into the video, odds are you're enjoying the content, so you might as well sub and stick around for a while. You could always change your mind later. The last thing we needed for the big bunker raid was to go steal Jack's voice, so we went to Opportunity and found one of his doppelgangers. I found a decent strategy where I would try to land on his head as the 19 other enemies I ran past to get here downed me. That way I could just spam crits into his head. One Smasher Mag wasn't going to be enough though. The first try I was super close to getting the kill but accidentally fell off. The second time around, I had no luck and couldn't get a second Smasher Mag. And on the third try, an ion loader shot me in the face with one of its shock lasers, making it look like I had the explosion effect of a Smasher Mag, tricking me into wasting time and reloading into nothing. I have never had my metaphorical ankles broken this hard before. After I tried that a few more times, I created a new strat. This time, I did the exact same thing but had it work. That way, I didn't fail. The rest of this place was just running through, pressing buttons, and getting second wins when I needed. So we got Jack's voice and got out of there. Up next was the bunker raid, and surprising nobody, the toaster on the way up gave me some issues. Now that's on some bullshit. Anyway, the baby turrets went surprisingly well considering they are glitched and are just straight up immune to any type of splash damage. I can still get the actual bullet damage to hit, so we're still keeping around 53% of our damage as long as we hit them directly, but I thought this was going to be a lot more of a hassle. And that's a win I'll just take, because after that, we had to fight the big toaster. This guy is usually cheesable by just standing behind it, but even then I ended up dying a few times due to some major blunders on my end. I managed to figure myself out, and my gun finally decided that all toasters were evil, and I moved forward onto sniping Face McShooty. Yeah, this took a while. Full auto fire without smasher mags was just straight up bad, and full auto with a smasher mag wasn't much better. So I started farming up smasher mags and just tap fired for the next 40 minutes. Honestly, the monotony was kind of getting to me, so I played some motivational stuff to give me a dopamine boost.
We want to thank you for all your hard work. You're the one who steps up and gets things done around here. Dream you're going for, that career you want, that recognition you're seeking, it is yours!
You can't do anything right. You're a hopeless, miserable waste of space. We all hate you. We think you suck. We believe you'll fail. We guarantee you'll be feeling worse about yourself and your life, or we'll give you a concussion. Call 1-555-478-25682.
Is your shoulder strap too tight and annoying? Introducing the Titty Bear, the cute little guy that eliminates all those problems. Move the pressure wherever you need it.
My shoulder strap used to pull so tight I could
Why the f did I get it to Titty Bear, bro?
Passenger seat and fits all makes and models. Just snap it on, slide it where it relieves the pressure, and drive away.
We made it to the bunker and dealt with the turrets before taking on the bunker itself. I had a lot of stuff going for me on this fight. Plenty of cover, big large bad guy that's easy to hit and stack on, and weak auto turrets that could activate our whole fire setup to get 20 elemental elation stacks. It was here I found my maximum mag size of 117, and I felt powerful. Sure, the bunker was pretty tanky and I had a long fight ahead of me, but I was feeling good. Maybe a little too good though, because I ended up letting my guard down. Turns out, the bunker wasn't the only enemy in the sky I had to worry about. 15 minutes into our first attempt, one of my favorite enemies, the jet loader, unleashed this long shot grenade throw. I had no time to react to it, and blam, the slag bomb set me up for death. After that, one of the bunker's missiles sneaks up on me and gets the finishing blow. I had no second wind in sight, and the bunker flew off, securing my fate. I just couldn't get my momentum back for the next 2 attempts. I would get about halfway before one tiny mistake set me back to square one. And on attempt number 4, the bunker decided to play dirty.
Oh my god, he's kidnapping that buzzard. No, my ammo!
After one more close call, we managed to take the bunker down and made our descent into Angel Core. Honestly, this place went great. Roland showed up and he came with his own Torg assault rifle representing the Evil Smasher squad. And when Lilith showed up, the Evil Smasher detected a disturbance and I was getting Smasher mags left and right. It wasn't too long before we secured the vault key. Whoa. What's wrong, Evil Smasher? You sensed something? No, don't worry, that's just Lilith. She can't... No! Jack killed Roland, kidnapped Lilith, and the entire bunker raid was in vain. We now had to find Jack in the vault before he had a chance to take the warrior for himself. Our first stop was Sawtooth Cauldron to steal some explosives, and the ambush commanders here were giving me a rough time. It was quickly apparent that we were going to need to have some existing momentum going in order to take these guys down, which is kind of a hard thing to do when you're getting curb stomped as soon as you spawn into the death cubby. My only hope was to abuse the 3.6 fuse time on my grenades to keep the bad guys back and just pray that I could get a smasher mag before they could get to me. Even with momentum, I would get absolutely slaughtered, and every kill was a second wind. Now, normally when you're in Fight for Your Life, your kill skills get canceled out. The cool thing about Krieg, though, is that he has 3 kill skills in his Bloodlust tree that don't get canceled out while in Fight for Your Life. I call these the Bloodlust trio, but I hear them more commonly called the fake kill skills. Anyway, Bloodbath is one of these skills. If we stack that with the Bloody Revival bonus and the Strip the Flesh bonus we talked about earlier, you can actually get second wins without a Smasher mag. Well, assuming they're slagged, you already have high stacks, and you're within spoon feeding distance of them, of course. After a few attempts with some questionable tactics, we managed to take out the ambush commanders, Blast Boombringer, Merc Mortar, and rode the elevator up to the Buzzard's Nest. Fighting the buzzards up here was kind of annoying. Trying to match up timings with smasher mags, high bloodlust stacks, and buzzard flight patterns, all while not dying, was no simple task. It was all pretty RNG dependent, and before you say, oh no shit Sherlock, that's been the whole run, it's the evil smasher, that wasn't the issue. Getting the buzzards slagged was very inconsistent. I pretty much needed to slag them with the initial explosion of a grenade or the first or second bullet the Betty shot out, because after that, they would just fall out of the sky. Now this might not sound that bad, but for reference, I had 12 grenade sticks in a row fail to make the evil metal pigeons purple. I didn't even need momentum to kill these things. A basic smasher mag and slag was enough to take out 2 buzzards, but I was still here for nearly an hour praying for slag. But after a few dozen elevator rides, we took them down and made it to the boneyard. The main scary part of this place is pumping station 2. I managed to crank all the valves in there, but the loaders had me on the edge of death. They absolutely thrashed my bleed out timer, and I had a close call on the way out of there. The rest of the boneyard went as expected, and we made it to the Badlands. Oh great, just a bunch of ugly, rusty old junk loaders to deal with here. That's a piece of cake. Oh yeah, that guy. I hate this guy. I thought I would be able to kill Saturn as long as I used up all my ammo as smasher mags, but I only dealt like 2/3 of his health bar. I went back to buy some ammo to finish the job, but he just disappeared. If you take too long fighting Saturn and try to buy ammo, the junk loaders respawn and that messes with the spawn cap and then Saturn just disappears. So I had to redo the whole 30-minute kill. If max ammo equaled 2/3 of his health bar, I figured that if I just used half my max ammo to deal 1/3 of his health, and then go top off ammo before the junk loaders came back, I would have enough ammo to handle the other 2/3. And guess what? It looks like I'm good at math because that plan worked perfectly. Now it should be a breeze to get into the info stuff. Yeah, nah, f that. I've had enough toaster trouble this run. I ran past that thing. Anyway, we grabbed the data from the info stockade, fought off all the loaders at the claptrap door, speed ran through Heroes Pass, and then found Jack. And let me tell you, this fight was the worst one yet. Okay, editor, you might be overdoing the looks maxing jokes. It's time to get serious. Go look for the dramatic black bars. Jack took his vitamins, and as a result, he has as much grenade splash resistance as the toasters do. Tanky bosses usually aren't an issue if you just don't die, but Jack also has health regeneration. Strong health regeneration, making this one of the most RNG dependent fights I've ever had. I pretty much had one chance to kill Jack after I broke his shield, because he would just teleport away and keep making invincibility shield surveyors. After a few test runs, I developed a strategy, and it went something like this. First, I would lure Jack over to fight him one-on-one while I was getting my stacks up and trying to get his shield as low as possible without breaking it. I would then need to roll a smasher mag and break Jack's shield, causing him to teleport to the main console. From here on out, I need to act quickly and precisely. The first thing I would do here is preemptively throw a slag grenade at the console to try to slag Jack and his surveyor. Usually Jack is like a 1 in 10 per grenade because he's just hard to slag, but he somehow seems easier to slag when he's invincible. Spaghetti game, I don't know. Anyway, it was also very important that the surveyor was slagged. But that was super hard because I would just need to get lucky and have it fly low enough to get hit by the Betty. While that was going on, I would try to kill one of the clones to proc Bloodbath, and if I didn't get Bloodbath, I was screwed. After I got Bloodbath, I would then try to kill the surveyor with as few shots as possible because I was going to need every shot I could spare for Jack. I pretty much needed to reproc Bloodbath on this kill too for this to even maybe work. And then finally, I would just try to lane to Jack as best I could without dying, throwing an extra grenade for a chance at reslagging and praying that I could get a smasher mag directly after my first one. I needed a perfect run to even hope for a kill here. I contemplated using the block 'em at the terminal strat, but I got so close so many times that I knew that I didn't need it. I just needed the Evil Smasher to cooperate with me. I think Jack's ambiguous motives led the Evil Smasher to hesitate. Yeah, Jack was an asshole, sure, but he also wanted to rid the planet of all the bandits plaguing it, which makes you think, does anyone truly believe they're evil? Or do we all think ourselves the hero from our own point of view? Is true evil even real? Or were we just smashing through everything we perceived as bad? Well, if you're asking me, nah bro, Jack's the worst. He was the last thing preventing me from victory. The last thing preventing me from my sweet reward. After every run I complete on this channel, I allow myself one of the last few original monster assaults as a reward. My own personal ambrosia that they just don't make the same anymore. To me, it's pure joy in a can. And Jack decided to prevent me from that joy. And if depriving a person of their happiness or joy isn't evil, I don't know what is. Hey editor, did you find those dramatic black bars? Awesome. Come on, here we go. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? He's over there. Okay. Good. Give me a bloodbath off of this. I don't know where that nade went, but sure. Where's the surveyor, dude? Let's fucking get you. Put the sneaky on. Put the Ooh, let's fucking go. After 3.5 hours, Jack was finally defeated and the warrior was summoned. This guy's pretty easy to avoid and therefore just took some time to kill. Honestly, Jack was the true final boss of this run and the warrior was more of just a victory lap. So I spent our final moments of this run chanting our theme. I think this is the final mag. Let me smash that evil. Evil needs to be smashed. Let me smash that evil. Don't go shoot the rack. Let me smash that evil. Evil needs to be smashed. Let me smash that evil. Evil needs to be smashed.
Not today. Not today.
You know, maybe Jack wasn't so bad after all. I wonder if this monster would have tasted as good if the fight was easier. Maybe he intentionally put me through that hardship to make my victory all the more greater. What do you think, Evil Smasher? Okay. There we go. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'll do a flip. Before you go, I just wanted to say thank you so much for making it this far into the video. If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Doing all that helps with the YouTube algorithm, and I love hearing your guys' kind words and ideas for new runs. If you want to support the channel more directly, consider becoming a channel member to get videos a day early, saving money over at Instant Gaming using my link, or going to GASMASK'S.com to get some merch. I'll link my Discord and Twitch channel where I stream these runs live in the description. And last but not least, shout out to Mango Soda, who made this video's thumbnail art. They do commissions and will also be linked below. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. Every single day, for an entire year, Derber commented on the latest video on a quest to get a chopper-only run, even going as far to account for it being a leap year. And I told him if he could keep it up for a year, he would have a deal. So here we are with today's video. Can you beat Borderlands 2 with only the chopper? I'll go over the rules for this run really quick. This is going to be an Overpower 10 Ultimate Vault Hunter mode playthrough. For the new peeps, that pretty much just means the hardest difficulty. Bar will not be allowed for this run, and the chopper is the only gun we are allowed to use. Our other gear will consist of a Vault Hunter relic, a basic shield, and the Legendary Hoarder class mod, because I want to get this video out by the end of the year. Salvador was the best in class for this challenge, but I still made 2 mistakes with our build. I will honestly be very impressed if any of you guys could guess which 2 skills were completely useless before I talk about them later in the video, but feel free to ask questions about the build in the comment section. With all that out of the way, let's get to it. We're going to use Tutorial Town as a bit of a lesson for you guys. First off, if you don't know what the chopper does, it shoots 4 pellets per shot at the cost of 6 ammo. It has a mag size well over 1,000, which means even with all the ammo upgrades and filled to the brim letting us hold even more ammo in the reserve, we can't even fill the mag on this thing. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Actually, wait, am I forgetting? Oh, yeah, I forgot that pressing the trigger even just once dumps all 1,638 rounds in like 9 seconds. Yeah, that's probably pretty important. I should remember that. If it wasn't obvious, ammo consumption was going to be our biggest issue here, and I learned a few strats along the way to keep a steady supply. The first and probably the worst way of getting ammo was just waiting. We had ammo regen on our Hoarder class mod, and Gunzerkin gave us some extra ammo too, but this was slow. Riveting gameplay, am I right? I know the scene hasn't changed in a while and your dopamine receptors are probably screaming right now, but I think you need a taste of what I was experiencing. This waiting was the sole reason I opted out of making a rule against canceling the chopper's fire via melee, swapping weapons, or giving them the bird. Because while not stopping the chopper from, chopping does sound really cool, all it would really do is just make more of this. Anyway, Tutorial Town was slow. I was learning how to play around this gun and experimenting with different skills. Like 5 shots or 6, which is a kill skill that gives us a chance for ammo to be added to our magazine instead of removed. Which sounds great, but in practice it wasn't that good because we already had to spend half of our ammo just to activate the skill. This skill also just kind of lies to you. It only adds ammo to the mag if your gun consumes 1 ammo per shot. All it was doing for me though was reducing my ammo cost from 6 to 4 sometimes. And on top of that, it only works for the gun in your right hand. So instead of 9 seconds of fire, we got 9.5 seconds of fire before it was back to the waiting corner. Tutorial Town took a whole 25 minutes to clear, and after that I decided I was not going to be waiting around like that for the whole run. So we went to Wham Bam Island, maxed out our cash, and filled our inventory with a bunch of high-priced items, which would bring us to our second source of ammo, just buying it. This strat was most useful for bosses that had vending machines near them, but the money farm was mostly just overkill because our third source of ammo was just way better. And that source is just dying. With OP10 ammo prices, we calculated that if I had less than $64 million, it would be more cost effective to just die, get 600 rounds added to my backpack, and take the 7% loss. I kind of found this by accident because I died on accident. So after that, I decided that every death from here on out is 100% on purpose. Anyway, we cleared our way to Boom Boom, and for a brief moment, I thought we were going to fail the run very early on. Yeah, so a slagged armored enemy literally getting lobotomized by 2 corrosive choppers only loses like a quarter of his health and then just starts regenerating faster than I could keep up with my ammo regeneration. What the f, Gearbox? I did everything you taught me to do. Long story short, this guy is not a robot. He's just armored, so landing any shots on his body is still great with corrosive damage, but if we're putting 1,000 bullets up his fleshy nostrils, fire is actually the optimal choice here. Look at the difference. There's the DPS we needed for— oh, we still ran out of ammo. What do I do now? Well, first, we take out our anger on Boom by killing him in the back alley, and then we let the psychos that spawn after he dies hit us down to low health, so we could utilize Inconceivable, which gives us up to a 50% chance to not consume ammo based on how low our health is. This skill procs for half a second, and the whole time we just don't consume any ammo. There were a couple things about this strat that were hard to play around. First off, I couldn't gunzerk because then I would just regenerate health and lose all the free shot chance. And second, I was effectively playing with 1 health and risk getting one shot by pretty much anything. I managed to pop Boom out of his turret, but that doesn't give you a second win, so I ended up dying. Remember, these are all on purpose. And when I got back to re-kick him out, I guess he got perma-slagged somehow. It's probably some glitchy stuff with him getting in or out of his turret while slagged. I don't know, spaghetti code game. But it made kicking him out again and finishing him off pretty easy. After that, I used the mobs to farm up some ammo for the climb up Flint ship. It was a bit of a grind climbing up here. My main strat was to use Fistful of Hurt to stagger an enemy and get up close and land as many shots into their forehead as I could. This was pretty much a mandatory strategy because the accuracy only barely exists on this thing. Fun fact about the chopper, it is essentially just coded like a burst fire gun with a very long burst count, which means 2 things. First off, if we enter Fight for Your Life while firing the chopper, we burn a quarter of our ammo during the animation, which is just kind of silly to me, especially if you can manage to get a second win like this. And second, Salvador's keep firing skill was doing literally nothing here. This skill doesn't work with any type of burst fire weapons, even if you do hold the trigger down. So just remind me to respec when I get to Sanctuary or something. Just like scream at your TV or phone or whatever you're watching this on, I'll hear it. Anyway, we made it to Flint and started our fight. If you've watched some of my past videos, you might know that getting close to Flint just really isn't an option. And since we don't really have the DPS to fight anything unless we can smell their breath, this was going to be an issue. So we were going to need some cheese to get this fight in the bag. By launching Flint out of his arena, you can bug out his AI and he just becomes completely passive. Using this, we let some of his other goons hit us down to a sliver of health and then just blended his face with a shock chopper. If anyone is mad about how cheesy this strat is, just look at the DPS and imagine trying to do this while he's moving and launching you with AoE slams. Footage from the Gub run for reference. Also, I bet only 1% of you guys that watched this video actually noticed this silly little edit I did down here. Anyway, Flint died, we made it to 3 horns, and I guess we needed a car to jump over a gap. Not sure why, because I have choppers. I could have just like... Anyway, we threw some sick flames on the car, rammed door guy, blended door guy, got stinkied by a rack while trying to save Reese, watched Reese die because of that fucking bird that I hate, rebalanced the world by getting a stinky myself, I put the stinky on him, and made it to Sanctuary. If you're wondering about me killing the 20 bandits for Reese, I unloaded like 1,600 bullets in the camp, so statistically I probably killed more than 20. Anyway, the Sanctuary chores we have to do here are pretty boring, so to drown out the monotony and the sudden influx of screaming I'm now hearing for some reason, I'm gonna tell you guys about our partner, GASMASK'S. Alright, I know what you guys are thinking, but GASMASK, aren't you a monster guy? And yeah, I do like monster, but ever since they turned Assault into Assault, let's just say I've been broadening my horizons. Lucky for me, GASMASK'S reached out and set me up with this starter set, no strings attached. And honestly, I was pleasantly surprised. My favorite flavor I got to try was Copium. It's got an awesome cranberry flavor, and look at this little dude. He just like me for real, for real. I also got to try Raw Meat, which is a watermelon and cantaloupe flavor combo. Now, normally I'm not a fan of melon flavored things, but holy moly, this one was good. And last but definitely not least, we got to try Lean, a peach tea and lemonade flavor, which is super delicious. I actually have to hide this flavor from Melissa so she doesn't hog it all, so if she asks, just tell her I ran out. The shaker they sent me is also super high quality. Shakers I've had in the past tend to leak on me when I shake them, which like, dude, you had one job. But this one does its job, and it has an anime baddie on it. Win-win. Don't like anime baddies? No worries, they've got you covered. Sensitive to caffeine? All of their flavors come in caffeine-free variants. They've got you covered. Want to try a few flavors before full-on committing? GASMASK'S offers free samples. They've got you covered. Also, starting July 26th, GASMASK'S will be starting their big Xmas Came Early sale, where you'll get a bonus gift with every tub you buy. So if you want to try GASMASK'S for yourself and support the channel at the same time, head on over to gamersubs.gg/LGM or use the link in the description, and make sure to use my discount code LGM to get 10% off of your order. Anyway, let's see if Sanctuary is over with. Oh, still working on that door dress up? No, it's cool. That's cool. That's fine. Anyway, Frostburn Canyon time. I said screw it and ignored all the bad guys on the way up to the giraffe exhibit because I was going to do plenty of mobbing up there. The psychos were pretty easy to handle with the chopper, and we even let them get a few hits in for more free shot chance, but the armored psychos slowed us down a little bit. So I opted for the good old put the stinky on them strategy in order to save some ammo. Well, that, and I was really sick of my 8-year-long reload time and really sick of Lilith. Where are my guns? Ah, why'd you say the thing? I'm done. I'm out. Bye. Bye, you got it, Lilith. I'm out. Bag. Okay, Lilith! Bag. Lilith! Stop me! Freaking hell! Anyway, a few more stinkies later, we got out of there and headed to go save Roland. The Bloodshots weren't going to let us in unless we snuck in with one of their bandit trucks, so we met with Ellie and started blowing up their cars for parts. I blew up all kinds of cars here. Normal ones, flying ones, protective ones, and well, ones that shouldn't be killable in the first place. I put the stinky on them. After that, we snuck into the Bloodshot camp and started our fight with Badma, and that did not go well. His shield would just block all of my shots, and even with the speed from Bust that can't slow down and Insight, I still couldn't circle strat this guy. So after buying some ammo from a cliff, I developed a new strategy that I would use for the rest of the run, and we're going to be calling it head crabbing. Much like the totem trolling strat I've showcased on Krieg in the past, head crabbing requires us to jump onto our target's head as we enter fight for your life. Not only does this let us land consistent hits on Badma, it also lets us gunzerk while at 0 health, meaning Inconceivable will proc on both guns, letting us deal enough damage to take Badma out. And like, yeah, I probably could have just punched him off of a cliff, but I didn't want to subvert the challenge too much, and it really took a lot of willpower not to. The little dudes though, those guys aren't required, so they got stinkied without remorse. Inside the Bloodshot Dam, things got pretty tough. I died a bunch of times because I just kept burning through ammo, and this place is just loaded with enemies that don't like to be that close. So I did a little bit more head crabbing here and eventually got Mad Mike to show up. Anyway, we found Roland, and then the toaster found Roland, and then we found the toaster, and then we tried to fight the toaster, and then bad things happened. I managed to interrupt its construction process, but the exploder it was making blew up and downed me, which absolutely confused me. That didn't really matter though, because this run was destined to go to the gulag. So then we found the gulag, and then we found the toaster again, and then we tried to kill the toaster again, and then we failed again. Yeah, this fight sucked. We had to resort to the age-old strat of hiding and waiting for ammo regen. While I have you alone in this back alley where no one can hear you scream, I just want to say I think you should consider subscribing. If you've made it this far into the video, you're probably enjoying the content, so you might as well sub. You can always change your mind later. Anyway, I noticed something odd during this fight. When shooting the chopper, the reticle doesn't get larger like most guns do when firing them. It just kind of has a static set accuracy to it, which also made me notice that steady as she goes wasn't improving our accuracy either. Which also reminds me, you guys definitely did not yell loud enough when I went to Sanctuary last time because I forgot to respec my skills. But I'll forgive you, just remind me next time. I eventually started utilizing Get Some to get some cooldown for gunzerking. That way I could regen ammo faster, but I wasn't sure if the 6 ammo per shot to get 3 seconds of faster cooldown actually sped things up, especially if enemies just regenerated that health, but I figured if it was a boss like Warden that didn't have health regen, it would be beneficial anyway. After 45 minutes of edge of your seat gameplay, I managed to take the Warden down in style. Roland ended up taking nearly 50 deaths to save from the dust to here, so I hope it was worth it. We got our next mission to go steal the vault key from a train. Usually this part of the game goes super quick because all I have to do is meet Mordo and Tina, then just run and grab everything I need to blow up the train. But this time around, a Goliath blaster shot me down with some Stinger missiles, so that was pretty wild. But we still managed to blow up the train and started our fight with Wilhelm. Our first attempt was honestly going pretty good, right up until the part of Fabled Tortoise popped out of a bullymong pile and Wilhelm killed me while I was mid-neuron activation. That thing distracted me. What was that? I got killed by this thing. What the fuck? After that though, I started getting kind of sloppy. We pretty much had to just wait for ammo regen over in this corner to win the fight, but Wilhelm's surveyors were just not having that. C-Mag, I can reload. Dude, why'd they come up here and bully me like that? It's like a school playground. They come up here and just be like,
Loser, loser, loser. I'm gonna give you a swirly.
why are they fronting on me like that, bro? I eventually remembered that I could just run back to the beginning of the map to buy more ammo, so I tried that. That idea blew up in my face. I just kept fumbling during this fight because it was a balance between being patient and killing Wilhelm fast. I could have just waited for ammo regen and made sure my health was always full to kill him in one go with some time. Or I could run around with low health, risk getting one shot by loaders and kill him faster. I just couldn't make up my mind, and the loaders that Wilhelm spawned eventually hit their respawn timer and started causing even more trouble. Eventually, Wilhelm decided to make the mistake of launching me off of a cliff, and then I really locked in. Alright, he's dead now. He's dead.
Put the stinky on
Okay,
him.
hold on, hold on. Come on, dude. Just fucking die. Why did I have to reload these? Oh, dude. Oh my god, seriously? Dude, so fucking close. Dude, just fucking die. He's right there! I'm getting edged. 2. 2. Gun. Reload. There, God. Jeez, that took way longer than it should have. But at least we get to go back to Sanctuary. Oh, never mind. It's stressful here. Everyone is panicking. People are telling me to bring rocks to Lilith, and the screaming was just so Wait, screaming? Was I supposed to do something when I hear scream? Oh yeah, I need to respec my skill points. I'll just go do that real quick.
Sorry, kid. That was an accident.
Oh! After a quick sprint through the fridge, we found Mr. Noodle and started our fight with him. Things were going good. I found a spot where he couldn't get to me, so I had the ability to regen ammo in peace. And we almost had him, but his shield regen ability just barely saved him. Oh. Oh. I'm getting edged. Fuck, I'm safe right here. I gotta pee again, bro. I think I'm safe.
2 seconds later.
Somebody clip it. What the fuck happened? Anyway, the loaders helped with round 2, and we made it to Overlook to start our beacon defense segment. I did stop by Wham Bam on the way to top off my money so I could just force buy like a Counter-Strike silver the whole time, but honestly, that was working great. I was mowing down loaders and surveyors non-stop. Sure, the toaster showed up and made the beacon die enough times to become invincible, but by the time I made my escape, the toaster was the only bad guy left on the field. We made it back home, and Roland gave us our next mission to go get a claptrap upgrade from the preserve. Wounding the loaders to get in wasn't bad. I almost even got them all on the first try, but a rock got in my way, and the only hint that I had to where the loader was its health bar, so that was kind of funny. After that, we died and pushed our way through the mobbing section just to have enough ammo to finish off the ultimate loader. And then I killed the loot dudes, but that's lame, whatever, who cares? Look at this little chonker. Oh, look at those little cheeks. Are you hungry? Anyway, the preserver was actually going pretty well, and all that was left was Bloodwing. I honestly don't remember the last time I had trouble with Bloodwing. She's been kind of lacking lately, so... Whoa, wait, why is there an hour of Bloodwing footage here? Oh, no. This fight seemed easy, and I really thought I was gonna first try this. Sure, I would have to wait for ammo, but Salvador can move pretty fast, which let me dodge Bloodwing's big attacks. And even if she did hurt me, I could either gunzerk or use Come At Me Bro as panic heal buttons. Mordecai would also slag the skags for me, which really helped, but I started to crutch on Mordecai's help, and that was mistake number 1. After that death, Borderlands Spaghetti Code threw me a curveball, and I got a glitch where Bloodwing kept her fire resistance through changing elements. A fire chopper on her shock and corrosive phases should have melted Bloodwing, but that just wasn't the case. I knew of this glitch's existence prior to this run, so mistake number 2 was underestimating Bloodwing. This made the fight way harder, and instead of being able to use a neutral element for 1 phase and an effective element for 2 of them, we had to use a neutral element for 2 phases and an ineffective element for 1, which leads to mistake number 3, not bringing a non-elemental chopper with me. Now, I could have went to go grab one, but that would have required me to mob through the whole preserve again, and then Mordecai would bug out and stop helping, so I decided to mask up, lock in, and just brute force this fight. Bloodwing also stopped landing as frequently, so I had to swap the chopper to anti-air mode. So anyway, the winning fight took like 20 minutes, and I ain't got much else to say except GG Bloodwing, glad to see you on the comeback. Our next mission was to go to Thousand Cuts and recruit Brick and his buzzard support, which is okay. I just guess 1 chopper wasn't enough. Anyway, we started our initiation, and since running back to buy ammo wasn't an option here, we just opted to make a Goliath and started slagging bad guys for him. Big Guy was throwing everybody around, including me, but in the end, he fell and I had to go on alone. About a dozen deaths later, we got initiated and had to deal with Sarcastic Slab. Put the stinky on him. Fending off the loaders with Brick pretty much went the same way, and it didn't take long for us to clear the place out. Our next objective was to go steal Jack's voice, so we found one of his body doubles and did the good ol' strat to take him down. A few button presses later, we had the final piece we needed for the bunker raid. Okay, just gotta grab Claptrap, and I think that's it. Am I forgetting anything? Do you guys hear screaming? Oh well, back to 1000 Cuts. We tricked the first toaster to look the wrong way and dropped half of its health before running out of ammo. After that, I hid in my Harry Potter bedroom looking spot. 5 minutes later, we got our letter to Hogwarts and finished that toaster off. The baby turrets up ahead were a bit tricky. They were slightly outside of my combat range, so a majority of my shots were missing. Oh my god. Look at all the bullet holes around the turret, dude. Ugh. The strat for these guys was to let them down me before I activated Gunzerk. That way, I could have both guns get the full extra shot chance, and that managed to do the trick. Happy late 4th of July, by the way. After those two, we started the most boring fight of the run. Yeah, this was just a waiting simulator. I would just sit behind it, shooting it every 3 seconds for Gunzerk cooldown rate, and 20 minutes later, we finally took that thing down. And the final thing before bunker was Face McShooty, which was actually a lot more interesting than you would think. My plan was to throw my 1000 rounds downrange, and if I didn't hit him, I would just read-only farm to keep me from having to slowly regen all my ammo. But on the first attempt, not only did we hit him, we actually hit a crit. But we didn't notice this right away because the objective didn't check off, so I kept going because I thought my eyes were messing with me and continued for another 20 minutes. After that, I started to get suspicious. I knew I could hit him because Get Some was activating, but even the body shots weren't registering for the mission. I did some testing and everything seemed normal, and the chopper could in fact kill him with crits. We also reviewed the footage and there was a crit on the first attempt. I had a theory that this could have been some type of range-based thing, so I tested that for like 40 minutes before I finally found the answer. Okay, there's proof right there. There's proof right there that I'm not smoking crack. Okay, somebody clip that one. So yeah, turns out that in order for the objective to check off, you need to actually hit a certain damage threshold on a crit, which one pellet of the chopper just didn't manage to do. We further tested this by using a level 1 starter pistol and... Stop writing run invalid in the comments, come on now. You're not as funny as you think you are. Anyway, yeah, this thing couldn't do it. So we had two options for the Face McShooty snipe. Manage to hit 2 crits by waiting for ammo regen, or just switch to a fire chopper and let the fire on flesh bonus one-shot him. We obviously did the latter. Took another 50 minutes, which is what I expected, but it hurts knowing that I could have saved 2 hours if I just used the fire one in the first place. Anyway, that was the most eventful Face McShooty snipe I've ever had, but at least we made it to the bunker. The strat for the autocannons was to suck on the barrel until I got down to low health, that way I could have the free ammo chance. Yeah, so I feel like I've described this strat enough times, just assume that's the plan for everything unless I say otherwise. The first attempt at bunker was going great. I got him down to half health and decided I wanted to take this combat to more of an aerial level. Yeah, that didn't go well. The next few attempts after that ended pretty deep in. 2/3 of the way through the second attempt, I tried to fly again, and the attempt after that, I just got Hail Married by a random landmine. Very ironic for a chopper to do if you ask me, but oh well. After that, I used the chests outside to top off my money supply and locked in for attempt number 4. 20 minutes of paranoid gameplay later, I got the bunker into his deathbed phase, and then I realized I forgot to switch the chopper to anti-air mode. Down in Angel Core, I mentally prepared for my death counter to make a huge jump, because dying was going to be my main source of ammo. Actually, you know what? It was pretty much my only source of ammo. My prime directive for the next 50 minutes was going to be press button, kill loader, then die. Something sped up the process. Angel was dropping ammo crates for us, and Roland's turret gave us some crazy ammo regen. Saving him was definitely worth it, even though he is only here for like half a wave of loaders before Lilith takes his place and does literally nothing. I was just thinking, I had a feeling it was coming. Roland was the MVP down here, and for that reason, I made the plan to change history, to save Roland from his demise down in Angel Core. I was going to take Jack out before he had a chance to take Roland out.
She's dead. Jack just lost his only way to awaken the warrior.
I'll get him.
We got the vault key.
I'll get him.
This isn't over yet. We gotta find Jack and take him.
I'll get him. No! No, Roland! Watch out! No! Anyway, Sawtooth Cauldron is up next. We needed to steal some bombs to blow up a bridge because Brick's buzzards can't just fly us across because
Actually, wait, why can't I could just fly myself across? What am I even doing here? The ambush commanders went surprisingly well. I just cornered each one of them and just shoved my choppers through their shields. Spawning in the death cubby even proved useful this time around because I wasn't locked in there with them. They were locked in there with me. After that, we killed our cousin Boombringer and spent precious moments of human life trying to put the Stinky on mortar. If you can't. Look at this. We made it up to the buzzard's nest where we claimed our territory as King of Choppers. Hey, you guys want to hear that AA gun bit again? This on some crazy shit. Oh! Anyway, we flew out of that joint and made our way to the boneyard to turn a bunch of valves and blow stuff up. And then we made it to the Badlands to completely ignore Saturn. Before you start booing, this is how much damage I could deal with max ammo. Keep in mind that it takes 5 minutes to regen back to full ammo after each burst. This wouldn't be challenging at all. It would just be 3 hours of waiting. And I also don't have enough hard drive space for all of that. Alright, fine. How about I make it up to you guys by, I don't know, adding the Hammerlock DLC to this challenge instead? Speedrunners beat that thing in like 7 minutes. I should be fine. Anyway, we ran past everything before I even realized we were there and got the info that we needed. The final stride towards the vault starts out with the Claptrap door, where we completed our last mobbing section of the run. After that, we ran through Heroes Pass, and then ran through Heroes Pass again because we forgot to wait for Claptrap to stop yapping, and then we found Jack. So, real talk, killing Jack in the conventional way was just not going to happen. He's got some crazy health regen, which is most definitely faster than my ammo regeneration, so a little bit of cheese was necessary here. Option 1 was the good old block him at the terminal strat. Once we got this set up, we just had to get him slagged while having low health, and then fed him a fire chopper to finish him off. That looked like something straight out of hell. Or there's option 2 if you prefer more of a stinkier cheese. Either way, Jack dies and the warrior shows up. Our final test of patience before we finish the main part of the challenge. 1.5 hours to reflect back on the run before finally taking the final boss down and tasting victory. So yeah, you can beat Borderlands 2 with only the chopper. Bonus content time, whoa! As I said before, we are also going to be taking on the Hammerlock DLC. Everybody's favorite, I know. This DLC immediately starts it off with the action. You spawn in and have to walk all the way over to Hammerlock, and it's just so riveting. After that, we gunned down some squatters that were taking up room in our cabin. They didn't like us kicking, or I guess in this case, punching them out of our property, and they got all demonic. And fun fact about these guys, they just don't take fire damage. Like, damage numbers don't even show up, and I didn't know that, so I thought my sanity was finally slipping away from me. After we dealt with way too many of those guys, Hammerlock got us a boat and sent us to go fight Thermitage, which seemed undoable, until Twitch chat pointed out that its health bar's a lie and it's an armored enemy. That's twice in one run now, jeez. Oh well, it got melted as soon as I started throwing acid at it, so what's next? Oh yeah, more of these guys. Jeez man, I really hate the combat in this DLC. I guess it's kind of funny that the chopper can stagger lock these guys, but I will never not be mad that wooden masks and shields can block bullets full stop. Another 20 minutes of mobbing later, we had a new job of destroying all of Jack's DNA samples. I guess this Nakikiyama guy wanted to ruin our fun hunting trip. Oh well, just a few little safes to bust open and one boss to deal with. Should be pretty well, yeah, this should be easy. Okay, this should be... What the fuck is killing me? Oh, I see. Wound Spike has bullet reflection because, Well, actually, I don't really know why. I honestly thought it was over for me here. There was just no way I could be accurate enough to take this guy down without murking myself in the process. So after a few tries, I just accepted my fate, murked myself in the process, and just let it rip while standing right up next to him. Yay, fight for your life meta! After that, there wasn't much left to do. We had to run through candle racks, but the elite savages here aren't even mandatory, even though there's an objective to kill them. But I felt like stinkying them all anyway. I put the stinky on them. And then it was time to fight Jackenstein. Let's do this. Oh, what the f***, man? Who thought bullet reflection was a good idea? It would be one thing if the bullets would just fly in random directions and you'd get hit from time to time, but they literally programmed it so they always fly towards the nearest player. Why the fuck did they give these guys the perfect deflect red brick, bro? I would rather every enemy in Borderlands 2 have those stupid wooden masks than any enemy at all to have this stupid mechanic. Fucking stupid mechanic. Yeah, this fight, guys, not happening normal. Belt sanding my face every time I try to shoot this guy, mixed with him being nearly undodgeable when he lunges at you or tries to throw giant tubes of acid at you, just makes this impossible without cheese. Good thing I know about this spot. Strat was just to peek out, spray, and hope to land some crits until I tasted my own bullets. After that, I would just flip him off for full health and then wait for my Gunzerk to cool down. Sounds tedious, but I should take him down in like 30 minutes tops. Oops, I misread that. 3 hours tops. Yeah, his health bar, it's just a fucking lie. You kill this guy by blowing up 2 back generators and then dealing enough damage to his chest piece, all while dancing with death every time you try. The first generator took 10 minutes. Another 15 minutes later, I managed to get a second wind off the second one. 50 minutes after that, I blew the guards off of his chest piece, and for the next 2 hours, I rinsed and repeated this strat, not knowing when the torture would end. Every time I sprayed Jackenstein down, I was hoping the fight would just be over. But that's not quite how it went.
You said you were gonna stream for 4 hours.
I remember.
How's it going?
I've been fighting this one guy for like 2 hours. And it's like not like I keep dying or anything because I've been alive for 2 hours.
It's just really slow.
Yeah. So I don't know how close I am. It could be one shot away right now. Ah.
2 seconds later.
Well, in case anyone wanted to know, it looks like you can beat Sir Hammerlock's Big Game Hunt with only the chopper. Mega bonus content time, baby! If you've been watching the channel for a while, you know that I usually try to see if the item I'm using for the run can be used to acquire itself. And if you don't know where the chopper comes from, well, it comes from Dexidius, the Invincible. To spawn this guy, you need to run around the grotto and put a total of 96 iridium in these 4 furnaces. Go pull this lever, get your ass handed to you for an hour while you kill off waves of demonic savages because you couldn't kill the witch doctors fast enough. And then this giant fucking stick bug comes out and you have to roleplay Dr. Pimple Popper until this thing dies. And trust me, there's no head crabbing this Strider. And yes, this video does have 2 Half-Life references because I practically spent half my life trying to kill this thing. Uh-oh, hold up, I'm getting a call.
Change your skill points.
That's all your points, dog.
Change your skill points.
Oh yeah, I was supposed to respec, wasn't I? Oh, thanks for reminding me, guys. You should have said something earlier. Here's the new build for the raid. I got rid of all the kill skills because I didn't think I would be needing them. I also spec'd to keep it piping hot for the boosting grenade damage. I'll explain more on that later. I promise it makes sense. All right, let's talk about this fight. To survive here, I would need constant, and I mean constant, vigilance. One mistake, and I could get hit with one of his giant corrosive bombs, and the dot would seal my fate. I gathered up all the high-priced items I could, so I didn't have to wait on all my ammo to naturally regenerate, but even buying it was scary because his attacks could hit right through walls. I developed a strategy where I would mark stuff as trash in my inventory so I could sell it faster, and when I would buy ammo, I would spam enter and left click to get my ammo faster and get the heck out of there. Usually if you're attempting this fight, you would be here for 10 minutes maybe using the Lady Fist B combo, but instead we are using a gun that doesn't even deal enough damage to one-shot face McShooty. So we had a long and stressful fight ahead of us. Another fun fact about Dexy is that the amount of damage he takes when a pimple is popped is amplified by any grenade stat buffs you have. So more grenade damage equals less pimples to pop. That's why we spec'd in to keep it piping hot. We only get the buff while Gunzerk is on cooldown, but if Gisum is constantly being activated, that still gives us the boost. I could only deal real damage if Dexy was distracted by spores. Usually the spores get murked in one shot, but the corrosive spores were actually very helpful because they could survive like 50 hits from Dexy. A lot of our downtime was running to spawns and hoping to see some green cauliflower homies and getting them not to follow me across their map with their insane persistence. On my first attempt, I actually made it pretty far. I took out 7 pimples before I got snuck up on by one of Dexy's attacks that dotted me to death. This wouldn't have been that devastating for a first attempt if it hadn't taken, 6 whole hours. With an estimated kill time of 12 hours, I pretty much had 1 try a day to get this kill. Attempt number 2 ended because PhysX decided to crash my entire PC, and attempt number 3 ended in a game crash even without PhysX because Borderlands hates me. And yeah, this was pretty rough. 12 hours of Dexy attempts and 2 crashes really had me second guessing my life decisions. I mean, is anyone really going to be mad that I didn't fight a whole OP10 raid boss, notorious for having hard to hit crit spots, with a gun that has 1 accuracy? I don't think any of you guys would be mad if I just didn't do this fight, but I can think of one guy that would be pretty mad if I didn't take this stick bug down. And I see him in the mirror every day. I wasn't about to let some stick bug get the best of me. I don't care how invincible it was. So I went to the lab and tested how many pimples I would need to pop in normal mode. And I found out that we were going to need to pop at least 16 to get the job done. With my newfound knowledge, I put some more attempts in and failed a few more times too. Dying to letting my guard down, trying to fend off a triple O I accidentally spawned, and finding out that Dexy has bullet reflection if you're too close, which could cause me to put a fire dot on myself, killing the attempt, were all a few things I had to deal with. A few more fails like that happened before I made it back to my PB of popping 7 pimples. I was locked in and ready to go for another 6 hours. But Borderlands had a different plan for me. What? Okay, so you're probably like, what just happened? Which, fair. Me too. I played the footage back and seen that Dexy's left chest pimple popped without any damage numbers and then just died 6 hours into what should have been a 12-hour kill. So I contacted my local Dexy expert, Abrupt Dusty. He's made some cool videos like this or like this, so go check him out. I'll have a link to his channel in the description. But I asked if he knew what happened, and sure enough, he did. Apparently, some random no-name triggerman managed to get the last hit on that pimple. And when that happens, it does a huge chunk of damage, around 50 to 60% of his health bar huge. I was honestly so shocked and I wasn't really sure how to feel. On one hand, this was going to be super great to put in the video because it's super interesting, but on the other hand, my satisfaction of earning this kill was kind of taken from me. So I took some time to think it over and just processed everything going through my head. And now that I've thought about it, I think that kill felt rewarding just enough. Psych, that Triggerman 12-hour stick bug fight round 2, here we go. He didn't drop the chopper anyway. So, major attempt number 4. The good news is we hit a new PB of 11 pimples. The bad news is this is Borderlands we're talking about, the spaghetti game. No, I was playing great. I was playing awesome even. I really got my combat loop down. I was really focused, but then yeah, so I wasn't too beat up about this. I kind of expected this to happen, honestly. Have you taken any breaks yet? I have not, because I'm afraid the game will crash. I'm still kind of surprised how well I took it. This was 9.5 hours into an attempt I was just doing great in. This was in no way my fault. It was entirely just Borderlands being made out of spaghetti. I realized that if the fight was going to be this long, I was going to have to do a couple of things. First off, I downloaded DXVK, which is pretty much just a mod that helps prevent BL2's notorious game crashes. Honestly, not sure how exactly it works or if it would even work, but I'll take anything at this point. I also duplicated this Bearcat I found during the run 39 times to make sure I had enough money to keep buying ammo and not have to wait on ammo regen. I did not like that I had to do this, but if unintended game mechanics were going to take a 9.5 hour attempt away from me, I felt fine using unintended game mechanics to manually dupe 39 Bearcats. I also sacrificed Lucas for good luck. I put the stinky on him. 1 week later, I prepared for what I hoped would be the final fight. I was improving on every attempt. I learned how to take out the initial savages in half the time. I was able to take out Dexy's first 3 pimples really fast using high-risk strats. I learned all of the spore spawning locations to maximize my chances for corrosive spores. And I really learned how to read Dexy, allowing me to get closer than I was before. Our strategy was becoming well refined. It almost felt like I had 30 hours of experience fighting Dexy or something. On day 4 of Dexy, I hit a new personal best of 12 pimples popped before this rock ended my 7-hour fight. Ah! That's fucked up, dude. That's real fucked up. That's real fucked up. That's real fucked up.
Don't think of your death as failure. Think of it as fun.
Lesson learned, I guess. I just kept trucking through the hardship and came back strong for day 5. I started using a 25-minute timer on my phone so I knew when those darn savages would respawn so I could plan for them. But even then, it was hard to get rid of them because Dexy loves standing right on top of their camp. And just like that, history repeats itself, losing us another 7 hours. Day 5 of Dexy washed down the drain. But look at that smile. You might think it's a facade, and it's just there to hide the pain, but you would be wrong. I mean, you are witnessing pain. You are witnessing frustration, and you are witnessing anger. But that smile is still one of genuine enjoyment. I knew that every failure and every setback would make the victory all the more great. Joy and struggle don't have to be mutually exclusive. And heck, 6 is my favorite number anyway. Alright, play a little bit risky at the beginning, but that's fine. Alright, so it looks like we got every element except corrosive on this first wave. That's fine. Alright, if you're on the believer side of the prediction, you guys better be manifesting corrosive spores. If you're on the doubter side of the prediction, you guys better be manifesting corrosive spores. There's 3. Okay, we're getting good at getting the first 3. And now we let the patience kick in. There we go. Level 90 corrosive spore. God, the fucking 2-legged drifters fucking murk my homies, bro. There we go. There's 4. I gotta be jumping though. Oh, I killed him. Ah! Oh, fuck, I thought that was a drifter, dude. I got scared by a fucking branch. Nobody clipped that into 4. Oh, shit. Oh my god, dude. That fucking rock almost killed me, dude. I can't. Okay, 5 out of 16. Okay, 10 more. Cool. 9 more to go. Okay. 8 more. There we go. 7 more.
Dexy, help me out, dude. I don't have health for this. I really don't. Dexy, you gotta fucking get those fuckers. There you go. And we're good. Okay, new timer. Okay, dude. Okay. That fucking shock dude is getting on my nerves, and I'm about to kill him myself. Stop, you fucker. Oh my god, I'm killing this fucker. I don't care. Jesus. What the fuck even was that? There we go. 6 more, 6 more. That was the back of the head. Okay. 5 more. I see you. I see you though. That was a fucking big brain play, Dexy. I will fucking give you that one. Oh, I did not mean to bird there. Oh, I'm throwing. I'm so fucking throwing. Okay, we're good. We're good. I need to get the fuck out of here though. 4 left. Jot her down.
Headshot.
3 more. 3 more. That was his head. What's he doing over here? Dude, this is freaky, dude. This is like foreign territory. I don't like it too much. It stresses me out. There it is. There it is. 2 more question mark? Why are you over it? What is in this corner that you want? What mystical powers are you seeking from the waterfall? One more? That was his back. I feel like that's gonna be 2 more though. Alright, here we fucking go. Come on. One more. We got 1 more, guys. 1 fucking more. 1 guaranteed. Never again. Never again. Never again. Dude, my arms and fingertips are going numb. Breathe, 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 breathe. Alright, dude, I'm afraid the game's gonna crash. There is no time for breaks, sadly. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fucking great. I'm stressed and excited and happy and scared and paranoid and fucking wired, dude. Congrats on the kill. No, Quad. No. Rule 1, rule 1. Don't do that to me, Quad. Rule 1. Can we get another exclamation point rule 1 in the chat? I think we need one. We got some silly geese in the chat. Oh my god. We almost fucking lost it there. We gotta fucking get a Gunzerk now. If we got out of there, we would have fucking lost it. How'd that fucking hit me, dude? Fuck you, Dexy! Ooh. Oh, let's go, dude.
R.I.P. Bozo.
Put the stinky on him.
9 hours and 15 minutes.
Get nay.
Oh. Holy shit, dude. That's fucking crazy.
Put the stinky on him.
After
48 hours of Dexy attempts. We finally took him down, and my thirst for a challenge was quenched. I woke up the next day, and I had received the most wild email I have ever gotten, and I just want to show you guys this thing. Yeah. No idea how my heart rate monitor knew I was playing Borderlands 2, let alone streaming it, but geez, man, I was on edge. I doubt the 6,000 calories part is right, but I definitely did smell like a gamer after all of that stress sweat. But it was all worth it, you know? Getting that kill was one of the best things I've ever felt playing a game, and I don't regret a single second of that 48 hours. But I felt like something was still missing. I felt like the chopper wasn't used as chaotically as it was intended. I mean, yeah, raid bosses are designed to be fought with 4 players, so it's not like I could just lay into them and expect to win. I had to focus and use tapfire strats for cooldown and just be locked in the whole time. And also, I didn't get a chopper to drop on this kill. So let's do it one more time, the right way. Alright, remember guys, if it bleeds, we can kill it.
Get him!
Get him!
Get him!
Oh, there's the butt. Oh, there's another one. Oh, that's 3. There we go. We got one. Green Knight, go! Go! Get back in the fight! Go! Go!
There.
Go! Get out there, soldier! Go! 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 Okay, I don't know how we got his armpit and not his shoulder, but let's go, baby! We got 5!
Oh, money shot, money shot.
I feel like someone did that with, like... Oh! Oh, back of the head, let's go, that's 8!
Oh!
Wow.
Get the high ground.
Oh, there's another one, that's 9!
Yo!
Usually the barrel. Sometimes it's another thing called...
Oh, did we get one? Oh!
Did
No!
Did it?
No.
There's no gunners here. There's no gunner.
Oh,
There's
okay.
a gunner here. Wait, is there? Did this
Wait.
guy kill him? No shot. No shot. This guy killed him. Okay. Bandit is shooting him. You guys see this right here?
Oh.
Bandit is shooting him. Can you edge me, Tom?
Yeah.
What? Yeah.
Let's do this. Oh no!
Oh
We
no,
lost
where are we
one.
stuck with one of them? Oh.
We lost Tom.
When you ride in the back of a truck?
I do that, yeah. I do that all the time.
Oh my god.
Wait, what? Huh?
There's 2.
Oh, dang.
Time though.
Oh! That works, I guess!
Oh!
What happened?
Oh.
I don't know.
Oh, we got him.
Evaporated.
Oh, he
Might as
died, he
well
died, he died.
Oh.
There we go.
Oh no. Oh
That's
no.
Work as hero.
Yep.
Oh.
Oh!
Roach. Silly woman's sex recipe.
Oh, there's
Oh,
5. These are missing. Oh, okay, there's 6.
Oh.
That's interesting. Oh, there goes.
Defense.
Oh,
Stop.
there goes. Oh, there.
Oh.
Oh, there goes.
Oh.
Oh, we popped another?
Oh, we got him.
He died? Did
Let's go. I don't think I see it, guys.
Yeah, I don't think we got it.
Well, that was a 50-minute kill. Nope.
Well, okay, so I tried where you would do. Wait, why didn't you? Because I feel like knowing what.
I just see a dead.
Oh,
Alright, nope.
the wiki.
Can't.
I didn't even process.
R.I.P.
What?
Bozo.
That was
Oh, we got
52 on the dot. That was 52 on the dot.
That is crazy.
Oh, wait, we got... Oh, wait, never mind. We got a legendary.
Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
Hands forever.
He explode.
He always likes to...
Slightly different.
There it is. 4004.
Oh, what the f is that, dude? Doll spinny gun?
What?
No.
What is it?
Oh my god, oh my god.
Yeah, we got already
Can someone revive me? And
Like no.
milk. It's just
Literally.
oh.
Actually, Lucas is a.
Yeah.
I'm like, what the?
Yeah, wait.
3755. 3755. Come on.
47.
Really lucky.
Oh.
Lucas, stop.
It actually worked this time.
We got it. Party chopper. Let's
Oh, we
go.
actually got it.
Oh,
we
actually
got it.
We know what we have to do.
Alyssa does not know what we have to do.
We gotta let it rip.
Well, Derber, I sure hope that was worth the wait, especially considering that this whole run took 80 hours. Before you go, I just wanted to say thank you so much for making it this far into the video. If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Doing all of that helps with the YouTube algorithm, and I love reading your guys' kind words and ideas for new runs. If you want to support the channel more directly, consider becoming a channel member to get videos a day early, grabbing something over at GamerSupps using my link, or going to GASMASK'S.com to get some merch. I will link my Discord and Twitch channel where I stream these runs live down in the description, and last but not least, shout out to Mango Soda who made this video's thumbnail art. They do commissions and will also be linked below. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. The original Borderlands was said to have taken a lot of inspiration from the Mad Max series, so it only makes sense that the car combat in Borderlands is super cool, right? Right? In any case, today we're going to try and answer a question that everyone has never thought about. Can you beat Borderlands 2 with only cars? Before we hit the road, I'll go over the rules. This is going to be an Overpower 10 Ultimate Vault Hunter mode playthrough, and all damage I deal to enemies must be from vehicles or because of vehicles. We will be playing as Krieg for this run, and I'll explain a bit more on that later. For our gear, we will be using a basic shield, legendary sickle class mod, and the Afterburner relic. Yeah, to the guy that commented saying I should try to beat the game with only the car relic, you might have been joking, but I wasn't. Here's a quick peek at the build. Most of this isn't important, but Fuel the Blood, Fuel the Rampage, and Fuel the Fire are all vital to this run. With all of that out of the way, let's strap in and kick this run into gear. Oh, wait, we might have an issue here. I'm totally forgetting something. So normally we don't have access to cars until after we fight Flint, so normally, no, you can't beat Borderlands 2 with only cars. But you didn't come here for that lame answer, you came here for a challenge. So today's question is actually, can you beat Borderlands 2 with only cars? If you also use a mod to allow cars to enter maps they usually aren't allowed in. Using a couple mods, we can allow vehicles to enter maps that usually kick you out of the vehicle, and we are also able to change this door to take us to the Torg DLC, where we can grab a car and take one back to Tutorial Town. Quick little shout out to Pyrex for making that very obscure mod for me. Anyway, in true Cursed Run fashion, we got a couple of bully routes to spawn, and since cars are considered armored, corrosive damage was going to be something we would need to worry about. It's also not like we could dispatch of these guys quickly either, because our damage is, well, I guess it exists. So right off the bat, things seem really bad. Enemies can kill us really fast, and we can kill enemies very slow. But one advantage we do have is stun locking. Even slightly nudging most basic enemies causes them to ragdoll for a few seconds, and as long as we keep doing this, they won't be able to blow our car up. Wobbling might be banned in Melee, but you know I'm capitalizing on it here in Borderlands. The Bullymongs proved to be far easier than the bandits. Unlike wild animals I could just drive away from, bandits had guns that could continue to damage me from afar. If I started taking too much damage, I would have to drive somewhere safe and wait for the car to start regenerating its health. I thought I'd be safe in this cozy little cave, but I guess not.
Oh, what the f***? No, you are not jumping down here. Nice try, bucko.
After some confusing interactions with the wall and clearing out Liarsburg, we met Hammerlock, he changed a tire for us, and we started our way towards Boom Boom.
Average F-150 driver.
While clearing out the last batch of bandits, I discovered that Torgue shotguns really freaking hurt, and we took our first death of the run. Oh, by the way, the counter will be counting car deaths, just to clarify, which leads me to one of the worst parts of this run. Losing a car means I have to go all the way back to the Torgue DLC and get a new one. I decided to allow a flight mod to go back to vehicle stations since this run was modded anyway. We aren't really doing anything challenging by walking back there, so to save time, hard drive space, and to get this video out earlier, we would just fly back to get a car. Anyway, after clearing out the bandits and accidentally learning how to parallel park, we finally made it to Boom Boom, and this fight was tough. You might think Boom's cannon was the scary part, but to my surprise, I was actually able to take multiple hits from this thing. Busting him out of his turret got a little weird, but that part was relatively easy. Dealing with their health regen and my lack thereof was the main issue. I could stun lock them, but repetitive collisions would slowly wear down my vehicle. I could definitely handle a one-on-one fight, but if I killed Boom first, I still have to knock down a few psychos to try and focus on Boom. I would also pretty much need constant crits to outpace Boom's health regen, but Boom was a lot easier to deal with. So I decided that killing Boom first would be best because he was the harder one of the two. And well, he just kinda died. I guess if you hit a guy really hard with the car, they just end up dying a few seconds later. I think this has something to do with his get-up animation not being able to go through because he was stuck in some weird geometry. He actually died like this twice because Lil Boom was using a Torgue shotgun. I told you guys about those earlier, right? Anyway, after 1 hour and 4 car deaths later, we finally beat out Boom's health regen and were able to continue the run. We were able to drive past a lot of the bad guys on the way up to Flint, but we still ran into a roadblock. My car was just way too big, and I could not get any further than this part right here. So it looks like no, you can't beat Borderlands 2 with only cars. Unless you guys want to allow one more mod.
Looks like them few boys are in a pack of trouble.
Alright, can you beat Borderlands 2 with only cars if you use a mod to allow cars to enter maps they usually aren't allowed to and the cars are 50% smaller? I sure hope so. Using our new go-kart, we were able to clear out the bandits, save Claptrap, and ascend to the Flint fight. I decided to leave my car in the elevator to get it up to the top the same way I was going to get Claptrap up there, but that was a mistake leaving those two together.
Why is my current objective to find Flint? Oh, I'm blocking Claptrap.
Hey, yo, what the Claptrap! Bro, that is inappropriate, dude. There are kids watching my guy. Oh my bro. Dude, what the... Dude, no way Claptrap was giving back shots to my car, bro. I'm half ready for my car to just fly into the air, into the ocean even. Okay. Now for the Flint fight, I probably could have done this super easily. Vehicles are resistant to fire damage, and Flint just kind of rolls up like an armadillo if you hit him with a car. But for some reason, I was bent on just ramming him off the edge of his boat, and because of this, I lost many cars and had to keep driving all the way from the beginning. I also didn't have the elevator option anymore, and some of those stairs and tight turns were pretty tricky to maneuver. Okay, fire barrels hurt. Lesson learned. After way too much wasted time, I finally got Captain Roly-Poly to fall off the edge and took care of his goons from afar. After that, I just laid into Flint until he died. Cool. Rock out. Yeah, jam. Oh my god. It's Lilith! After dealing with Claptrap's sex drive, Claptrap, stop getting freaky with the car! We made it to Three Horns. Here I snuck into the DMV and stole a license so I can drive legally and warmed up my Bullymong whispering skills.
Bullymong, stop!
Ramming Door Guy was probably the most normal thing about this run, and then after that we had to deal with our first AVEF, or Anti-Vehicle Entry Field. Oh brother, it's my boss again. I freaking hate this guy. Hello?
Yeah, we're not calling it that. Just call it a car wall, okay?
What? Why would I call it that? The wall isn't made of cars.
Bro, what are you on? You're just complicating things, and AVEF doesn't even roll off the tongue. It's just an invisible wall that doesn't let cars pass through.
Yeah, so it's an AVEF.
No, it's not a fucking AVEF. Just call it a car wall or you're fired.
Man, one day I'm just gonna be my own boss, so I don't gotta deal with that frickin' buzzkill. Anyway, yeah, I couldn't find a way to get through this wall, so I was going to have to get creative, because I had 3 psychos I needed to kill to save Reese. Those bullymongs I met earlier were nearby, so I decided to have them help me out by relocating the psychos to a place I could reach them. There we go. There we go. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah! Yeah, my bullymong brethren! Hurt them more. That works for me. So the guy that's down here. Oh my god, they're all down here. Let's go. Perfect. The stinky prevails. Good job, guys. Proud of you, bullymongs. Love you. I managed to save Reese by watching him die, but then I remembered I still had one more psycho to take care of. I needed to get the power core, but their camp was in a spot where having the bullymongs relocate him was not an option. So I had to get a little bit creative. How do we get a car in here? Okay, let's look around the map. No shot this works, just saying. If this works first try, I'm gonna be amazed. After I got my bullymong homies to kill the 20 bandits to avenge Reese, we made it to Sanctuary. Nothing too crazy happened here. I pushed Jess up into the button to speed him up, which was cool, and the only place I couldn't get my car was the fucking garage, because that makes sense. So while I'm here doing all the boring Sanctuary chores, I'll tell you guys about our partner, GASMASK'S. So for the past few months, I've been drinking GASMASK'S and I've been loving every second of it. I used to be downing 2 monsters a day, but now with GASMASK'S, I'm not drinking 400 calories in a day. I'm able to control my caffeine intake since all their flavors come in caffeine-free options, and I'm saving money since GASMASK'S is only 40 cents a serving. They have tons of flavors to pick from too. One of my new favorites is Goof Juice, which is a nice strawberry kiwi flavor. They also have their signature waifu cups, comfortable merch, and dang could I go for another cup of their gamer soups right now. I mean heck, they made crickets taste good with their sus snacks. Yeah, you heard that right. There's crickets in this. But if you're worried about buying something you won't like, GASMASK'S offers free samples, so you could try it before you buy it. So if you're looking to find a healthier alternative to energy and want to support the channel in the process, head on over to gamersups.gg/LGM or use the link in the description, and make sure to use code LGM at checkout for 10% off your order. Anyway, let's see how Sanctuary's going. Our next destination was Frostburn Canyon, but well, let's just say we ran into another roadblock. So these invisible car walls tend to be pretty tall, but they eventually do end and you can get over them. For the purposes of testing how high these walls were, I decided to pull out a special vehicle I'm gonna call the Meat Bicycle. Yeah, this thing would make the challenge pretty trivial, so I will only be using the tiny sand skiff for wall testing. But who knows, maybe one day I'll try beating the pirate DLC with only boats. So if you end up liking this run and want to see that run, you should leave a comment and maybe you'll see it in your subscription feed one day. Just saying. Anyway, this wall tall. There was no way we were going to be able to clear this thing normally. Good thing this isn't a normal run. And also good thing that we're playing a game from over a decade ago and there's some jank that can help us. Introducing scroll boosting. By setting our boost key to scroll wheel up or down, we can use the free scroll mouse to do this. Okay, well, my game just crashed, but that doesn't happen every time, I promise. I messed around with this for a while, trying different frame rates, different angles, etc., and I got close so many times that I knew this was possible. And after 2 hours, we finally made it over the wall. Anyway, thanks for the raid, Jolts. You came just in time. 2 hours later, everybody! Now that we made it to Frostburn, we could drive past all the bad guys, do the skip, and... Well,
Alright guys, don't worry. I found another way to get into Frostburn that was pretty consistent, so I didn't have to spend another 2 hours on this wall.
Second time around, I actually hit the spike jump skip and found Lilith. Surprising nobody, I immediately tried to put my bumper into her forehead. Sadly, she survived, and everything that normally happens during this part of the game happens. Okay, Lilith, okay. I'll give you that one, okay? That was kind of cool. There she goes. She ruined it. She ruined it. She ruined it. Anyway, we had some close calls with some slag and corrosive guns, but we made it to the end, and I seen what I thought was my only chance I would probably ever get to do something I've been wanting to do for a long, long time. In this house, bro. I can't have shit in this fucking house. For anyone wondering, this is what happens when Lilith teleports you while you're in a car.
Yeah, I don't know what I was expecting either, honestly.
Our next mission was to save Roland from the Bloodshots, which meant it was finally time for a car upgrade. So we met Ellie, found the second garage of the run that doesn't work properly with my cars, used my Honda Civic to destroy a few Ford F-150s, and finally got an upgrade. So, for most of the rest of the run, we'll be using the Saw Blade Technical. A lot of you guys might think the Barrel Technical is better and know that it is the fastest vehicle in the game, but do you see these saw blades I'm shooting? Yeah, those get melee damage boosts because that makes sense. Do you know who has good melee damage boosts? Krieg does. Not only is our car now tankier, we also have some significant damage to handle the rest of the game. After we got the Bloodshots to open their door, we pulled a real power move by not even using it, and then started our fight with Badma. I really wanted to ram him off the cliff, but nomad-shaped enemies have this bad habit of just folding under pressure. So we filled him up with saw blades and made it to the Bloodshot stronghold. Cue the foreshadowing. The lucky honk sound, the Bloodshot's gonna go fine. And if we don't, Bloodshot's gonna go terrible. Yeah, so at first I decided to be patient and careful because not only did I have to get through the entire stronghold, I would also have to make it all the way through the dam without my car blowing up. Things were working right up until the part where I perma-slagged myself with this barrel. How this barrel hit me and not the Marauder that was blatantly closer to the barrel absolutely baffles me. After that, I was pretty much screwed, so I reset, patiently killed all the bad guys, and made a plan for Mad Mike. The idea was to sit right next to his door so that when he showed up, I could knock him over before he had a chance to shoot me with his rocket launcher and insta-kill me. I was checking for his spawn after every kill, but he still caught me lacking.
After that, I started getting impatient, trying to drive past all the bad guys, dying because of it, getting frustrated with the amount of corrosive weapons I was dealing with, and I was here for a while. But after 2 hours and losing several cars, I snuck through Mad Mike and re-locked in. By this time, I had developed a strategy where if my car was taking too much damage and there wasn't much room for escape, I would ditch the car and lure the bullets away from my more important half. For a second, I thought they put another car wall in the middle of a map that usually can't have cars, but I managed to just smack my car through it, thankfully. After that, we found Roland and quickly drove to the dam. But not before getting torqued on by the Warden. Bro, why is this game so cursed? First, we have to deal with Freak Trap, and now this? I paid the toll so I could get my car through here, but they didn't even raise the gate for me, so that was just a scam. They also made me do this scary jump that would have made me cry if I missed it. I was being extremely careful, slowly taking out every loader and bandit until we made it to the Warden. I was only going to have one chance at saving Roland, and if my car blew up, I was guaranteed to go to the gulag, and the fight there sounds atrocious. So I locked in, and oh my god, it died in like 12 seconds.
Well, I definitely overstressed for that fight. Also, yeah, this meme you're seeing on the screen right now, yeah, it's pretty much canonical. Put the fucking money in the bag. Put the fucking money in the bag. Jack can't kill Roland if we kill Roland. Anyway, Roland was saved and our next job was to go rob a train in Tundra Express. Upon arriving, I had a little bit of a scare. Yeah, cars definitely weren't meant to be here. I was a bit worried about lighting the Varkids on fire, but I bumped a fire melon and it just worked, so that was cool. After that, I met Mordo and Tina, had a minor fender bender, got the badonkadonks, watched Tina turn them into bombs with her mind, practiced my vertical parking, had another minor fender bender, and made it to the end of the line. So the Wilhelm fight was pretty, normal, actually. Ramming into Wilhelm sometimes staggered him, which felt illegal to see, but I couldn't get him to fully ragdoll, sadly. So I just kept my distance and laid into him until he was super low on health, and then I decided to try to finish him off with my front bumper, and that's where things got a little goofy. Oh no! Yeah, that fight was way too easy, so I did it again and actually rammed him to death. Didn't look as cool as the first one, but oh well. We made it back to Sanctuary with our catalytic converter we stole from Wilhelm, but things started getting scary. Lilith stole my car, so I rage quit. She said that if she can't have it, I'm not allowed to ride the cool flying city, so I tried to scroll boost back over this bridge and everything just fell apart. Time's up! Our next goal was to drive through the fridge so we could get back home. And yet again, we are faced with another car wall. And this one was a doozy. We pulled out the meat bicycle again and found out that the wall was pretty much the same height as this building right here, meaning we were going to need a scroll boost to get over it. I was here for a long time trying to find a good angle or ramp to make it over, but every time a jump looked promising, my game would just crash. At this point of the run, my total crashes far surpassed my total deaths. A couple of homies in the Twitch chat kept saying I should try and hit the jump with the runner instead of the technical, but I was being stubborn because I thought that I was going to need the technical for its speed. Speaking of Twitch, you should go check me out over there if you want to watch these runs live. Anyway, I did eventually break because it seems like the technicals crash the game way more often when scroll boosting. And when you mod them to be this tiny, trying to boost with them gets a bit squirrely. As soon as you press your boost key, the bandit trucks pretty much wheelie 90 degrees up, and unless you're on flat ground and just going straight, it's really hard to actually get speed out of it. So I caved and swapped back to the runner. And then I found that I could get my car up onto this section of the camp. But that doesn't really help. Only if I could do some grenade jumps, I could get up there and then like up there easily and... Never in my life have I ever thought I would have to perform a double grenade jump for a car. Because of their smaller size, these things also fly a lot further when hit with nades or punches. And after 4.5 hours of trying to scroll boost over this wall, I managed to blast my car onto the roof and over the wall. Guys, wait, everybody hold, everybody hold. Everybody hold. We might be good, we might be good. Okay. I'm gonna get out of my car real quick. So now, I believe we could just drop in right here. I think, I hope. Don't do this to me. 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 We see it! It's right there! Oh! Well, that fucking sucks. So basically, I think the car was still hitting the invisible ice that Angel melts for you here or something. I'm just guessing at this point. So I was going to have to figure out a safe way through that. But I seen the option to travel, so I knew it was possible. The only issue was trying to get it back in there was really annoying, and I think I was kind of losing it. Somebody clip that. Did anyone else hear the Mario theme there? Anyway, it didn't take much longer before I managed to get my car back over the wall and through the invisible ice. Car in the fridge. So we made it to the fridge, and then we drove through the fridge, and then we made it to the outwash, where I discovered that I could have just ran through the fridge because there's no mandatory combat, use this door to travel to the Highlands, get a car here, and then go back to fight Mr. Noodle. So you're telling me that 4.5 hours was pointless? Wouldn't be the first time. Alright, real talk, I'm just messing with you guys. I knew this door was here the whole time, but I felt that it'd be cool to get the car into the fridge anyway. It just felt right since I knew it was possible, even though the challenge didn't require it. Anyway, we were having some issues dealing with the constructor before Mr. Noodle. I felt really squishy and felt like my damage was starting to fall off, but my brain didn't think, maybe it's the squishy low damage car you forgot to swap out. But I did remember that I had something the constructor didn't. Tires. So I drove past it, slowly fought off the thresher that ate my new alternator, and made it to Overlook where car walls stopped us again. Geez, why do they even put these here? Are cars really that strong to prevent entry to a basic map? Oh, you could just drive around it. That's pretty cool. So I knew that the beacon defense section was not going to have very many breaks, and finding time for my car to heal was going to be tough. So I decided to sneak 2 cars into town and have one hidden way back here. That way, when one car is taking a beating, I can make a little pit stop and swap out cars so they could heal. And that strategy was honestly working super well. That is not the pit crew I was looking for. I mean, the beacon still got messed up, but I didn't lose any cars in the process, and for the first time in a while, I was actually able to kill the constructor instead of just rushing the fast travel to escape, so that felt pretty good. We made it back home and got our next job to go to the... Oh, brother, this is gonna be obnoxious, isn't it? So, even getting into the preserve is a bit annoying. Pretty much needed to climb the mountain and cross the waterfall to get in. I talked to Mordecai and started wounding the loaders. That was going fine, but I did have to deal with some saw blade technical jank. Confused? Yeah, I would be too. Long story short, the saw blade technical has some kind of huge bubble or box around it that causes some weird stuff. Some of you might know this car specifically can trigger the pipe explosion in the boneyard by simply driving near it. But in our case, the car's hurt box or whatever it's called clips through the floor and hits a death barrier. This game is truly cursed. Luckily, I was able to get around it and mow down any loaders in my way. Our next obstacle was trying to get through this small building. I was getting really frustrated trying to get through this building, but I eventually got over it. We drove ourselves up to the first mobbing section and carefully took out all the loaders before the big one showed up. His arm cannons deal fire damage, so we were pretty resistant to anything he could throw at us, but I still took my time because I did not need any setbacks here. After he died, Man, what did I just say? Yeah, so this door just wouldn't let my car through, and that was very scary. I started desperately searching around for some type of way to get out of bounds and found a possible route to sneak in. I would first have to jump up to these rocks and position my vehicle here. I would then have to time a grenade and a melee at the same time to launch my car over to this gap. Timing this was a bit annoying. On top of that, it just wouldn't work 12% of the time. Even the times I did time it well, I had to make sure that the car wasn't going too far back because there's an APEF, or anti-person entry field, that wouldn't let me through. Yeah, I'm not answering that. Anyway, after I pulled that off, I would have to shimmy my way up and over this rock. If this thing was 1 degree steeper, I think I would have failed the run right here. After that, I would pretty much have to Hail Mary and hope to land in the animal enclosure, where I would have to die outside of my car to go grab the feather that opens the cages, and then get back into my car and continue on. Dude, I can't believe getting through a wide open garage door took like an hour and a half to lab up and land. This game's busted. Next, I drove past the stalkers, killed off the skags, and prayed that this door wouldn't have the same issue. I swear to God. Oh, thank goodness. We were getting close to the end, I was pretty on edge, and my heart rate spiked when my car started bugging out. Luckily, I managed to unbug it out and started trying to figure out what I was gonna do about these stairs. The answer was trial and error, but how the f did I manage this?
Not sure if I can park there.
After clearing out the last few bad guys, we made it to the Bloodwing fight, and I was f***ing white-knuckling it. I knew that one corrosive dive bomb or some type of AoE attack from Bloodwing could have me going through all of that trauma all over again. Yeah, guys, I was definitely overreacting right there. In reality, she only managed to do one claw attack in fire phase, one claw attack in shock phase, and in corrosive phase, she only got one claw attack and one corrosive ball off before the 84 saw blades I put into her appendages finally grounded her. That was an extremely easy fight that I definitely stressed over for no reason.
I can't feel my fingers right now, bro. That fucking looked easy, but that was fucking nerve-wracking.
Driving into her automatically picked up the claptrap upgrade, and I started doing donuts. GG, Bloodwing. Another point for me. I realized I forgot to do the loot dude, so I redid the whole scary out of bounds jump again, and all I got was a freaking gub. Wow! Anyway, with another scary part of the run done, it was off to recruit Brick and his air support.
Huh?
Oh my fucking god, dude. Why'd that scare me so much? Why was that so terrifying? Oh my god.
I thought getting to my initiation was going to be simple until I did the car equivalent of stepping on a Lego. Actually, what would that even be? A cactus? A nail? A police spike strip? Luckily, we had an alternate route that was less scary, but still janky. It looks like I'm gonna clear this jump, right? I am being robbed. After I cleared the jump properly, I tried to put the stinky on Face McShooty. That didn't work. I finally made it to my initiation, and ooh-wee, this was actually tough. The amount of bandits I had to deal with was the main issue, especially when there's no escaping the building to recover health, and making the Goliaths mad as a distraction didn't seem possible. These guys were also way too smart. They came prepared with corrosive Nova shields that would straight up delete my car, and some of these guys didn't even care about the rules.
Don't do it, car. You got this. You got this, car.
No shot, you just shot my car when I'm not even in it. Look at this fucking dude right here. Look at this fucking goofball. I'm suing, bro. I'm suing. After totaling way too many cars in there, I managed to get past the first wave of big guys and mowed down the little guys until we finished the initiation. Then I hugged Sarcastic Slab with my car, I gave Brick a ride, and we started taking out the loaders. And that was going well until I forgot about the previous no parking area. After grabbing car number 42, we started launching loaders. I noticed that warloaders and superloaders would actually ragdoll when I ran into them. Usually these guys aren't affected by knockback moves, which also means they are stinky proof. So this being a once in a lifetime opportunity, I took it upon myself to stinky the unstinkyable.
Yes! First ever warloader stinky. Oh. Rick? Rick? Well, he said over here.
Up next was the Jack double assassination job. You could tell this one was a fake Jack because when I shattered his shins with my car bumper, none of the loaders really cared. After he died, I grabbed his pocket watch from a pile of saw blades, found out I could throw my car at people by punching it, debated whether or not it was allowed for the challenge, thought that if someone threw a car at me and I fucking died, it would be safe to say they killed me with a car, decided that it was allowed cause funny, hit some info kiosks, did some stealth car shenanigans, and acquired Jack's voice. We now had everything we needed for the bunker raid, and let me tell you, this was an uphill battle. Breaking the ankles on the first constructor went fine, and the baby turrets were only mildly annoying to hit. And yeah, we actually had a pretty sizable lead on all the enemies spawning because they were just really slow. But you know how it goes being in first place. Now this was concerning, because fighting the bunker and doing the entirety of Angel Core all without losing a car already sounded pretty stressful. But having to do it with the barrel technical because the saw blade's negative aura hitting death walls made this extra scary. So I decided to try and find another way up, and I was met with even more jank. Yeah, so dying here and having to retrieve another car makes it so car walls just show up, but only sometimes? Yeah, I don't know, guys. I would either have to win a coin flip or just re-kill the toaster and turrets again to get past these doors, not to mention having to kill all the mobs on the way up as well. I was able to take out the big toaster from afar and managed to line up a jump to get up there safely, but the door still didn't open. This usually means something that the toaster created was still alive out there, so I had to go finish off the rest of its bloodline. Or oil line? Power line? Screw it, let's just cut all their brake lines. Anyway, hunted down every loader in the vicinity and had a little lapse in judgment. Fuck, I forgot about that. God damn it, dude. Why'd I do that? Other than that, I hit one more goofy death spot I drove over 50 other times just fine, before I finally managed to kill all the necessary household appliances to make it to the bunker. So I got here and started taking out the autocannons, which wasn't bad, they weren't too tanky. I was mostly worried about the laser countermeasures you were supposed to jump over. I really hope I don't have to explain why I can't do that. I don't know if it was the high up third person perspective, but I never noticed that the light railings turn red when lasers were coming. I also never noticed they would start on one end and work their way around the ring. Yeah, some pretty trippy stuff, but the lasers didn't do much damage, so that was cool. The bunker showed up, and for the first half of the fight, it was pretty simple. I just held both triggers down and ignored his autocannons because they don't really deal damage. But at the half health mark, I locked in and started playing safe because I knew that the slag cannon could deal some serious damage and possibly slag me. But even that was kind of easy. I don't know why, but the bunker would straight up overshoot and just miss every time. I tested this a bit later and this thing just straight up whiffs consistently. I know this guy wasn't programmed to fight a car, and maybe he's just aiming at my third-person POV or something, I don't know. I just thought it was kind of funny. So after finding that out, the second half of this fight pretty much played out the same as the first half. And it turns out, the slag lasers didn't even do that much damage. Dude, what am I so scared of? I really thought I was gonna be squishy this whole run. Hey guys, Future GASMASK here. So during this run, I was under the impression that my car was matching my level of 80 and I would be decimated by things like Boom's Cannon or Bunker's Slag Laser. But it turns out, cars scale to your OP level, so my health bar was actually able to take some of these hits. I still got the dumb under-level damage debuff from being level 80, so OP10 was still harder than non-OP levels, but hopefully this explains why my car seems to be way more tankier than it should be. Anyway, another scary part of the run was going to be Angel Core. I needed to get through all of it without losing my car, or it will restart from the beginning when I leave. And the worst part about this whole thing? I couldn't even reach the beginning because my car was still too big for this door. I was getting pretty desperate and frustrated, especially since Silence the Voices still managed to kill me in a fucking car-only run. Afraid that this might be the end of the run, I attempted to do the elevator skip speedrun strat with my car, and that went about as well as you could imagine. With no Lakitu bro able to save me from falling off the map, I resorted to my next idea, which was to see if the normal runner would fit. It would suck to lose the damage and extra health, but the runner felt like it healed faster, and that might have been important for Angel Core. But this one also didn't fit. Out of ideas, I planned on resorting to something I really didn't feel good about. The plan was to have my bro Lucas, join the game and go press the travel button while I'm still in the car. That way I could get it into Angel Core. And right as he joined in, a small glimmer of hope showed up. I somehow managed to get my car sideways and it was now halfway through the threshold. Talk about twisted metal, am I right? I was practically prairie dogging this thing, and after a few more good pushes... We're in. Oh my god. The run's alive, baby! No player 2 needed! Get the fuck out of here, Luigi! Now we just need to make sure not to lose our car in Angel Core, and we are home for... Oh my god, did it just vanish into thin air? Oh, thank God it came back after the cutscene. Ooh, that was a close one. All right, so my initial plan for Angel Core was to play it safe. I would press the button to open the door, peek out with my car to deal some damage, and then retreat before the doors closed. But my car had enough prairie dogging for one day.
Well, I'm in it now.
Locked in, I started fighting the loaders the best I could, making sure to knock them down and making sure not to get cornered by them. If an ion loader showed up, I would let them be. That way all the loaders would group up and I could heal on the other side of Angel's bubble. The laser turrets were a bit scary here, not because they dealt damage, but because they can stop me from healing, so these guys were priority 1. And as funny as it would be, I tried my best to not run Roland over, so I could avoid any potential soft locks. I was yet again gripping the wheel tightly, as this was a pretty stressful fight. I could have probably picked up my chair with how hard I clenched when this angelic guard slagged me and almost killed me. And that wasn't the only time I had a close call either. There were a few times I decided that abandoning ship was just the best option to draw fire away from our car. 2 injectors in, and I was looking for anything to calm my nerves and help me finish this fight. But all I got was Lilith.
Howdy, boys.
Ah, why every time, dude? You just got here.
Alright, for real though, the last wave of war and super loaders isn't too bad. Their fire cannons are kinda useless against me, so I managed to take them out and make it through Angel Core first fucking try. Well, the bunker raid went well. Now I just need to use my car to block Jack and save Roland. Oh my god, did it just disappear into thin air?
No.
Oh, never mind, I still have it. Wait, if I still have my car, that means it never disappeared. And Lilith just moved it? Meaning that Lilith helped Jack kill I knew she was a bad guy, I told you guys! Anyway, I couldn't get my car out of Marcus's shop, so I left it there for him. He's gonna be so confused when he finds it. He's gonna walk in there and just be like,
What the?
Marcus Kincaid, you are now the proud new owner of a miniature saw blade technical.
Our next objective was to go to the Hyperion Info Stockade, and usually at this part of the game, the bridge gets raised, causing us to have to go to Sawtooth Cauldron to get some bombs to blow it back down. But as usual, I did not feel like doing all of that.
They said I needed a bridge. I say, just fly.
Well, I had to go to Sawtooth Cauldron anyway because this game didn't expect anybody to break it. Traversing the cave system down here proved to be a bit annoying. I was hoping to drive past all of the unnecessary mobs, but the tight 90-degree turns and numerous stairs made that harder than I anticipated. My stubbornness got the best of me and I decided to keep trying to brute force it, and the cycle of spawn car, kill one ambush commander, lose car started. After 4 laps of that, I actually managed to escape the tunnel and made the drive over to Boombringer, where we blew it up for being a flying heathen. And after that, we gave Mortar the bumper special and prayed that our car would fit in the elevator. Yeah, so my car would just phase through every part of the elevator except the floor. If I would have also phased through the bottom, this run would be dead. So the fact that the game was cursed just enough and in a good way to get me to the top was absolutely crazy to me. I know I always complain about this game being spaghetti coated, but tonight, I think we should all have spaghetti for dinner. What do you guys say? I was on top of the world up here, and I was taking out buzzards with no issue. I felt invincible, and there was nothing that could... Oh, hello, Goliath Blaster. Right at 4 out of 5 buzzards, too. Anyway, we rode back up, killed the last buzzard, secured the bombs, and drove off the buzzard's nest.
Woohoo! Can I park my bicycle here?
After that, we made it to the boneyard, where we did all of our usual valve cranking and pipe bursting, but then we ran into another car wall. If we managed to get our car into the pipe, we're stopped by a car wall. If we managed to ramp up the rocks, we're stopped by a car wall. And if we spend an hour trying to land on this pipe, jank myself over this wall, and boost wheelie jump onto this platform, we are still stopped by a car wall. We brought out the good old meat bicycle and found out that even with scroll boosting, there is just no way we are going to be able to clear this wall. So it looks like the run ends here. Or does it? To progress the story, we need to make it to the Hyperion Info Stockade, infiltrate it, and grab the info. And at no point is there any mandatory combat. And as per the rules, the car is not required here. Yeah, I know guys, it kinda sucks that I can't get a car into the Badlands and fight Saturn, This is a lie. I don't want to fucking do that. But sneaking in might be tough when we don't really blend in and can't fight back at all. But for now, I'm gonna have to say goodbye, Car. Until I see you again. Alright, so sneaking past all of the guards is going to be pretty tough. With enough persistence, we could grenade jump up to the front door and tank enough bullets to make it inside and grab the goods. But grenade jumping as Krieg is tough because the developers made him extra heavy so that he wouldn't get tossed around during melee combat. Which makes me realize, Krieg is canonically heavier than a car? Yeah, that makes sense. After about 30 attempts, we managed to sneak in and get the goods, and with the location of the vault now known, it was time for our final drive towards Jack and the Warrior. So, the run up to this point was going surprisingly well, considering that I could only use cars. But you guys want to see my death counter double? So first off, in order to get to the fight at the claptrap door, we need to do some super jank to get past this car wall. First, we need to boost jump off this part of the map and get enough distance to bypass the death triggers. We would then have to drive towards the claptrap door where we would just... Yeah, bro, I'm not even going to try to figure out how this one works, but anytime we lost a car from here on out, we would have to do that. The claptrap door went well, and right before I made it to Heroes Pass, I realized I forgot to snipe Face McShooty, so I drove a runner up to the bunker's entrance and tried to snipe him. Emphasis on tried, because I just wasn't hitting him at all. I had Luigi come back again to see if the bullets could even reach him, and they weren't even close. But you guys remember when I said I couldn't put the stinky on Face McShooty? Looks like I was wrong.
I'm gonna sing a song. Shoot me at the end of it. Da 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 da. Thank you.
We made it back to the claptrap door and headed towards Heroes Pass. And fun fact, this little platform here, cars just fall right through it. I wish I knew why, and it's kind of scary to know that just at any point in the run, I could have just fallen through any floor, but it was only this one specifically? What? This wasn't a real issue since I could just get enough speed going up the stairs to jump over the gap and press the button before I fell through, so we made it to Heroes Pass. Usually I do a couple of speed run skips to bypass all of the combat in Heroes Pass, but that wasn't an option for this run, so I had to wait for Brick and Mordecai to open the way, which wasn't so bad, especially because Brick would distract the RPG loaders for me, or at least most of the time. Every run through here would also require us to do a wheelie jump over this bridge gap, but with little room to gain speed for the boost and our backboard being made out of trampoline, this jump ended up causing the most deaths out of anything during this run. I would also have to full-on save quit after every death because Brick would turn into a literal brick if I left and re-entered this map, soft locking us. So we made no progress if we lost a car and would have to restart all of the mobbing all over again. Also, the claptrap door was another one of those coin flip doors that would only stop me sometimes. Still not sure what decides this, but oh well. It only takes me 2 minutes to figure out if it's gonna take me another 2 minutes to figure out if it's gonna take me another 2 minutes. The final door I needed to wait for was pretty tough to get by. A lot of loaders were thrown at us here, and the sheer number of them could kill me quick. It wasn't always those guys getting me though. The amount of corrosive and slag guns that the Hyperion guys had was absolutely crazy. It felt like every attempt that I got past the claptrap door, I had to deal with at least one of those elements. The numerous barrels scattered in this map also messed me up a few times, and that dumb guy behind the steering wheel? Don't even get me started with him. And after nearly an hour, I finally managed to get the last door open and had a straight shot towards the vault. Well, on the bright side, I don't have to wait for Brick and Mordecai anymore since they opened both the doors. But on the downside, dark side? Passenger side? I don't even know. All I know is that RPG loaders suck. And with no Brick there to distract them, I was going to have to make this jump while dealing with an RPG loader every single attempt. If he spawned on the lower section, I pretty much just had to hit him directly midair, and if he spawned on the upper section, my only hope was to break his ankles as he rounded this corner. But 90% of the time, he would just shoot me with the rocket launcher, and I would turn into the little psycho from the intro cutscene of this game. After finally making it to the vault, I was ready to fight Jack, fight the warrior, and end the— oh, bro, really? Oh, brother, dude, why is there a car wall here? Cars aren't even supposed to be in this map. Why? Dude, whatever. I guess what are my other options? Great. Yeah, so on top of doing the goofy jump to get into Heroes Pass and hitting this jump without getting blown up, I also have to hit this jump right here. And guess who did it first try? Yeah, not me. Second try though, we got it, and we were able to start our fight with Jack. I was a bit worried here. I couldn't make Jack ragdoll, and the Saw Blade Technical's goofy hurtbox made it so I was touching lava and taking damage even when I wasn't even in it. For this reason, finding cover to heal was a bit scary, but there were some safe spots. After I broke Jack's shield and his shield drone, I ended up breaking his AI, and he just kind of let me have it. Yay! The warrior was only slightly scarier than Jack. As you can see, I wasn't really scared of any fire damage. I was kind of vibing in it, honestly. I was mostly afraid of him launching my car into a death pit or something. But as long as I kept my distance and got the occasional Crystalisk to ragdoll, oh my god, that looks so weird, I would be fine. And I was fine, because 5 minutes later, the warrior entered its deathbed phase, and we finished this run. Which means, yeah, you can beat Borderlands 2. Oh wait, hold on, we still gotta kill Jack, don't we? Actually, yeah, let's do something funny. Let's just boost into him or something. Yeah, I wasn't lying when I said I was gonna double my deaths, because for the next 2 hours, I was trying to get a car back to dying handsome Jack. Oh, but you could just let Lilith kill Jack. No, shut the fuck up. You know we're not doing that. No. So after dying to this jump, RPG loaders, and corrosive weapons 20 more times, and dying to this jump 7 more times, I finally made the jump again and found out that Jack can't even be killed by running him over. So I decided to just kill him with the goofy alternate fire saw blades that deal like 300 damage. So for real this time, yeah, you can beat Borderlands 2 with only cars. Bonus content time, woo! The last thing I wanted to do was thank Ellie for giving us the upgrade needed to beat this run. Without her, we would have been in so much more trouble. We would have been squishy, low damage, and I don't even know if we would have been able to make some of the jumps we needed to. So to show my appreciation, I stole a bunch of Ellie statues from the local bandits and decorated Ellie's garage before doing one last victory lap. Before you go, I just wanted to say thank you so much for sticking around for the full ride. If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Doing all of that helps with the YouTube algorithm, and I love hearing your guys' kind words and ideas for new runs. If you want to support the channel more directly, consider becoming a channel member to get videos a day early, getting yourself something from GamerSupps using my link, or going to GASMASK'S.com to get some merch. I'll leave my Discord and Twitch channel where I stream these runs live in the description. And last but not least, shout out to Mango Soda, who made this video's thumbnail art. They do commissions and will also be linked down below. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. $100,000 subscribers. 100,000 of you guys banded together, and we reached this incredible milestone. First and foremost, I want to say thank you guys for making a dream come true. I love you guys, and I literally couldn't have done it without you. And I'm just kind of at a loss for words. So thank you guys. Thank you. Secondly, though, I just gotta say, I freaking hate you guys. Alright, can you beat Borderlands 2 with only the Wanderlust? I desperately wish I could say, I don't know, maybe, and call it a day, but a promise is a promise. So let's get this over with. As for the rules, this is going to be an Overpower 10 Ultimate Vault Hunter mode playthrough. For the newbies watching, that means all the bad guys have 4 times health, health regen, and they're all 10 levels higher than us. Bar will not be allowed for this run, and the Wanderlust is the only gun I'm allowed to use. Gulp? I know that sounds bad, but here's the bad news. We kinda have to play Gauge for this run. That being said, if you're a Gauge main, don't like sensor beeps, or are sensitive to flashing lights, viewer discretion is advised. Here's a peek at the build. For anyone wondering, Death Trap will only be used for very specific circumstances. I also won't be speccing into any upgrade skills for him, so even if his dumb AI would let him, he won't be able to kill anything at this difficulty. For our other gear, I will be using a basic shield, Vault Hunter relic, low-level slagging grenade, and the legendary Anarchist class mod. With all of that out of the way, let's get started. Right off the bat, I am faced with one of the hardest parts of this run. Mustering up the willpower to click continue. Now, if you aren't familiar with the Wonderlust, first off, I'm jealous. Second, you might be wondering what this thing's gimmick even is. Well, it's a Maliwan E-Tech homing dart, but with 0 accuracy. Yes, that's its gimmick. You heard that right. So if anyone asks, I'll be gaming with this eye for the entire run. It might look like it's accurate right now, but that's because it's so inaccurate that the reticle doesn't even know what's going on. I am fairly certain that my bullets travel through the 4th dimension before reaching my enemy sometimes. And when using this thing, the only way to choose who you want to shoot at is being closest to that specific enemy. But the problem with that is, if the bad guys keep moving, they take turns healing, and you never really get anywhere. Sure, the baby mobs like Mongolets and Brats can be taken out with relative ease, assuming they're alone. But you can say that for any unattended baby. And once you get to the tougher mobs like Bully Rots, you start to realize that the weapon you are holding was never once tested by the game devs. Why is this working? Huh? Can you guys spell today? Can you guys spell? Why is this working? That's the biggest typo I've ever seen. So, our short-term solution to dealing with this Bully Rot was to just stop shooting. It was literally dying faster by just watching it from afar than if we tried to shoot at it, because this thing might as well deal negative damage. The bandits taking up Tutorial Town were a bit easier to kill. 1, because they're squishy and not giant heaps of just pure raw muscle mass. And 2, because I've been passively stacking Anarchy this whole time. If you're unfamiliar with Anarchy, double jealous. You can build up these stacks by damaging or killing enemies, and these stacks give you bonus gun damage, but also start taking away your accuracy. So over time, our damage will slowly increase, and if we can get our stacks high enough, we could take this weapon from unusable trash to barely usable trash. And big emphasis on if, because trying to get second wins with this thing feels like going all in on green on the roulette table. You know it's bad when you die multiple times in Tutorial Town, and you know you're doomed when you have to purposefully die to get more ammo in Tutorial Town. It took us like 20 minutes to kill the 6 bandits guarding the place, and after that we pushed through a few more mobbing sections before our first boss fight. At least I got cover. At least I got cover. I'm so glad they're ignoring the slagged dude. I'm so glad they're ignoring the slagged dude. Anyway, we made it to Boom Boom. Now, if we can barely tickle the health bars on basic mobs, how do you expect the Wonderlust will do against a boss with health regen? A, straight up annihilate them, or B, so little damage that you legitimately cannot see their health bar move. If you chose B, good job. And if you chose A, restart the video until you choose B. So a lot of you guys seen this coming, but if we can't kill Boom Boom, that only means one thing. What? No, editor, no, we're not giving up. What? No, what are you doing? We gotta do something much worse than that. So if you're still unfamiliar with Gauge and you don't know what you're watching, triple jealous. But we are pre-stacking Anarchy using this Hyperion ammo box. The game registers hitting these as hitting enemies for some reason, so if we sit here and shoot the crate for 10 minutes, we can get to 400 Anarchy stacks. Usually you would actually have to hit the crate for this to work, but since I'm spec'd into Shock and Awe, the Novas hit the crate for us on every reload. I also gave myself a stacking Wonderlust and a class mod to speed up the process slightly. I didn't want to go as far as giving myself a stacking shotgun because the time investment here would actually affect my playstyle. I won't be as risky if I know that a death means 10 more minutes of sitting here doing nothing. So, to save your eyes from 10 minutes of normal Gauge gameplay, I'm going to tell you guys about our partner, GASMASK'S. GASMASK'S has been life-changing for me, and that's no exaggeration. I'm saving money, I've lost 25 pounds because I'm not drinking half my calories in the day, and they're just really cool people to be partnered with. I've pretty much dropped conventional energy drinks because they are just so hard to beat with their variety of flavors, caffeine-free options, and them being the only sugar-free drink in the world that doesn't taste like TV static. I've tried so many of their flavors and I've only made a dent in the list. Now, I know what some of you guys are thinking, but GasMask, I'm afraid of women. And that's okay, it'd be like that sometimes, but don't worry, they've got you guys covered too. If you're still unsure, they literally have free samples, so go there right now, get your free samples, and see if you like it. They are also super cool with all of their creator collabs. Queso's Atomic Bombsicle is one of the high tier flavors for me because it's so good, and it gives me the energy to get through the day after accidentally falling asleep to his videos.
This
So if you're looking for a healthier energy option and want to support the channel in the process, head on over to gamersupps.gg/LGM or use the link in the description. And make sure to use code LGM for 10% off your order. Anyway, let's see how the stacking is going. Oh, cool, we're finally done stacking. Now let's get in there and take down Boom Boom. Well, fuck. So, to list everything wrong with this fight, first off, I'm using the Wanderlust. Second, I can't choose my targets efficiently, so if I'm trying to bust Boom out of his turret, I can't focus all my shots into him because they either try to chase Boom or the psychos that spawn after Boom dies. Yes, I managed to kill Boom, but even with the back alley strat and 400 stacks of fucking anarchy, that's a 700% damage boost, by the way. It still took 60 seconds of continuous fire to kill him. And third, even if my shots decided to go after Boom, sometimes they would just straight up start circling him and never actually land. This was concerning because I thought I was going to either have to use copious amounts of unique crutch gear that felt lame for the challenge run, or change characters for this one fight specifically. Creek could theoretically stack up enough fire rate and use Bloodbath to just spam Boom down, but proccing Bloodbath in the first place would be hard considering this gun doesn't deal enough damage to get the first kill reliably. All future one-on-one boss fights would also just be straight up abysmal with Krieg, so I really didn't want to do that. So for the next 5 hours, I tested strategies using more crutch gear and the attempts were still terrible. Now usually I only allow myself a good class mod that complements the run, because slapping a B shield on everything and calling it a challenge just doesn't sit right with me, so I really don't like having to use more unique gear to get through a run. But we had to do what we had to do. At first, I tested using a Slayer of Terramorphous class mod so I can get an extra 200 stacks of Anarchy, along with a Sheriff's Badge relic for more pistol damage and fire rate. Using these two pieces of crutch gear, I managed to break Boom out of his turret after several failures and stacking sessions. And then I thought to myself, you know, maybe I don't need the Sheriff's Badge. And I felt like using one crutch item instead of two would feel less bad. So I did it again, this time with only the Slayer of Terramorphous comm, and it worked. And then I thought to myself, you know, I probably don't need the Slayer of Terramorphous class mod, and felt that using 0 pieces of crutch gear wouldn't only feel less bad, it was just the DT would have dealt, so he was purely there to distract him.
Ice cream man. Hello. Good morning, everybody. Why they gotta put a dramatic horn? Like they know what they did.
Most stories in the Borderlands start bloody. They end bloody too. And really, the bit in the middle isn't too great either. But every once in a while, things aren't so bad. This is the situation our three doofuses found themselves in. After successfully pitching their opposite of a gun on sink or swim, the genius, the rage monster, and the big dumb idiot had the world on a string. Well, for the most part. Anu, the competent one, intended to
Dude, I
collect
still
the
can't believe he
corpse.
said that shit, bro.
But thanks to Susan Caldwell's bounty, Anu might find herself being the corpse she wanted to collect. Don't give me that look. You narrate next time you think you can do so much better.
$400. Ock, can you hear me?
There? Supposed to back an hour ago. Hello? Coming in, Nikki.
You've got to come rescue me. Some lady locked me in a coffin and called Tidior.
Waking up, it sounded like you said you were locked in a coffin and Tidior was on the way?
That's exactly what I said.
Can't be right, though. Never be dumb enough to willingly get into a coffin.
Hello? Hello? Great.
Bruh. What you slurping on? Plum. Stone ocean fruit. The JoJo flavor.
1, 400, 2, 400, 3, 400, 4, 400, 5.
Me counting the subathon days. Leaned up myself right now. Real.
1,999. I can't wait to reach my healing device.
Did we really time skip 5,000 punches and she's just still standing there?
Hey! Your boss lady said you'd be here by now. Those student loans aren't gonna pay themselves. What's the holdup?
So sorry, ma'am. My platoon was diverted by civil unrest. ETA 5 minutes.
Oh, 5 minutes. Come on. Come on. Just one more bench. Still need a body.
Level of deterioration, severe. Like
God damn, bro, what?
Low.
Damn.
I don't care if there's a war going on.
Why'd they make the corpse all cheeked up, ass up like that?
Level of deterioration, none. Likely usefulness in shard experimentation, high, if she were a corpse. A scalpel, useful for transforming people into corpses.
No. I don't want to kill again.
Really? Because the idea is growing on me.
Watch it!
Nothing personal.
Go on.
Just die, you psycho! Now this is it! You psycho bandit trash! Ah! Ha!
5,001!
Mission of the Dead, Continual Battalion 26, reporting.
Oh, crap.
Ma'am, buzz on this!
Sorry, I guess. Wait! No! I'm not! Oh.
I already changed it. Yeah, you might just need a refresh. No, you're good, Fuego.
No peeking? No peeking!
Octavio, is this really necessary? And where is Fran? I have something important to tell you both.
I said no peeking! Voila! Say hello to our new HQ! Do you love it? I bought it from the city's top realtor, Rhonda Fofolia. She's one of the Dirty 30. Her whole reputation is built on being nice and honest. Central location, spacious, great schools.
Is this not
And
just the
there's something
Froyo shop?
homey and familiar about it.
You bought Franz Frogut.
What? No.
Yes! You bought the literal rubble of Franz Frogut, the same location you wanted us to leave.
There's no way. Awesome name that I totally remember, and that name is The Good Guys. Because all we want is to do a little good in the world and get rich in the process.
That's very noble and not stupid at all. You bought a blown-out Frogut shop. The same Frogut shop we fled, and the only difference is a custom plaque?
Not the only difference. This place is full of updates. Come, look around.
Updates such as...
What about these 100% granite countertops?
It's slabs of blown-up granite from Tidio's attack that have been left on the counter.
She said it was shabby chic. Shabby, 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 shabby.
No way we just bought this place. Why did we do the whole sink or
fine.
swim thing?
But, I haven't even told you the best part yet. I didn't need to take out a loan. I was able to pay it full, in cash, up front.
You what?
It took some professional negotiation, but I got her to accept all the money we won from Sink or Swim. Says this building is ours, free and clear.
You idiotic.
What?
This
What?
was ours before it was blown apart from an invasion. You bought it for no reason with all our capital?
These are some high-level business maneuvers. It's above your pay grade. I don't expect you to understand. I get it. You think I agreed to purchase this place right away, but I'm not an idiot, Anu. I knew Fran would want to invest in some security measures, and I knew you'd want some high-tech tools to work with. So, being the amazing negotiator I am, I talked Rhonda into giving us...
Into giving us what? Exactly.
Plasma ball. Very scientific. I'm sure it'll help with the experiments. I haven't seen you make that face since we were kids. You'd always make that face just before you... Let's not go nuts here. If you were me, you'd do the same.
Break it up, you two. I leave you two doofuses alone for 1 second and you're at each other's throats.
You are also in the place where we last saw you. Friend Octavia, have you been duped again?
Yes! He spent all of our capital buying...
She pulled my ear! Hard!
I don't want to hear it. As far as I'm concerned, I'm back home again. And I love these countertops. They used to be your floor. Even if Octavio spent all of our money on my shop, I have made up for it by hiring our support staff on the cheap. And by cheap, I mean nothing. Come along, Fergus! Fergus?
We'll see you later, Fuego. Have a good one.
Free labor. Free labor. Free.
I'm not even
labor.
pressing anything.
Free labor. Free labor. Strangely arousing.
Uh-huh. I mean,
A rather fascinating human. The dancing. The free labor. He lives in a perpetual flow state, coexisting with instinct and agency. He completely bypasses the contradiction of programming. His oscillating hips are fascinating and, somehow, life-affirming.
yeah, he contradicts my programming.
When I reflexively murdered that security guard, I found myself in a consciousness paradox. But you have solved it. I shall learn from you. You are my guru. Free labor. Free labor.
I thought I was your guru.
What an astonishingly inaccurate assessment.
Him! A guru, him! Sure, he's a great dancer with chiseled abs and a butt that refuses to quit. But I'm not sure he's the right fit for a startup business. Does he have any usable experience? No offense, of course. He's working for college credit. So by taking him on, we are fulfilling his dream.
Free labor.
Come on, don't tell me you're gonna say no to that face. For legal reasons, I'm gonna say no. Who died and made you queen of HR?
The following HR professionals had their contracts fulfilled, by which I mean lives terminated in the past hour. Sophia Poppy, Eleonora Copsa, Harriet Lilly, Jade Dukesha.
That's not what she meant. Fergus sought me out for his college's
That corpse had more
work-study-intensive
ass.
program.
Free labor.
He's majoring in libidinous business management and minoring in hot throbbing. Fran! You do know you're not trapped, right? You can leave at
Right,
any
RXT.
time. Give 1 thrust for yes, 2 for no.
Free.
And you want to work for your college course unpaid?
Labor.
That's it. I give up. Welcome aboard. Yes! I hope you enjoy your time at the Good Guys. Whoopee! Fergus, whip us up some froyo daiquiris. Extra space rum.
Free labor. Free labor.
What is going on, bro?
I never get tired of that tush. Oh yeah. Shake it. Seems like I'm the only one who's actually made an effort. Do either of you have any idea what I went through to bring you the nothing at all?
Weren't you supposed to get, like, supplies?
A corpse.
Oh, wow. Are we pivoting to the corpse business?
Either way, I don't see a corpse, which means you screwed up just as badly as us.
Worse. We actually came back with something.
You're right. I screwed up.
Free
I had to
labor.
bring a dead body for organic testing material, and I failed. I failed you, I failed the company, and most of all, I failed myself. If there's anything I could do to make it up to you, let me know. Well, I guess you could wax my hover chair.
And make me tacos for the rest of the month?
I could do with an oil change.
Oh, never mind. Like my current mental state. Fragile. Now, the point is, none of us accomplished anything. Is that right?
Not entirely. I will at least manage to evade the TDR patrols currently searching for her. Right before she and Octavia ran past several dozen security cameras on their way here.
Wait, what now?
TDR was there? The person running the morgue tried to collect on my bounty. Baby girl's first bounty. Aww. Guys, focus! If the security cams got us, we were followed.
Yes, almost certainly.
Maybe you were followed, but I wasn't.
We were going to the same place.
There's no way.
Hello, ding dong!
My first time chatting, this shit is so ass. I hope you're talking about the game and not me, but hello, Goofy Goober. How'd these guys get in?
Dr. Anuda Hada. Your bounty is misspelled. I won't murder you.
If you pull that trigger, things are gonna get bad.
I do not respond well to threats.
Not a threat, you tin can chihuahua. A promise.
I'm even worse.
This is giving Chihuahua energy.
Oh my god!
No!
Congratulations! You killed my commander and I killed your doctor. We are now even, Stephen.
Oh, I'll show you even!
Frank! I got this! Don't move!
I'm skipping this, pal. I'm not doing... I'll do the minigame. Wow, are the minigames actually hard now? Wow, they're actually hard now. I'm fucking terrible. I have to use the bathroom, but I'm gonna come back and talk about what Why did 4 Tedior soldiers all only start shooting when...
Science for the win!
Joke's on you! I didn't like those guys anyway! I had a mission, and I completed it! Meanwhile, your friend is still dead! Later, losers!
I'm here for you, big guy. I'm here. I was really starting to like her.
That's it? You're just gonna let me go like that?
Do I want to break you in half with my bare hands? Absolutely! But that would be a violent, spiteful act of revenge, and she wouldn't want that. So yeah, I'm letting your metal ass go. But not for you. For her.
Stupid Chihuahua gun, bro.
We let you down. You didn't even get to try your device on a dead.
What if Anu is the dead body?
Correct. Anu's body is dead. It can be hard to accept such tragedies.
OP, bro.
Come on.
They got the res.
Please.
Time out. Atlas CEO Reese Strongfork getting mad about Anu making a healing gun. As I thought. He already made the res. This is literally a gun in Borderlands 3. Heals an ally or revives them when they're in fight for your life. Whatever, bro. Continuity issue, bro. I only watched your videos before and I love them. This is my first time here and I'm really enjoying it. Well, I'm glad, Goofy Goobers. I'm sorry, I just woke up so my energy might not be as high, but I gotta get through this fucking game. Oh, that reminds me, I gotta put the... There we go.
How are you feeling, sis? You were totally dead there for a minute. Really?
What was that
scary
combat
minute.
scene?
Yeah. Are you okay?
She freezes one. The other 3 guys shoot at the ice statue instead of like hitting like a siege lean and just blasting her.
Whoa, you were
And then
totally
like
dead
she
there less than a
slowly
minute ago. Maybe
pushes
you
the
should
ice
take it
block
easy.
at the guy and he's just like,
No, I'm fine.
what?
Not fine at all. It's weird.
Anu? Your eyes are glowing.
I feel
Wronged. Is this normality?
Nothing about this is normal. Anu, say something. Are you okay?
In peril.
Well, I sure as hell can fix that. Give me that piece of shit. For whatever reason, whenever Anu gets a hit of this shard's healing juice, she goes all funny. I don't know why, but I also don't care. It's been nothing but trouble since we got it. Ah!
No! You seem to have changed the shard's energy signature, Francine. You will only cause us
harm. Anu? That you, girl?
We must be made whole.
That's a big no.
Hold up. I know what to do. Snap. Out. of it. Snap out of it. Okay, I'm out of ideas. What do we do?
I'm new to alien possession too. What would Anu do?
Probably befriended.
Ah, worth a shot, I guess. And if not, I have something else we can try.
Hey. Hi. Octavio here. I don't know what you're doing to my sister, but you need to let her go. Now? Please? Just leave her alone, okay? She's no good to you if you hurt her.
Your half for the promise. We are made whole.
I promise. Anu! First you were dead, and then you were super possessed.
This has been a real roller coaster. I didn't even get a chance to give you mouth to mouth. Unless, of course, you want some now. I mean, would it help?
I am fine. Really. I'm sorry.
Also, hello, hi.
I'm sorry my intern is so sexy. And I'm sorry I got trapped by a crazy kind-looking morgue attendant and had to go straight to our door.
I'm sorry I cannot identify with any of these extreme emotions.
Free labor.
Free labor. Free labor indeed.
Listen, I'm great at running a dessert-based business that I have inherited, but let me get real with you both for a minute. Starting a technology business? It's hard. So hard. And we're bad at this, like really bad.
Really bad.
We made so many rookie mistakes.
So many.
We're violating all kinds of health codes.
How's that?
Dead bodies, dairy, not kosher.
Okay, maybe Fran's right. Fran's definitely right. You know what they say, though? The first step to being bad at business is admitting you're good at business.
That doesn't make any sense.
It does when you think about it.
No, it still doesn't make any sense.
Look, we're all beginners at this, right? Maybe we need to get some help from a veteran.
Someone seasoned, successful, and already on our side.
Strong Fork.
The angel investor.
Oh, that's a great idea. Get her on your phony decks.
Already am, and it's an Echo Dex Pahone. And don't tell me what to do.
Whatever, give me the phone thingy.
Howdy.
You got Fran here?
You can just talk normally.
Fran of Fran's Frogurt, as I live and breathe. Heard one of them chatty TD guns broke into your homestead and put a hole straight through Arno's bread box.
Are we revealing our device brought me back from the dead?
She did invest in us. We should respect our shareholders.
If word gets out,
it goes our way. It's called controlling the narrative.
Alive, not alive. Chicken and waffles. I mean, what does it even mean to live these days?
Preach. I mean, are any of us actually alive?
I am not.
I'm confused. Does Anu have a pulse?
yes, I do. It's 74 BPM.
Oh, whew. Color me relieved, y'all. But still, I know them TDR scoundrels like the back of my horse's head. They're gonna just keep trying to kill you until, well, they kill you.
That's why we're calling you on the Echo Doodle Doo.
Echo Dex.
We were wondering if you could help get our business on its feet.
Maybe protect us from Tidor and other bounty hunters while we're at it.
Housing your enterprise is a big expense, but I didn't just invest in that Healy beam of yours. I invested in y'all. And if there's one thing I do, it's protect my investments.
Did you hear that? We're investments!
That's great to hear. I think I speak for all of us when I say we very much want to stay alive.
And we're grateful for your help. From one business tycoon to another.
I'll put y'all up in my private hacienda. It's safe there. You can continue your research, hang in the hot tub, enjoy a shiatsu massage from Abdul.
Research!
Hot tub!
Abdul.
I'm sending a car now. See y'all in a jiffy?
High five time?
High five time!
Ah! This is awful, bro.
And speaking of investments, we need you to stay here and do whatever you can to clean this place up.
Free labor. They do that sometimes. You'll get used to it.
Welcome to my hacienda. Mi hacienda es su hacienda, okay? Make yourselves at home.
Is the hacienda you?
Oh, no! You'll have to forgive me. I know it's rude not to give you a big old warm welcome face-to-face, but you got here just in time for a real special hootenanny what's happening this very night. I'm hosting a bit of a fete or partido, if you will, and you are, of course, all invited.
A party? With people?
A party, eh? What are you celebrating?
Well, holy the fact that 3 people have invented a technology that will change the whole gosh darn world forever and ever and ever. I think that's worth a little celebrating, don't you?
Yes. Thank you for, believing in our vision. I mean, the party is cool too. A very, very...
Why does he sound so goofy? You'll see.
Idea-inducing. I love people! And being the center of attention and...
What my sister means to say is that we look forward to raging with you.
There's nothing happened in the last few acts. This whole episode is going to be confusing. I guarantee it, Caliber.
To meeting y'all in person when it kicks off. Until then, I went and took the liberty to arrange some pleasant diversions for each of you that I hope you will find to your liking. I'll leave you in the hands of my capable assistant.
What about Louis? You have something special for him to do?
Yeah, what about Louis? He's part of our team. What? He's grown on me.
I have not. I remain unattached from your person.
See? Charming.
I would never overlook such a fine piece of machinery. L0U13, you'll find an outlet on the wall. It's quite special. It will plug you into an AI-only server where you can, how to put this, exchange data with other consenting intelligences. I'm talking multiple data packets.
I do enjoy the exchange of data.
Cool, bud. You enjoy that.
Oh, my.
Let's go, Gray.
That's very good.
Mr. Wallace Dar, please follow me. Miss Miskowitz and Dr. Dar, I will be with you momentarily.
This part of the game's so fucking crazy, chat. You are not ready.
Octavio!
You're...
Bivington Bradwick.
No way.
Yes way.
No way! Bivington Bradwick.
Yeah, Yes, it's really me.
From Forge's super successful Dirty 30?
Yes, well done, Octavio. But, you know, I'm not the only person here associated with that vaunted list. You are too. That's right, you are one of Forge's super successful Dirty 30. How does it feel?
That photo! It makes me look like an ugly, gawky baby. I mean, look at me, for real. In real life, I'm a fit, strapping young man about time, you know what I'm saying? Look at this. Come on. Honestly.
I'll speak to the photographer.
Convoluted shit about to happen, chat. You are not ready.
Right. I almost forgot. This is for you. It grants you access to the Dirty 30 VIP room. Dirty 30 members only.
So, where is the old angel investor? Would love to party with her in chat, you know? One business titan to another.
Oh, the angel investor isn't here. She unwinds in more private circles.
More private than this?
Relax. Okay, can I offer you an overpriced drink? You seem like a man of taste. Maybe something from the Booze Luge. Only select members from the
Tacos
VIP section can partake from the Booze Luge.
I'd never say no to a taco.
You want tacos? Like some sort of non-VIP plebeian? Okay. I mean, why not? You're the man of the hour after all. We'll have a taco luge. Just this once. What's wrong? Does he need something? More hot sauce. Guys, I think he wants more hot sauce.
Dude, I look away for a second.
See? This is why taco luges
Did I
aren't a
really just
thing.
die?
Let's keep this rager going!
That's
Really
the
just
end.
died.
Thanks for playing. I mean, listening. Why did I say playing?
Yo, I beat the game. No way it's this far back.
Oh, right. I almost forgot. This is for you. It grants you access to the Dirty 30 VIP room. Dirty 30 members only.
What's a DXVK? Like a mod that helps BL2 not crash from like slide particles and memory leaks. Makes it run better.
Oh, the angel investor isn't here. She unwinds in more private circles.
I don't want to watch the taco luge again, bro.
Relax. Okay, can I offer you an overpriced drink? You seem like a man of...
Come on, bro, go!
Only select members from the VIP section can partake from the Booze Luge.
I'd never say no to a taco.
You want tacos? Like some sort of non-VIP plebeian? Okay. I mean, why not? You're the man of the hour after all.
Chat, I don't want to look at him choke on the taco again. I don't want to see him like deep throat the tacos again. This is awful. Alyssa, watch this shit, bro.
What's wrong? Does he need something? More hot sauce. Guys, I think he wants more hot sauce.
If any other situation, somebody would have been like, damn, I hope that's me tonight. So.
I'm a not joking VIP.
Wait, the only reason they're not into that, why?
Yes,
Oh.
Bivington, this is amazing. I gotta go find Anu and Fran so they can try the booze luge.
Octavio, my new best friend. Can I be real with you for a minute?
Always.
Yeah.
Bivington Bradley. Always.
These diversions. Anu and Fran are being well taken care of, I assure you. So sit back, relax.
I mean, yeah, same. Some of the things I'm just like, what is happening? Why are people not getting shot?
You're sure they're having a good time too?
Absolutely positive.
I don't think all of the characters are terrible, but I do think a lot of the jokes were forced, and I think if they like tried to be less funny, they would be more funny.
Yeah.
The characters are good, and I do like it. I think Timmy's funny.
Dr. Dar, at last! It's so great to meet you. Come on in, please. I've been dying to show you the space.
Huh?
Say hello to your new home away from home. Please, after you. State-of-the-art facilities, unlimited resources.
Huh?
A dedicated multidisciplinary team working under you. No oversight and no deadlines. Not to be just like super on the nose about it, but frankly, this is any scientist's dream come true.
When you say I would have a team,
You would be the only head of the only department in this little think tank. This is your show, Doctor.
seriously, this is perfect. It's like you picked this lab right out from one of my dreams. But I couldn't possibly take this lab. I have my own company and a project I'm working on, and Octavio and Fran need me, and...
Okay.
Let me
I
smash
understand.
that evil.
It's a real shame, though, because we have some problems, which, if you solved them, would change all of science. Probably even the world. Forever.
Like, the type of problem where they'd name an equation after me?
Equations? More like planets. But that's okay. You are a busy woman with things to do.
I suppose I have a few minutes. I could take a quick peek.
Wow, this seems too good to be true.
Can you tell me what this is?
Congripulizer.
Congripulizer is meant to do...
Of course. You're gonna love this. We based it on the research in your dissertation. So good, by the way. So basically, the congripulizer accelerates structures at chill temperatures of 218 degrees below Kelvin, which facilitate an electromagnetic pulse in a complete vacuum, thereby ionizing the space into a quantum field that raises the temperature half a degree before lowering it again, allowing iridium waves to vibrate in a delta pattern.
But it's...
Not working.
Right, and my dissertation?
Posited numerous theories, but no solutions. We thought we'd cracked it, but it's...
not working.
Nothing a genius like you can't fix, I'm sure.
Is this a scam? I swear to God, if I open a closet and that T or soldier dude just
shows up.
Science!
Fancy machine, not functional.
Yeah, I know, but why?
Scanning. No idea.
Oh, maybe I can review the work they've done on it so far.
I'm ready for a loot dude to just jump out of one of these.
I could take you. Should I take you? I want to take you. I can't take you. But someone else could take you? It'd be wrong to take you. I'm gonna take you. I took you.
Foxy.
Put the stinky on him.
Jacob's snipers.
Focus.
You got the gearbox sniper, you got the elephant gun, you got the buffalo, you got the trespasser, you got the cobra. You got the Skullmasher, you got the Amigo Sincero, you got the Godfinger, you got the Hawkeye, and you got the Hot Mama. And you got Calipine, Muck-a-Muck, Diube. And then what's the Jacob's Barrel one? I forget.
It's an honor watching you work.
I love a well-educated cylinder. Get it? Because it's a graduated cylinder? Oh, good one, Honor.
The game added their own laugh track to that one. That's crazy.
Let's scan this setup and see what else we can see, shall we?
I'm forgetting the last non-unique Jacob sniper. Am I supposed to scan this now?
I've identified the issue, but I can see how you missed it. This fluid is not pH balanced for the reaction you're attempting to achieve. It just needs a little more base. I said it needs a little more base. No? Nothing? Okay then.
No, I did not melt. I said that one.
Where do they keep their alkalis?
Very good feeling about this.
According to these readings, you are full to constantly growing. Fantastic! Nervous, Pierre? Me too. Sometimes, all it takes is a little soothing music.
Is there a boombox nearby?
What's this then?
It's a code we've found. We're positive it has something to do with iridium energy conversion, but we haven't been able to crack.
The no movies thing is editing the ini file, right? No, you could just go into Steam, right click the game, hit properties, and then there's like a thing where you just do dash no movies.
There's no cipher for this code in the database. If I had more text to work with, I'm positive I could crack the code and translate it.
Trust the process. Trust science.
Did that say Tedior ammo crate? Wow. Dude, where am I supposed to go?
Such focus. Such dedication.
What? Hello? Hello? I wish I had some FOV. Oh.
Perhaps some soothing music would help the jabber to relax and fall into a flow state. And by flow state, I mean pee. Maybe he could pee.
The floor in the small room has Tedior on it.
No 5 beats that you could.
I
dip a
wonder
leaf to.
why.
There really is a station for everything these days.
Be in his cup.
There you go. Some nice, relaxing music. Oh no. Still feeling shy? Thank you.
No, that definitely said Tedior in there, Lay Monkey. It said something before it, though.
See? This is what I've been saying all along. Nature provides us the solution to so many problems. No one blinks twice at the idea of shooting someone, but ask them to handle
No,
the
that's for BL2, I think they're talking about V8. I could be wrong.
Look at what science can achieve. Now, what did you need this for again?
It's for hair growth. Try some.
I'll pass. Thank you. No.
Fix the congripulizer. Okay. Let me fix it. How do I fix it? No, that says, Yeah, that says TDR, or maybe... Oh no, it says maintenance, but that is the TDR font.
It's an honor watching you work.
It looked like TDR for a second. Do I gotta scan their screens or something? Hello?
Such focus, such dedication.
Secrets of science kept secret, eh? It's written in the same code that's on the whiteboard. Surely there's enough text here to crack code if I use my tip always to analyze.
No, Jabber P is base.
Cipher unlocked. Now that I have the code, I can translate the code. Yes! Plus 1 point for Anu's genius.
You cracked the code. We've been stumped on that one for weeks. What does the message say?
Don't cross the streams.
Don't cross the streams. That seems like pretty life-altering advice.
Oh, I've identified the issue. You've crossed the streams. If we uncross them, should be all working now.
What have I missed story-wise?
Oh, so close.
We're at the angel investor's house.
When you've exhausted all other options, sometimes it's best to just get physical. Yep. Ta-da! One working kombuchalizer.
You've done it! We've been struggling with these problems for weeks on end, and you solved them. All of them. In one day. That's... wow. That is... wow.
Well, sometimes you just need a fresh pair of eyes. One question.
New mouse here, let's
I
go.
understand
What
the
one did you
connection
get?
Between the code and the congripulizer, but how does the jabber urine factor in?
Oh, it didn't.
Okay, alright.
3 cheers for Dr. Dar! Hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray!
Hope y'all like Frogurt.
Fran.
Rita?
in the flesh. Your sister put a price on my head last I saw her. You here to collect? Francine the Bandit Queen, right? Greed always was a bit too dramatic. I'd like to think I'm a bit more So you aren't here to kill me? Wouldn't dream of it, no. Your reputation for ice-cold murder makes you strong leadership material. And that's exactly what we're looking for in a new CEO of the Franz Frogert franchise. You want to turn my Frogert shop into a franchise? Yes. The company I represent is willing to invest several $1 trillion to convert what was once your humble little shop into a galaxy-wide empire.
What's with
And
the laughing
cherry on
tracks?
top,
I put an
a
hour,
$5 billion
a long video
signing
called
bonus.
1 hour, occasionally or randomly interrupted by
$1 billion?
sitcom laughing tracks to get me through this video or through this game.
Go ahead.
Make it more
Take
funny.
It for a spin. Make yourself a cup of Frogert. We paid careful attention to your signature flavor profiles. You're gonna love it. See for yourself. Okay, let's see how you did with my chocolate dill pickle. This is no time to get existential. Pour that yogurt. Oh, I better collect all the dough in this place. I am Fran of Franz Frogers after all. Make it rain! Hey now. Oh,
Mordecki!
better than cash. Look at your face. It's everywhere. Ooh, corporate fat cats keep their loot in places like this.
Salutations.
Trial of Bulklanders. Ah, crap. Okay, Tiny, let's go.
You play this game and you see a container that could fit a Tedior soldier in it, don't open it.
I am not tiny. Unless you're referring to my genitals, which I lost in a buzzsaw accident.
Don't care. Let's go.
Select your Bulklander.
When did I get Salvador?
Salvador versus Brick Bulklanders. Fight! Ho ho! Ha! Get the critical! Toasty! Critical! Mommy, I'm scared! Ooh. Wow! Ooh! Super Bowl combo! Land, rip the finish him! You won!
Wow. I'm new to this. Either I'm really good, or you suck.
Both. Wait. Oh.
Good boy. Dude in a trunk with no junk.
You guys like this? This nice and peaceful?
I hate these newfangled.
It's Foopy.
Do you need a foop in hand?
No.
Foops! Your Frogurt machine requires routine maintenance. Foop on over to the back room. Foop, foop.
Your dreams fulfilled or crushed?
For crying out loud! Is everything broken here?
The only thing broken is you!
What?
What? The maintenance store only foops to foopers with pure hearts. Even the tiniest fooplet knows that
What are you doing with all them butterflies? You gotta dodge them or something? Why do you look like you're trying to dodge them?
I do not use that mode anymore.
Looks like someone is repressing a traumatic memory. Would
Oh,
you
that
like
one
a
just
foop
glowed.
in
You see him?
No!
That's a foopin' shame. You know
No,
I'm
the one
bossy.
like right above to the left. Pay attention to that one you're looking at. Yeah, pay attention
I
to
can
him.
share.
You'll see it.
You want me to share something personal? Something personal. Something personal. I never got to Pork Finnegan. The way he feeds people to sharks.
What?
So
He was glowing all gold.
You're avoiding your true feelings. That foop's my foopin' foop.
Wait, hold on. I can do it.
You can't just foop
Is the laugh track from the game? No. It's a video I'm playing in the background.
Gently foop it from your mind.
I'd like to foop you from my mind.
Why don't you do some chores around your store? This place could use fooping up, and the activity is sure to give your memory a foop in the pants.
It's gonna make me clean the fucking store, bro?
Aw, jeez, you can't sling Frogurt like that.
Like what?
You look like foop. Total foop. A thick, steaming pile of foop.
All right. I'll freshen up.
Foop-tastic. Please foop your foop.
No, not a chance.
Nice try. It's hot glued to your skull. Foop. Foopy foopty wow! I'm feeling a foopin' feeling coming any minute now. Foop.
Woo! Can't hurt to liven this place up with some tunes.
Please foop a selection.
That's not what I fooped. That's not what I fooped!
Foopy foopty doo! That foopin' feeling is fooping out of you! Keep it up!
How did you even get this picture? Wash my hands, huh? Thanks, Mother. Yeah, one of those fancy schmancy Zen fountains. Namaste.
Washing the hands with gloves on is diabolical.
I don't know how you're doing this, but something's coming out.
Washing your hands? What? Oop.
All right. I'm ready to share.
Whoopee! I'm all poops.
We were on a trip for field day. A holiday where kids gather to go look at a field. I saw a group of bullies going to town on a poor, defenseless spider ant. And if there's one thing I hate, it's bullies.
What did you do?
What I always did. I got mad. Only this time, I wasn't just mad. This time, I was so angry, I activated my hover chair's mecha mode. In hindsight, it was a smidge of an overreaction. But once I had those bullies in my sight, the rage, it carried me inexorably towards a conclusion I didn't yet know to dread. Caught up in my anger, I launched my... It was a strong weapon, and I'm gonna tell you what it is. A mecha rocket freeze punch!
Ooh, me! Did they survive?
No, not at all. Neither did that poor spider ant. In fact, it sort of set off what I'd later call my big murder whoopsie. I hit those suckers so hard, they're flying through the air, already dead, and they hit a nearby sitting tank of field gas.
What's field gas?
Gas for the field. The better question is, what was it doing sitting there full that afternoon when the field should have been gassed up already? Anyways, these guys hit the tank, and it's a small explosion. More people died, and they weren't even bullies. I couldn't believe it. And that's when I saw the answer. It was so obvious, right in front of my face, surrounded by other possible options. The water tower! But instead of putting out the fire like it was supposed to do, it just made things worse.
Water spreads fire when the original source is oil. Field gas being oil.
I know that now! The buildings and train station and passing train around the field all went up. More lives lost. I was just trying to help. I would call this my somewhat bigger murder whoopsie. First the bullies, then the field gas explosion. Now I'd been betrayed by water? There was just so much destruction, so much death. I was trapped in a cyclone of emotions, but what I felt most was frustrated. Anyway, that's how I learned at a young age a painful truth. I am a monster. My inability to control my anger resulted in unimaginable destruction and death. I vowed then and there never to
Real
use
RXP.
mecha mode again, but of course that vow wasn't enough to save me from the worst punishment Promethea can lay on a person: compulsory anger management.
Ooh. Now that's a foopin' feeling! That's the key to Fran's family-friendly feeling foopin' frogurt! You've shared
You guys ready to figure out where Frogurt comes from? Somebody clip it, put that in the Discord, bro.
Milking pump malfunction. Milking pump malfunction.
No!
Milking pump malfunction.
What have they done to you?
Restart milk pump. All milk provider will be terminated.
I gotta milk you with that machine.
Remember to foop it with a smile. The milk is too hot. Foop down the temperature. Foop it down.
So many knickknacks. Touch everything.
I just pulled money out of the toilet.
Milk harvest at suitable temperature. Franz Frogurt is ready to serve.
Why they done milk the spider?
Corporate sanitized, franchised Franz Frogurt all across the land. Wonderful.
Who wants some froyo?
The unholy evils that dwell in this Frogurt.
What are you fooping for? Try it.
It's delicious.
Right? So, are you in or are you out?
This is a trap,
Take your
right?
time. About 10 seconds worth of it.
This was a trap.
To emotionally devastate you, yes! And it worked! So does my freeze ray. Two full folios frozen. If I could find my punch card, the next one should be free.
What was the point of all that?
So, the good guys.
What's worse, the game or the movie?
Is that all
This.
your idea? Whatever you say will be immortalized in your super successful Dirty 30 profile.
It's somehow just nerdy sister and an angry woman in a hover chair.
Co-founders.
Co-founders? That's a strong word. But yeah, they're co-founders. Hey, yo! This song is my jam!
This party's a little dead.
Totally dead.
Why don't you go to the VIP section? Here?
I have no idea, Exodus, bro.
Guess the more successful you are, the weirder stuff you're into.
No, Octavio, here in the VVIP section, you find refined recreations for the discerning entrepreneur. Care to stick your face in the belcher?
They put loot bunnies in the game, bro.
An elite courtesy from the angel investor. Only 11 people in the world have enjoyed mouth gas from the voucher.
I'm not that into drugs. Especially from amphibians I don't recognize.
Amphibians?
And all this time I thought you were cool. I mean, you are cool, aren't you, Octavio? I don't know if the angel investor would date.
I don't have to prove I'm cool.
Isn't cool.
Biv. Bibbity Bipster. I'm so cool that I'm above peer pressure. Why? Because I have no peers. My coolness is without equal. That's
Tell 'em.
how cool I am.
Tell him.
That's astronomically cool. Oh.
Sheesh.
I still wish Anu and Fran were here to see how cool I am.
Everyone is wearing masks. Are you sure they aren't here already?
Good point. Anu, Fran, come try the Belcher. It's for VVIPs.
If I try it, I'm gonna be mad because I literally said no.
You did it. You actually did it. Full stabilization readings, a perfect fusion reaction.
Did someone post that Froyo clip in the Discord, please?
And the best part is, you did it without using the potassium-magnesium channels. Absolutely brilliant. You truly have a
It's there,
mind
cool.
unlike any other. Simply put, you've changed science forever.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Dar, this is your discovery, your hard work. Would you like to do the honors and activate the congripulizer for its first trial run?
It would be my honor.
She's heading to the observation room.
This kind of looks like a cage.
She's in the observation room.
I believe there's been a mistake. This is actually a cage.
I'm so sorry. We'll get right on that.
You're not doing anything. You put me in a cage.
Amazing! Dr. Dar figured it out. Okay, I think we're done here. Dr. Dar, thank you for your invaluable contributions.
Where are you taking me? Huh? You bully! You're all bullies!
What was this convoluted trap? You could have just lured everyone into like a mine and just blown them all up.
Applauding! It's patronizing!
You didn't have to do this weird like...
Woo! This party is hot. I should take my shirt off.
Or we could go to the VVVIP room.
The VVVIP room? Yes!
Welcome to the VVVIP Elite Gold Status Lounge.
This isn't a VVVIP Elite Gold Status Lounge. This is a cage!
And exclusive cage.
No! A cage! You tricked me!
Don't think of it as tricked. In the business world, well, we also call it tricked.
Is this because I didn't do the Belcher?
It certainly didn't help your case. But no, you were always going to end up here, Octavio.
Let me out! Let me out! Anyone? Please help me! He tricked me! I'm a super successful Dirty 30!
Ock? Anu?
Oh, yes. Right there. Put your data right there.
Miss me?
Not really. How did you follow me here?
Inconsequential. I'm here now. It doesn't matter that you and your friends humiliated me in a sewer. It doesn't matter that I was fired for playing Faultlander. If you have any hope of freeing your little friend, you must first defeat me.
I'd prefer not to.
Luckily, I didn't ask. Now, battle!
Cause god damn it anyway. Come here.
Select your role. Brick versus Mo. Faultlanders. Fight! Whoa! Ow! Ooh! Ooh! This is gonna hurt! Ooh! Ho-ho!
I was hoping the brick thing would do more damage when I miss a dodge, but it deals like nothing.
I'm scared!
This guy sucks.
That Super Bowl combo! Land rip it! Critical hit! Hoo-hoo! Hoo! Ooh! Toasty! Super Bowl combo! This is gonna hurt! Ooh! Ooh! Now critical hit! Critical hit! Better luck next time! KO! You won!
I won. Wait. I won! Who's the best Vaultlander competitor in the galaxy for any years? Eat it, you TDO trash!
Can't have won. I was depending on this. I needed that W.
Between you and me, pal, maybe it's time you got a new hobby. Maybe a
Damn.
new job with an employer that values you? Just food for thought, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe. Thanks. Maybe I'll, catch you later?
I hope not. Louis, wake up! I gotta yuck your yum. I apologize in advance.
Why did you do that? I was happy. A smorgasbord of sensations. It was true bliss.
I think our children have got themselves into trouble. We better go find them.
Our children? In this metaphor, would I be the daddy? Ah, you are the daddy.
I am the daddy, yes.
What happened while I was diverted?
Oh, I relived my suppressed life-defining trauma, and then witnessed my own personal evil and all of its ugliness and terror. Oh, and I also milked a spider ant. To make yogurt.
From your tone, I surmise this is not how yogurt is typically made.
Look, the people here are bad. Very bad. We gotta go find our two dum-dums before they get themselves killed. Come on.
Hey! What's up?
Octavio, you too. We've got to get out of here. We've got to think of something. Some way to break out.
This is all
Yo.
part of my plan. In a few moments, I'm springing
Promotion.
my
Thank you for the Prime sub. Holy moly.
I said it's
Louis just wants to goon.
But that's to be expected. I made Forge's super successful dirty thing.
Oh my god. Don't you get it? You didn't make that stupid list. It's just one more scam you fell
Anyway,
for
thank you
because
for the
reality won't enter your thick skull. That's why you're
sub. You're in your prime, homie.
You never think things through, Octavio.
Oh, gosh, I'm so sorry. I must have mistaken you for someone who also got trapped in a cage.
Listen,
There you idiots are. I leave you alone for 10 minutes, and you both get caught by TDR?
You don't have to freeze. You're not a threat. You two, drop your weapons! Loud and fast-like! I mean, soft and slow-like! You always mess that up. Not now. Please, don't undermine me in front of the targets.
Hey, I'm a threat. I may be stuck here, but not for long. Give me a minute.
My entire body is a weapon.
Then drop it!
As you wish.
Oi! Is that a weapon?
No.
Drop it anyway! Drop it!
Why didn't she just kill us, bro? It's so convoluted. Why do we have to go through all that, like...
Fran! That was exactly as easy as I expected it to be.
Whatever.
Aw, cute.
Doesn't make a difference. You get over here and I'll put my fist through your...
The company that made your chair, I acquired it ages ago. And I can control it, well, any way I please.
And you can make the chair do fart noises.
Hey, you want to talk to the guy in charge? I'm right here.
Here's how it is. Do as I say, or you, and obviously they, die. Now, the device, please.
Make all the threats you want. You'll never...
You have a gun. I have a gun. Now, device on the ground. Hands up.
You motherfucker!
I'll also be taking your Echo Decks.
Never! What's next? You gonna break Louis?
Why would you even say that?
No need. I think your robot friend will discover he left that little melding of the minds with some dirty data packets.
Now that you mention it, some of the data I just exchanged was unscrupulous. It was all unprotected. They even used my back port. Oh no. Oh no, I'm riddled with STDs. Software transmitted diseases. I need a moment to run diagnostics and swap my system. Really swap my system.
Louis! This is your plan? Lock us in cages and hurt our feelings and give us diseases and steal our invention and what? Mass produce it? That's not gonna work. We own the patent.
Okay.
You can laugh, but our investor isn't going to be too happy about this. The mystery caller who jumped in to bail us out of sink or swim has our backs. We may not know who they are exactly, but they're somewhere around here. And anyone that could just drop a few billion on us out of the blue, quite obviously, has a lot of resources and should not be crossed. And I'm just now realizing it's you. You're the angel investor.
And there it is.
Well, golly. Sure would be nuts if I just bought myself a rich-to-hit translator and funded my own competition. Yuck.
Wait. That box is the angel investor?
Oh!
Here's what happens now. Anu, you're coming with me. Kill the others. Kill the himbo last. He means the most to her.
Wait. If you lay a hand on them, I won't tell you anything about the shard.
What makes you think I need you?
Well, sear my steak. Yuck. What makes a cowpoke like you think a gunslinger like me's got any more use for you than a grizzly bear's got for a unicycle in a river rapid?
I thought we fixed this auto translator. You and our team is gonna pay for this.
See, I don't even understand your molecules. You don't have a chance with the shard without her. If they die, I won't tell you a thing. You'll be stuck.
Actually, never mind. No, I've just thought of a much better use for them. You've just earned yourselves front row seats to the hottest show in town. Men, raise the curtain. It's showtime.
Doesn't Susan Coldwell have like a bounty on her head? Wouldn't Louis just like...
Welcome! Oh, I'm thrilled to see so many familiar faces here today. Shut up! Wainwright, Reese, Torg, Katagawa Sr., Athena. Ah, undoubtedly it was your communal sense of self-preservation that motivated you to be here this evening. Well, that and the fact that none of you would let the others get the competitive edge. But now, you ask yourselves, why am I here? And the answer is a demonstration. Oh, I gathered you together for a mercifully one-night to merge with Tio, or face your swift and utter annihilation. See, since the beginning of civilization, we have pioneered ways to hurt one another. From the stick to the stone, to the stick with a stone tied to the end of it, and onward throughout the ages, to the laser sploder, the rebel yell, and who can forget the iconic face melter? Each one a rung on the ladder toward power, a ladder that we all race to climb. But thanks to the research efforts of Tedior and a few very gracious volunteers. Bring me the buffoon! That one.
Hey, good to see ya! How's it going? Got a new power suit. Hey, Reese. Hey, Honu, it's your old boss. Let's network after this. Synergize, talk through some new invops. That's investment opportunities.
Octavio!
Maybe Torg got it back by blowing them up.
Gotta tell ya, not getting the best vibe from this being trapped on stage thing.
You've been looking for me all over the city. Now you have me. Let them go and I'll tell you whatever you need.
Now, earlier I might have taken you up on that offer, but now, well, I have everything I need. Now, you may be aware of what the less imaginative among you have been calling green iridium. You've also likely heard by now that my pursuit of it is the entire reason for my invasion of Atlas and this planet. That shard before you is a crystal of such extreme rarity that only a privileged few have ever viewed with their own eyes. Well, at least until Dr. Dar showcased it and its incredible healing properties to the entire planet while begging for money on sink or swim.
Begging? Like, no.
But what Dr. Dar did not know was that the shard that she and her team of imbeciles had acquired was in fact the missing half of a true feud pair.
A second shard?
This seems, and stop me if I'm being pessimistic, but not great.
They're a set? Did we know they came in a set? Are they worth more money in a set?
So much more. And what the good doctor didn't show you, perhaps because she had no idea, was that the power of these shards can be wielded in more ways than one. Dangerous, yes? Don't worry, in line with her recent groundbreaking research with iridium. Work that the world's biggest idiot discarded. Despite how loud that mustache is, Reese, you're on mute. As I was saying, Dr. Dar harnessed this most magnificent healing power with a simple, classic ray gun.
No, it's not such stats. It could spawn with, you want to get a looming one carnivore, because that gives it more crit too.
Something or other. Doesn't matter. We'll be changing it soon. Quaint, isn't it? Who'd have thought that the idiot CEO of Atlas would overlook and cancel such a quaint little ray gun?
It's made from found materials. It's not quaint. It's eco-friendly. And in my opinion, that makes it...
Gas, you're the only streamer playing this game. That makes sense.
Point taken. This dope device. This device harnesses, concentrates, and amplifies the shard's effects. Now, thanks to some experiments in our lab earlier, Dr. Dar helped us iterate on the idea a bit. Now, as I begin this demonstration, it is vital that you keep this fact at the front of your minds. Tedior is in possession of the only 2 extant anahadium shards in existence. Oh, I deny my esteemed competition the demonstration that I promised them? I don't think so. As you are about to witness,
Muck-a-muck.
the race to the top is over. I won! Now you have 2 choices. You can posture uselessly until I raise your company to the ground and strike your names from the history books, or B, accept defeat, merge your companies with Tedior, keep your lives, and call me boss. Go on, call me boss.
Go to hell!
Scathing. Who's the boss?
Suck it, Granny.
Stop! Octavio! Stop! No! Octavio! No! No!
Sure, I killed him. Anyone could have killed him. But he didn't give me what I wanted.
Octavio! Ock?
Welcome back. Now, who's the boss?
Never.
Susan Caldwell! This will come back upon you. I'll personally ensure that you pay.
Your crimes to life, to the cosmos, to the fabric of my being.
See, one shard makes it simple to save a life. But the other makes killing on a massive scale as easy as breathing. See, with this simple process of rinse and repeat, you can in fact do far more than simply kill. You can obliterate even the most defiant spirit. Now, who's the boss? And that is what I'm selling.
Didn't even give me a chance to say
Death is so easy,
not
so
the boss.
passé. I am marketing total, absolute submission. God, with these shards, I can take a city, a civilization, an entire planet, and bend it to its knees.
Easy there, Chief. What is this?
The shard! Retrieve the shard!
Criminals, plunderers, murderers.
Put her down!
Our other half. No!
You're mine now, Susan Caldwell!
Kill them all or face permanent termination! Here's an experiment. Let's turn Dr. Dar's healing device into a harming device. Put Dr. Dar in the lab, put her idiot brother in a cell as leverage. As for the others, incinerate them.
Do you mean that literally?
Yeah, or is it like a poetic license?
Yeah.
I do not care. That is the point, you incompetent buffoons. They are not worth my consideration. Just kill them.
One more chapter, chat. One more.
All great stories must come to an end. And this one, it's filled with blood, bullets,
I got plague.
and a smidge of redemption. Like one big old lasagna from hell.
Is that laugh track you have on a soundboard? No, it's an hour-long video, occasionally interrupted by sitcom laugh tracks.
The dingus
Just
fancied
randomly.
himself a celebrity. The nerd believed she was saving the world with all her science. And the rage monster finally dealt with her. What's the clinical phrase? Old crap. Too late, they discovered there's no such thing as a free lunch or a multi-million-dollar investment from a mysterious benefactor. Caldwell had them and the whole world in her clutches. The rage monster set for execution. The dingus imprisoned and out of Ecodex service. The nerd dissected and discarded. And Promethea, the first target in Tedior's gambit for galactic takeover.
This is how the subathon ends, boo womp. Hey, don't count your chickens before they hatch, bro.
Sometimes the people with the alien-powered super weapons intent on destroying the world win. Not every great story has a happy ending. Now, where were we? Ah, yes, the lasagna.
Might be a plot point, Tiny Turtle Tim. I think that might be a plot point. This AI music? No. It said who made the song in the bottom right corner, but my face blocked it, I think. Yeah, they can't get it out.
What? Huh? Where? Vaughn! so happy to see you.
Help me.
You've got to help me. Just open the cage and...
Aww, cute little jabber. This lab's your whole world, isn't it?
I am not a jabber. I'm a scientist with a degree and books.
I think someone needs to be tickled.
Fong, no, I do not need to be tickly,
tickly too. It's a tickle train. Choo choo.
I've evaded your probing tickles.
Hey, don't be scared, little jabber.
I'm not. Okay, I'm a little scared. Can we just stop and discuss this like adults?
Aw, cute little jabber thinks she's talking.
I am talking! 24 hours. 24 hours to make this work. Wait, I remember this. This was the day I was sleep deprived, running on stale cereal and old coffee. I hadn't bathed in weeks.
TDR, we make the dumbest choices possible every time.
Completely useless. Is that really what I said to her?
It's not what you said, but it is how you sounded.
What's the difference?
That's the right question, but not for me to answer. After all, this is your mind, laid bare. What, I wonder, are you trying to show yourself?
Stop this absurd exercise and return me to my rightful form!
You may return when you are ready. I am not keeping you prisoner here. This cage is one of your own making.
What do you mean? I don't have time for this. None of this makes any sense.
Consider, Dr. Dar, that the answers you are seeking lie outside the bounds of what is logical.
Octavio, he's hurt. I have to get back to him. No! Come back! What the hell is a jabber doing in my lab? You know my feelings on animal testing. Release it!
I tried, but this one keeps coming back. I think it loves to work the wheel.
You're free to go down. I'm not a jabber. I'm you. Metaphysically. But if we work together, we can go out. She does want to work together. Let's begin.
Before we do, I thought we could grab dinner in the mess hall first. Take a break. I don't know, talk about non-work stuff. I'm sort of having a hard time.
Exactly right. We've wasted enough time. Start to talk.
You weren't really listening to her.
Signal moderate, temperature delta 10 degrees, power shift 2 joules.
Not good enough. I need an equilibrium. Increase speed.
Before we do, can I
am pitching tomorrow.
I know.
Increase speed.
You could do things differently. Stop. Listen.
Well, what's the output?
Signal holding. Temperature delta 7.8. Power shift 1.6.
Getting there, but not nearly enough. Triple it.
Surely it's close.
Close? You don't get a breakthrough with close. You don't impress Reese with close.
I really need to go home early. I'm feeling really burnt out. If we could just pause, just for a second.
What did I just say? We're not leaving this lab until I see perfect results, or the jabbers stop running.
Increasing speed.
You're only running from yourself at this point. Are you so afraid to confront your mistakes?
She isn't working. Why won't she work?
Anu, my mother. Today is the first anniversary of her passing.
Oh, Fawn. I had no idea. I had no idea.
This isn't how you acted back then. You got so obsessed with changing the world, you've lost sight of everything. Everyone else. What good is saving the world if you stopped caring about the people in it?
I'm sorry, Fawn. I'm sorry, Fawn.
Hello, sunset.
What is all this? Some kind of twisted test? Why are you doing this?
Our consciousnesses are joined, that much is true. I have been with you ever since we first connected in my Iridian prison, but this... You are doing this to yourself. It's fascinating.
Why me?
Because you can't do it to anyone else.
No, I mean, why me? Why did you connect with me?
Something about your nervous system makes you very compatible. It could be your desire to heal the world, a thirst for justice. The fact you harbor an ancient wound doesn't matter. I'm not looking a gift host in the mouth. You are my opportunity to survive and reconnect. I must take it.
What wound?
Girl, if you gotta ask, you need more help than I thought.
You said I'm doing this to myself?
Yes. I've healed you physically over and over. Now you seem to be channeling my energy inward.
But why would I?
You alive? I can poke you with an electrified stick, but you could just tell me.
Guess so.
That'll do it.
Why does it matter if I'm alive?
Don't ask me the deep questions. I'm just a guard. All I know is that I'm supposed to log on my timesheet whether or not you're alive and which day you stopped being alive. And today, you're alive.
Whoopee. Alive. Dead. Alive. Dead again. Alive again. Dead again. Again. Alive.
Yeah, that was a hell of a demonstration. You don't have to, talk about it.
The shard doesn't talk
What are
like
we gonna
that.
talk about?
Does when I'm voicing him, girl.
You know what the worst
Exactly.
part of it is?
I thought that was a bit weird.
I
Girl.
don't actually care. I mean, I feel like you're under the impression I do. That was a mistake. A terrible mistake.
That I just keep getting my ass kicked, man. I mean, not like literally, like physically, but like, yeah. Yeah, literally getting my ass kicked also, a lot. And like, Fran, she can just wham, pow her way out of anything. She's unstoppable, you know? And I'm just like, I'm not.
But that's all in the past, right? You gotta stay present. I'm gonna be honest, this is not what I was expecting from this show.
Past.
I sort of thought you'd be like all the other
T-minus
prisoners,
1 hour.
trying to finagle your way out of here, or to bribe me, or what are you doing? Okay, wow, that's yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, well, I'm gonna find something else to do. Pee. Yeah, I'm gonna go pee.
Well,
Any specifics as to the method of dispatch, ma'am?
What? No! Never call me directly again.
Sorry, can I text?
No!
Bollocks. Hope you're not expecting this to be quick. You killed a lot of our friends. You don't even remember doing it, do you? Figures.
Well, you'll be joining your friends soon enough.
In hell.
How dare you? How dare you? They are in heaven with dogs.
Wow.
Whatever. Shut up. You're gonna be so executed. Ta-da! Had it built in case you fell for the little investment offer. Now you get to die here. Ain't it fun? That's right. Drink it in.
Gonna be real awkward when you're the ones lying dead in a fake froyo shop.
That's cute. Almost sounds like you believe yourself.
In it.
I had to see this with my own eyes. Fran Miskowitz, finally beaten and bested. Not so tough now, are you? Oh, what? Are you gonna try and freeze me again? How about my sister? Yeah, I know what you did to her.
Your epinephrine levels are increasing rapidly. Please pause to consider something other than the consequences of your actions.
Wow. Never did get past those anger problems, did you? After all this time and all that effort, where are you? Right back where you started. Alone. Angry.
The dialogue
In a
that accidentally
lousy
ended up
little
killing me.
Froyo shop. I thought it'd be fun to watch you die, but now I realize it'd just be pathetic. Toodles, Francine. I hope it hurts. A lot. Gah!
It's a TDO hover chair, remember? CEO Coldwell sent us all the apps to control
Who that?
it. How many
The sister
times
of the
have I
lady
heard
we
this
froze.
Louis, kill them!
I cannot. There is no contract for...
Can you at least hurt them?
Hurt? One either kills or they don't. Assassination bots do not, as you say, half-ass it.
Then... What good are you?
Oh. I know what he's good for.
Oh, I forgot to take the I am sleeping off. Unpin.
If it isn't my old friend, Octavio. This is the part where you say some stupid made-up version of my name, and then I come back with an even more clever comeback to assert my superiority.
I'm really not in the mood, Brock.
Wow, that was our thing. Are you not even surprised to see me? Have you thought about me at all?
Freeze her again, though? Yeah, we froze her, too. We froze her and her sister, but...
We have a history, a thing. You're my nemesis. I am yours. It's been really clearly established. Oh, no. No. This doesn't work for me at all. How am I supposed to crush his spirit if he's already cheer you up. How you like that? I can do more than just shoot things, buddy!
This thing's literally a chihuahua.
But I still mostly like to shoot things. Problem is, you brought necrotex to a gunfight! See what I did there? I shot your precious ecotex.
You did me a favor.
Because I could. Because that's the kind of gun I am! I'm a renegade.
No, he's not a renegade.
Thing was already garbage. Been meaning to get an upgrade anyway.
Really?
Yeah. I'm not upset. Not upset at all.
Here you are, locked up. Precious echo deck shattered. You're defenseless. And now I can watch you rot like a pile of old beans.
Pile of old beans?
Silence!
What?
Piles of old beans can rot if you leave them out long enough. I don't have to justify myself. I've endured enough of your humiliation. Dumb Tavio.
From what?
From everything.
Example?
But I don't know. There's so many things. I can't think of anything specifically.
If you can't even think of one thing.
Whoa. Maybe you should let him bounce back a little. I mean, look at him. Here. Sniff this scented candle.
Whoa, whoa! Hold on.
What? Why are you suddenly so perky?
Is it from my scented candle?
Susan could have killed me, but she didn't. She needs me to keep being a pawn in her little game, and I'm only good for leverage while I'm alive. She doesn't care about me, but she needs me.
Well, what did he do? Wow, correct! Exactly one person in the entirety of the 6 galaxies gives exactly one skag as to whether or not you live or die. Because you may hold some tangential value as leverage over your uncooperative and super valuable sister. Oh, wow, wow, wow. Congratulations! Now, back to my ultimate revenge plot. Oh! What are you doing?
This is a hostage situation! Everybody back off! I mean it! Hands up and get out of my way, or I gets it!
Put me down right frickin' now!
I'm in
You
charge.
want me to pull the trigger?
Crap. No!
I'll do it, man! I'll pull the trigger!
You slapped me!
That's right, that's what I thought. Deactivate the bars!
Deactivating bars.
You! Get in there!
You know what? Good for you.
How do I...
Button on your left.
Now who's the boss?
You are. And contract uploaded.
Louis! Louis! What did you do?
Oh, we just uploaded a bounty contract on that red laser.
Hello. Is your name Red Laser? Please confirm your name is Red Laser.
Come on! Robots are supposed to be smart!
He'll be busy for a long time. Alright, let's smash this one with a thick, blunt object. We're gonna kill you. Hurry up and find something heavy. I want to catch, sink, or swim tonight. You sit tight, beefcakes.
Warning! You are getting angry. Consider, it is just a robot. Consider, it is not really your friend. Consider, you do not have friends.
She, seems to be getting mad. I think it's because I called her beefcakes. Well, if that's got her upset, imagine how she'd react if she...
How does that work? Yeah, dude, I don't know.
Octavio.
What is your boss doing to Octavio?
Aha.
You can't flee forever, Red Laser.
What is your boss doing to Octavio?
That's as fast as you can go. Shut up! It's heavy.
If you do anything to Octavio, I swear.
You'll get chopped by this big axe? Great. That's what I was thinking too. Say hi to your Helen friends. I mean, say hi to your friends in hell.
Congratulations, Francine. Your life will conclude without breaking your anger-filled rampage streak.
I was good. I controlled myself. And at the end of the day, I still get...
Got the little ball thing in our hands.
Susan frickin' Coldwell is still drawing breath. Shut! My frickin' friends are captured! Just when I was beginning to actually make some friends.
Just breathe, Francine.
I am breathing. And my goddamn sponsor bot won't shut up!
Now, there's no need to use that kind of language.
Shut up!
Nobody has any.
We do the executing, not you. Executing your executioner is a crime, punishable by...
Why does nobody have any sense of survival? If you execute your executioner, that's a crime, and we can kill you for that, you know. What?
Laser eliminated. Contract complete. What?
Nothing.
Error. Anger overload. Primary objective failed.
Nah, That's you. You failed, and I am done with having a sponsor bot. Mwah!
Error! Excessive anger detected. Activating self-defense mode.
Okay.
That's
I'm not a
illegal,
jabber.
yeah.
That's an improvement. What in the... What? Am I? Octavio? Oh, this is bad. This is bad. Maybe I should go back to being a jabber. Oh, the sweet comfort of being a jabber.
Cat.
Get
How
hold of
much?
yourself, Anu. This is your consciousness. Exert control. Take charge. Demand. Demand. I'm going to demand.
If you got a problem, say it to me. The big O.
Yeah?
Dude.
Yep.
Dude.
I'm definitely
Dude.
Octavio.
Your
Dude.
other half.
That seems like a stretch. If he were my other half, wouldn't he understand me better?
Understand you or reflect you?
What's the difference?
When we fused, the only thought in your
Sub
mind
1
was
hour.
to save him.
Where are my Edgar's at?
Sir McBacon with the 5,000 bits.
What? No. How?
Holy
Because
shit.
without him,
Thank you for the 5,000 bits.
Where the heck have you been? You're supposed to be packed by
Other
now.
half refers
Jeez.
to SO usually.
Do I
Yeah,
really
what?
sound like that? I sound so overbearing, like an alarm with a broken snooze button.
Yeah, I'm not going.
What?
I'm not going to Atlas with you.
I heard you. I'm just trying to fathom how moronic you're acting.
I wanted to talk to you about it.
There's nothing to talk about. I'm giving you a golden ticket off this dumpster fire of a planet, and you're squandering it. Oof. That's harsh.
Atlas is not my golden ticket.
I knew it. You're too scared.
Anyway,
to
Sir
be honest.
McBacon, thank you for that.
Still aimlessly goofing around like a teenager.
Do you remember what he said next?
I don't know what you're still doing here. You don't even know what you're still doing here.
You're right. There's nothing to talk about because you refuse to listen.
I'll listen when you have something to say worth hearing. Okay, that didn't come out right. No wonder I don't remember what he said. I was too focused
Did
on
I miss
convincing him
something?
that what I wanted was right for both of us.
You got your gamer subs? It's pretty good, not gonna lie. What flavor you get again?
Now isn't the time for debate. I bought your ticket. You're going. End of discussion.
I'm not leaving everything because you get a fancy job at Atlas.
It's the chance of a lifetime.
Yeah, your lifetime. I have dreams of my own.
Like what?
I'm gonna start a business.
I never took him seriously. Not even a little. Really?
I have the work ethic, the street smarts, the connections.
Wake up, Octavio! You're living out delusion!
Loud and proud, let's go.
Look at this logically. You need some income, right? Now that I'm running my
I'm
own
glad you like it.
lab, I
Let's
can get
go.
you an entry-level job at Atlas. Most likely something in sanitation or food services. Maybe a secretary job if you can answer calls like an adult.
Why didn't he want to go with you, Anu?
It's not the self-made businessman track, but it's better than you lying in a ditch. He stayed for countless more reasons than he had to leave with me. Namely, I didn't treat him the way he deserved to be treated. I treated him like a burden I had to
How
carry.
long till your own cup / flavor? I think we're close to the cup.
Food service, that's all you
I don't
see
know
from me?
like exactly how close, but we have to be like at this point I'm pretty sure it's gonna happen.
The problem, Octavio, is that you don't know what you need. That's
Like at this
what
point
I'm
there's
here
like no
for.
way it doesn't happen, I
Please,
feel.
I don't want to see anymore.
Why?
Like we're that close.
Because what I did next broke us.
This is my home!
Fine! Stay here then. You belong with the trash. God, I am so embarrassed that you're my brother.
Damn, Anu's kind of a
There's nothing
meanie.
intelligent, ambitious, or worthwhile in you.
Damn.
I've wasted so much time and energy protecting you. For nothing. I'm done.
But you can't stop me. If you get a cup, I'll be willing to buy
After
it.
that, we always felt
You better.
separated.
You two can never undo that rift. Never unmake that harm.
No. But we can still reach each other.
Impossible. This is your past.
Then I have to step outside the past and view it. Compassionately. My mind. My rules. Now, let's bridge this divide. I was so fixated on who was right, as if it could only be one of us.
My stall build has better character than this.
Try and see his point of view, even if I don't agree with it. Try and understand how he feels. No matter what, we're both always doing our best. That's enough, and all anyone can ask for. Re-evaluate my beliefs. I originally believed he didn't value my opinion. Now, though, I'm seeing he values
Where my
it
Andrews at?
a lot.
Sir McBacon, look in the mirror.
You've constructed
A bridge of empathy. A cute trick for us humans, if we do the work.
Sis?
Octavio, what I said before, it wasn't true. But I think I finally understand. All you've wanted from me was
reframing your regrets. Empathy for the past. Very curious.
To be heard.
I hear you. I didn't respect you enough to let you make your own decision. And it was me who was scared. By holding on, I was holding you back.
You've seen how far I've come?
You really can succeed on your own.
What flavor would mine be? I don't know. I'd probably want like a sour blue raspberry lemonade or something. But that's me personally. I don't know. There's so many good options. Maybe something raspberry. I don't know.
You may be fixed here. Out there.
Hey,
you're
GASMASK,
still
remember
broken.
Piston Zeppelin?
Yes.
Yes.
I suppose I am.
Yes, I do.
Wait. I understand now. Why I'm trapped here.
Favorite Allegiance one so far? Bandit Creek.
What the? What an interesting turn of events. Your rage has reached such critical levels that SponsorBot's only recourse is to turn into a killing machine and murder you. SponsorBot knows you better than anyone. It can anticipate your every move. Might I suggest a new combat style? Perhaps something turn-based.
reward for our many years together, I am pleased to offer you the 13th step, Swift Death.
I'd be surprised if they could do that.
Take your time. Last words can be tough.
I don't care what we
You think you're just a judgy little dickhead block.
I'm pretty sure you care, considering you kept me trapped all this time. Fear not. Once you're dead, you'll no longer be hurt by angry elders.
That's not really a consolation.
We'll discuss it when you're dead.
Hell do I do? I do my best work when I'm pissed. I'm supposed to apologize for that?
Fun fact, an inability to control your emotions is not, in fact, a skill. Passive aggression!
Come on! Come on! Beanity buddy! Choco Rocco!
We are beyond coping mechanisms, Francine.
I'm sick of being judged, and I'm sick of being angry, and I'm sick of you! I'll never stop being angry any more than I'll stop breathing. But I can manage my emotions. They don't control me. And right now, I'm managing them to whoop your ass! Woo!
Francine, you've done it! My secret plan to make you accept yourself by condescending and needling you until you realize the true path to rehabilitation went off without a hitch. I'm so happy you...
Dude, chill. Oh, cool. Ice punch. Didn't even mean to.
Made me want to play Golden Sun, bro.
You're never going to get away with this!
You might.
That really just happened. That's crazy.
They can't kill me.
Famous last words.
Yo, listen up! This is a hostage situation. No one move. No one even think about moving.
Brock? Is he just holding you to his head? Just shoot him!
Don't you think I would have done that already?
He can't. And neither can you, or Susan Coldwell will incinerate all of you. She does that, right?
Oh, yeah.
So, no one move, or I shoot me with this Brock.
You think he's bluffing? I don't know. I was about to take lunch.
Mad Dog them?
Okay, what are we doing here?
Okay. Okay. What are your demands?
My demands? Oh, yeah, my demands. I've been thinking about so many demands.
I want a taco.
I want a taco! Put it on the ground.
Just pull a taco out of his ass?
You did the right thing. That was my lunch.
Good. Good. All right, well, my My demands are met. I'm getting the hell out of here.
Hold it! Why don't you turn around and put the gun on the ground? Or I'll blow my brains all over this hallway! You're not the only one who can play hostage. You think I won't? You think I won't? Do you think we won't? Just shoot me! Oh, wait. I'm gonna be in so much trouble for this.
Sorry. Got the real story.
Was I
confused
supposed
with
to
my
fail
fanfiction.
that? I thought that was... Why would it make me do that?
All right.
So I'm supposed to fail that
My demands are
one?
met. I'm getting the hell out of here.
It didn't even tell me what the holding the button would do.
Turn around and put the gun on the ground.
Why would you pull the trigger? I didn't know what the button did.
You're not the only one who can play hostage. You think I won't? You think I won't? Do you think we won't? Just shoot me! I just want you to know, I hate you. This has not made me respect you more at all.
Oh no, my feelings.
So that one guy's head, right?
The hell?
Can't make this shit up.
Well, if it isn't Bivington Bradwick, Mr. VIP himself. Or was it VVIP? I lost track after you put me in a cage.
Listen, I know things got weird at that party. Between you and me, Susan really knows how to kill a vibe, you know?
And me! She killed me! Like a bunch of times.
At the tea talk, I saw. I was like, what?
They were good, man.
You know? Man.
How do we go from Tales 1 to this,
Susan
bro?
hired me to trap you, but that was just so not namaste. So I totally get that you're feeling a little, like so many feelings, but mainly feeling a little
pissed.
Sure. Look, you've got the wrong impression of me. I first thought you were a fame-thirsty idiot. But look at everything you've done here. That's brains. Literally, brains.
You don't know who I am, where I've been, the things I've seen.
Amazing. That's amazing. Like, that's the kind of experience that can really impress Silver Spoon investment brats.
Like you?
Not unlike me. Look, you've been a pathetic, nobody hustler for your whole life. You're so low on the ladder, Susan Coldwell's only keeping you alive as leverage. She doesn't care about your potential. But I do. Put down the talking gun and let me make you a superstar, Octavio. Let me make you a real VIP.
Nah, I'm good.
You hate me more
Rip
than me,
Bozo.
right? Right?
I'm checking this wall directory, but every room looks the same.
Oh yeah? Tell me about it. I get lost here all the time. Wait a minute! We're not on the same side!
Don't move! Fran!
Ah. Good.
You are alive.
Want some tea?
Sure.
Splendid. Brew us some tea.
There isn't any tea.
Pity. Shall we bone?
What?
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 Where's Anu?
After your horrendous
All right,
torture,
laugh number
Susan mentioned
2.
taking
That
your
caught me
sister
off
to a
guard. Laugh number
Is that where
2.
you're going?
That caught me off guard.
You know, I don't know where I was going. I sort of picked up this gun and walked around.
Well, let's just kick down every door until we find her.
That caught me off guard. That wasn't as funny as, you want me to make a soup?
Door number 108.
Where's my sister?
This is Susan's office.
Hot. Diggity donuts.
Yep.
Did that improve your mood?
A little.
Well, spread out! There's gotta be something in here that'll tell us where to find Anu.
Sure thing, but before we do that, you're special to me.
I know.
So special.
Thanks.
I'm giving you an air hug.
I'm giving you one back.
When does Handsome Jack show up, Bo?
Oh, your feelings are disgusting. Dumbass!
Louis, guard the door while we look around.
Affirmative.
I'll stay
You can't guard the door. You can't kill anything without a cop.
You can do that?
No, but I can try. I can try. Oh, shit.
I walk around and look at everything. Yep.
Louis, can you plug yourself into a terminal here?
Why would I do that?
So you can access the mainframe and find Anu?
Oh, so you think just because I'm a robot, I can plug myself into a terminal?
Now we're racist,
We're
bro.
not machines. Machines love plugging themselves into machines.
That's... I didn't mean...
A little reductive, don't you think? It's these ignorant, anti-mechanistic attitudes that hurt robots everywhere.
I'm sorry. I never meant to offend you.
It's okay.
Jesus. Jesus,
Trying to
Candy.
drain my battery. I'm going to go plug myself into the first socket I see. Ah! I forgot. Humans are slow.
Wow, this office is amazing.
This is your first time in Susan's office?
Oh, no, I mean, it's amazing how this office never changes. Because I spend so much time in here. Because I'm such close personal friends with Susan Caldwell. We have a timeshare together. It's really exclusive. We go together like peanut butter and guns. Chunky peanut butter and...
You guys remember when what Claptrap did to my car in the car run? Ting ting.
Sweating bullets in here. I'm still a fan of the shooting you all in the head idea.
It smells exactly like Susan Caldwell. would
Claptrap, stop getting freaky with the car.
dinky suit. Oh, what are all these, bro? I can't, bro. I can't do any of those.
Give me an oil bath.
I can't pick up the green thing.
Any ideas on how we can find Anu?
Computer, find Anu. Find Anu. That's all I got.
Is this Susan's Ecodex? The Supreme Deluxe model! Ultra thin titanium bezel, 12 cameras, long-lasting iridium battery. This isn't even in stores yet! Let me just try one out. Ooh, TDO filmmaker. You know what it does. We don't have time for you to make films. At least try one thing. Unsettling, but cool! If I can find a terminal, I can probably track Anu through the surveillance system with this baby. Get a load of Big Sue's.
What an ugly mug.
Would be a real shame if someone broke her face.
A real shame. My finger slipped. Fran! Did I do that?
No, it's this fine hidden Vaultlander figurine, dude. I know this dude's gonna come out of just like the most diabolical spot right now. Is Reese in this game? Yes. Freezing stone now.
The jabber goes.
Yeah, but base directory. Where's Anu?
The ratch goes.
It's a decoy computer. No. No button tells me what to do.
Yeah, he's totally different. He's kind of a butthole in this game. Vaultlander nearby.
I forgot. Humans are slow.
What are you, the goddess of Mount Olympus?
Ooh, I can scrub the surveillance system and find Anu. Password protected? Of course.
Just guess it.
That never works.
She likes money. Try money.
That's stupid.
Try money.
It didn't work. Needs a number.
Try money 1.
Forget it.
Try millions of money. Big box. Bitch of box of bags of moolah. Dough. Lots of dough. Cashola. Give me moolah. 777. I don't know why. Just like 7.
All right, let me just hack into the terminal with Susan's fancy new Ecodex. No, wait. My fancy new Ecodex. So sleek.
Oh, yeah,
so
wow, wow.
powerful, so expensive. The ultimate symbol of a true VIP. Just holding it, I feel like a boss. Such a boss. Such a boss. I'm a boss. I'm forgetting myself. I need to hack this thing. Curse you, sexy Ecodex. Alright, now with Susan's firewall, this could take... I'm in! Lightning fast! Never mind, Ecodex. It's mine, you can't tear us apart!
That's not my problem. We're here to return.
Right, return. Looks like they're keeping on me in the lab. Here, Sector Zeta.
That's an Omega.
That's what I said.
Are we ready to rescue Anu and get the fudge out of here?
It's hero time.
You said I'm fixed here, but I'm not. And
Thank you, Beefalo.
I can't be who I want to be out there until I make peace with who I really am and what I've done.
Missed
And I'm starting
Vaultlander restart playthrough. I'm glad it's very clear that I'm leaving when I do something.
You told everyone on Promethea you took a job at Atlas so you could change the world.